In the world of medicine, where every second is a fragile line between life and death, only the most exceptional minds can stand firm. At the city's top hospital, among countless outstanding doctors, there exists a name whispered like a legend, a genius among geniuses. When seemingly hopeless emergency cases flood in one after another, when the operating room sinks into chaos and despair, he is the only one who makes time seem to stop. They call him the Hand of God. "Please, Raymond, we can still save him," is a statement full of certainty and determination. But the one just declared dead, now undergoing surgery, is utterly unbelievable. How could it be? Because Raymond is the standard of medical skill. He is the one who can bring the dead back to life like the hand of God. Once Raymond picks up the scalpel, any difficult surgery can be solved. And tonight's celebration proved that. Though he played the biggest role this time, Raymond wasn't very happy. Because he didn't even know when he last had time to rest for himself. Every day for him repeats in the familiar operating room. Being able to save even the dead, Raymond earned the name the Hand of God. At first, he thought it was a good thing because saving one person would make dozens happy. However, doctors with such talent are rare, even extremely rare. So after patients flocked to him upon hearing the rumor, Raymond didn't get a single moment of rest. He was even treated like a mobile medical device for VIP patients. Is this nickname really a blessing? Or is it meaningless? Not only physically drained, but his spirit and relationships around him also deteriorated. Raymond couldn't even remember the last time he spent time for himself. Making money was fine, but now he didn't even have time to spend it, so he just accepted it. Raymond thought his life would always be like this, but life is unpredictable. Just as he was about to go home and open a beer to reward himself, a blinding car headlight rushed toward him. Before dying, Raymond's entire life flashed before his eyes, ironically all scenes from the operating room. Could it be that this rare genius's short life would end here? No. Perhaps Raymond's story will continue. The setting suddenly shifts from modern to an ancient castle, and from a small house comes a calling for Day, along with countless questions from Raymond. Slowly opening his eyes, he sees his hands now chubby, and before him, the happy faces of a couple. Raymond is dazed as the mother of this body lifts him. He is bewildered, not knowing what is happening. The last thing he remembered was being on his way home from the hospital when he was hit and killed by a truck. That's why this scene confuses Raymond, not understanding how he is still alive. And these two people are strangers to him. The son couple dearly love this boy named Day. Nestled in the father's arms, he is shocked to realize his body is tiny. At the same time, Raymond vaguely realizes he has been reincarnated as their child. A scratch on his hand catches the mother's attention. The boy's father frantically wants to call the priest, but unexpectedly the mother insists she can heal it. Raymond thinks she means medical treatment, but what he didn't expect was that the woman before him could use magic to heal wounds. In just seconds, the scratch that should have left a scar is now completely gone. This means Raymond has been reincarnated into a new world, a world where magic exists. The peaceful night sky blankets the small house with gentle winds, softly blowing. Inside, Raymond slowly opens his eyes and looks around. He sits up and gazes out the window, having slept this long. He has been sitting there in thought for 3 months since reincarnating into this world. During that time, he has learned a few things. First, this world is different from his previous one. It's exactly what you're thinking, a typical fantasy world. A world where monsters and humanoid species exist. Because of that, humans are attacked by monsters. As a result, humans must choose paths that cost lives to become stronger. An interesting thing Raymond noticed is that they prefer to develop magic rather than science whenever they heal his wounds. It seems they rely on magic instead of medical techniques, even for the simplest things. The last thing he realized is that this is not a dream, but his new reality. Because of some reasons, Raymond can still retain the memories and knowledge from his previous life. He never thought he could be this carefree again. Now, thinking back on it, he never had the chance to love himself because of his work. If it weren't for the car accident, he probably would have died suddenly from overworking. So he just lay back and enjoyed it. Since he was reincarnated, he should savor the moments he has. When will he ever be able to sleep this well again? A faint light shines on the potted plant in the room, the rare peace he has after reincarnating as a carefree boy. Raymond closes his eyes and drifts off, then suddenly senses something. What's going on? It feels like a thin thread passing through his body. What is this cool, refreshing feeling? He feels truly energized. Is this the mana that Gaia and Satil mentioned? It seems hard to control. If I force it, it will scatter everywhere. Focus precisely on where this mana thread begins and ends. Mana should flow like blood. Try to imagine the mana flow as a stream of blood. Try to feel it filling your body. The infinite mana flows like that, no rush, just slowly. Time passes, autumn leaves gently fall, and in the blink of an eye, cold winter arrives. Scene shifts to another place. Raymond is holding a flame in his hand. He shouts joyfully, "Finally, it worked." He doesn't take his eyes off the flame in his hand and smiles quietly. Ha! I thought I could do this. The technique of controlling mana flow to shoot a fireball is worth the 3 years I spent on it. Although I managed to understand the mana flow and memorize the possible paths it can take, the problem is, I can't understand how this book explains mana control. Raymond carefully reads every detail in the book. The book tells me to store mana inside the body and control it when needed because mana is said to be drawn from the environment around us. A question pops into his mind. Why does it need to be stored inside us in the first place? On top of that, this seems to limit what we can do with it once stored. No matter how you look at it, it's inefficient. Raymond proposes a hypothesis. What if we let mana move naturally without trying to store it? Would it be easier to draw mana from around us and use it? In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about mana quality anymore. We could even avoid those mana loops. Although this is a dangerous method not written in the book, it's worth trying once. He smiles again. I never thought it would yield results beyond expectations. I need to try it more. At this moment, Sadal stands outside watching, and he whispers, Look, I can't tell you how proud I am. Every time I see Raymond, he picks up a book whenever he gets the chance. She covers her mouth and giggles. I'm telling you, our child will definitely be a mage. Gaia objects. What are you saying? With his physique, he needs to train as a swordsman. She shakes her head. If that happens, Raymond will be forced to become a lump of meat like you. Gaia sighs in frustration, at least a handsome lump of meat. Inside, Raymond hears all this and thinks to himself, if they keep talking this loudly, what's the point of hiding anything from me? Satil feels a bit worried inside. Although I'm proud of our little Raymond, don't you think he's too focused on books? What do you mean? She continues. Aren't kids his age supposed to go outside and play with friends? I'm just worried that all Raymond wants is to read books. Gaia reassures her, come on, there's nothing to worry about. Most people worry their kids don't like reading, right? I even said I want to raise my child to be a great mage, so what's wrong with that? Satil looks at their little child and says nothing more. Back to Raymond. He thinks this is still not enough. I need to create a perfect path for mana to flow through, as perfect as possible. The next morning at Raymond's house, Satil bursts through the door, full of energy. Is our dear Raymond here? Raymond, holding a book, looks up and replies, Yes, I'm here. Mom never stops worrying, and I'm reading again. Although I'm proud my child is reading here, I still want him to meet peers and play. Maybe it's because I never had the chance to play with my child? Seeing his mother silent, Raymond feels confused. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Satil approaches and asks him, Do you want to play with Mom? You suddenly want to play with Mom? A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that Mom is trying to teach me magic? Yeah, I'm sure Mom is trying to play with me so she can teach me a few things. Raymond showed excitement and immediately agreed. Yes, let's play. But Satil hesitated for a moment, then softly called Raymond. She hugged him tightly, thinking that her child was so delighted just because he could play with her. She should have asked him sooner. After a while, Raymond was taken to another place, his face blank like a wooden doll. Mom, where are the books? Why are we at the door? She replied. That's right. You don't need to read books today. We're going to take a walk outside. Raymond immediately turned the carriage, refusing the offer. No, I think I need to study more. I can't spend time playing outside when I should be practicing. Satil was proud of Raymond and affectionately hugged him. I didn't think you would be so eager to study. What should I do with you? She tried to persuade him again. But today will be fine. Don't you want to see what it's like outside? Let's go out and have some fun. Only then did he think about it. He had never gone outside since his reincarnation. He didn't even know what this world was like. All right, I guess one day is fine. After deciding, he replied, Okay, let's go outside and have fun. Satil was as happy as if it were a perfect harvest. Let's go right away. Stepping outside, Raymond's eyes seemed to shine, drawing all attention as he took in the entire nearby scenery that he had never paid attention to before. For 3 years, I spent reading books at home. I never even thought about going outside. Looking at the leaves, the huge towering windmills, I had imprisoned myself. A gentle breeze blew through, refreshing Raymond's soul. Seeing him like that, Satil spoke up. Raymond, what are you doing? Why don't you try exploring? Raymond looked up, then started walking, taking his first steps outside, then running quickly across the vast green fields. At this moment, Raymond felt one with nature. The scent of flowers and grass made his heart flutter. Then he stopped, standing on a rock, gazing out at the magnificent surrounding landscape. The beautiful view made him gape in awe. Before I was reincarnated, I never had the chance to care for myself. I was forced to live under pressure. Survival was the best I could do. I had never felt so free before. However, I am happy to have been born into this world. Raymond called out to his mother. Sato let out a soft sound. Raymond turned to look at her, smiling happily. He spoke with the sincerest words, thanking her for bringing him outside. In a hospital, there was an emergency case. Dudung had to put all his effort along with the nurses to speed up the bandaging. An emergency patient, a life repeating continuously with patients all day long. He never rested even for a few short minutes, and during surgeries, someone always urged him. That voice was always ringing. Doctor, the next blind case will arrive in 5 minutes. After the surgery ended, Dudung collapsed. I'm exhausted now, completely spent. I've reached my limit. But the voices of nurses and patients always held him back. Save me, doctor. You have to go. Suddenly, a soft call came from somewhere. Raymond. Raymond. Satil's voice woke him up with a start, escaping the nightmare that always haunted him. She smiled gently, stroking his head as she spoke. Did you have a scary dream? Hearing his mother's voice, Raymond gradually calmed down, thinking, oh, it was just a dream. I had a good time, and then I dreamed of something like that. Raymond struggled to open one eye under the bright sunlight in front of him. The strange city he had passed through appeared before his eyes. This was not the world where he had to work non-stop. Thinking of this, Raymond's mood became much more relaxed. Now I am a child, carefree. That's right. I was reincarnated into this world, and I definitely won't live like I did in my previous life. The scenery here looked like it had a filter through Raymond's eyes. Even the house he was living in was very different from his past life. Raymond and Satil returned after an outdoor walk. Seeing Satil, she happily greeted, I'm back. He looked at his wife and child with a smile, not forgetting to ask, welcome home. Did you have fun playing? Raymond replied excitedly, yes, ma'am. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. That's right. He reached out to hold Satil's dress, softly calling, Mom, please teach me magic. Hearing the request from the precious boy, Sen couldn't help but feel touched. She exclaimed, wait a moment. Then, unable to control herself, she nestled into her beloved husband's embrace. How adorable and lovable her child was. She kept marveling, you want to start training already? If you want, I'll always be happy to teach you. Seeing Sen's reaction, he could only smile awkwardly to brush it off, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Even after witnessing this reaction many times, he still couldn't get used to it. After a moment, Sen began the first lesson. Since this is a request from Day, shall we get started? Then she began with the most basic element of humanity. A small flame appeared from Sen's hand, burning brightly. Day was extremely fascinated by this unprecedented magical wonder. Seeing Day's delighted reaction, Sen was surprised, her child's response. So she was determined to teach thoroughly and clearly. Day, this is fire, don't you find it interesting? Day forced a few laughs. Seeing him like that, Sen blushed and muttered to herself. Still not impressed enough? He thought silently. That's because this was magic he had used a few times before. At that moment, Sen came up with an idea. She called to him, we should sit down first. Day obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Once seated properly on the bed, Sen started again. The essence of magic is that the central light radiates and draws in surrounding energy sources to create what the user desires. With magic, you want to transform it into mana. The formula for success is a trigger word combined with a triggering action. It's that simple, right? Then she used the earlier flame as an example. Just follow the formula to focus mana, point into the air, and shout fire, and a flame will appear. Hearing the basic knowledge, just apply the formula, and bam, Day grew even more curious. Mom, I have a question, Sen responded. The diligent student began asking questions like short answers on the 2225 graduation exam. Can mana be transformed through another method? Sen was a bit surprised. Another method? After thinking for a moment, Day began to explain. Take fire as an example. Suppose we have 3 red mana orbs. Mom burns mana, then it turns into blue mana, and Mom gathers the mana she wants to burn. Finally, applying physics and using friction will create the flame the user desires. Here, he added another short answer. Instead of transforming mana 3 times, why not simplify it? Although if Mom does that, mana will quickly dissipate. Sen had been staring wide-eyed at her son, suddenly coming up with such bold ideas. Oh my, an advanced question? She thought for a moment. Yes, and it's not impossible. Sen looked at him. If those 3 steps are combined and then stabilized, it could be feasible. Then she and Day looked at each other and laughed. It was theoretical, though. However, Day still had some thoughts. He rubbed his chin to stabilize it. That meant looking at his small hand. Day clenched it into a fist in a complete state. Can I add multiple attributes? Thinking this, he performed the second step by spreading his 5 fingers proudly. Suddenly, a mana source shot out from his hand. It was so powerful it shot straight to the ceiling, astonishing both Sen and himself. Seeing the result achieved on the first try, like a VIP bonus, he thought silently, I did it. Someone from inside the house also rushed out surprised, asking, what was that just now? What happened? Sen had a similarly surprised thought. Right now, I don't know anything either. Looking at Day's innocent, joyful face, she thought, for a moment before her child used magic, she hadn't noticed that when her child used magic, the mana flow was always in motion. Sen's eyes flickered with an indescribable worry. Ji looked up at the ceiling in this life, still questioning himself. A repetitive life where he stayed with patience all day. But had he ever not felt it? This thought separated him from reality, forgetting the existence of his parents in this world. He muttered to himself as if predicting, "It's easy to understand if you think of it like an atom. And if you start combining mana like a compound, you don't need to add more mana." Looking more like an adult than a kid, Sen thought silently. Day, this child has so many strange things. Sen suddenly teared up, staring at him. No, I'm too focused. At this moment, Day returned to his innocent, smiling self and asked, Mom, is something wrong? She awkwardly replied, It's just that I'm very proud that Day can use magic. Day scratched his head, feeling proud. Really? Looks like I'm a genius. Sen beside him also cheered him on. Our son is so talented. That night, when the sky was only filled with the moon and stars as company, Raymond was sleeping in his room when he suddenly woke up, startled by someone's voice. This is a serious matter. What should we do if our child is taken to the academy at this age? To prevent that from happening, we must try our best. Ronan was sitting at the dining table, holding Seitil's hand. Raymond overheard a bit and thought to himself, Are they talking about me? Ronan sighed again. You know it's not as easy as you say. Seitil replied, Raymond is a genius that appears once every 100 years, maybe once every 1,000 years. If the Academy's eyes fall on him, Seitil's voice trembled involuntarily. Raymond, inside his room, hugged himself tightly, beginning to be curious about the Academy. He didn't know what kind of place the Academy was, but it seemed like he might be dragged there. Thinking of this, his hand clenched slightly, silently making a resolution in his heart to prevent that from happening. But to do that, he needed power. He had only wanted to learn magic for fun, but now he had changed his mind. He needed to achieve absolute power. These wandering thoughts once again led Raymond into a deep night's sleep. Many years passed. After a peaceful night, the scene gradually brightened. The diligent bird was already perched singing on a high branch. Sunlight from outside filtered through the window, lighting up the entire room. On the study desk, the candle had burned more than halfway down, and a few books lay open, unfinished. A white-haired young man stretched after a long sleep and looked out the window, muttering, Is it already morning? Hastily getting out of bed, the young man scratched his head in self-reproach. Because I'm a sleepworm, I can't tell how much time has passed. So, should I go explore now? At that moment, a bright face appeared with intelligent eyes. This young man was 15-year-old Raymond. Remembering the time before, after mastering the control of mana, Raymond began pursuing his goals. His experiments and research on magic increased in intensity. Not only that, he also threw himself into meditation and magical practice every night. His talent for understanding mana proved his rapid development. Besides practicing techniques, Raymond continuously expanded his knowledge to enhance his future professional abilities. Because of the enormous amount of mana he absorbed during this time, his hair had turned pure white. Returning to the present moment, now a teenager, he suddenly remembered something. Ah, right, I need to take this too. Then he bent over meticulously writing something. He wasn't sure how much medical knowledge he would use, but he decided to just try. At this point, the words he wrote on the board became clear. I can heal anyone who is sick. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself, but before I go, maybe just once more. First, a blazing red flame erupted. Fire. Second, a twisting air vortex formed wind. Finally, condensed water and moisture created ice. He pointed his hand straight into the air, directly using mana to wield all three elements. Delighted with the results, Raymond, the white-haired youth, smiled joyfully. Perfect. It's truly perfect. So, I should really go now, right? Saying that, he strode straight into the town. A small wooden stick was placed on the ground by Raymond. It was the stand for the small board he had just written on. Scanning the terrain, he muttered, This place seems like a reasonable spot, though it feels a bit embarrassing. Saying that, Raymond blushed, cleared his throat a few times, then shouted like a crazy kid, I can heal anyone who feels unwell. Bring anyone here. Seeing the 15-year-old shout so loudly, the townsfolk just found it amusing. What a kind young man. That's right, they whispered among themselves. I haven't seen a young man like this in a long time, just like me. From the crowd, a kind-hearted man advised Raymond. Kid, go play the saint somewhere else. You shouldn't tease the sick like that. Seeing the townspeople's reactions, Raymond was a bit stunned. Who do these people think I am? After a few seconds of shock, he regained his composure. No, I expected this. Just wait a little longer. Sure enough, waiting a little longer, from morning till evening, no one came to ask for his help. Finally, the first day of his venture ended in failure. I can't believe no one came at all. At that moment, He got up, thinking maybe I can't handle this today. I should just go home. Just as he was overwhelmed with disappointment, someone approached him. That person asked, "Can you really heal the sick?" On the verge of tears, someone asked that. Raymond was a little surprised. A young girl about his age, dressed like a high-class lady. She asked again, no matter how sick the patient was, right? Seeing Von Elikia, he thought to himself, could this be his first patient? Before Raymond could answer, Von Elikia rushed to ask a third time, "Can you really cure them?" Raymond shuffled back and replied, "Well, I need to examine them first." The young girl pursed her lips and stared at Raymond with a scrutinizing gaze. Von Elikia didn't hold back her blunt criticism, showing disbelief. "I know, it's ridiculous to think a fool like you could heal anyone." Those words hit him like an arrow straight to the chest, making Raymond angry. "Really?" He snapped. "Hey, shorty." As Von Alicia turned to leave, she was pulled back. She glared at him irritably. "What? Shorty?" Raymond's face darkened. Every word was crystal clear. "I may look like a useless 15-year-old on the street, but there isn't a single patient in this world I can't treat. Stop judging by appearances." His confident tone and words were like a filter of pure determination. Seeing that side of Raymond, Von Alicia blushed slightly. He's just a clueless kid. Few would know that beneath the form of a 15-year-old boy was a skilled doctor who spent more time in the hospital than at home. Looking at his face now, Von Alicia thought silently. But what is this strange feeling of trust? Thinking this over, she reconsidered. "Yes, you're right. I'm sorry." Von Alicia held her blue dress, lightly bounced on her feet, bowed her head, and introduced herself. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the only daughter of Count Gal, G.V. Elicia." After finishing, she frowned, emphasizing once more, "Not Shorty." At this, Raymond awkwardly smiled. "My name is Raymond." In his mind, he thought, is she really a noble? No wonder her clothes look so luxurious. Then they had a brief conversation before the sun dipped below the horizon. "Why did you suddenly use such formal language? Just speak like you did before," Von Alicia whispered. "After all, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father." He widened his eyes, recalling Count Gal. She sadly recounted her father's illness. His chest skin had turned red and developed into a lump. Then it swelled into a ball. Hearing these symptoms, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a malignant tumor? He furrowed his brow like a doctor. "Then we should take a look. If this is an emergency where every second counts," his gaze suddenly dropped a bit, "but if it's a tumor the size of a ball, it might already be too late." Thinking this, he hurried after Von Alicia toward her home. After a moment, Von Alicia's steps stopped. She led him to a mansion with high walls and locked gates. Von Alicia looked at him. "We're here. Let's go inside," Raymond reassured himself. "Of course it's big. This is a noble's house." Before she could step inside, a middle-aged man ran out calling loudly, "Miss, you've returned." Von Alicia replied, "Butler." Von Alicia ran to grab the butler's hand, her voice trembling. "How is my father?" He stammered. "Miss, the Count—" A shocking piece of news hit Von Elikia's nerves. His condition suddenly worsened and he has passed away. She couldn't believe what she just heard. "You're lying, right?" Immediately, Von Alicia ran into her father's room. The butler helplessly called after her. Von Alicia tried to run as fast as she could, telling herself, "No, no." She flung the door open. Von Alicia called out loudly, tears streaming down her face. "Wow." The Count lay motionless on the bed, while the Countess wept uncontrollably. She softly called Elikia Vaughn. Elikia couldn't bear it and ran over sobbing. "No, father, please." At that moment, Raymond appeared and observed the illness. "May I take a look?" A dark aura filled the air. The tumor on the Count's chest had turned blackened. Raymond focused on the weak pulse of the tumor. He thought it was quite weak but still perceptible. Then a bright mana orb appeared in his palm. He declared the Count was still alive. The Countess and the captain of the Count's guard widened their eyes at his words. Von Alicia gently grabbed his sleeve, whispering, "Raymond, my father." She looked at him with tear-filled eyes. "Please save him." Raymond smirked. He looked at her with a trustworthy expression, replying simply, "Don't worry." Raymond's presence made everyone in the mansion curious. "A guy just showed up out of nowhere. Who is that kid?" The Countess beside him replied, "I'm not sure, but it seems like he went all the way to Elysia." Hearing this, he became agitated. How could a commoner with no name be allowed into the mansion of a count? Upon hearing that the boy might save the Count, the royal guard widened his eyes and said, "Wait, it seems he just said he can save the Count." The maid beside him added in a trembling voice, "He's probably just a fraud. Maybe he intends to steal some precious items here." The Countess was very worried about her husband at this point, so she didn't pay much attention. She was sick and crying. Right now, this wasn't important. She just wanted to cling to the last bit of hope that this kid might create a miracle. Then she looked at his bright, authoritative face. placing her trust in the young man before her, and turned back to the patient's case. He looked at the lump on the Count's chest, silently thinking it was unbelievable that this thing could grow so large and rot to such a pitch-black state. Thinking this, a sharp knife appeared at his fingertip. First, I have to focus my mana to shape a surgical knife. At this moment, the royal guard and the butler noticed his strange action. Both turned pale, and he immediately shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Hearing the royal guards yell, Raymond felt like his ears were ringing. After the ringing and headache subsided, Raymond turned to ask the royal guard, "What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm trying to heal him," he shouted again. "Don't be ridiculous. How could you heal him that way?" Seeing the patient's family distrust the doctor, he threatened them. "If you don't trust me, I can stop right now, no problem." The royal guard was left speechless. That bastard. Seeing the royal guard's overreaction, the countess spoke up and called the captain. She looked at him, her face full of concern. "For now, just trust this kid," the captain reminded. "Had to accept." "Understood, ma'am." Then Raymond casually waved a few times, dismissing the royal guard. "Yeah, shut up and go somewhere else. You're bothering me." Unable to do anything, he gritted his teeth at this arrogant brat. Returning to his work, he exhaled deeply. When I cut into this tumor, it oozed pus instead of blood. Looking at the lump again, he made his judgment. This is no longer a tumor. This is a patch of necrotic skin caused by poison. A flicker of worry flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a blue mana aura surrounded him. He began rolling up his sleeves. "Then let's get started." He channeled mana to form a sharp surgical blade. "First, I have to cut away all the necrotic parts." He started inserting the knife at the base of the lump. Those standing outside stared wide-eyed at his technique. After removing the lump, next was to open the chest and make an incision in this area. Suddenly, something struck his eyes, making Raymond's throat itch. Behind the ribs, his lungs were a dark red. He thought silently, just as I suspected, his lungs have started to rot too. I wonder how long it's been left like this. Then he continued the surgery, but from another perspective, the man was quite lucky. The necrotic area wasn't very large, so even if I cut it all out, he can still recover. A new mana flow appeared, making the Count's chest hair shine. After finishing the main procedure, he began using mana to create medical thread to sew up the cut area. Using mana thread, he focused intensely on stitching the chest wound. Those outside looked as if they were silenced. No one dared to speak or even breathe heavily. The butler watched Raymond's back, muttering under his breath, "The kid the lady brought here?" I hesitate to say it, but I really have nothing more to say. Looking at his radiant face and intense focus, he thought to himself, "This kid not only has a unique aura unmatched by anyone his age, especially compared to the lady, but his hands move with the mastery of a true expert." At this moment, his hands, surrounded by mana, moved gracefully without pause. From his fingertips, threads appeared. Twisting and looping through several basic stitches, he thought about the final step where he would absorb the thread. Watching his figure, the butler felt he was like a puppeteer. No, like a god of puppetry. At this moment, he paid no attention to others' gazes, focusing solely on his craft. Then, the butler quietly said, "That kid might actually create a miracle." The maid beside him heard this and glanced at him. Then the maid cast a glance at the young lady in front of her. She initially thought he was a fraud, but now her opinion had changed. "I agree." After a moment, Raymond also stopped, wiping the sweat lightly from his forehead. "All right, almost done." Looking at the Viscount's chest, the dark black wound had been cut away, and the neat stitches on the chest were completed. Now all that was left was to help revive the heartbeat a bit. Then, he proceeded to compress the heart to stimulate the pulse. "I will use mana to perform an emergency resuscitation." His mana now felt like the electric current of a defibrillator, he thought silently, as long as I support the massage of his heart. One press, the electric current was conducted into the heart, causing it to beat strongly once and then stabilize. Hearing the first heartbeat, he smiled brightly. Done. He's alive. The surgery was very successful. He hurried to inform the family, but something made him hesitate. The Viscount's family was staring at Raymond as if he were some kind of strange genius with a bizarre treatment method. Raymond blinked at them, wondering what that expression meant. Then he glanced at the Viscount. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Raymond realized that because blood had suddenly started circulating in that dead body, he was bleeding. To outsiders who didn't understand, the royal guard gritted his teeth and hissed, "The bastard." He pointed right at Raymond's face and blamed him. "I knew it. I knew you were just a quack." Seeing his agitated reaction, Raymond raised both hands and smiled, quickly explaining, "It's you again? Sorry, please allow me to explain a bit." But the guard didn't give him a chance to speak. "You're still trying to justify yourself?" Looking at the Viscount's expression, Raymond asked, "But he's alive now." The royal guard didn't look at the result and just shouted, "You still keep insisting? The more you do, the more you get worked up beyond reason. Is there any part of him still alive? All I see is a body soaked in blood." Raymond was helpless against this stubborn guy, but that wouldn't be a problem. He really is alive. The royal guard can keep yelling all he wants. I can't believe you actually cut open a nobleman's body like that. Are you even human? Raymond sighed deeply. Wait a minute, let's see. The situation was gradually chaotic. A soft voice echoed. Raymond, you told me you were sure you could save him. Von Elysia shouted. I trusted you. He instinctively stepped back, trying to repeat again. Wait and see. He really isn't dead. Looking at her motionless father's body, she murmured, but now he's like this. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. My father died because I brought you here. Seeing her regret like that, Raymond quickly explained to comfort Elysia. He really recovered. Just wait and see. At this moment, Raymond felt skeptical about life. Why is everyone like this? Is it because they have no experience with surgery? Before he could finish thinking, a sharp sword was pointed straight at his chest. This lowly commoner, you not only harmed the Viscount but also deceived the young lady. That was the voice of the Royal Guard captain, who ordered the other soldiers present to impose guilt on him. Raymond, humiliating the Viscount's body isn't enough for you? Seeing their reaction, he swallowed bitterly, took a deep breath, and slowly said a few words. How much effort did I put in to save him? Not only did I not get a single thank you, but you also point a sword at my face. His voice was full of disappointment. Raymond looked straight at the Royal Guard and asked, What did you just say? I'm a fraud and a murderer? He frowned, anger flashing in his eyes. You guys picked the wrong person to mess with. After being bullied by the Royal Guard's brat and becoming harsh, Raymond thought to himself that he knew their reaction was infuriating, but he stood proudly alone facing the people in front of him, knowing deep down medically. Considering the standards of this world, it was actually quite normal. At this moment, Raymond's face darkened as he repeated each word. I'll say it again. The treatment was successful. Just wait for recovery. Now I'm leaving. Saying that, he walked straight out the front door. Before leaving, Raymond glanced at the group who had pointed swords at him and warned. And, I warn you, don't you dare try to block my way. Knowing he was the target, the Royal Guard couldn't help but hiss in anger. Here, he lost control of his anger, gripping the sword hilt tightly and slashing down. The arrogant Raymond froze, took a deep breath, and used his magic to create mana chains that shone, wrapping around the Royal Guard's entire body. Raymond clenched his fist, muttering sharply. The Royal Guard also noticed the sudden glare and looked a bit surprised. A blinding spell? How could he possibly use this kind of magic? At this moment, the soldiers accompanying him showed quite a bit of confusion, sir. Seeing them hesitate to act, the Royal Guard scolded. What are you standing around for? Grab that guy quickly. He added that he couldn't use many spells at once. Hurry up. The subordinates quickly responded with eager compliance. Yes, sir. But once again, Raymond's hand released, and another blinding word echoed. The armored men trying to seize him were tightly bound by glowing mana chains. Not believing what Raymond had just done, the Royal Guard's eyes widened in shock. Finished with the magic. Seeing the mana radiating from him, the Royal Guard couldn't help but be amazed. At this age, he could already use finishing magic. Inwardly, he wondered, what exactly is this brat? After a moment, the mana source retracted back into Raymond's body. The blinded men were released. Before leaving, Raymond left a final warning. This was the last caution. Don't block my path. After completing the surgery and leaving the troublesome mansion, night had fallen. Raymond rubbed his head. Although the differences between medical systems are huge, this was just too much, he muttered to himself as he walked. Approaching the front door, he silently blamed the Royal Guard, daring to treat him like a clueless scammer. But that person was the first patient he treated here. Pulling the latch to open the door, he suddenly felt a small sense of accomplishment. Entering the house, he kept complaining to himself. Just as I thought, my medical skills don't work here. Suddenly, while Raymond was lost in thought, a voice reminded him, Raymond, you're home late. Only then did he realize someone was still in the house. Oh no, I was so focused I completely forgot. The one who reminded Raymond was his mother. Mrs. Sen frowned, displeased. Didn't I tell you what time you should be home? He stammered. 7 o'clock, ma'am. And what time is it now? Do you know how many bad people are out there? You're grounded for 2 days. Unfortunately for Raymond, no matter what world, mothers always come in batches. Late means grounding. There was nothing left to say, so he had to listen to the scolding. At that moment, he had only one thought. No matter where I go, I'll always be treated like a kid. Then night deepened, and the last light in the house was blown out. While Raymond was sound asleep, at the Duke's mansion, the Duke's room suddenly erupted with a troubled voice. What the hell just happened? Who is that kid? Von Elysia quietly called out. Well, he's awake now and clearly upset. Von Elysia and the lady saw his reaction and were startled, turning back to look. The Royal Guard was also wide-eyed. The Duke is still alive? How? How is that possible? The Royal Guard was still holding his sword, bound by Raymond's magic, his face pale. Is the Duke really still alive? The lady could only sigh. Von Elysia's doubtful words flooded back in her memory as she cried out emotionally, "How can I believe you?" Or the fact that the royal guard pointed his sword at Raymond's neck and insulted him, calling him a lowly merchant. Just thinking about it made the Duchess want to dig a deep hole to hide in. She spoke up, "I didn't even recognize my savior. I've made a huge mistake." The Duchess kept blaming herself and ordered a search for Raymond. "Take responsibility for this and find him immediately. This matter directly damages our family's reputation." The royal guard nervously exclaimed, "How am I suddenly able to move without being bound?" He cheered, "Magic!" Then he lost balance and fell to the ground. The lady turned away helplessly, throwing back a sentence, "Find him and apologize directly for your rudeness." The royal guard replied, "Yes, ma'am, I understand." At this moment, the steward seemed quite intrigued. "Really fascinating, isn't it? How could such a young man perform such a miraculous feat?" Suddenly, someone interjected, "Maybe he's a moon saint?" Her words made everyone widen their eyes and ask, "A saint?" They continued to discuss excitedly, "But I've never heard of a saint using magic before. We'll wait and see about that." After a while, the Duke was sound asleep in bed. Someone exclaimed, "Look at that relaxed expression on the Duke's face. He must just be sleeping." Everyone saw it, right? Where did it come from? The royal guard bluntly declared, "If it weren't for a saint with the power to bring the dead back to life, how could this be?" To understand about the saints, we need to briefly review human history. Who exactly are these saints? Ancient records state that they were chosen by the gods, possessing incredibly powerful divine abilities. They could also hear the gods' voices, were deeply loved by them, and even served as their representatives in reincarnations. Hearing this, the lady was somewhat skeptical. "But really, that boy? I've never heard any rumors that our kingdom has a saint like that. Could it be an unknown saint?" Von Elysia shared her mother's thoughts. "That's right. Isn't this the kind of illness even the archbishops can't cure?" Another person chimed in to confirm the suspicion. "Surely the one who healed the count must have been a saint." The steward looked at the royal guard worriedly and asked, "Then how did you treat a saint, Captain?" He quickly turned his face away in shame. "I'm very sorry. Because of my foolishness, I caused trouble for the count." The lady wasn't any better. She took responsibility herself, but wasn't everyone else just standing by watching? "This is all our fault." Von Elysia beside her also deeply regretted her fragile faith. "Don't just... That saint should go apologize to him." Suddenly, a soft voice asked, "What are you all talking about?" This made Von Elysia jump in surprise. "Wow!" The count was helped to sit up by a maid. He clutched the stitches on his chest and asked with difficulty, "Did you just say saint? What the hell happened while I was unconscious?" Von Elysia lowered her head and whispered, "Yes, a saint healed father." Hearing this, he clenched his fists tightly. "So, I was able to wake up thanks to that saint?" Realizing that his benefactor had been insulted by the guards, even though he just woke up, he scolded them harshly. Yet these people dared to boast about their rudeness like that? Suddenly, the count's body twitched in pain. "What the hell?" Seeing this, the royal guard's face turned pale as he shouted, "Count!" He angrily snapped, "Stop yelling." Looking at his trembling hand from anger, "Count, orders. Use every available person in this mansion. Use every possible means to find that saint." The order echoed throughout the room. At the same time, Raymond, who was reading a book, felt a tickle in his ears. Did someone just mention me? On a beautiful morning, on a forest trail, Seitil was enthusiastically cheering for Raymond. "Good luck, Raymond." He began the spell, focusing his mana, raising his hand and saying, "Decay aligns with healing. I heal the broken branch." This made Raymond freeze, eyes wide in surprise. His mother beside him teased, "Oh dear, your failure is so adorable." He couldn't accept it and tried again with fire. He shouted, "Fire, be gentle." Then he continued experimenting with light. Seitil next to him put on 3D glasses and prepared popcorn out of nowhere. Feeling the magic was still normal and accurate, he tried again with healing. Just like before, it was still a failed attempt. He couldn't accept it and began to throw a tantrum. "Why doesn't this work? Why?" Seitil's mother found him childish and laughed. "All right, let me explain. Listen carefully." She began explaining. "Healing is a spell that uses mana to enhance the target's vitality." He whispered to himself that it sounded too simplified. Not wanting to rely on theory alone, Seitil prepared to demonstrate once more, trying to imagine using his mana to create a protective layer around his target. She focused her mana on the broken branch. Light radiated, and the wood fibers suddenly stretched to cover the wound. Just like that, healing. In an instant, the branch was restored perfectly, without a trace of damage. Seitil smiled reassuringly. "It's not that hard. Try again. You'll get it." Raymond reluctantly agreed to try again. "Yes." Suddenly, something caught Seitil's attention. "Russell, what's that sound?" In front of the mother and son appeared a wild animal. It was a deer. The most notable thing was blood on its leg joint. It looked seriously injured. How unfortunate. At that moment, Seitil had an idea. She beamed at Raymond. Perfect, Raymond. Why don't you try healing the deer? He asked. This one? She explained further, thinking of it as practice. He found the idea appealing, rubbed his chin, and thought, it needs help anyway. At that moment, Seitil came up with an idea. She beamed and said to Raymond, Perfect, Raymond. Why don't you try treating the deer? He asked back. This one? She explained further, thinking it was like training. He listened to these words, which sounded appealing, rubbed his chin, and thought to himself, anyway, it needs help. I guess it might be better than training on a tree branch. So Seitil locked in with intense focus. First, to save the deer, he had to keep it there, trying to approach the deer without startling it. Judging by her attitude, Seitil had a bad feeling. Why did it seem like Mom was enjoying this situation? Then he began the process of catching the deer. When he got close, he accidentally stepped on a branch, causing a loud noise that startled the deer. By animal instinct, the deer immediately recoiled and ran away. He shouted, It's running! Seitil looked at him encouragingly. Go, Raymond, catch it. He had no idea what Seitil intended, so he chased after the deer, wondering why he had to do this. He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might. Was it really worth all the effort the hand of God would put into learning how to heal it? Then he answered himself, Of course, I need to do everything I can to save as many lives as possible, casting magic to catch the deer. A hand waved with a magical incantation shining brightly, as if recalling a past event. Now, seeing the strange and cautious looks of the people in the Duke's mansion, he realized something. The people here understand more about modern medical knowledge than he does, yet they fear it because of uncertainty. At the same time, the memory ended, and Seitil caught the deer. He looked at it happily. Got you now. After bringing the deer back to Seitil, he diagnosed it briefly and concluded. It really ran well despite having a wounded leg. He tried to pet it, but the deer seemed more scared than affectionate. Goodbye. Stay still. I will heal you, Seitil encouraged Raymond, wishing him luck. Then, a huge mana source was released by Seitil. Raymond thought, if this is the kind of magic they usually use, Seitil muttered, I'm sure I can succeed at this. At that moment, Seitil was slightly startled. The magic radiating from Raymond amazed her many times over. This overwhelming mana flow, how is Seitil trying to push mana into the deer to help it heal? On the honor of a doctor, I'm sure I will reach the next step. He shouted to heal. A blue light spread throughout the forest. What could withstand his strike? The deer let out a painful cry, then it went motionless. Seitil and Raymond stood stunned, staring blankly at Raymond's lucky patient. It took about 3 seconds for the mother and son to realize the deer had been healed. Yes, healed to the point of logging out, no longer lame. They were both confused. Oh my God, it died instantly. What happened? It was supposed to be healed. Raymond sighed helplessly, thinking he couldn't save a life as a doctor. He frowned, considering using mana to place a membrane and boost vitality. Was that what Mom said? Looking at Seitil's smiling face, he wondered why she didn't understand how to heal when all other mages could do it. Thinking this, Raymond looked at his palm, or maybe it was because of the mana path he had. At that moment, Gaia proposed a hypothesis. Suppose I use healing on an elderly patient. A young doctor, please heal me. Then he would apply the correct formula. Of course, wait a moment for healing. And the old man smiled, thanking him. Thank God. How can I repay you? Then came the scene of the old man spitting strawberry saliva, and the family would set up a tombstone for him. Just thinking about this gave Raymond chills. I have to stay away from healing magic from now on. I can't risk anyone who's injured. After the mana burst that made the deer log out, he returned peace to the forest. That night at Raymond's house, Seitil made a super delicious steak. Ronan was amazed and curious. Is there a special occasion? What's with the steak? Please don't answer him. Just smiled mysteriously. Ah, about that? She pinched her son's cheek and proudly said, What? Our genius son can't heal? That's what you said. So adorable. That made Ronan laugh so hard he almost choked. Then the couple burst out laughing to tease Raymond. Damn it. From that moment, he made a firm resolution. I will never learn healing magic again. Cut to a beautiful morning at the Holy Empire of Gaia. A goddess statue was carved exquisitely. Who is it? Who is my family? A man knelt before the statue, whispering constantly. Sir, his pupils are contracting. Are you calling me? This man was the Pope of the Holy Empire. The statue emitted a resonant sound. Find him. The statue echoed once again. Find the new white-haired saint, Shirley and Vin Long. Somewhere on a trail in the quiet forest, a squad of soldiers led by a knight on horseback were chatting excitedly. Have you heard about that new saint? Of course, you've heard of her, right? There's already a saintess. It's unbelievable why there's another one appearing. Someone quietly replied, I heard this new saint is quite young, but age doesn't matter. She was chosen by the gods. They couldn't stop wondering about the beautiful saint the divine spirit mentioned. Well, having another saintess is probably good for us. Isn't this unprecedented in history? To understand the reason behind the soldiers' hot gossip, we need to go back 10 hours before the Holy Empire's army was dispatched. In the Holy Empire G, a loud voice said, "My lady." The Pope knelt before the statue, muttering to himself, "Finally the goddess has. Thank you. Thank you, my lady." He stared wide-eyed at the statue. "Do you have something important to say?" That voice echoed again. "Come, find the white-haired saint located in the country called Sulia." The Pope continued listening to the cosmic message, but waited in vain for more. He then asked, "Is that all?" The voice replied, "What else do you want?" This back and forth confused him. The Pope skeptically asked, "But there are many white-haired people in Sulia. Can't you give me a little more clue?" A beam of light shone above the statue with a guiding message. "This new saint is 15 years old. Find him and bring him to the Holy Empire." Hearing this, the Pope was momentarily startled but obediently nodded. "Ah, yes, my lady, I will find him immediately." Then he turned and shouted outside, "Are you there?" The called person immediately replied, "Yes, your holiness." A young man with blonde hair appeared. He was E. At that moment, E asked, "You're looking for me?" The Pope ordered him to prepare a delegation to Sulia right away. E obeyed without hesitation. "Yes, your holiness, I understand." The Pope was still very puzzled. A new saint returns to Day's humble home. At that moment, he was reading when E called, "Day, how about learning swordsmanship?" He was a bit curious. "Swordsmanship?" He smiled. "The more ways to defend yourself, the better." He hesitated a bit. After some thought, he felt the suggestion made sense. Remembering his current life, Day thought silently compared to his past life, where he could easily get daily essentials. Here, he had to risk his life just for an apple. Then he closed the book and looked at E. "All right, I really want to try learning." He was excited. "Great, shall we start now?" Before leaving the house, his father asked him, "But what's with those glasses?" He was just teasing out of habit. A moment later, the sound of two wooden swords clashing rang out sharply. E smiled. "For a beginner, you're pretty good." Meanwhile, Day was turning pale. "Wait a minute, luckily I learned Kendall before. Seems like Dad is a bit too aggressive." Watching E swing relentlessly, he thought, "Is he just going to teach me a few moves like this?" Day's eyes brightened. If that's the case, he gripped his sword hilt tightly. His actions surprised E a bit. He asked, "What's wrong? Giving up already?" But Day was taking a deep breath to channel mana into his sword. After finishing, he quietly replied, "No way. Just changing tactics a bit." Pointing the sword straight ahead, he smiled. E was quite surprised by the sword wind heir's talent. Then the two charged at each other to duel. Day didn't hold back and swung a sword down. Seeing the sharp sword path, E felt thrilled. "All right, but the fun won't last long." Day's sword kept coming. "If this continues, I'll lose." He gritted his teeth. No other choice. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, E thought he had to use sword wind style too. Seeing his father change sword style, Day's eyes widened. The sword was now wrapped in blazing hot flames. E twisted the sword hilt, landed a hit, successfully knocking Day down. Day fell hard to the ground in pain. E felt sorry for him. Suddenly a loud call came. "Day, past the scene." At this moment, the town market was bustling with people. Nearby residents kept whispering to each other, "Aren't those people from the Intelligence Guild? They've been showing up a lot these days." I think the group is either looking for someone or searching for something. A man wearing a hooded cloak silently listens to the surroundings. Then he moves on. In a gathering spot, a few men are talking to each other. "Found anything yet?" one asks. The other replies, "No, we still haven't found anyone. Honestly, how can we find someone if all we know is their age and hair color?" A young man in a blue shirt frowns irritably, complaining about capitalist exploitation and the constant pressure to improve every day. The guard hides his face behind his hood, while someone else says, "Look, he's coming over there again." The man speaks up. "Have you guys found anything yet?" The young man in blue shows clear frustration. "Listen, Sir Knight, finding a needle in a haystack would be easier than this." The man beside him adds a few words. "A 15-year-old boy with white hair, how can you find someone with just that little information?" Seeing the attitude of these lower-class people, the guard grits his teeth in anger, thinking, "These useless bastards." Suddenly, memories of the Viscount's threats flood back. The glasses are thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces, and someone shouts, "So you still haven't found him? What kind of work are you doing?" The guard bows his head and whispers, "I'm very sorry, my Lord Viscount." The Viscount, unable to find his benefactor, becomes a bit furious. Does he think this is just some ordinary kid? He keeps rambling all day that this is a saint. Oh my God, if people knew how badly we treated a saint. He even mentioned more important issues with a darkened face. There will definitely be war. The Holy Empire might declare war on us. Do you want to destroy this family? Go find him immediately. No matter how much the guard has shown disdain, he only hides it inside and pleads, "Please, everyone, do your best. I'll accept any payment." In his heart, he reminds himself he must find him. Suddenly, a young man asks, "You said you'll pay any amount, huh?" He flashes a sly smile. "Then let me handle this for you," he finishes with a crafty squint. Back to the swordsmanship lesson with Io. Day's hand is bleeding. He quietly groans. "Ah, it hurts." Seeing him like that, Io feels a pang of sympathy. "Damn, it looks bad." Dad apologizes to ease her worry. He laughs it off. "It's okay." Sen appears and notices a long cut on Day's hand. "Day, what happened to your hand?" Then she rushes over, worried and scolding Dad. "Looks like a broken bone, huh, mister?" Io sighs deeply, while Sen feels a bit awkward. "It's okay. Mom can treat it with magic." Although he said that, Sen still looks quite worried. "Yeah, Mom will help you right now." This time, he refuses. "No, I want to try myself." Then a circle of energy appears, enveloping Day's injured arm. Who? As soon as he finishes the incantation, the energy radiates even stronger than before. Sen can't hide her surprise. At this point, the wound on his arm is completely gone. Already healed, it looks just like before. Sen's eyes become more stunned. But how? She catches her husband's gaze, and Io asks to be sure. "Didn't you say last time the boy couldn't do it?" She awkwardly explains to Io. "Because the boy killed Who with one move." At this mention, Io only thinks of his wife's delicious steak, enough to know where it came from. Meanwhile, Day bites his lip and mutters, "I guess I have to explain everything again." He takes a deep breath to gather courage and calls out, "Mom, Dad, I have some things to tell you." Then follows a conversation in the small house with the three of them. "What's going on?" Day says, "Actually, He straightforwardly reveals his secret to his parents, unlike most people. In his past life, Day scored 30 points in the B block, but his literature score was about 1.25, which no one understands at all. Sen breaks the silence. "Even if you look like that, right now," Io whispers into her ear, "Honey, the important thing is maybe." The two discuss something and then encourage Day, even though they don't know the full story. "Day, whatever you decide, Mom and Dad will always be by your side." Sen smiles. "If you bring home a fairy wife and you're happy, we'll accept it. It's good you don't have prejudice, but this is a bit over the top." Back in the small house, Day explained his secret so Sen and Io wouldn't think he was just fooling around with a fairy wife. "It's actually about your mana amount. Mom and Dad think that instead of using a magic ring to store mana in your body, you should let mana form naturally, like someone born with VIP status." Unlike grinding without tools, Sen pulled out all his knowledge to clarify that pure mana is stronger than stored mana, so he understood why Day's magic was so powerful. Then he said, "Day seemed to have been enlightened, so if you use healing magic on someone who can't handle pure mana, then a delicious fake venison steak would appear in your mind." The three of them returned to the main topic, and Zen seriously expressed his thoughts about Day. "Son, I think you're a prodigy, but you've used our family's secret technique to narrow it down." Cutting her off, Sen's attitude was completely opposite. "I think you definitely don't use it on ordinary people. What a terrible talent." "Just joking." But Day already had a different thought. "That's right, I can't use magic to save ordinary people. If I want to save more people like a doctor, I have to think more carefully." Looking at Zen and Io, who were worried, he thought to himself, "That's right, I need more surgical experience." He glanced at his hands that had been through many emergency cases and told himself. Suddenly, Day spoke up. "I will leave immediately." Io asked, "Where are you going?" Day just found some excuse to leave, just to take a walk. Now he could keep a secret. He couldn't tell them he was going to do surgery. However, before leaving, he had to pass Xian's test. She warned not to follow strangers. Got it? He helplessly reassured, "Mom, I'm grown up now." Io smiled too, saying, "You're at the age to have fun." Then he left, leaving only a promise. "I will be back soon." Outside the Balo village boundary, a man carrying a pile of luggage on his shoulder was amazed. Balo village was even bigger than he imagined. Then, King Kun continued on with One Eye. One Eye said, "I plan to pass through, but maybe resting here is good too." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Hey, traveler, can I ask you something?" It was the young man with the hood hired by the guards to find the boy. He held a paper and asked, "Have you seen a kid like this?" The glasses replied, "A kid?" Looking at the sketch, not much different from a Picasso painting, the hood described, "Blue eyes, white hair, and handsome too." The two men looked at the hood's abstract drawing. "Handsome?" One Eye bluntly criticized. "The drawing is awful." Hearing that, the hood snatched the paper and yelled, "Rude, I just asked if you saw him or not." The glasses were no pushover either, snapping back. Why get mad just because they know? The hood and the glasses kept arguing, but he didn't know the person they were looking for was standing just a few meters away. It seemed more complicated now. Not listening, the Baron was watching them argue loudly, thinking silently, maybe there are more people? But suddenly he recalled what the hood just said. The Baron had spent a lot of money to find this person. The glasses replied, "No, that's why I'm asking, who is this kid?" The hood coldly answered the naive question from the traveler. If I knew, would I need to search like this? Seems like that kid is an outstanding genius. Suddenly, the hood's gaze caught something. Meanwhile, Dai was guessing, is the Baron looking for someone? Could it be me? The person the hood bumped into was a young man about 15 years old, black hair, blue eyes. He called out loudly, "Wait a moment." Dai and the hood faced each other, eyes meeting. He didn't hesitate but got close and stared at him. Dai quietly asked, "What's wrong?" In the hood's mind, he was reviewing the described features, blue eyes, white hair, found it, definitely him. After careful consideration, the hood happily turned to the person behind and said, "Hey, tell the association I found the kid." Then he smiled at Day. "Hey kid, I'm not a stranger. I work for the news association." Before he finished, Dai interrupted. He already knew the Baron was looking, so he agreed. "Got it, I'll go with you." Seeing the kid not wary at all, the hood was a bit surprised. He casually asked, "Didn't your mom teach you not to follow strangers?" Day looked at him with a strange gaze and replied, "Would a stranger ask things like that? Then I won't go." Seeing the hood's confused face, Day willingly explained, "You said the Baron is looking for me, right? I have to check the patient's condition, so I'll go." He replied, "I'll call a carriage, so wait a bit." So the two set off. Dai was curious now. "Hey, can I ask you a few things?" The hood sitting in the carriage asked back, "What do you mean by patient? You mean the sick people at the Baron's place?" Day didn't know how to explain it simply. He hesitated and said, "That's right. What do you mean by patient? You mean the sick people at the Baron's place?" Day didn't know how to explain it simply. He hesitated and said, "That's right." Suddenly, Raymond's attitude grew darker. I wanted to know what they were doing. Looking at the expression of that 15-year-old monkey with drooping hair, a chill ran down my spine. "Isn't this kid a bit crazy?" The two of them fell silent, and after a moment, the carriage stopped. "We're here. Let's go quickly." Raymond cheerfully stepped down, but his smile faded almost immediately. A young man loudly shouted a welcome. All the female and male servants bowed in unison. "Holy One, welcome, Holy One." They lined up evenly on both sides, bowing 90 degrees. Raymond's face froze. Did they just call me Holy One? After receiving special treatment with a respectful entourage of servants, Raymond felt a bit awkward. "What I'm trying to say is, right in front of you is a lavish feast." Raymond was extremely flustered. "I'm not the saint you're looking for." Duke Gallman slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "How can you say that about yourself?" His face was full of emotion, mixed with admiration as he clutched his chest. "You saved my life, not just my family's." Then Duke Gallman shouted loudly in his excitement, "You have blessed a sinner like me. There's no way you're not a saint." Raymond's head spun as he watched the man's emotions shift constantly. "It's just medicine. How do I explain this?" Suddenly, a soft voice said, "You are indeed holy." Lady Gallman was also delighted to see him again. "We can't ignore the fact that you brought this family back to life." Then she called her little daughter. "Right, Alicia. Come greet him." Von Alicia took a deep breath. She stepped forward in a sweet, flared dress, her face flushed. "Sir, allow me to thank you for saving my father." Raymond glanced at her with some surprise, thinking quietly to himself. Alicia saw the little girl, and Raymond didn't hold back a sarcastic jab. "Aren't you the one who wondered why you brought me here?" she answered awkwardly. Hearing the benefactor's words, Duke Gallman was inevitably stunned. He began scolding the plum wine. "Alicia, I thought I taught you better than that. I always tell you to apologize whenever you do something wrong." Seeing her being reprimanded like that was beyond Raymond's imagination. Duke Gallman then shouted, "Now quickly beg for forgiveness for what you did. The whole world already knows your joke went too far." "No, no need. It was just a joke." He frowned, scratching his head in confusion. "Why is everyone acting like this? I already said I'm not a saint." Suddenly, remembering something, he glanced to the side. Then he saw the maid from the surgery day and asked, "Where's the person who came with me?" She blinked, wide-eyed, and honestly replied, "I'm not sure. He seemed to be in a hurry." On this side, the kid with drooping hair was running somewhere with all his might, really surprising. He still doubted if that silver-haired kid was really a saint. At that moment, the kid's eyes gleamed with a sly smile. "This could be considered important news. I need to report it to the guild." Thinking this, he dashed off. Back at the Gallman family and Raymond, he was still stunned by Duke Gallman's behavior toward him. "I guess nothing bad happened, right?" The maid prepared a pot of hot tea and poured it into a cup. "Is the food to your liking?" "Yes. Everything is delicious." He kept acting awkward in front of Raymond. "We prepared a lot to make sure you enjoy the meal. I'm glad you like it." Raymond lifted the cup, steam rising. "I don't think anything could be better." Hearing Raymond's words, Duke Gallman felt grateful and reassured. "I'm thankful for that. No need to worry, because you will enjoy meals like this every day in the Holy Kingdom." Suddenly, shifting from gratitude to talking about eating every day in the Holy Kingdom, Raymond was hit hard by Aliku's stunning move. He asked again to be sure, "What do you mean?" The man's eyes widened in surprise, then smiled warmly and explained, I heard the Holy Kingdom's delegation has arrived, ready to bring you back. The news hit his nerves like a jolt. Raymond slammed the table and asked, Who came to pick up whom? How did they know I was here before? Duke Gallman was cautious. We've heard many rumors that the Pope himself received the message. Raymond's confusion deepened. You turned pale. What message made him need me? Duke Gallman quietly replied. About that, he began telling some things about the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom is a land blessed by the divine. When necessary, the divine sends messages to the Holy Kingdom's saints. Curious, Raymond asked, can the divine communicate directly with humans? Duke Gallman wasn't sure either. The gods will send messages to the saints of the Holy Kingdom. He curiously asked, can the gods communicate directly with humans? Cardinal Lisbon was also uncertain. Communication? Not exactly. More precisely, he leaves signs or sends dreams. I've heard that those suspected to be the saints chosen have a halo following them, and if recognized as the saints chosen, they stand out quite differently from others. Is he the new saints chosen? So brilliant, Raymond thought to himself. Why is there light too? Raymond was still shocked. So what will happen to me? Ronan, not noticing his expression, replied excitedly. You will go to the Holy Kingdom. Congratulations, Raymond. Raymond was stunned by the blunt words hitting him. How was that night at Raymond's house? Zen looked at her husband and child, probably too tired to get up and leave the room. He worriedly said, It's best to let him rest. Raymond lay on the bed, feeling like his soul wanted to leave his body. The message from the Holy Kingdom. Then he buried his face, crying into the bedsheets. That night, the bright moonlight was silent. Only Raymond's heart was screaming. I just want to live a second life comfortably in this fantasy world. The next day, at Sulia Palace, along the luxurious palace corridor, whispers and murmurs could be heard. Do you know who the people from the secret palace are? No. Who are they? A maid started gossiping. I heard it's the saints chosen of the Holy Kingdom, Gare. The other voice sounded a bit surprised. A saints chosen coming to our kingdom, the two whispered as they walked. I'm curious about what kind of person she is. I heard she was blessed from a very young age. I've heard that too. The saints chosen in the rumors is described as having waist-length hair and eyes sparkling like rubies. The other added, Rumor says she's so beautiful it feels like a beam of light is always shining on her. Really? So curious. If we're lucky, do you think we can meet her? That would be great. And from then on, this topic gradually became the subject of the servants' gossip in the palace. When the two left, inside a room, the curtain was slightly pulled aside. A soft voice called, Miss, may I come in? The girl with long hair replied, Yes, come in. The door opened slightly, revealing a shoe with a cross-shaped design. Thank you, sir. It's almost time for the banquet. The girl sounded a bit irritated. They really don't let anyone rest. The young man seemed humble, clasping his hands. If you can prepare, the girl replied. I understand. I will depart shortly. Suddenly she stopped as if remembering something. Ah, yes. With her elegant demeanor and distant gaze, she is the saints chosen, the two servants just mentioned. Saints chosen Iriel of the Holy Kingdom Gur. She looked at the young man earlier and asked, How is the news about the saints chosen? He answered, Ah, yes, I have good news. Then he placed a white cloth over her shoulders and whispered something. Iriel's lips curved slightly, her face brightened even more, thinking to herself, He finally appeared. Someone Iriel has waited for a long time, someone who can understand me. A normal morning at Raymond's ordinary house. But Raymond was not ordinary, his face gaunt and strangely pale, sitting all day holding his head dejectedly at the table. I've tried so hard but still can't think of anything. If the Holy Empire catches me, that's it. Thinking about having to wear white silk robes and having a live stream lamp attached behind my head made Raymond frustrated and angry. The second life, which should have been peaceful, will be even harder than the first. I'll have to kneel and pray to a god I don't even know the face of for the rest of my life. He couldn't hold back and shouted in panic, No, no way. Seeing this, Xen curiously asked, Raymond, what's wrong, son? He looked at his parents and wondered if he should tell them to run away together. But on second thought, commoners can't fight royalty. No, even if I try that, there's nowhere safe to hide. He clenched his fists and slammed the table. No matter how much I try to run, the Holy Empire will chase me to the end. Seeing Raymond's strange behavior, Sen worriedly ran over. You've been acting weird since last night. What's going on? Raymond's eyes widened and narrowed, half wanting to speak, half not, about being prepared by the royal family to go to Sichko. Suddenly he ran outside, throwing a sentence back to Sen, I'll be back soon. Watching his retreating figure, Shen and Io turned to each other and said, He must be in some kind of trouble. Scene shifts to a peaceful land, where a voice echoes, So this information is true, right? Two men stood on the city wall talking. That kid is the one the Holy Empire has turned everything upside down to find. Mai Du looked at the paper the other held, repeating the words Saints Chosen. That paper was an abstract illustration of Raymond's face. That person was a bit suspicious. Raymond glanced at him with a serious look. You do know you can be sure you're the first person I'm giving this information to, right? The man with the slanted hair grinned. Of course. I've already sold this information to the Holy Empire. Now we just need to find out where this saint lives. The two continued. I've sent people to search the outskirts of this city, but as you requested, since it seems he comes from a lower-class family, it looks like he'll be there, right? The slanted hair made a gesture indicating plenty of money. Unlike us, everyone else will blindly search around this village only. That's why high-quality information is so important. It saves time. Raymond glanced to the side. And as we agreed, I'll return as soon as the Holy Empire pays the fee. He looked toward the distant forest. The man with slanted hair grew curious. What are you thinking about? He pointed toward the faint light ahead. Have you investigated that forest yet? The slanted hair was surprised. You're investigating that place too? He replied absent-mindedly. That's why I brought it up. Wouldn't that be a very convenient hiding spot for that saint to escape to? In the man's mind appeared the image of an elf holding a bow, his face full of fear. No way. If he tries to hide there, that saint will die. He mentioned someone everyone knew. You also know how much they hate humans. Raymond frowned in agreement. You're right. He glanced at the forest again. He thought to himself, there's no way he's in there, right? But they never expected that inside the sunny, dust-filled, quiet forest, a figure with silver hair was leisurely strolling around, hoping to come up with something good while walking. As he walked, he pondered, but still couldn't figure out a way to escape those people. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Is running away the only option? The thought was immediately crushed. But that would mean running away for the rest of his life. He didn't like that at all. Choosing a suitable stone to sit on, he stopped to sigh and cool his head a bit. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A chill ran down his spine. He immediately stood up, taking a defensive stance inside the deep, dark forest. Something was coming. He frowned, guessing, is the Holy Empire here so early? But after waiting, there was no sign of anything. He sat down again, thinking he no longer sensed any presence. Suddenly, a sound came from another direction, catching his attention. He hurried over to investigate. Standing before a large tree, a voice suddenly spoke. A human? He stopped abruptly, nerves tense. The voice echoed again. Little human, what are you doing here? Doubts arose in his mind. What is this? A forest spirit or something? He chuckled softly and replied, I just wanted to rest a bit. The tree was impolite, bluntly telling him to leave. Then go, human. This is our territory. Sitting down on a stone, he exhaled sharply. All right, I'll go. Just let me sit here a moment. But the voice repeated, I said go, right now. It grew louder. He felt a bit annoyed and confused by the voice coming from the big tree. But since he had trespassed, being reasonable, he stood up to leave. First the Holy Empire, now this. No one lets me be at peace. He pointed at the tree. Hey, I'll leave right now, okay? Just as you said, but first, let me see your face. But the threat sounded childish, having no effect at all. True to his title as the stubborn king, Raymond with silver hair decided to sit back down. Otherwise, I'll just sit here. See? No big deal. The tree grew angrier, yelling to get lost. He didn't even bother to care, showing disdain openly. He just lay down completely, not giving a damn. From behind the tree trunk, a shadow peeked out, warning him. Don't say I didn't warn you, human child. He didn't care either. If the condition was to not listen, then so be it. Do you think you have the right to kick me out without even letting me see your face? Once again, the forest was silent. Suddenly, a sharp aura flew in from somewhere a girl was about to attack him. Raymond's eyes widened at the dangerous moment. He unleashed mana, defending against her strike, his blue eyebrows landing firmly on the ground. At this moment, Raymond was satisfied to face the one trying to drive him away, thinking to himself, damn it, I didn't expect that thing to attack so suddenly. A few sparks of excitement flickered in his eyes. If my mana isn't active, then I'm done for. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief at the figure before him, slender arms holding a bow with long, sharp ears. Standing before him was a humanoid girl, but her ears were distinctly different. A fairy? Facing a fairy, Raymond felt no fear, only a hint of curiosity. Are there elves here? Pia looked at her hand. Her mana was surging. You blocked my attack. Clenching her fist, she voiced her suspicion. You're not an ordinary person, are you? Hearing this, Raymond smiled broadly, making the fairy girl look annoyed. Yeah, not exactly. She began making hand signs. A surge of mana gathered around Pia and shot toward Raymond. She growled, You can't stay here anymore. Seeing the situation getting tough, Raymond had no choice but to activate his mana. Oh no, the two mana sources clashed, causing a massive explosion that threw both of them back. The blast left Pia a bit dizzy. Seeing Raymond unharmed, she couldn't hide her surprise. He's okay? Pia started doubting his origins. Could he be from a higher race? Hearing her words, Raymond frowned and repeated, "Wait, what? Higher?" Pia pointed at him sharply, demanding loudly, "I've changed my mind. Humans, follow me, and I'll let you stay in the forest." But Raymond didn't seem pleased. He pointed behind him with an awkward smile. "It's okay. I have to go back now anyway." However, Pia was stubborn, and refusing her was tough. "We respect strength. That's the law of the Grandin Forest elves. I'll invite you to our village." He realized this was quite interesting. There's actually an elf village in the forest? Glancing at the girl before him and recalling her offer, Raymond's thoughts wavered. Even though she attacked first, she didn't seem like a bad elf. "So, should I go?" "For now, there's no way to escape the royal family," Raymond decided. "All right, but you have to promise not to attack me." They ventured deeper into the lush forest. Raymond trailed behind Pia, only now remembering her name. She coldly replied, "I'm Pia from the Grandin Forest tribe." He looked up and bit his finger. "Pia, that's a beautiful name." Suddenly, Pia got excited, spinning around to glare at him with bullet-shaped eyes. "What?" In an instant, she turned forward again, her cheeks flushed red. "Well, it's not that beautiful." Raymond could only smile awkwardly. "Huh? I'm embarrassed." He scratched his head. "Anyway, my name's Raymond." At the same time, Pia announced they had arrived at the village. Without any friendly response, he just followed her. After walking a bit, Raymond's eyes lit up, his cheeks warming. Surprise flickered across his face. Before him was a village with wooden houses built in the trees. Raymond wondered, is this the elf village? It was truly eye-opening. Wherever he went, his mouth hung open, eyes scanning everywhere. So they really live in the forest? Having never been in a forest before, Raymond suddenly noticed several pairs of eyes watching him. They whispered, "That human. Why is a human here?" Even mentioning Pia. Pia brought back a human? Why would Pia bring a human here? Walking through the unfamiliar village under those scrutinizing gazes, he thought they were just being cautious. Then a short-haired blonde girl called out loudly, "Pia, you're back." Pia replied, curious, "Who's this human kid?" An assistant. Pia didn't hesitate to accept, saying, "His abilities are decent, so I brought him back." Watching Raymond being surrounded by other fairies asking questions, Syl whispered to Pia, "If he's an assistant, how come that kid can't even protect himself?" Pia seemed to understand Syl's thoughts. She began recounting how she met Raymond. "At first I thought the same. I tried to chase him away, but I couldn't. He's stronger than I expected." Surprised, Syl asked for clarification. "Your attacks had no effect? Impossible. Or maybe." Pia cut her off. She glanced at Raymond, blending in with the villagers, and replied, "I tried to verify if he was from a higher race, but he's not." Syl scrutinized Raymond and muttered, "Really?" Then Pia changed the subject. "What about Ira?" Mentioning this, both looked up at the treehouse. It was always closed. Syl softly said, "He still hasn't woken up." Pia added, "Still asleep?" "Understood." Then Syl remembered something important. "Right, the elder is looking for you." Pia replied, "I'm going now." Then she turned and called out, "Let's go, Raymond." He immediately ran over. "I knew the elves would be wary of an outsider like you, but it's not too serious, right?" Pia frowned in annoyance. "Who else do you think brought you here, huh?" Watching Pia's back, he silently understood. "Got it. You mean you're the trustworthy one here, right?" Then Pia led Raymond to a large house. She knocked a few times and announced to the person inside, "Elder Pia is here." The door opened, revealing a fairly young woman. She smiled. "Come in. I've been waiting a long time. Just come in." Saying that, the elder stepped back to let Pia and Raymond enter. Seeing the elder's pale expression, Pia asked, "Elder, are you all right?" She replied, "Of course." Suddenly, the elder's eyes met Raymond's. She asked, "Is the boy human?" Pia didn't hide anything and answered frankly, "Yes, I brought him here because he seems strong enough to be an assistant." Compared to what Pia initially said about being an assistant, Raymond felt something was off. He raised his hand to object. "No, wait, hold on. I never said I'd be an assistant or anything like that, right?" After a moment, the elder placed a glass of red liquid down. Pia sat beside him, trying to persuade Raymond to sell himself to capital. "Do it. You'll benefit a lot. First, you can come and go from the village freely, and you'll even be considered a friend of the elves." The elder looked at the two quarreling kids. Their relationship seemed quite good. Raymond helplessly explained, "No, I don't need any of that." Suddenly, the elder interrupted their conversation. "Pia, I called you here because there are some matters to discuss. Keep this secret from the other elves." Pia looked quite surprised. Knowing this was serious, her expression turning more solemn. "Yes." Then she looked at Raymond. "Human boy, can you step outside? You two go wait outside." Raymond could only lean against the railing outside, sighing deeply, thinking how they let him in, then kicked him out repeatedly. Looking at the elven village scenery, he thought to himself, whether as the Empire's saint or the tribe's assistant, none of these choices seemed very good. Raymond grimaced, His life really was full of ups and downs. Back at Sulia Palace, somewhere else, was there any news about the saint? The other replied, I apologize, my lord. Two young men knelt with hands clasped. Still no news at all. A girl's voice rang out. Finding the saint was the Lord's wish. Iriel arrogantly questioned them. Doesn't this prove you've been lazy in searching for him? Harshly accused. The two guys sobbed. No, we will do our best. She raised her voice. Do your best. A gloom filled Saint Iriel's chamber, but still no news. If you've done your best with no results, that means you're useless. The two trembled, begging her, please give us more time. We will definitely find him. Seeing their sincere attitude, Iriel felt her point was made. She agreed with a condition. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. But I'm not as patient as the Lord, so keep your promise. Saying that, Iriel turned and left. Not knowing what they were discussing, suddenly Pia's voice echoed loudly outside. What do you mean? Elder Era died from mana? The elder sighed deeply, crossing her arms with a serious expression. Her breath has faded. She was cursed, almost dead. Then I saw she never woke up again. Pia's eyes widened, shock clear on her face. After a moment, the elder's door opened, and Pia stepped out looking gloomy, leaning on the railing and sighing. Raymond saw and grew curious. Pia hadn't said a word since earlier, just glanced around, then looked sadly toward the tall house above. Sighing again, Raymond asked, Is the person in that house sick? She whispered, She's really ill. Suddenly Pia felt something was wrong and jumped up. Wait, you heard everything, didn't you? Raymond calmly replied. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Suddenly he looked toward the treehouse, then suddenly let out a laugh. Pia smiled sadly. You're worried? A human like you worried about elves? We're different species. Raymond looked up slightly and replied, You're right, we're different. So how can we understand another species when we don't even understand ourselves? He suddenly clenched his hand on the wooden railing, but that doesn't mean I can't care about them. I want to take care of whoever I choose, even if that person belongs to a different species. Raymond's aura has changed now, no longer like a 15-year-old boy, but a reliable young man. His words made Pia slightly moved. In a small house in the village, Pia kept staring at Raymond. Even when he was drinking tea, her eyes seemed to be adorned with rose petals and hearts. Seeing Raymond's silver hair, Pia's maiden heart skipped a beat. Realizing her unusual state, she was a bit startled. Pia quickly hugged her head, questioning herself. What's wrong with me? At that moment, Raymond turned to look at her. Ah, Pia, I have something to ask you. She blushed, stammering. Go ahead and ask, he replied. About that Ira elf? You said she's dead, right? Raymond wanted to try once. He firmly asked, Can I help her? The tone and words surprised Pia a little. Huh? He looked at her blankly, then explained, I want to heal those who are sick, even if they're from a different race. It doesn't matter. Pia frowned, suspiciously asking, Do you think you have the ability to do that? He lowered his head. I'm not sure if I can, but even so, I'll do my best to help that elf. Pia glanced at him, her brows almost meeting. His words didn't seem believable at all. He looked at her, unable to say another word. Raymond's current state was quite calm. He muttered softly. Then suddenly a sharp blade made of mana shot out from his hand. This strange action made Pia instinctively step back, drawing her sword ready to defend. What the hell? Raymond didn't explain a word, just grabbed the tip of the mana blade with his other hand and stabbed it straight into his thigh, causing blood to spurt. He winced in pain, his face contorted, exclaiming, Ganana, your strange behavior is beyond my understanding. What do you think you're doing? She hurried over to check the mana-made hole in his thigh, anxiously asking, What should I do now? Without letting Pia worry too long, Raymond began using mana and recited a healing spell. A stream of light filled the entire room. Pia couldn't believe her eyes witnessing this miracle. She murmured, The mana is instantly gathering all the mana from earlier into Raymond's thigh. The huge wound is slowly closing. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. Outside Pia's house, other goblins were also drawn by Raymond's mana. What's going on? That mana? In their eyes, a powerful mana source was shooting straight out. After a while, he stopped, finishing the healing process. Pia was extremely surprised because the hole, like a pipe, had closed without leaving a trace. She stammered, The wound is healed. While saying this, she stared at him in utter shock. After showing Pia the trial, he stood up and asked, If there's someone in this world who can help the elves, it must be you, Raymond boldly declared. After witnessing the healing, Pia went to ask the elders permission, but she flatly refused. I do not allow it. Pia lost her composure and asked why. The elder only replied, That would disrespect the reputation of the Era clan leader. For the elf village, reputation is extremely important, especially since that person is the Ira clan leader. The Ira clan leader is highly respected by others. Even with good intentions, using an unknown method, I cannot allow it to happen to the Era clan leader. Pia still didn't give up. She wanted to persuade the elder, but the elder raised her hand to cut her off, saying nothing more. She looked at her coldly. Go home. Pia couldn't do anything more. Her eyes gently closed, full of sorrow. Next to Raymond, who was blankly thinking, what respect is there if she dies? The sun had already tilted westward, golden light covering the branches and leaves. Pia softly spoke, sorry, it's a failure. She seemed to have accepted letting go. I thought we could do it. Raymond comforted her. It's okay, everything will have a way. Hearing these encouraging words, Pia felt somewhat uplifted. Suddenly, Raymond burst out laughing, asking, can I continue touring the village? Pia had regained her mood and replied, of course you're allowed to stay in the village. It seemed the other elves had accepted him too. Raymond smiled softly. Thank you. Then he had another plan. I think I'll go out later. Pia's eyes widened with curiosity. What? Really? He looked at her, a smile always on his lips. Yes, actually, I still have some things to do. Since you said that, Pia had no reason to keep him. If that's the case, I guess I have no other choice. Then he waved goodbye to her. I'll be back tomorrow, so don't be disappointed. Saying this, Pia's face was filled with fierce determination. Who said I'm disappointed? Hurry up, I've changed my mind now. He immediately felt he should get out of there quickly. Yes, see you tomorrow. Watching his back as he left, Pia couldn't help but smile. Seitil just followed the morning trail straight ahead. But after he left, the sadness returned to Pia's face. She turned and headed back to the village, unaware that Seitil had already veered off in another direction. His footsteps grew faster and faster. From atop a tree, he looked down at the always closed house, and it seemed like he already had a plan of his own. A golden light radiated from the rooftop of that house. Seitil frowned, thinking he couldn't just leave the patient behind. Then he boldly grabbed the door handle and pushed the door open. Inside was a forest full of flowers and grass. Seitil couldn't believe his eyes. It was so spacious here. Looking at the door ahead, he thought to himself it must be like an entire treehouse inside. Saying that, he opened the door and stepped inside. His pupils suddenly contracted at what he saw. In the center of the room, someone lay motionless. Her face was beautiful with platinum hair, like a princess sleeping in the forest. Seitil thought silently, that elf must be Aira. The white dress of the young woman lying there, her long legs hidden beneath the flowing fabric. And Aira was sleeping. Seitil couldn't help but stare for a few seconds, then had to slap his cheek to snap himself out of it. So this is what it feels like to be captivated by beauty. Stay alert. Don't lose composure in front of the patient. After calming himself, he gently took her hand and brought it close to Aira's face to check her breath, then quickly made an assessment. Her pulse and breathing were perfectly normal. Then he decided to check something else. Seitil changed his grip on Aira's hand. His hand emitted a blue glow as he frowned, thinking about using mana to examine inside her. A mana network spread out like a net. After finishing the check, her body had no issues at all. So it's just fate then? Impossible. He couldn't help but feel frustrated and helpless, muttering, he couldn't believe he couldn't do anything for this patient. He needed to study more about the diseases of this world. Just then, a dark aura suddenly appeared, weaving through the air. Seitil's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed it. Wait a minute. His gaze shifted to Aira as he pondered. What's that smell? Without hesitation, Seitil gently flipped her over, shocked to see large, disgusting purple bruises and sores on her back caused by pressure. Seitil's expression was a mix of anger and disbelief. Had no one checked her body all this time? Respect my ass. Is that what they call respect? Nonsense. Seitil sighed quietly. He had to disinfect her wounds first. Then he began thinking about how to handle this. In front of him was a pond, and in his hand was a bowl made from leaves. Seitil approached, bent down, and scooped a bowl full, then softly cast a healing spell on it. He thought, using magic to heal her wounds directly would be dangerous. Then, while chanting a hand-cleaning spell, he calculated that disinfection had to be done step by step. Seitil dipped his hand into the water, then moved it closer to Aira's back. In his mind, he thought, the Aira clan chief received a lot of respect from others. Even if the intentions were good, using unknown methods was something he couldn't allow to happen to the Aira clan chief. While working, Seitil's expression was worried, hoping they wouldn't say anything about touching their holy goddess. Yet he couldn't help but feel sorrow looking at her bloodied, ulcerated back. Seitil exhaled in anger. They didn't do anything to save her. They just abandoned her like this. They had no right to talk to him about it. Then he carefully began treatment. Seitil worked silently and diligently until the sun set. He then looked over and muttered, "It's already sunset." He shook the white cloth in his hand, looked back at Aira's back, thinking that before finding the real cause, this was all he could do for now, then calculated, tomorrow I have to check again. The next day, somewhere else, a voice rang out, "Holy Maiden, where are you?" Some soldiers of the Holy Kingdom reported with worried expressions. "We will soon hear news from the search team. They are scouring the entire empire." The only question now is time. Iriel crossed her arms and asked sharply, "How long do you think it will take for you to understand?" She frowned. A clear look of irritation showed plainly on her face. "I already told you, I don't have much patience." "Are you testing my patience?" The two of them, seeing her attitude, couldn't help but tremble as they explained. "It's not like that. Please spare us." Iriel bluntly refused while standing up. "Forget it," she declared. "I don't believe what you say anymore. I have to act on my own. Get ready." And then gave the order. On this side, Raymond was wiping sweat while exhaling deeply. His eyes looked up at Era's back, which was much better now. The ulcer was improving well. By next week, it would be healed. After that day, time passed very quickly. I secretly entered Ira's house and treated her. First, I would clean Ira's body with sterilized water. Then, I would help her relax the contracted muscles. For the remaining time, I studied the books in her library to learn more. He brought the book, sat beside Era, and began reading, then exclaimed, "Did she draw this? It's awful." No matter how much I tried to talk to her, there was no response. Still, I kept talking to Ira. The things I saw on the way here, what happened to Pia, even the smallest thoughts that flashed through my mind, I told her. Just like that, a month passed. A day like any other. Raymond gently opened the door with a greeting. "Era, I'm here again." Then he smiled and continued. "Pia is off today. Before coming here, I had some tea with her. But the atmosphere around Era felt a bit different. Raymond immediately became anxious and quickly ran to her side. "Era," Raymond worriedly observed. Her breath was weakening. The girl in front of him was gradually unable to hold on any longer. Her breath was slowly running out. Raymond panicked, bent down beside Era, and anxiously asked, "What should I do?" "I didn't expect this." He looked around desperately, trying to find a way to help Era, who was surrounded by a faint aura. "Where's the oxygen mask?" As he said this, Raymond remembered he was no longer in the old world. His hand clenched tightly, and he bitterly exclaimed, "Right, this isn't a hospital." He gritted his teeth, almost shouting in frustration. The only thing he could do now was nothing. Then Raymond's eyes turned to the tribe leader. The girl lying motionless suddenly worsened. Raymond frantically grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard while shouting loudly, "You're not allowed to die. Wake up, Era." His eyes widened with fury. Inside, a flood of questions about Era's condition raced through his mind. Why? What's the problem? No external injuries, no poisoning, vital organs still functioning well. Then why is this happening? Era's mouth slightly opened. She struggled to breathe. This expression only increased Raymond's worry. He muttered, "There must be a way to help her at least." Immediately after, his eyes widened as he thought of one option, the only way. Raymond looked at his hand, wondering if he could use it to heal. But Raymond still worried about the possible unfortunate consequences. Could Era withstand his mana power? These thoughts made him laugh, a self-mocking smile. He reminded himself while gradually building the determination to save her. "I risked my life learning to be a doctor to save people. And now, at this crucial moment, I can't think of any other way but to bet the patient's life." Raymond clenched his fist and concluded with just two words. "All right." Then Raymond closed his eyes. His hand began to glow as he used the divine power he possessed. "I have to try everything I can." Time magic circles appeared and formed a fairly large formation above Era's head. The shapes of the matrix and the weaving language appeared in Raymond's mind, and a swirling light began to gather in one spot. This disturbed the nearby villagers. They all turned their eyes toward the formation with many questions. "That mana power, it appeared last time too, right?" Raymond directed the light onto Ira, his expression becoming more focused as he desperately pleaded with her. "Era, I believe in you. Please hang on." Then the spell was shouted aloud as dazzling light burst forth. Whoosh! A strange phenomenon appeared from Era's body. Lights began to surround her and lifted her up under Raymond's control. The light then connected, forming a sphere of power enveloping her. The curious onlookers gathered closer, growing more anxious. The tone of the words grew louder because of that. "What's going on?" Then, when he saw the light he created, one of the people present, Via, gasped as she looked up. Could it be that she rushed there while shouting loudly? As she moved, Pia was thinking, "The boy still hasn't given up. Whose business is it anyway, and since when?" Different thoughts kept popping up in Pia's mind, mixed with shame. Humans like Day were still trying their best, yet beings like us, I mean the entire elven race, what are we doing? The door was quickly pushed open by a force that was far from light. Pia screamed his name when she saw Day healing Era. Day's light flickered continuously, and he was concentrating with all his might. A cry escaped as Day's body neared its limit. Still, he pushed himself to hold on just a little longer. Then Day stopped, though doubt still lingered in his mind. Is it done yet? Both Day and Pia then simultaneously fixed their eyes on the cocoon of power enveloping Ira and pondered as Ira begged the person. Era's whole body was lifted even higher than Pia's in midair. Directly hit by Day's power, the bullet was knocked away, crashing into the wall with a painful thud. The one casting the formation, Day, experienced the same. He landed with a jarring thud, yet Day's gaze never once left Era. She looked completely healthier than before. Slowly, Ira woke up. She smiled faintly through the pain and softly called out, "Who am I?" Those were the last words he could utter before losing consciousness. In the pitch-black space, the murmuring voice of Day echoed, "Where am I?" He felt everything around him like being underwater, then commented comfortably and greedily demanded a little more rest. Someone's voice echoed, and from the glimpse of their appearance, it was clear who it was. "Let me remind you, you are under my protection, and you want to argue." But Ira was the one who, his vision blurred as he saw Era talking to someone else. She even tried to do some unacceptable things to that person's body. Day muttered in shock. "Who is it? Whose voice is that?" She scolded fiercely. "I don't want to hear anymore. You abandoned me for 20 years. This boy is the only one who decided to help me." "Elven race?" Era's voice kept echoing. "Funny, isn't it? The only one who saved me at the last moment wasn't the one who always worshipped me with the words, 'We, the gods, revere you,' but this tiny human." Day let himself drift in the water, pondering. Her voice was truly, he felt like melting into that gentle voice, so beautiful. Then he woke up in the real world with a piercing scream. Era Day shot up from the soft bed, then looked at her hand, gently moving it, and remarked, "Was that a dream?" A voice from somewhere made Day turn around. "Human, are you calling me?" In front of him was Era, smiling gently. She softly replied, "I'm here." Day was so moved that his eyebrows nearly touched when he softly called out twice, "Who are you?" She stretched out and hugged Day tightly, who was blushing furiously, and tried to explain his embarrassment. "The picture you saw in the book, my head almost exploded when Ara finished speaking. I drew it when I was bored, so don't mind it." He blushed and stammered, asking even though he already knew the answer. "Who told you that?" She leaned her face close to his, smiling softly to confirm. "Of course, I heard everything." Day's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Seeing that, Ira couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you crying?" Without letting him say more, Ara spoke directly. "Thank you. You're the only one who accepted taking care of me at the end. If you had given up on me, maybe we wouldn't be meeting like this now." She tilted her head, then switched topics. "By the way, I still don't know your name." He smiled politely and said, "My name is Day." Era pondered for a moment, reflecting on the name, Day, then smiled gently at him with a comment. "That's a nice name." In a house bathed in the green light of the trees, Day was lost in thought. He glanced over and spoke, "Era, since you're awake, we should go outside, right? The other elves are worried about you." She wasn't very enthusiastic about the idea, running her hand through her hair as she said, "They haven't even bothered to look at me once in 20 years, so why would they really care about me now?" Her gaze turned more intimidating as she questioned him back. "Do you think I'll get over my anger that quickly?" Her attitude surprised Raymond a bit. "Curious," he asked, "since when did you regain consciousness?" This question confused Era. "You mean I regained consciousness on my own?" Raymond continued to wonder. "You were unconscious like that, but still aware?" Era explained briefly. "From the beginning, I was always conscious. I knew everything during that time." This answer left Raymond astonished. Then, with wide, unbelieving eyes, he asked again, "You mean you were truly conscious while unconscious?" Then he exclaimed, "So you just lay there unable to move your body all that time, only able to lie there and wait?" Raymond looked at her and continued, "You really?" He let out an exclamation as he held the hand of the girl who had fought so fiercely and won. Era instantly showed a confused, embarrassed expression, and tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Era thought, "I hate humans. From the start, humans were the ones who started everything, and even now they show no remorse. That's why I hate them so much." Raymond's hand gently took hers tenderly, then wrapped it in his healing light. But Era's blurry vision saw Raymond's body had no problems at all. So it was just fate? No way. She thought, this guy said he would heal me. He touched me. At first, I was very angry, but he's different from those others. She was extremely curious. He doesn't want anything in return. He gives me all the love and effort I've never received before. She remembered the words Raymond had confided to her. "Before coming here, I had some tea with Sister Pia. It seems the taste of the fairy tribe's tea is a bit sweet, right?" And concluded that the fairy tribe's tea is a bit sweeter than his usual taste. Raymond continued telling, "There's a flower called Diherha in the book. It's planted in the front yard, right?" Ira couldn't help but admit, "Yes. Thinking back, you're very much like those flowers, sacrificing and smiling. That's the meaning of the Diherha flower." Every word he said echoed in Era's mind. "Did you draw this? It looks ugly." This time the words made her blush. I know I'm not good at drawing, but hearing it so bluntly still feels a bit strange. Raymond turned to look at her and smiled so gently that Era greedily wished to respond to his words just once. I have no other wishes. One tear fell, followed by many more in a row. Then Ira burst into tears filled with immense gratitude. He didn't stop her. Meanwhile, Ira silently thought, "Thank you, Raymond." She hugged him tightly, unspoken words fully expressed through her actions. "Thank you for not abandoning me." Under the green forest canopy, Raymond sighed. Still distant, Era and he ran together. She led and replied, "I can feel them." After a while, Era announced, "We're almost there." This made Raymond puzzled inside. How many people are there? Could they really bring an army just to capture me? When they caught up, the scene ahead shocked them both. Large bloodstains splattered everywhere. Ahead, Pia was alone, surrounded by the Holy Knight's army. Raymond couldn't hold back his tension and shouted, "Pia!" With a heavily injured body, she silently stood there, gasping. The knights hurried over. "Step aside. Pia, won't you listen to me?" Those people noticed his features. White hair, youth. They guessed he must be the saint. Then the knights all kneeled on one knee and said in unison, "We request an audience with the saint." Bloody Feet approached with the words, "First time meeting you, saint." The owner of the voice, covered in blood, introduced herself. "I am Saint Iriel Bel Ice. Please forgive my somewhat disheveled appearance." Raymond frowned and looked over without responding. The elven chief couldn't ignore it and stepped forward with a dark face. Raymond immediately sensed something was about to happen and hesitantly called, "Era?" The knights shouted at her, "Stop right there. You can't approach the saint." Era warned them, "If you don't want to die, don't stand in my way." This stunned the knights. "Huh?" She and Raymond approached to support Pia while asking, "Are you okay?" Pia gritted her teeth through the pain in her body. "We have to stop them. Stop them. We can't let them reach the village. We have to stop them." But her injuries were too severe. Saying this, she gradually collapsed, causing both Raymond and Era to panic. Because Raymond was closely observing her wounds, thinking her shoulder was already soaked in blood. Could she have endured this alone? Then he grabbed Pia's arm and gently lifted her up. "I'll realign your bones, so it might hurt a little." At the same time, Iriel interrupted at the wrong moment. "Saint, come with me to the Holy Kingdom. Thousands of commoners are eagerly awaiting that day," Raymond said without concern, tearing the sleeve of his shirt with his teeth to bandage Pia's wound on her abdomen. Meanwhile, Iriel calmly continued, "The deity has guided you, so you will achieve accomplishments worthy of that. It's time to step into the world." Hearing this, Raymond frowned in shock. "What?" He was confused and asked, "Accomplishments? What accomplishments now?" Iriel replied nonchalantly, "Yes. Following the will of heaven isn't an accomplishment. The great work we've always aimed for is only just beginning." Raymond couldn't believe it and repeated those words. "Great work." He glanced at Pia, who was covered in wounds, then asked if this situation was truly a significant matter for her. Hearing this, Iriel showed a cold expression. "I clearly asked for help, and you refused. You cannot back down from the will of the divine. The reward has already been offered. I also warned you with force, but you still didn't listen, right?" She acted as if nothing serious had happened, and moreover, she wasn't even dead yet, Raymond asked irritably. "So, if you're not given permission, you'll just invade their territory and use force to take me away?" Iriel remained indifferent, sticking to her ideals. "There's no other way." Seeing they had no common ground, Raymond calmly asked again, "Do you think I'll just obediently follow?" Iriel's eyes radiated a sharp coldness and responded with a dark, threatening tone, "I don't want to use force against the saint." Just then, Era, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain her fury and spoke up. "I'm speechless hearing this causing chaos in our territory, and even daring to use force against my benefactor. Then I'll show you what that proud power really is," she declared coldly. Hearing this, Iriel immediately showed disdain. "An elf dares to threaten our holy kingdom?" Era frowned and stepped closer to her. "Whether my words are courage or arrogance, you'll soon find out." Iriel didn't care, and said bluntly that experiencing it firsthand would be quicker to understand. The knights following her also angrily charged at Ira. "How dare you do that to the saint? How dare you blaspheme against your superior?" Then, in a brief moment, their swords all shattered simultaneously. The terrified knights saw Era's entire body radiating murderous intent as she stared at them. "Want to try more?" The group froze under her aura and wisely knelt before Era. "Please, spare us." She showed contempt and mockery. "Is this the power you're proud of? Can you achieve greatness with these guys?" Iriel looked at them as if they were trash. "They are people with easily shaken faith." Hearing this, Era sneered. "What a stubborn fool. It seems the deity only granted you power, but you don't realize you're trapped by your bond to the divine." Feeling insulted, Iriel wasted no time, gathering power into her fist, then charged at Ira. "Enough talk," she whispered firmly. Immediately, a series of iron chains appeared from nowhere, tightly binding Iriel. She was temporarily immobilized. Era stood with hands on hips, mocking. How does it feel when the power of the Holy Kingdom, which you trusted so much, is restrained by an elf? Iriel stubbornly retorted. The power of the Holy Kingdom is more than that. She showed deep determination. At all costs, we will bring the saint to the Holy Kingdom, even if only the body remains. Then a loud slap echoed. One side of Iriel's cheek swelled red as the one who struck spoke in a low warning. Don't speak carelessly with that filthy mouth. The saint's life you want to take is more important to me than my own. Even if right now Iriel seemed unable to believe what had just happened, glared at Ira, pressing her face close to threaten, wanting to erase your disgusting kingdom from the map. Just then, Raymond's voice cut in. Enough, enough. Calm down, he reminded. I already said, I will go to the Holy Kingdom. Iriel showed a happy expression. But before she could celebrate, Raymond added 2 words, then coldly concluded, with conditions. Iriel was immediately confused by the words and asked about the conditions. Raymond raised one finger and began listing while she was still restrained by Ira's technique. First, I will not become a saint just because of God. He boldly expressed his view that he would become a saint by his own will and would stop whenever he wanted. Iriel immediately showed some dissatisfaction. Stop being a saint? No way. Before she could finish speaking, Raymond raised another finger. Secondly, if something like this happens again, I don't even know what will happen. Iriel wondered. What will happen? He stopped replying and said, Since I don't know, maybe I'll leave the Holy Kingdom and try becoming a saint in the enemy's land. Such a shocking declaration, yet he said it so casually that Iriel was stunned. What? Her heart was confused. A saint betraying God? Then Iriel tried to reassure herself. It's okay, anyway. If he betrays God, all the holy powers he has will be lost. Then she continued to probe. Anything else? Raymond crossed his arms calmly and said, Of course. He raised another finger. Third, grant me access to all the libraries in the Holy Kingdom. Finally, a condition that pleased Iriel. That was simple. But then he immediately poured cold water by adding another finger. Fourth, Iriel shouted, There's more? He demanded that he be paid for the entire time he works. That's natural. But what about clothes? Food, housing, all those things you'll provide for me, right? Iriel suddenly became cautious and asked sharply, Paid? Paid with what? Raymond immediately made a coin gesture with his hand. Oh, come on, you really have to ask? Of course it's paid with money. This greedy attitude left Iriel speechless. The knights, unable to tolerate his arrogance, angrily interrupted. Enough, Saintess. Saints hold extremely high status. Why should we accept these conditions? Another rude one added. Exactly. And what saint would go around begging for money? Surely God must be mistaken. This hit a nerve with Iriel, who fiercely growled. How dare you say God is mistaken? The 2 knights cowered and hugged each other. We're sorry. We're sorry. Then she spoke to discuss. Among the conditions you just listed, the first one I'm not sure about, but I will accept all the others. Raymond exhaled carelessly and said, Huh? But the first condition is the most important one. Iriel was helpless against his indifferent attitude. Oh my God. Then he returned to the old topic and the 5th condition. Raymond reached toward Pia, who was resting by the tree, and formally added, Apologize to me. Then he turned to the elf tribe leader Ira and demanded she release her. She wasn't very willing but complied. After Iriel was freed, she hesitated and spoke. I can't apologize. She put on a troubled expression. Please understand, I'm just a saintess carrying out God's orders. Raymond sighed. Of course, he didn't let it go easily and asked, Understand you? Then who was the one who didn't stand from the elf's perspective to think and threaten them first? Iriel defended herself. I had to do that to get you out because you ignored all our previous requests. Before she finished, Raymond concluded, So in the end, you can't apologize, right? Iriel closed her eyes and firmly confirmed, Yes. To keep things from getting too tense, she explained further, If just apologizing would fix everything, I'd do it as many times as needed, but our responsibilities are immense, and a single word could provoke God's wrath. Hearing this, Raymond had nothing more to say. Is that so? Fine. He turned and coldly said, Then end it. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be a saint. This stunned Iriel. Then Raymond glanced at the elf tribe leader. Let's go, Era. We still have to treat Pia. She agreed almost immediately. Fine. The 2 of them ignored the saintess and helped Pia up by the tree. Seeing this, Iriel became hesitant. Wait. She reached out, wanting to hold him back. Wait. Iriel put her hand on her chest and expressed, Though I can't apologize, I will do my best to assist her, so please be generous. Raymond cut her off coldly. No one needs your help or anything. He turned and glanced at her. I just want you to say sorry. Saying that, he left. Iriel's face looked like she was about to cry. Raymond carried Pia on his back and called to Era, "Let's go." Sunset fell through the forest canopy, and Era's voice rang out. "Will it really be okay?" she advised. "It's not too late now. If you just agree, they'll welcome you immediately." Raymond firmly held to his ideals and replied, "I have no regrets. If that place is full of people who can't apologize for what they've done, I'd rather not go at all." Hearing that, Era had a question. "Why would you sacrifice yourself for people who aren't even your own kind like that?" He smirked and replied, "I just want to do what I want." Hearing that, she continued, "What is it that you want?" Raymond doesn't hide it, a happy life. That answer made Era even more confused. "Then you should become a saint, right?" Raymond didn't deny it. "Yeah, being a saint is good too," he added, "but even the smallest things bother me. If someone is sick, I help them. Living like that isn't bad, right?" He smiled and looked up at the sky. "Living in a small place but feeling happy is enough to satisfy me." Era smiled, as if she had no choice with him. She praised him. "You really are something special." The sun slowly set, painting the sky orange-red. Iriel stood silently, as if deep in thought. She recalled Raymond's words before leaving. "Then end it. Go back and tell your god to find someone else to be a saint." Iriel was silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, a knight approached and spoke. "Saintess, there must be some mistake, right? How could someone like that become a saint?" She softly repeated. "A mistake?" Suddenly, she took off her armor, shocking the knight. "Saintess, what are you doing?" Iriel ordered. "You all go back first. I'm making a shocking decision. I will visit the goblin village." In a village deep in the forest, two young goblin guards were gossiping. "Will Pia be okay?" "It's hard to say. Pia's condition is very serious right now." Suddenly, they noticed someone approaching from afar. Immediately, the two young men switched to defense mode, ready to attack at any moment. "Stop right there! That human isn't allowed to go any further." Iriel raised her hands quickly to explain, "I'm not here to fight. I'm here to meet the saint you admire." The two goblins were puzzled. "Our village has a saint?" Though skeptical, not just anyone can enter the village freely. They rejected Iriel's request and warned her, "Even if what you say is true, we can't let a human into this village. Leave immediately. If you take one more step, it'll be considered an attack." Iriel stepped back 100 paces, conceding and pleading. "If so, at least help me deliver a message to that saint that I have come to see them." The goblin archers immediately refused. "I don't agree. Go back." She humbled herself again. "Then please let me wait here." She assured them, "I absolutely won't harm you." The two young men exchanged glances, then agreed to ease up. "So, if you wait over there and don't come closer, we won't attack." Iriel bowed gratefully. "Thank you. I won't come any closer, don't worry." They stared at her small figure as she walked away. After Iriel disappeared, one speculated, "Saint? Could it be Raymond?" Finding a suitable spot, Iriel set down her luggage, took off her shoes, and began to pray. The mana inside her started activating. At that moment, a golden, saintly aura enveloped Iriel. Meanwhile, a young goblin thought things weren't going well and said, "First, we should inform Raymond, right?" The other agreed with a nod. The sun was setting near the horizon, a deep twilight in the goblin village. Pia had been treated carefully for her injuries, but judging by her current state, she was still in a deep coma. Meanwhile, Raymond breathed a sigh of relief, having passed the critical stage, now able to relax. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Is Raymond in there?" He went to open it. "What's going on?" One of the goblin guards reported. "Someone outside the village came looking for you." Hearing that, Raymond's heart jumped. "They even came all the way here?" He was a bit anxiously confused. He asked, "How many people?" "About 20 young men, maybe." Just one person." Raymond paused, putting on a suspicious look. "Just one person?" After a while, the sky darkened. He went to tell the goblins, "I'm here." They cheered. A young man happily ran up and clapped him on the shoulder. "Where did the party host run off to?" Raymond forced a smile. "You guys still had fun without me?" He quickly got back to the main point. "Hey, did someone come looking for me?" The young man hesitated, then pointed toward a direction on the other side. Raymond looked at her hand and saw that Iriel was still in the same praying position since she arrived at the village, making him silently sigh. What is she doing all the way out here? Then he stepped closer and spoke up. "Hey, holy woman, did you come to find me?" Iriel didn't respond. An elf stepped forward and said, "It's useless. She's been like that since sunset, at least 3 hours by now." Hearing that, Raymond was speechless. He observed Iriel and muttered to himself, "She'll probably stand up soon. Should I wait?" In the end, Raymond did wait, all through the night. Then at dawn the next day, Iriel exhaled deeply, stretching her stiff neck from holding the same position for over 10 hours. At the same time, Raymond's tired voice rang out. "How can anyone pray all day like that?" Iriel's eyes snapped open. The first image she saw was Raymond's patiently waiting face. She was so shocked she couldn't process it, stammering non-stop. "Holy, Holy what? Cut it out! Why are you here? Iriel avoided looking directly at him, turning her face away. I have something to tell you, Raymond said. Here to apologize? She asked awkwardly. I can't apologize, but instead, I want to do something to show my sincerity here. Hearing that, Raymond put on a disgusted face. So you won't apologize but came all this way to fix things, huh? Iriel immediately panicked, putting her hands on the ground, trying to stand and explain, that's not what I meant. Raymond, annoyed by her fussing, asked, then how do you plan to show your sincerity? She hesitated and said, from my standpoint, I can't say sorry, but I will stay here and bear the punishment until all the elves forgive me. Raymond analyzed clearly, if you're gone, the Holy Kingdom will come looking for you, right? Then the fighting will continue. Have you thought about that? He asked bluntly. Iriel replied softly, of course I have. That's why I'm praying. Since I've reported to the Lord, the Holy Kingdom can't just come after me at will. Her words sounded a bit hard to believe, and Raymond showed skepticism. Then how am I supposed to trust you? She sighed. There's really no way for you to trust me. Then she added, but if I were lying, wouldn't the elves here know? Besides, the number of people here could easily overpower me in an instant. Raymond stared at her, wondering whether to believe her or not. After thinking it over, he chose to trust her. Fine. Raymond only had one request for her. It's up to you, but whatever you do, it's not my business. If the elves force you to return, you have to comply. Iriel, not expecting more, showed a delighted expression. Okay, thank you very much. Then he turned his back and blew a breath. Iriel reached out hesitantly, calling, hey, Holy Raymond, aren't you going to turn back? She hesitated, her whole body stiff. She shyly asked, if I want to bathe, where should I go? Raymond gritted his teeth, silently judging. She's really troublesome. Another clear day with gentle sunlight shining down on the fake forest. After cleaning herself up, Iriel resumed praying, holy power enveloping her entire body. Nearby, two elves were watching her. One young man said incredulously, she's been kneeling like that all day since yesterday. The other asked, doesn't kneeling like that make her tired? Just then, they noticed someone approaching and exclaimed, Raymond, you're home? He was carrying a bag over his shoulder and replied, yeah, thanks for your hard work, everyone. An elf asked, but what about that girl? Are you just going to leave her like that? He looked over at Iriel and wondered silently, what kind of deity is she to have to do that much? Sunset fell on the small house at the edge of the forest. Raymond opened the door and went inside, greeting, I'm home. Inside, he saw his parents handing out dog food. Io greeted him indifferently. Raymond's back? He held back a laugh. You two just keep doing whatever you were doing. He wants to explain, not that. Raymond, Raymond, Raymond. At the second call, he slammed the door and went into his room. He tossed his bag on the floor and flopped on the bed, sighing, so tired, I have no energy at all. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. He recalled what Ira had said earlier, frankly advising him, Raymond, I hope you'll go to the Holy Kingdom. While taking care of Pia, he suddenly asked, what did you say? She put her hands on her hips and gave serious advice. You're the younger brother of EU staff, so I can't handle it alone. Raymond is back already? He held back a laugh. Whatever those two intend to do, let them continue. He wanted to explain, not about that matter. Raymond, Raymond, Raymond. By the second call, he had slammed the door and gone into the room. Raymond tossed the bag carelessly on the floor and flopped down on the bed, sighing. So tired, I have no energy at all. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. He recalled the earlier event where Era had frankly advised him, Raymond, I hope you will come to the Holy Kingdom. While taking care of Pia, he suddenly asked back, what did you say? She put her hands on her hips and gave serious advice. You are the younger brother of EU staff, so I can't handle it alone. I'm really glad you thought of us, but seizing the opportunity when the time comes is very important. Returning to the present, he tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, thinking to himself, Era was right. I promised I would go to the Holy Kingdom to study medicine and cure all the diseases that can't be healed here. After clearing his mind, Raymond sat up abruptly, took a book from his bag, and said to himself, that's right, exactly. Determination surged within him. He couldn't afford to miss such an opportunity. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed from inside the house. What? What did you just say? Along with the question, a plate fell straight to the floor. The speaker was Satil, who asked in disbelief, you're going to become a saint, and you say you absolutely must go to the Holy Kingdom? Raymond was silent, but didn't try to hide the truth. That's right, he would leave. Satil knew her son too well. Tears welled up as she covered her mouth with both hands. Are you serious about this? Io also asked skeptically about another matter. When will you leave? Won't you be coming home? Only then did Raymond speak. I plan to leave tomorrow. I can't be sure when I'll return, but I will definitely come back. Seitil covered her face, her voice breaking into sobs, unable to continue as Io embraced his wife. Saints must live their whole lives in the Holy Kingdom, Raymond, but once again, he assured her he would return. Definitely. Suddenly, Seitil rushed forward to hug her son. Why do you suddenly want to become a saint? Io appeared strong as he comforted his wife. Honey, he's about to leave. Why are you crying? You'll only make him sad. Saying that, his own face was already soaked with tears. Until he returns, take good care of Mom. So don't worry. Just go and come back, okay? Raymond's eyes also glistened with tears. He smiled brightly and replied, I will take care of my health. Seeing him suddenly emotional, Io teased. You didn't cry as a kid, now you're crying as a grown man. Raymond shot back sharply. I'm not crying, and besides, you shouldn't say that. The next morning, in the goblin village, Iriel sat on the ground and sighed deeply. Her stomach was pounding fiercely. Iriel clutched her belly and groaned, so hungry that her mood darkened. Earlier, Raymond had told her that grass was edible and to just eat it. Then he waved and turned to leave, not forgetting to add, self-sufficiency is happiness, you know. Iriel looked at the strange plant Raymond pointed to, which was emitting a faint, ominous aura, and wondered, eat that? She plucked a stalk and held it, but some sticky sap dripped all over her hands. She expressed deep disgust, but, starving, she shoved it into her mouth anyway. Then her eyes snapped open, and Iriel's expression was indescribable. She silently judged it as painfully bitter and spicy. Next, her stomach started to rebel, and Iriel broke into a cold sweat clutching her belly. Two goblin guards witnessing the scene turned pale. What? She ate it raw? Humans have to endure hardships. Is that what it means? As for Iriel, her mind screamed one desperate thought. Water. Thank goodness there's a pond nearby. Iriel ran desperately toward her only salvation. Without hesitation, she jumped in and pressed her face to the water, drinking gulp after gulp. Raymond's exasperated face appeared just then, filling Iriel with sorrow. Saint, what exactly did you tell me to do? Now, under the clear blue sky, Iriel lay flat on the ground, exhaling deeply. Her face clearly showed exhaustion as she wondered, maybe I should just give up here and go back. Thinking that, she sighed heavily, then tried to convince herself. No, this is God's test. I have to be patient. At that moment, a figure approached. Hey, Saintess, get up. Raymond looked down at her and said, Get ready. We're heading to the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, Iriel was stunned and asked, What? Raymond repeated, I said get up so we can start going to the Holy Empire. She stammered, guessing. Does that mean you've forgiven me? He immediately shot her down. Of course not. Iriel's eyes welled with tears. I know. He sighed and reminded her. Get ready first. I have to say goodbye before we leave. Just then, a female elf approached. Raymond, you're back already? Raymond quickly replied. Yes. What about Pia? She unexpectedly announced. We've actually been waiting for you. I heard Pia just woke up. Go visit her. Then Raymond hurried toward the house, calling loudly. Pia, he said, happily throwing open the door and entering, calling again. Pia. She was surprised. Raymond seemed relieved as he spoke. You're awake. I'm so glad. I asked, Is Han okay? Is she fully recovered? Pia answered softly. Fortunately, yes. Just then, Ira entered, happy to hear that she recovered faster than expected. Raymond smiled and asked, You came here worried about Pia too? Ira crossed her arms, showing a cold exterior but warm inside, and replied, I'm just fulfilling my duty as clan leader and taking care of the other fairies. Pia, however, was so flustered she wanted to throw off the covers and stand up. Clan leader Ira, forgive me, Pia started, but Ira raised her hand to stop her before she could finish. It's all right. Don't move. You're not fully healed yet. Pia noticed the bag behind Day. Ira spoke firmly, seeming to have changed her mind. Day calmly responded without hiding anything. Yes, I will go to the Holy Empire, because this opportunity might never come again. I think I'll follow your advice and do everything I can. Ira lowered her eyes and smiled softly, making her decision. That's right. Then you should leave early. This statement stunned Pia, who gasped loudly, then realized she had been a bit rude and lowered her voice to glance at the clan leader. Ah, I'm sorry for shouting in front of you. Clan leader Ira, Pia said calmly. It's okay, don't worry about me. Day interrupted at an awkward moment. Yeah, if you have any questions, just ask me. After that, the two elves frowned simultaneously. Ira asked in a low voice, Are you mocking me? Pia didn't let it slide either. How dare you? Day bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. Pia returned to the main topic and asked, Where are you going? I thought you would stay here. Don't tell me you're going with those people to the Holy Empire. She tried to guess. Day rubbed his chin to confirm. I'm not exactly following them. I had planned to go anyway, but you're right. I will go to the Holy Empire. She then asked how long he would be gone. Day hesitated and gave a rough estimate. I'm not sure, but probably a few years. Hearing that, Pia went blank, which confused him. Then she smiled happily and said, all right, I was worrying for nothing. Travel safely. Pia's attitude disappointed him a bit. Oh, okay, I'll come back. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, thinking, I forgot that forest fairies have a different sense of time. Suddenly, Era spoke up. Is that all you're going to say? Can we talk for a bit? Day was curious but agreed. Huh? Yes. With that, he left, saying, see you later. Pia, inside Era's house, spoke with an expressionless face. I want to give you this. Please accept it. Hearing that, Day brightened up a bit. You want to give me something? What is it? Ira asked him to put out his hand. He obeyed and placed his hand in hers. Like this, Era pressed her other hand on the back of his hand and began to chant. This is my mark, and it will serve as proof that I am always with you. A blue light flashed where their hands touched. When Era released him, Day stared at the back of his hand in shock. When did this mark appear? Era placed her hand on her chest confidently and admitted, it's me. Day looked at the mark, then back at her, puzzled. Then he opened his mouth in speculation. Is this some kind of contract to force humans to regard forest fairies as masters? He'd heard they use this to enslave humans until death. Seeing his abstract expression, Ira spoke up to stop Day's wild thoughts. Whatever you're thinking, it's not like that. It's just my mark, don't worry about it, Day repeated in disbelief. A mark? Ira explained. Yes, it's a magical seal I placed on you, like a gift from me to you. I think humans call that possession. That comment made him a bit embarrassed. Possession? Huh? She smiled gently, looking at him affectionately. I will always be with you, and I hope it protects you on your journey. Day studied the mark carefully, then suddenly smirked. He smiled brightly and gratefully said, Thank you. I'll see you again soon. Then, dusk fell. The sun nearly halfway down. Iriel chuckled quietly along the way. Seeing her so cheerful, Day put on a judging face and finally couldn't help but ask, Why are you so happy? Iriel replied with a fluttering heart, Of course I'm happy. How could I not be when I'm finally going back to the Lord? Day was speechless, thinking she must have had a tough time living in the wild. She urged, Let's go. Day looked toward the forest and replied, Yeah, let's go. He glanced at the sky as the sun slowly disappeared behind the treetops. A gentle breeze brushed his face. Suddenly, Iriel asked, Do you have any regrets? Day continued, looking into the distance, and firmly answered, I will come back here. He returned to the old topic and asked, And the condition I mentioned still stands, right? Iriel winked knowingly. I probably need to talk more about your first condition, but the others are fine. And of course, Jay's expression was full of disdain. After that, he didn't bother arguing and just turned away. Jay silently sighed. This is going to be a long journey. Iriel set off, and soon it was dusk. The two arrived at a small town. Day held the map, wondering where exactly they were. Earlier, Iriel said there was a place we needed to visit before heading to the sanctuary, right? Before that, Iriel was holding the map to guide him. First, we'll go to the royal capital, not the sanctuary. Day repeated the royal capital with a puzzled look. She pointed at the map and began explaining. Exactly because our companions are currently in Celia's royal capital. We'll go to Celia and join up with those companions. And finally, everyone will head toward the sanctuary together. She sighed thoughtfully. Then we have to move forward with passion. Day wondered why she seemed so excited about that. He rubbed his chin, thinking it would take about 3 days to reach the royal capital. If he used mana to speed up, it would only take about 1 day, which wasn't very satisfying. That feels like taking a pointless detour. If you want to run all day, you have to stretch a bit. Watching him swing his legs back and forth made Iriel curious. What are you doing? She grabbed the reins of a horse and asked in disbelief. Are you seriously planning to run? Day made a face like, what kind of question is that? And answered naively. Wouldn't running be faster? Iriel was so helpless she could only groan. Oh my God, she tried to explain. Even using my divine power to travel like that is a risky challenge. And of course, that's impossible with the mana of a saint who hasn't yet gained divine power. Day closed his eyes and silently calculated, if that's my mana path, there's no way it's impossible. It's even faster than riding a horse, but she bought that horse to travel comfortably, and I'm just looking down on it. After understanding, he said nonchalantly, So what? We don't have to sweat much. That's great. Iriel climbed onto the horse and spoke. I only bought one as a backup for emergencies. Is that okay? If you're uncomfortable traveling together, then no. Before she finished, he interrupted. Anyway, I don't know how to ride a horse, so I can't go alone either. With that, he jumped up, and Iriel urged the horse forward. The two rode the horse together and set off. Day felt a bit excited inside. Let's go to Celia. After a while, the sky darkened, and Iriel said, We'll rest here today. Day exclaimed eagerly, I'll cook. Just wait a moment. Then he raised a finger and quietly cast a fire spell. Instantly, a flame flared up in the stone hearth. Iriel asked in surprise, "You activate magic just by saying the trigger word? You're really skilled compared to others your age. Are you the commander of the second squad or something?" Day opened his bag and replied, "Of course not." He hung a pot over the fire, then pointed at it and cast a water spell. Iriel watched his every move, thinking the bowl was ready, then the ingredients. Suddenly, among the things Day pulled out, one caught her deep attention. Iriel stared in horror at the plant that had tormented her stomach and shouted, "Wait, don't put that in!" But it was too late. He had already thrown it into the pot and casually said, "Why? It tastes great. Eat it." Iriel thought back fearfully. "That flavor is both spicy and bitter, and you say it's delicious?" Day understood and sighed, then laughed and asked, "Have you ever eaten the leaves of this plant or just the easy parts?" Iriel hesitated. "Well, obviously," he answered. "This plant's leaves have more nutrients, but they're too bitter and spicy to swallow." Iriel felt enlightened but still looked dazed. Then what now? Day handed Iriel the bowl of soup he'd cooked. "Relax your face and try it once. It has a unique flavor." She took it with both hands, thanking him. It looked very ordinary, steam rising thickly. Iriel looked at the soup, thinking it smelled good and looked delicious just by sight. She scooped a small spoonful and sipped it. Then her expression showed amazement as she silently judged. "So good." She quickly lifted the bowl and ate, while Day was puzzled inside. "Why are you eating so fast? There are many surprises beyond expectations." He warned with care. "Eating like that will upset your stomach. Eat slowly." She obeyed. Yes. After some time, the two stood on a cliff. Before them, a vast city spread out. Iriel cheered. "Look, that's the royal capital Celia." The two rode their horses into the city. Day looked around and assessed. "The market is pretty large. Definitely a royal capital." Iriel asked, "It's completely different from the outskirts, right? Why? Do you want to explore a bit? We're in the royal capital now, and there will be a military unit here." Day thought silently, this is Celia's royal capital. He wondered if this was his first time here, and if there would be any problems. At this moment, the two had arrived at the royal capital's gate. A guard approached. "The young lady has arrived," he inquired. "Could you tell us the identity of the person sitting behind you?" Iriel smiled and replied briefly. "The saint," she slyly asked him. "Isn't that right, Saint?" He didn't bother arguing and stated directly, "Saint, I am Raymond." The guard was stunned. "Sorry, we didn't know. Please come inside." The two walked on the red carpet into the royal palace, where a priest was already waiting and greeted her warmly. "Young lady, it must have been a long journey, so you must be tired." Iriel spoke. "The mission in Celia Royal Palace has ended. Tomorrow I will leave here and head to the sanctuary. Please contact our homeland. I will return with the saint." The priest bowed respectfully. "I understand. I will notify the sanctuary and prepare for departure." After they left, she turned and said, "Then the saint should rest first. I will show you where to stay." Raymond opened the door and entered the assigned room, which was so spacious and grand it made him marvel. Standing at the door, Raymond thought, "Isn't this the level of a luxurious five-star hotel? I couldn't come here before because I was too busy, but now I'm standing here." Iriel asked from behind. "Satisfied?" He replied excitedly, "I'm going to spend quite a bit when I'm satisfied." Hearing that, Iriel felt reassured and turned away. "The saint needs rest too. I'll be outside." Raymond set down his bag and asked, "We're heading to the sanctuary tomorrow, right?" Iriel looked at him without answering but smiled slyly. "See you tomorrow morning." Raymond watched her leave, puzzled. "What's going on?" He was confused. Something felt off. Then he sat on the bed and sighed softly. He changed into his night robe and stretched out on the bed. "Tomorrow I will really go to the sanctuary," Raymond thought silently. "The sanctuary is where I will live in the future, but what is it really like?" Before he could think clearly, he unknowingly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Raymond had changed clothes when a voice came from outside the door. "Saint, are you awake? I'm still a bit sleepy. Coming out." I'm ready. Let's go." Iriel smirked. "If you're ready, then let's depart." She was also dressed in formal ceremonial attire, smiling as she said, "To greet the king." Raymond replied calmly. "Then hurry and greet the king." Suddenly he realized something was wrong. "Wait," he asked again. "Where are you going? To see whom?" Iriel's eyes narrowed as she looked at him. "To meet the king of Celia Royal Palace," his heart screamed. "Why do I have to?" Then he accepted the order but still felt a bit resentful. "If that's the case, you should have told me beforehand. If you had talked to me last night." Iriel smiled gently and said, "No rush. It was mainly to say thanks and report that I will be leaving." Raymond scratched his head awkwardly. "No, I didn't do that. If meeting the king, I should also prepare mentally for etiquette, ceremonies, and all that." She expressed deep concern and explained, I didn't say anything because I was afraid the saint would lose sleep and have trouble with the upcoming schedule. Yet he wasn't moved much, and instead grew more cautious, thinking to himself that since she was so kind, he felt a bit suspicious things were falling apart. Then the two really went to the royal palace and were invited in. You've worked hard, someone asked if he was the newly chosen saint. Raymond sweated and looked ahead, replying, ah yes. The person sitting on the throne before him was King Diogator of Celia. He wondered, is this the king of Celia Royal Palace? Welcome. You both must be very tired after such a long journey, right? Someone responded. Thank you for allowing us to rest before meeting you. Below, Iriel bowed in salute to him. Raymond stood still like a statue. At that moment, Iriel signaled to him. The saint seemed to understand Iriel's meaning and said, oh. Then Raymond quickly bowed as well. Iriel sighed deeply, while he clenched his teeth in anger, looking at her, thinking, you said nothing just to embarrass me, didn't you? At this time, Diogator spoke with a solemn expression. Raise your heads. They responded in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then he began to speak. I heard you will be returning to the Holy Kingdom today. Both answered together. Yes, that's correct. Iriel confidently replied. The reason we can return to the Holy Kingdom is all thanks to Your Majesty. My lord, please allow me to represent the Holy Kingdom in sincerely thanking you. Hearing this, Diogator waved his hand and laughed. I did nothing. The Holy Kingdom protected you on that journey. Iriel placed her hand on her chest, showing gratitude because he allowed them to stay in the Sulia Kingdom. That's why we could safely find and return to the saint. We will definitely repay this debt to you. Hearing this, Diogator looked curious and stroked his chin. You say you will repay the debt? I will remember your words to recall whenever I need it. Then he continued. Ah, now that I remember, are you the newly chosen saint? Raymond seemed surprised and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Raymond. Diogator glanced at him with a somewhat scrutinizing look, silently thinking, no matter how many times I try, I can't sense any mana flow. And looking at his body, it seems he has been trained in swordsmanship. His expression became pensive, thinking to himself, although I worry that another saint has appeared, it seems I have nothing to worry about with him. What a relief. Then he spoke. I never expected to meet a saint and a saintess at the same time like this. What an honor. Raymond was a bit surprised, while Era calmly replied, Thank you, sir. Raymond frowned and looked at Iriel. Hey, saintess, should we slowly head outside now? At that moment, a voice interrupted. Then now I will Diogator suddenly cut in. Oh, saintess Iriel, you said you would repay the debt, right? She was a bit surprised, but answered calmly. Yes, that's right. Do you need help with something? Diogator hesitated about that. A memory suddenly flooded back, and he recounted, to be honest, my cousin, the daughter of the Prince of Silos, is ill. Many clerics have visited her, but not only could they not cure her, they weren't even sure what disease she truly has. I hope you can repay the favor by visiting her, Saintess Iriel. Hearing this, Raymond stiffened, thinking, what? There's no way I can say no. Raymond gritted his teeth and signaled to Iriel, there's still a long way ahead of us. Quickly refuse. Seeing this, she silently replied, I understand. And finally she answered, I simply cannot refuse your request, my lord. Hearing this, Raymond was completely shocked, turning sharply to look at her. What? Diogator was pleased to hear such an answer. Thank you. I was quite worried, but with a saint beside her, I'm sure the two of you can handle it yourselves. Thank you, Saintess Iriel. She forced a smile, her face darkened. This is not what I was thinking. Meanwhile, outside, Raymond sighed. Honestly, why does the journey to the Holy Kingdom take so long? Iriel didn't know what to say. In such an awkward situation, she just gave a confident smile. She found an excuse to change Raymond's mind. It's because now you are a member of the Holy Kingdom. You can follow me and learn how to use your holy magic. In the long run, it will be very useful for the whole world. Raymond frowned and replied, wouldn't it take even longer if we go to the prince's territory first and then straight to the Holy Kingdom? She quickly responded to Raymond, well, that's true. Then Raymond agreed with her. All right, whatever. Then he smiled gently at Iriel. Did he mention someone was sick? If we can help them, why not visit them as soon as possible? Go wherever needed, as long as we can help the patient. That's the true duty of a doctor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the pastor spoke up. I apologize, Saintess. The pastor looked a bit worried. We have informed the Holy Kingdom that we are on our way back, but if you say you are going to visit the prince, I cannot allow that. I'm sorry, Saintess. Iriel quickly explained. That was the king of Celia's request. Please forgive me, but honestly, I was in a position where I could not refuse. Then the pastor asked her, so what did the king promise in return? Iriel answered him. He promised nothing. This is just to repay the debt for allowing us to stay here. Hearing this, the pastor sighed deeply. Since he has enough reason to make that request, I think we have no other choice. I will contact the Holy Kingdom again and let them know we will return later than expected. Iriel felt guilty and replied, "Thank you for understanding. Let's go now to save time." Raymond was unhappy and glared at the pastor. On the way, Raymond silently pondered how people had reacted to medicine before. After my first patient was treated, the reaction was very, very surprising. I wonder how my second patient in this world will react. At this time, the sun was gradually setting, and the pastor suddenly spoke up. "We will stop here." The pastor chose this direction as our resting spot. At that moment, Raymond was busy cooking something when a flurry of voices erupted. "Hey, look over there! Is that the Holy Saint?" The gossip continued non-stop. "Isn't Raymond more handsome than the rumors about him? Go talk to him." Suddenly, someone stepped up to Raymond, stammering as they spoke. "Excuse me, Holy Saint." This person tucked their hair back, their face slightly flushed. "Do you need any help?" Raymond politely replied, "Ah, no, I'm fine." Another girl stepped closer, cheerfully speaking. "If you don't mind, could we sit next to you? We're just curious about what you're doing, being surrounded by beauties once in a while." Raymond smiled brightly in response. "Sure, I don't mind at all. Please sit wherever you like, as long as you feel comfortable." Hearing this, the two girls' little hearts raced wildly. "Thank you, sir." The girls gathered around him. "What is this?" Raymond explained to them. "Oh, this is a plant that grows in the goblin forest." The sun was sinking lower and lower. After a while, he managed to escape from the girls, scratching his head tiredly, thinking, "Why are these kids so hyperactive? I can't get away from them at all." Then a voice rang out, drawing Raymond's attention to the new holy saint. "He's so young. Do you think following him makes sense? He's just a kid who does whatever he wants and even makes demands from the Holy Kingdom." Someone replied, "Do you remember when the holy woman got slapped by a goblin?" Raymond hid behind a tree, furious upon hearing this. "I get what this is about now." "Really? Do they think it's okay to talk trash behind someone's back like that?" The woman continued. "We can only know when we get to the Holy Kingdom that he's just a puppet of the Holy Saint." "Where did Iriel come from?" She spoke up. "What are you saying about me and the Holy Saint? Why don't you say it to my face?" She gave a terrifying smile. "A puppet of the Holy Saint?" Iriel asked again. "Or maybe I didn't hear clearly?" Her eyes turned sinister. "May I ask why you're talking about me and the Holy Saint? Maybe I don't know about this, but why don't you continue your conversation? It seems like you have a lot to say, don't you?" Then both of them fell silent. She continued, "If you don't say anything now, I will assume everything I heard is true. And this is your opinion, and I can do whatever I want, right?" The man awkwardly replied, "About that, we thought reminding everyone of all the things the saint has done would be important." Iriel's gaze grew more terrifying than ever. "All the things I've done, what does that have to do with you? Did I say you could complain about that to everyone? You say you do it for me, but did I ever ask you to do that for me?" At that moment, the pastor stepped forward and interrupted. "Holy woman, you're sweating buckets. The children just made a mistake. They still have a lot to learn. They mean no harm to the saint, so please forgive them." Then he pushed the man's head down. "What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the holy woman," Iriel replied coldly. "Do you think just apologizing is enough? You dared to talk trash behind the holy saint's back, calling them a stupid kid and even a clueless puppet. And now you want me to forgive them?" Faced with her rapid-fire questions, everyone was extremely frightened. Iriel looked at them sternly. "The holy saint is chosen by God. Disrespecting the holy Lord means you disrespect God. So this is called contempt," she continued. "Do you think a sincere apology alone can solve this? However, if you fail to make me understand your reasons, Raymond is still behind the tree listening to everything." Iriel said coldly, "I really don't know what will happen next." The girl earlier trembled, stammering without words. "Holy Iriel, please forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken like that about you." Hearing this, Iriel angrily shouted, "You apologized to the wrong person. You humiliated a holy saint chosen by God and can't even apologize properly." She gritted her teeth. There are some people who want to apologize but just can't. Hearing this, Raymond felt his heart heavy and thought, what did she just say? Was she talking about herself? He thought further, knowing that bearing a heavy title like the Holy Saint is not easy for someone as young as her. She understands the pressure that can make anyone feel overwhelmed. Raymond gave a bitter smile, saying he understood that feeling very well. He had been called a genius surgeon in his past life. He sighed deeply and wondered, why don't I just step out? Then he spoke up, "Are you all done talking?" As he stepped out, it became hard to listen any longer. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "Holy Saint Raymond, please continue." "So that's how everyone thinks of me. You think I'm just a kid and a puppet, Holy Saint." The girl who spoke ill of him looked ashamed and stammered, "We're not like that." The guy next to her added, "We just meant that." Suddenly Raymond spoke up. Thinking back, that wasn't wrong, because if you don't do anything, you're just a puppet saint. Iriel, hearing this, was upset and shouted, "Holy Saint, What do you mean? Why would you be a puppet? Raymond smiled and replied to her, think about it. I have no holy power at all. What can I do just by coming to the Holy Empire, even if I was chosen by God? Don't you think I'd be the perfect puppet? Isn't that what everyone's thinking? After his words, they all just looked at each other. Iriel denied what Raymond said. Of course not. Who would think that about you? I'm sure God had a reason to choose you as the saint, Raymond retorted. Wait, who said God chose me like that? I'm just saying many people in the Holy Empire think of me that way, he continued, because they're the ones talking behind my back. Would you mind if I dealt with them myself? Iriel answered him. Yeah, go ahead. At that moment, Raymond asked, if I want these people punished, what will happen? Iriel replied, the first heresy inquisitor will arrest them and execute them. Hearing the mention of the heresy inquisitor, they all panicked and begged, Sir, please forgive us. We spoke without thinking. Please pardon our mistake. Raymond glanced at the people behind and then pointed at the two who spoke ill of him. Everyone. I'm sure there are many more who joke about me, not just those here saying I'm a puppet or a conceited kid or that I have no authority at all. He continued, I don't think what people say is wrong. As you all think, I'm still young, and I have no faith, power, ability, opinion, or connections with any of you. Raymond's gaze became serious. That's why I will go to the Holy Empire for a few years, to prove something to each of you. A puzzled guy asked, what do you mean? The guy beside him also asked, what exactly do you want to prove? Raymond turned his back, clenching his fists. All those who talk behind my back, I will make you regret it, and I will make those who disrespect me remember this moment clearly. And as proof and a promise for that day, he held out his hand, I will not punish those here. Hearing this, the two were deeply moved. Sir, the young man's tears streamed down. I'm sorry, we should have thought before speaking about you. The girl beside me too. We will repent and learn from this mistake. We truly apologize. Raymond smiled softly. I hope you'll regret this decision even more in the future. And to achieve my goal, I'll do my best to restore honor to the Holy Empire. The bright full moon confirmed Raymond's words. I don't know how long it will take, maybe many years, but I will do everything I can to make you regret what you did today. Hearing this, everyone admired Raymond. The atmosphere became strangely quiet. After a while, Raymond returned to his place to cook. Iriel spoke up. That was an impressive speech. Seeing that, Raymond called her name. You squatted down and said, make them regret what they did today, right? He hissed quietly in response. Keep teasing me. Suddenly, Iriel looked at the dish Raymond was cooking. Huh? Isn't that the soup from last time? He replied cheerfully. Yeah, the priest ate my portion too. After that, I was pretty hungry. Want some? It tastes better hot. Iriel smiled. Please give me some. At that moment, a sparkling shooting star appeared in the sky. Iriel exclaimed, Hey, look, a shooting star? She smiled brightly. It's been a while since I looked up at the night sky. Do you think seeing a shooting star is a good omen? Raymond looked up and thought silently. Shooting star? My past name once meant shooting star. He closed his eyes to enjoy the moment, but now he was used to the name Raymond. He slowly opened his eyes in amazement, realizing that in my homeland, if you make a wish under a shooting star, they say the wish will come true. Iriel asked in surprise. Really? Then she clasped her hands together to pray. He looked confused and asked, What are you doing? Are you really praying? Dai asked. Does the holy woman believe in legends? The two of you are eating sausages while looking up at the starry sky? Iriel spoke up. You reminded me. The Empire has a similar story. If you watch a shooting star with someone, you might die happily with them. Day asked curiously. A happy death? Iriel immediately rebutted. Of course I don't believe in those things. How can death be happy? Then he agreed with Iriel, saying he didn't believe in that either. A happy death. I wonder what that feeling is like. The next day, dawn broke, and everyone began to set out. Holy woman, Lord, you can already see Silo's territory. They continued to report. It seems we will enter Silo's territory soon. The pastor turned to ask the two, Where should we go first when we arrive? Iriel replied, Since time is tight, we have to meet all the dukes at once. Then she pondered, looking outside, since there isn't much time. Then she continued, We will treat them as soon as possible and head straight to the Holy Empire. If we arrive late for the baptism, it will be complicated. At this point, they had arrived at the duke's place. He looked at them. Welcome. I've been waiting for you two. When I heard about you, I kept looking forward to this. The duke's face showed clear joy. I can't express how happy I am that you traveled so far for my daughter. Iriel solemnly responded to him. To bring God's blessing to the suffering is our holy duty, so please relax. Suddenly, the duke's expression grew a bit uneasy. I'm sorry to be abrupt, but could you please take a look at my daughter? I don't know what I'd do if I lost her. It breaks my heart to see her struggle with illness. Iriel replied. I understand. We can examine her condition right away. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and clasped his hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will do anything if you can heal her. Day glanced at Iriel, thinking that even though she hadn't done anything yet, they already trusted her so much. She must be really good at being a holy woman and a person too. At this point, they were near the girl's room mentioned earlier. The maid gently opened the door to announce, "Mistress, the holy woman has arrived." Iriel and Jay both seemed surprised. Day looked at the girl's body covered in red spots and couldn't help but think half of her body was covered in rashes. He began to make judgments based on his experience. The rash looks like a severe case of HB-type inflammation. They have to treat her before it gets worse, right? What have they done? Lila quickly covered herself with a blanket, looking sad. It's terrible, isn't it? At this moment, Iriel stepped beside the girl with a proposal. Lila, can you give me your hand? Lila gently placed her small hand in hers. Iriel took the girl's hand with her other hand, gently comforting her. You've been in a lot of pain, haven't you? From now on, everything will be fine. Then, a golden light surrounded Lila, a dazzling glow that made the Duke shield his eyes. He exclaimed, "Amazing, holy power." The light gradually softened. Lila was so surprised she could only say, "Huh?" She raised her hand to look at her hands, no longer red. My skin feels better. Seeing her hand, Lila burst into tears of joy. My hand is better now. At this moment, Iriel also spoke. The treatment is complete. I'm sure you were worried, but everything is fine now. The Duke looked like he was about to cry. My daughter, my daughter. The two embraced, overwhelmed with happiness. Lila, the Duke's father responded. Thank God, she's well again, he cried as he looked at Iriel. Thank you so much. You truly are a holy woman. My child has struggled with this illness for 8 years, and I had completely given up. I will never forget this debt. Iriel smiled gently. No need. This is also a blessing from God. Day behind them watched the scene and marveled. At first, this disease seemed to require long-term treatment. It's unbelievable she was healed just by touch. He smirked and wondered, does Raymond really mean nothing in this world? Night fell. The Duke happily presided over a lavish feast before them. Now please eat and drink to your heart's content. Though it's a bit modest, I've done my best. Iriel politely replied, you don't have to do this. This is already too much. Thank you for the meal. Lord Hoppo also spoke up. Just as the rumors said, I know the holy woman is exceptional, but rumors can't fully capture your kindness. I want to sincerely thank you for treating my sister. Iriel set down her wine glass and calmly replied, it is my honor. I will definitely convey your gratitude to our territory's leader. Hearing this, Hope immediately praised her. You truly are the saint from the rumors, so humble. But Day seems a bit unhappy. The Duke saw this and asked with concern, you haven't said much. Is the food not to your liking? Day forced a smile and replied, no, I'm just thinking about something else. Please forgive me for troubling you. Iriel also spoke to ease the tension. The Holy One has many worries. Please don't be too concerned. Hearing this, the Duke responded, if the saint says so, then at this moment Iriel turned to quietly ask Day, Holy One, what's wrong? Is something unusual? He spoke softly, no, I'm just tired. Hearing this, Iriel continued, is that so? Since I've arranged for you to rest one night at the castle, please get a good rest. Day's expression was a bit awkward as he replied, is that so? He pondered deeply, recalling his busy life and his previous life. Why did I sweat and cry so much to become a doctor? Countless voices echoed in his head. Even though I was reborn in this world with my old memories, that knowledge is useless here. Then he wondered if he really had to forget his past as Bich Dusung and live only this new life as Day. At that moment, a voice rang out, waking Day from his daydream. Holy One, are you asleep? Day remained silent. Then Iriel continued, Holy One, I don't know what's troubling you, but please don't lose faith in yourself. She began to offer comforting words. Everyone has moments of self-doubt, right? I hope whatever is bothering you won't destroy what you've built so far. Instead of being restless and tired like now, I really think your tough and humorous side suits you better. Her words only made him more irritated. Day pressed his lips tightly and sat up, thinking, don't lose faith in yourself. She said that. His gaze grew determined. That's right. Even though I'm Day now, I'm also former Dr. B. Sung. I just need to find something only I can do. Iriel outside continued. What I want to say is I just want you to not give up. As she finished, Day stood before her, smiling. Thank you. You've helped me a lot. Hearing this, Iriel replied, that's a relief. Suddenly, Day called her name. Iriel asked curiously. Yes, Day continued. Is this your first time comforting someone? His question made Iriel angry. She shouted, what do you mean by that? In Layla's room, the Duke's voice was full of anger. She was fine yesterday. You mean, she's not fully recovered yet? Then he shouted loudly, immediately calling the saint here. At this moment, Iriel also arrived. What's going on? The Duke was saddened. The symptoms have returned. Did your treatment fail? Iriel quickly answered him. The treatment process was completed. I'm not sure why the symptoms returned again. I will treat Layla once more. The Duke's eyes were heavy with worry. Suddenly, Day called her back. Wait, Iriel, were you surprised? Holy One. Layla's expression darkened again. Don't look. Day approached the girl. Layla, can you give me your hand? The Duke judged silently. How can a newly appointed Holy One treat something even the saint couldn't cure? Then he spoke. I think it's better to let the saint handle it. Day's eyes grew serious. If what I think is right, I'm the only one who can treat this illness of hers. Hearing this, the Duke asked confusedly, What do you mean by the only one? Day replied, No matter what healing magic the saint uses, it's ineffective. We can let the saint treat her, and it will be fine. But after this round, we'll be done. What will you do if the symptoms return again? Hearing this, the Duke felt there was some truth. Yeah, that's how it seems. Then continue. What she needs now isn't the saint's healing magic. He placed his hand on his chest, his tone firm. She needs healing from me. The Holy One Duke was a bit worried. But I heard you don't have any holy magic. Exactly what do you plan to do? Day coldly replied. My healing doesn't require holy magic. I will use all the information I know to get her through this illness. That's how I will treat her. At this moment, Layla also spoke. Father, the Holy One is right. If we don't trust him, I think we have no other options. That is how I will treat her. At this, Layla also spoke up. Father, Lord Asterion is right. If we don't trust him, then I think we have no other options left to try. The Duke hesitated at the little girl's words. Layla continued. We've tried everything else already. If there's a way to cure me of this condition, I want to place my trust in the Holy One. Hearing this, he finally had no choice but to accept. All right, if that's what you want, then I give you permission. He spoke in a formal tone. Please, please, save this girl, Holy One. From the bottom of my heart, I beg you, Raymond firmly replied. I promise I will definitely cure the young lady. Starting tomorrow, I will investigate the cause of her skin condition. The first step is maintaining hygiene, as it's the most basic way to stay healthy. I checked everything, but seeing that they wash blankets, tablecloths, and clothes once every day, we can rule out hygiene as the cause. Also, since the castle is protected by a magical barrier, we can deduce that external parasites are not the cause of the illness. However, I noticed an issue with her meals. There is one ingredient present in almost all her meals, and that is wheat flour. Not only is bread the most commonly eaten food worldwide, but even meat dishes tend to be side dishes or coated with wheat flour. Moreover, her condition flares up after she finishes eating. With these clues, I have a suspicion. Wheat flour contains a protein, gluten, which is insoluble, and her illness is dermatitis caused by gluten sensitivity. This disease is also known as allergic skin condition. It is not difficult to treat. Raymond racked his brain to create medicines to cure the girl. Unfortunately, there is only one problem. In this world, no effective medicine exists. The world's medicine is still underdeveloped. Then he instructed the maids, as it would be very difficult to make medicine using plants he was unfamiliar with. Even if it takes a long time, the only thing I can do is change her meals, Raymond began to explain. From now on, remove everything I mentioned from her meals. In the decorated room, Layla tiredly wrapped herself in a blanket. A maid called out to her, Lady Layla. The girl responded softly. Yes? Raymond spoke from outside. Lady, this is Raymond. May I come in? Hearing that, Layla sighed. She sat up and tidied her clothes. Please come in, Holy One, Raymond replied. Sorry to bother you. He entered with a bright smile. Hello, I came this morning to check on your condition. Raymond observed the red rashes on Layla and thought silently, the condition has worsened. I knew her meals caused this, Layla replied weakly. All right then, Raymond spoke. I will tell you some things you need to pay attention to. Hearing this, Layla asked confusedly, things I need to pay attention to? What do you mean? Raymond raised his hand and seriously explained, yes, from now on, I want you to avoid any food containing wheat flour, like bread, and even if you feel itchy, try not to scratch. Layla was very surprised. What? Avoid bread? Raymond smiled and replied, well, this is all I can do for you. The girl couldn't believe what she heard and thought deeply. No way. Bread is my favorite, but I can't eat it? Is he lying? Should I call the guards? Then she said, so, you're not going to do anything else? Maybe use magic to cure me or something? Raymond laughed and replied, what I told you is a form of treatment, and to prevent it from spreading further, he continued, once a day, we will have to squeeze out all the blisters. I will do it myself because I also need to check your condition. Then Raymond stepped back. That's all. Now, please continue to rest. The most important thing is to maintain good health. Layla wondered to herself, will my condition improve if I stop eating bread? Does that even make sense? As Raymond left, He met Iriel at the door. She asked him, Holy One, how is her condition? Raymond's expression was serious. It's gotten worse. Iriel worried about it. Holy One, I understand where you come from, but don't you think it would be better if I treated her? He looked at her and said, You treated her, but it came back. If we try your treatment again, it will just come back again. Iriel stubbornly refused to accept it. But to be honest, changing her meals will cure her. Then if that's the case, why didn't we just do it that way from the start? She continued. I have a lot of faith in you. However, the king doesn't trust you that much, and you know it. We can't afford to stay here any longer. After Ngil spoke, Raymond also pondered a bit. She said she wouldn't use it. Iriel misunderstood that he was staring at her and blushed. Even if you glare at me with those sulky eyes, I can't do anything more about our situation. Jan clenched his fists with determination. Right now, it doesn't matter whether I can cure Layla or not. What's more important is that this will determine how I treat patients from now on. Then he spoke. 1 week. Just give me 1 week. By then I'm sure I can cure her. Iriel remained silent, and the next day, a terrified scream echoed in Layla's room. I don't want to, the little girl shouted irritably. No. Seeing this, Raymond grew even angrier and brought water closer to her. Drink it. You haven't even taken enough today. 3 liters a day, totaling 21 liters in 1 week. This is the amount of water Layla needs to drink. Layla cried loudly. I don't want to. How can drinking water help? She thought to herself. This isn't even holy water. So why do I have to drink so much? Raymond reassured her. When you're having allergic symptoms, drinking water is best for you. Trust me and just drink. When a foreign substance enters the body, the immune system produces a chemical. Although this chemical is created as a defense reaction to protect the body from the invading substance, for people with allergies, this chemical is overproduced and can cause toxic reactions. He continued, bringing the glass of water closer. Come on, drink up. When that happens, drinking enough water allows the cells in the body to function properly and minimizes the consequences of allergies. Therefore, this is the best way to treat her condition. Raymond, excited, poured water into the little girl's mouth. Drink up. Layla painfully collapsed, thinking, there's still 1 more glass. Layla's tears fell. Why is he called the Holy Saint? He's just a handsome, crazy guy. And so, 4 days passed. Layla was only allowed to eat salad. At first, after being banned from eating starches and forced to drink lots of water, she hated him. However, Layla decided to trust him because she had no other choice. As a result, Layla stared at the mirror in amazement, exclaiming, Holy Saint, is this for real? My skin is back to normal. Her condition had improved at an impressive rate. Raymond responded, I promise to help you get better. Layla smiled brightly, her tone amazed. The symptoms really got better after I drank enough water and stopped eating bread. Unbelievable. At this moment, Raymond winked at her. Still, we have to be careful. We must continue this therapy method. Got it? Layla's initial annoyed expression changed, replaced by joyful acceptance. Yes. Raymond stood with hands on hips thinking, although I worried that humans in this world might react differently than in my world, it seems I don't have to worry about that anymore. Now it's just a matter of time before Layla fully recovers. At least that's what I think. On the 6th day, another problem arose. Layla threw food everywhere, breaking dishes. She screamed. Layla was beginning to show withdrawal symptoms. Starch withdrawal symptoms include stress, confusion, anxiety, lack of focus, and irritability. The servants were helpless watching this scene. In this world, starch is a key part of personal meals. When someone tries to avoid it, withdrawal symptoms naturally appear. However, if she eats starch before the therapy is complete, Raymond's expression turned furious, like a demon. No. All my efforts so far would be wasted if she becomes careless. We need something to help reduce these symptoms. Layla cried rivers because she craved bread so much. Don't cry. You'll get dehydrated. In that case, Raymond cut a chess piece with a knife, and someone spoke up. The Holy Saint G is Iriel. She was confused, seeing him just standing there, staring at the chess piece in his hand. What are you doing here? He replied. I'm creating opponents for a game. Is this okay? She asked confusedly. A game? But why suddenly bring a chess piece in front of Iriel? All right, can you take a look for me? Day asked again. What do you think when you see this? Iriel didn't understand. Are you talking about the white piece in his hand? Looking at the chess piece, Iriel guessed. Could this castle represent the Holy Kingdom? It also looks quite like a crown, Day asked again. So you think it looks like a crown? Iriel was indifferent. Yes. But before she could finish, Day shrugged and exclaimed, It worked! Iriel, in my opinion, you still look clueless about what's going on. Huh. At that moment, Day dashed off like the wind. Iriel was annoyed. How dare he leave me behind like this? Meanwhile, in Layla's room, Hoppo spoke up. Your Holiness, I was informed that you called for me. He seemed suspicious, as if this was the first time he was summoned like this. Is there anything I can help you with? Day replied excitedly. Exactly. Hop, I need your help. What I'm about to show you will help with Miss Layla's withdrawal symptoms, but I need your assistance. Layla stared intently at the chess piece in his hand. Are you talking about the piece in your hand? Hop also asked. What is that? Day spread the chess pieces on the board. This is a game called chess. Hearing the unfamiliar term, the two asked again, chess? Day began explaining the rules. Yes, from now on, each person commands their own army. The rules are simple. All you have to do is capture the opposing king by moving the pieces. It's a game to see who is the better commander. He held up the king piece. However, each piece has its own movement rules. All three, Layla, Iriel, and Hop, were dumbfounded. You mean the rules? Day answered. Yes, what I'm holding now is the king. Like a real king who is revered and minimizes unnecessary movement, it can only move one square at a time. But the queen is totally different from the king. As long as she hasn't been captured, she can move any way we want. Similarly, each piece has its own movement rules. I'll explain each type one by one. Hop stroked his chin. Interesting. Although the rules are simple, there are many possible moves. This game is quite complex and could be useful for real military training. Layla excitedly said, I'm sure father will love it. At that moment, Day interrupted them. Now that I've explained everything, let's play a game. Miss, do you want to play against Iriel? So Iriel and Layla sat at the board. Iriel spoke up. Shall we start the game now? Layla replied excitedly. Of course, holy maiden. I won't go easy on you. Day crossed his arms and thought, lucky, she seems really interested in this game. As long as she likes it, it will help distract her from the withdrawal symptoms. Suddenly, Iriel said, check, should I say that? She was overly confident. How about that? This is the power of the Holy Kingdom. Even if you run, there's no escape. Then she teased Layla. Don't give up now. I'll spare you if you become my subject. These words made Layla cry tears and then accept the truth. She lost. Iriel laughed excitedly. This game is so much fun. At that moment, Hoppo shouted, Lady Banker, please allow me to challenge you. Seeing this, Iriel provoked, trying to defend her sister. Then she confidently replied, ready to welcome any challenge. You can go first. Eventually, everyone will kneel before the power of the Holy Kingdom. Day watched everything unfold, thinking things were better than he expected. It seemed like they really liked the game. A voice interrupted Day's thoughts. It was checkmate. Iriel painfully fell, but accepted the truth. Duke Silos, you're impressive, Hop confidently replied. You think our territory is easy to lose? His expression was a bit sly. Lady, your move. I'll show you what our territory was built from. At that moment, Day cut them off. All right, don't get carried away. Up to this point, I think this is the best way to distract the young lady from her withdrawal symptoms. However, an unexpected change occurred. A shout rang out again. The Duke entered looking excited at the chessboard, a game called chess created by His Holiness. Hoppo immediately showed the game to Duke Silos. Hoppo happily replied, it has a complex system and is a great game. Father can consider applying military strategies to this game. The Duke looked at the board and thought about how he had created such a perfect game, applying military command strategies to this game. The Duke looked at the chessboard and thought, considering that he had created such a perfect game, I'm sure that Lord Raymond truly is the child chosen by God. It's astonishing. If we can use them properly, then after the Duke becomes interested in chess, things start to get strange. Raymond has thoughts. The ceremony we agreed on before has passed, yet there's still no word. Suddenly, something catches Raymond's attention. Who are these people? Seeing the servants also starting to play chess, Raymond is utterly surprised. Even the servants play chess? Then he looks over at those making the chess pieces. Are they crafting chess pieces? Why? Everyone is bustling around the chess pieces, and I just noticed, why is everyone playing chess all of a sudden? Voices echo faintly through the space, asking what's going on here. Waiting for the two chessboards to be set, Raymond's face is full of judgment at the scene before him. Even though chess was originally just a game to help with Lala's withdrawal symptoms, then he exclaims, what the hell is going on? I never thought it would spread throughout the entire Silos castle like this. Raymond and Iriel staged the Duke's envoy to Silos. The atmosphere fell silent. Iriel spoke, we came here at your invitation. The Duke replied politely, greetings to both of you. His gaze toward Raymond was incredulous and thoughtful. 1 week, the saint healed Lila Chi's illness in that short time and even created the wonderful game of chess. It's unbelievable that he could accomplish all that at such a young age. Then the Duke gratefully spoke up. I can see that Lila's condition has improved greatly. I want to thank you for what you have done. The Duke bowed his head sincerely while sitting. As a father, it pains me deeply to see my daughter suffer like that. Please allow me to thank you for ending her suffering. Iriel glanced at Raymond politely and said, "You're not mistaken. It's all thanks to the saint's treatment." The Duke responded, "Please don't underestimate your efforts, but indeed I am more grateful to the saint." He gestured for the attendant to bring a box, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. "And as a token of thanks, I would like to present you with a gift." Raymond looked inside and quickly recognized the item. The Duke introduced it as a ring passed down through generations of lords of this territory. It was given to us when we saved a dwarf. Raymond held the box with both hands, stunned, and exclaimed loudly, "Why are you giving this to me? This is a treasure!" The Duke straightforwardly replied, "This is my apology gift, so please accept it." Outwardly hesitant and polite, Raymond thought he couldn't accept something so valuable, but inside, his face showed longing. "All right, a rare item," the Duke reassured. "Please don't worry and just accept it. I remind you, don't just carry the box, wear it." Raymond obeyed, putting the ring on his finger and gratefully said, "Thank you very much." The Duke saw his action and seemed pleased, thinking the saint had already worn it. After putting it on, Raymond admired the ring on his finger and quietly marveled, "It's amazing, but it seems a bit loose." As if reading his concern, the ring immediately shrank to fit perfectly, making him exclaim, "The ring shrunk to fit my hand perfectly." The Duke laughed and explained, "Because it was made by a dwarf, it has many special abilities." Raymond smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for this precious gift. I wasn't sure if I could accept it." The Duke replied, "I'm sure the dwarf who made it would be happy to know it's worn by a saint." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Oh, I just remembered. I heard you two will be going to the Holy Empire tomorrow, right?" Raymond confirmed the plan. Hearing this, the Duke added, "If so, please allow me to sponsor your trip so you can be as comfortable as possible. Traveling that far will be exhausting, so please rest before you go. Once again, I sincerely thank you both." Night fell over the sky. Inside the room, Raymond and Ariel sat on chairs chatting. "I'm glad everything finally went smoothly." "He's so kind, isn't he?" she replied. "I don't know. Don't you dislike him flattering you like that?" Raymond looked at her with a judging expression, thinking, "Why such negative thoughts?" Just then, a knock came from outside. He quickly turned his head to look. "Huh? Are we expecting someone?" Ariel also wondered. "I don't know either. I don't think so." Raymond wondered silently. Who would come at this hour? The door opened slightly, revealing two familiar faces. Hoppo politely bowed. "Please forgive me for visiting so late." Lila stood beside and continued, "I heard that you two will be setting off tomorrow." Seeing them, Raymond let out a surprised exclamation. Lord Hoppo and Miss Leela Hoppo straightforwardly expressed their purpose for coming. "We not only want to meet the Holy Woman and Asterion Regef from the legends, but also hope to cure my sister's illness and create a chess game. I want to show my gratitude to both of you." Gaia shyly scratched his head. "No need, it's nothing." Iriel smiled in response. "I'm also very happy to meet you. Unfortunately, we can't stay longer because there's too much to do." Suddenly, he suggested an idea. "If you both agree, would you like to join a picnic in the garden tonight?" Raymond asked again. "A picnic?" Hoppo explained. "From the garden behind the castle, we can watch the stars. We really want to show you that view." Iriel glanced at him and said, "Sounds wonderful. What do you think, Asterion Regef?" Day also looked forward to it, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, sounds fun. Let's go." Leela smiled brightly. "Really? I'm so happy." Hoppo was also cheerful. "Thank you for agreeing to our invitation. Please rest while we prepare everything." Then the two left. Raymond called out loudly after them, "We'll be waiting." When it was just him and Iriel in the room, she kept giggling, making Raymond curious. "What's so funny?" Iriel looked up at him. "Isn't this our farewell party? I just find it cute." She confided that she's always been busy with tasks assigned by the Holy Empire. "Everyone always seems afraid of me. I've never had the chance to make new friends like this. Maybe the world has changed while I wasn't paying attention?" Iriel said emotionally. "I've never felt this before." Day closed his eyes, showing he understood. At the same time, he thought back to when he first met Iriel. He recalled the Holy Woman's expressionless face. She was very cold, blinded by her goals, and quite violent. But now, Iriel isn't that person anymore. Even though she asked if the world had changed, what really changed, he thought silently, was her. Iriel seemed lost in thought, and he urged her. "Are you going to stay like that? Let's go." Iriel quickly responded, "Oh, okay." When they arrived at the brightly lit backyard, a voice called out, "Saints, over here!" A table with a full breakfast has been carefully prepared nearby. It's not much, but the important thing is that we're all here together. Raymond suddenly remembered something and reminded Leela. "Oh, I forgot. You have to avoid eating starch after I leave. If you eat it, your illness will relapse." The girl worriedly asked, "I'm not fully healed yet?" He answered, "No, because her body treats starch as a toxin, it's very difficult to fully cure. He offered a suggestion, but what if you try not eating it? Within 5 years, it might improve. Layla was shocked. 5 years? I can't avoid starch that long. Hoppo stepped in to rescue. Holy woman saint, I also prepared this for you too. Day asked, what is it? Meanwhile, Layla cried silently, lamenting her desire to eat bread. He raised one finger to the sky. The two of them made the whole area light up, then began chanting light spells. Immediately, fireworks exploded in the night sky. Raymond was moved, looking up at the display. He exclaimed, so beautiful. Hoppo happily said, really? I'm glad you like it. Raymond turned to ask, you must have used a lot of mana, right? He shyly scratched his head. Maybe this is the last time we meet, so I wanted to do everything I could. Hoppo's kindness moved Raymond. He closed his eyes and said, if so, I'd like to return the favor. Excited, Hoppo repeated, return the favor. Then, Raymond also pointed one finger to the sky and chanted 3 spells in a row, light, explosion, sparkle, and then a clean lightning bolt. Raymond's response was a dazzling fireworks display even more brilliant than before. They covered a whole section of the sky. Even the servants in the mansion could see it from their windows. Duke Silos also stood admiring the fireworks from the study. Layla held her cheeks, deeply moved, exclaiming, holy woman, this is amazing. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks. Hoppo smiled a bit awkwardly, with such advanced magical skill. Holy woman, you truly are unforgettable tonight. Raymond smiled brightly and said, I'm glad to have these beautiful memories with everyone. He thought silently. There were times I wavered. Because of the convenience of magic, I denied my own goals, but in the end, I confirmed that my healing magic is useful. Amidst the stirring fireworks, Raymond resolved, I can make new friends and create beautiful memories. I will continue my journey to save people. And so we proceeded toward the Holy Empire. After a brief rest, finally, Raymond and the Holy Nation's army set off toward the Holy Nation's stronghold. Although there was still a long journey ahead, thanks to the Duke's support, we began the journey smoothly. Everyone in the team shared the understanding that all this help was because of Raymond. The group following him excitedly cheered. Who would have thought we'd get to enjoy such a lavish meal in the middle of the wilderness? Thank you, Your Grace. As time passed, Raymond's status continued to rise. He looked up at the sky thoughtfully, realizing he had grown used to setting up camp outside for many days now. Suddenly, someone called out to him, hello, Your Grace. Raymond noticed immediately and looked over at a smiling nun who said, we were inspired by the game called chess that you created, and we formed a group to learn and practice it. She brought out a chessboard and hinted, if you don't mind, we'd like to learn a few moves from you. Behind the nun were more people, which stirred something inside Raymond. That's quite a crowd, he said. Huh, why would it be a bother? I'm actually getting bored anyway. Seeing his agreement, she happily exclaimed, thank you, Your Grace. Before the joy could last long, Raymond put on a sly expression and added, in return, I won't go easy on anyone. Even beginners. They immediately became intimidated. The nun felt a bad premonition about this, but since she had started, she had to follow through. Yes, sir. And that was the beginning of the Holy Nation Army's chess battle. The first opponent was the nun. Raymond picked up a chess piece and said, check. She's stunned. Within 4 moves, the second victim was a knight. Check, he said. The knight clutched his head in disbelief and shouted, how did you do that in just 4 moves? The Holy Nation Army didn't know that Raymond had once participated in an international chess tournament. He checked again, and everyone lost within 7 moves. Some only lasted until the 4th move. Thus, Raymond became unbeatable and left a strong impression on everyone. He started to strike a handsome pose. Not only that, but the army's prejudice against him also improved. The victims defeated by him quickly became his fanatics. I knew it. He's the undefeated champion. And so another day passed, and everyone fell asleep. The next morning, Raymond had a question. Why do I feel like we're just going around in circles? Is it because the road is too difficult? Iriel answered. Once we get past this area, it'll be easier. The road to the Holy Nation was no longer far. Hearing this, he somewhat breathed a sigh of relief. That's good news. The two were sitting in the carriage when suddenly there was a violent shaking. What the hell? A knight was stunned, as if he saw something wrong ahead. Sure enough, someone loudly warned that a group of giants appeared, ready to fight. Raymond, sitting inside the carriage, pointed outside. It seems like some monsters have appeared. Are you sure we don't need help? Iriel confidently replied. Definitely. The knights will handle it quickly. He wondered why they didn't help so they could return to the route sooner, especially since there were no more than 3 monsters. Iriel stared at him and added, if we move, they'll have to adjust their formation to protect us. The knights will argue over this, and things will only get more complicated. Just trust the Holy Nation knights, Raymond thought to himself. She wasn't wrong, but then a giant monster picked up a huge rock and without hesitation threw it at the carriage. A knight, whose rank was clearly high, quickly appeared and sliced the rock in midair. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. You're stubborn bastards, huh? Just a bunch of monsters, yet so hard to chew through. We still have a journey ahead. That man was the leader of Hirio's army. He spurred his horse and loudly ordered, Squad, adjust formation to protect your grace and the Holy Maiden. Your grace and the Holy Maiden are waiting behind. We must ensure no monsters get close to them. As he said this, a monster's fist was right next to him. Someone shouted in panic, Lord Hario, watch out! He quickly looked over as the punch was about to land. At the last moment, just hanging by a thread, someone cast a shield spell, and it was none other than Raymond. He slammed the large shield into the monster's body. Then the shield vanished. Raymond smirked. I knew going outside was the right choice. You could have died, Hario said loudly with concern. Your grace. It's dangerous out here. Raymond gathered strength in his hand and replied, It's fine. Looks like these giants are stronger than you thought, huh? Saying that, he stretched out his hand, and a mysterious power surged toward the monsters. This was the triple magic technique. But he didn't stop there. He then unleashed a blazing earth wound, fire following a whispered incantation. A mound of earth covered in sharp thorns surrounded by flames slammed directly onto the monsters. This display left Hario speechless. After finishing the lesson, he asked, Are you hurt? The old man, still in a daze, replied, Thank you. Your protection saved my life. Raymond blinked and waved his hand. Don't worry about that. After all, we're here to help each other. Hero felt a bit moved and thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, the Holy Emperor is only 15 years old, so how could he wield magic of this level? Raymond sniffed a bit and then wondered, the smell of grilled meat. I wonder if monster meat tastes good? Meanwhile, Hero remained deep in thought. He only used a single activation spell to summon a level 4 earth magic circle, and even combined light and fire simultaneously. This is on par with a level 5 mage. No, he might have reached level 6, a level ordinary people cannot even approach. Suddenly, Iriel called out to the Holy Emperor. He immediately asked her something. She immediately asked something? Iriel. She sighed and walked over. Why do you keep spreading rumors that you're a magic genius? Raymond seemed disappointed. Is that all you wanted to say? She looked at the burning mound he created and said, It's not that, just a hunch. There's no way a giant could be that strong. Iriel suggested, I have a bad feeling. We should start moving before more monsters show up. Raymond pointed ahead loudly. I think it's already too late. From the direction he pointed, several small goblins with green skin and pointed ears appeared. Iriel exclaimed in surprise, Goblins. Harry showed disdain. Just some small goblins trying to stop us from returning to the Holy Kingdom? He volunteered, We'll handle these. Try not to waste time. A knight loudly responded, Understood. Without hesitation, he charged, Die, you damn goblin. But contrary to expectations, the monster lightly jumped and dodged. The knight panicked. It dodged. Then the goblin counterattacked with a claw swipe. This strike pierced through the armor, making him even more confused. But how is this possible? How can a goblin be this strong? There's no way goblins have this kind of power. Behind, another was casting a spell. Raymond looked at the situation and let out a sharp assessment. It seems much stronger than ordinary goblins. Iriel added, It seems so, even if we don't want to. I think from now on, we have to take action ourselves. Iriel pressed her heel down, then moved fluidly. Every goblin she passed was defeated. Raymond watched her silently judging. Iriel, when it comes to physical skills, is definitely stronger than me. Just as he was distracted, someone shouted a warning. Raymond, there's a monster charging at you. Sure enough, a goblin was closing in from above. Raymond immediately cast a wind spell, sweeping the monster away. After a while, Iriel and he leaned back to back. She analyzed. No matter how many we kill, they keep appearing somewhere. Raymond agreed. Yeah, if this keeps up, it'll be hard to control them. Iriel proposed a plan. If we can take them all out at once, that should be fine. Raymond found this very reasonable. All at once? Then why not try it? Although the idea was Iriel's, Jay's response confused her. Huh, what? Before she could finish, he shouted, Hey, you goblins over there! Raymond taunted, sticking out his tongue to provoke them. The goblins immediately set a trap. They targeted him and charged, while Raymond kept provoking them. Try to catch me if you can. Iriel watched, turning pale. Does Raymond have any magic skills? He moved so fast his figure was invisible. Behind him were the goblins' screams. Suddenly, he stopped at a tree trunk and turned around. The monsters immediately surrounded him. Raymond silently exhaled. They have more than I thought. He looked ahead, considering if this was far enough from the army. Then Raymond conjured a fireball in his hand. The goblins pointed and mocked him. Can you translate their language? They seemed to say, Is that all? This guy's hilarious, Dichi asked, laughing at the fireball. Looks scary, right? Oh, really? That's not enough for you? Then, to their wishes, he created several dozen more fireballs. Raymond was fair and cheerfully said, Now do you understand the situation you're in? I prepared one for each of you. No one left out. The goblins froze in shock, then the fireballs dropped simultaneously. A huge explosion occurred, the shockwave reaching the knight some distance away from him. Harry immediately realized that was the direction Raymond had run to. He shouted toward that direction, "Raymond, Raymond, are you okay?" When he arrived, a large hole appeared on the ground, still radiating heat. Harry was confused. What is this? Through the dust, a figure approached. Don't just stand there doing nothing. Don't we still have a long way to go? Raymond smiled, waving off the dust. Let's quickly leave this forest. I hope we won't face any more monsters. Harry finally regained composure. Ah, right. We'll prepare to depart immediately. That night in the forest, Raymond spoke to Iriel. I wonder about this. By the flickering firelight, he asked, are the monsters as strong as the ones we met today? She replied, they usually aren't that strong. That's why the army is confused and struggles to deal with them. Iriel noticed another issue. About that Raymond, your holy mana, I'm curious. Huh, what's wrong with it? She provided the information that after you get baptized, your mana will disappear. Raymond heard that and tried to reason about the disappearance. My mana? So that means it will completely vanish from my body? Iriel raised a finger to explain. If you get baptized in the Holy Kingdom, God himself will grant you holy power. But you also know that the human body can only hold one type of mana, since holy power is quite similar to mana. She described, if your holy power enters your body while your mana is still there, your body will explode because it can't control both. That's why before your body fully receives the holy power, the mana inside must be removed and gradually replaced by the holy power. Raymond asked, what if there are people who don't have mana from the start? Iriel answered, if that's the case, then the holy power can enter the body without any issues. He exclaimed in surprise, really? So the reason mages can hold such a large amount of mana is thanks to magic circles, but ordinary people without magic circles can't hold it, right? Iriel praised him. Good question. He continued with his speculation. So does that mean people without magic circles can't be granted holy power? Iriel quickly corrected him. No, that's not right at all. God will create a place inside your body to hold mana to ensure you can use holy power. Once something happens to the energy container God made, what we call tabu will hold all the mana circulating inside your body. This word caught Raymond's attention. Iriel explained tabu. It's a term given by other saints. She lowered her eyes to her hand and continued, just like we can't go against what God has said, we're also not allowed to say or do anything that violates our faith. People call those tabu, she joked. Sounds funny, right? We can't even say what we want. Raymond spoke up. About that, actions opposing tabu. What happens if we do something that violates our faith? He asked seriously. Iriel grabbed some sticks and said, didn't I mention those tabu wreak havoc inside your body? If you oppose tabu, all the mana in your body will disappear. She threw the sticks into the fire as a metaphor, and you will disappear with them too. Iriel looked at the burning branches and slowly added, forever. In this world, Raymond frowned, just saying one wrong word can make you vanish from this world? Sounds like a threat to anyone who dares to curse. Iriel rolled her eyes without looking at him and smiled. I've heard cases of people disappearing for that reason. Well, that's why I have to make sure I stay on top of everything. In any case, you won't actually end up like that. Just know that the mana you currently have will disappear one day. Raymond had another question. I have one more question. If all the mana disappears and my body is filled with holy power, will mana never return? Iriel answered, not only will you be unable to regenerate that mana, but the magic circles inside your body won't be able to function anymore. Raymond summarized, so I'll lose mana forever. She forced a smile and didn't deny it. Well, once you get used to it, you'll see holy power has its own advantages. While you can't use magic, you can provide it to others through holy spells and still help everyone throughout the battle. Raymond crossed his arms and pondered. He wasn't happy thinking, if it weren't for the whole mana disappearing thing, I'd be glad to use holy power. If there's another way, I have to find it. After a while, his group reached the destination. Someone shouted an announcement, Holy Maiden, we've arrived at the Holy Kingdom. Raymond looked outside from the carriage. Finally here. It took quite a while, huh? Iriel said to the rider near them. Priest, once we cross the border, please go straight to Konya. The rider replied, understood. Head straight to the capital. Raymond showed an expression like she was joking with him. Wait, we're going straight to the capital? You mean we're doing the ceremony without resting at all? Iriel didn't let him misunderstand further and said, no, we won't hold the baptism ceremony right away. She smiled and said, the baptism is an event everyone organizes already. Careful reminders. Oh, and if you don't know anything about the Holy Kingdom, you'll need to learn as much as possible before the baptism ceremony. He somewhat agreed and asked, learning about the Holy Kingdom is important, indeed. So who will be teaching me? Iriel answered bluntly. I smirked. from the small things like baptism to the grand matters like etiquette, discipline, and natural order. Iriel assured firmly, I will definitely teach you everything. As we approached the DH mansion, Day couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The exterior was already magnificent, but inside was even more splendid, truly a different class compared to Silo's Xoa. Earlier, I couldn't believe it and shouted, all of this is mine? The two of us were standing in front of an extremely grand mansion. Iriel answered my earlier question. This place is the residence of all the saints, a sacred place even the Pope must ask permission to enter. Everyone working here is carefully selected and quite influential, so you don't need to worry. Once you move in, I'll teach you everything I mentioned on the way here. She smiled at my pain and added, of course, I'll be the one teaching you. Currently, Day was walking alone down the hallway, wondering why the manager responsible for guiding him was busy. Suddenly, someone appeared before him, greeting warmly, it's a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. A perfectly proper maid made a guiding gesture and said, I will lead you to your room. Please follow me. Day observed her and marveled. Wow, what an aura. Just as Iriel described, she definitely has some influence. She can't be an ordinary person, the lead maid said. This way, Your Holiness, and I hurriedly followed. Okay. She took me to a place full of luxury. This is the room you'll be staying in. I couldn't help but scream inwardly. What is this? Amazing. She continued. Please rest. I'll take my leave now. I turned politely and replied, thank you. I silently evaluated the room. Wow, such top-tier treatment. I'm starting to see the difference now. I really have become a saint. Only now did I realize this. The next morning, voices echoed through the mansion. Your Holiness, pay attention. We don't have much time. Focus. Iriel had changed into a mature teacher's outfit, holding a rod and winking excitedly. Why didn't you read the materials I gave you first? Day thought to himself. Why is she so hyped up? She placed a paper full of writing on the table and began lecturing. Now, if you look at the first page, before Iriel could finish, I interrupted. I remember everything. She was shocked. What? Like a student reciting, I started fluently reading the rules. The baptism ceremony lasts over 4 days with 3 parts. The welcoming ceremony for the Lord, the pilgrimage to announce the new saint, and finally receiving the holy power from the Lord. Among these 3 steps, the last one takes place at a sanctuary where the saint is isolated. During the baptism, the saint must not bow their head and can only greet others by placing their left hand on their chest at a 70-degree angle. You have to pay attention to 3 dining etiquettes. 1. No noise while eating. 2. No bowing. 3. Always keep your back straight with elbows placed in front of your chest. Am I missing anything? Iriel crossed her arms, a bit displeased. You actually remembered everything. Are you even human? I questioned. I have a question about the 3rd part of the ceremony. Exactly what am I supposed to do? It doesn't say specifically. I only know I have to show sincerity to the Lord. What did you have to do? Let me see, Iriel answered curtly. I didn't do anything. Seriously, I didn't do anything. Don't joke around. I'm serious, Iriel calmly confirmed. That's right. I just ate and slept for a whole week. Then the mana flow appeared in me, and I felt the holy power flowing through my body. Iriel spoke as if it was the easiest thing in the world. I was full of doubt. Holy power and mana flow just naturally appear? Really? He's the Lord after all. Suddenly, Iriel frowned critically. You said everything right, but the problem is your attitude. She didn't hesitate to scold. Even if your memory surpasses a normal person's, you can't just adapt to those customs. Remembering and doing are 2 different things, she said as Iriel took off her glasses because it was mealtime. Why don't we practice while we're at it? I had no choice but to agree. All right, sounds good. At the dining table, Day cut his steak properly with a knife and fork. Iriel was speechless. She was a bit disappointed. You did well, didn't you? I was proud. Of course, she wasn't willing to just let me off that easily and challenged me. But there's still a lot more. Just wait and see. Her aggressive attitude confused him. What now? Was she planning to fight or something? He put a piece of meat in his mouth and asked, why are you so strict? Iriel was just waiting for him to slip up to seize the chance to remind him. Hey, when you're chewing, you have to cover your mouth while talking, Day complained. But why? Iriel winked and replied, that's exactly it. Those petty nobles will scrutinize every move you make, so they can't find anything to criticize. Everything we say now has to become instinct. Day's mood darkened. Ha, that's true. Just think about it first, Iriel said with a sly expression. How can I think when I have such an important mission? I still want to stay here with you. Suddenly, someone called her. The holy maiden who served as a guide for Day yesterday led the way inside. I'm very sorry, but please allow me to say this. Iriel was puzzled. Yes? What is it? She straightforwardly reminded him. A holy maiden like you staying at the residence of a newly arrived holy saint. will attract too much attention and create many false rumors about the two of you. Day immediately recognized who had arrived. Oh, it's her, she continued. I know this might sound rude, but please understand that I'm only trying to help you avoid unnecessary problems. Iriel looked at the maid, considering something, then spoke. What's your name? The maid then realized and introduced herself. Oh, I'm Belacroix Seekus. That name caught Iriel's attention, making her think silently. She just said Bros, from the three great noble families. Among many noble families across the Holy Empire, 3 serve the Holy Saints. Furthermore, 6 families have been granted the title Shia for their achievements. Iriel wondered why someone so important would be chosen as a maid at the Holy Saints' residence. After thinking it over, she showed understanding and spoke. Even if I joked about it, I understand the need to be cautious. Day didn't wait, and quickly said, I guess I should head back now. Iriel replied vaguely. All right, goodbye then. Hurry up. She glanced at the maid and said, You're Claudius from the Bella Croix family, right? I'll remember you well. Thanks for the advice, she humbly replied. It's my honor. Day also repeated her name in his mind. Bros. He thought to himself, if she has a title, she must be nobility. Nobility serving as a maid? The Holy Saint is more important than I thought. That night, Day's door creaked open, and he was already playing chess with Duke Chu. Claudius stood silently by the bed, staring at him with a terrifying intensity. The Holy Saint reached out to do something but stopped halfway and clenched her fist. Claudius's face was cold and unreadable. A moment later, she turned sharply and left. The next morning, Day acted as if nothing had happened, enjoying a cup of tea. He didn't hold back his praise, saying her tea-making skills were truly top-notch. Claudius humbly replied, Thank you, sir. This tea is brewed with petals from the zent flower. The night before, Claudius had quietly entered the room, so gently that even sensitive Day didn't notice. However, she did nothing else, and the next day passed peacefully as usual, as if nothing had happened. Iriel shot an electric glance toward Cleewood, who was whispering something with a nun. There was something very suspicious about her. Then she approached Day and said, Holy Saint, I've been informed that everything needed for the ceremony is ready. If you wish, please follow me. He was somewhat surprised. I thought it would start in the afternoon. Why go now? Iriel interrupted to explain. There's still a lot to prepare before the ceremony. You understand, right? What do you mean prepare again? Iriel laughed slyly. Today you'll have to impress a whole lot of people. A moment later, Iriel admired. The ceremonial outfit suits you well. Surprised? Who could take their eyes off you looking like this? It's my fault. I'll definitely gather everyone and train them. Day stomped forward. Don't worry about that. Now, we're at the venue, right? Yes, sir, Claudius confirmed at the door. Inside, the Pope and the high-ranking nobles were waiting for you. Day tensed up, feeling overwhelmed and nervous. I have no other choice. Well, let's just go with it. The door opened. Someone announced, The Holy Saint and the Holy Maiden are entering. Everyone present immediately doubted inwardly. Is that the new Holy Saint? That kid is the Holy Saint? But then they all shared a common thought. This is my chance. 2 nobles eagerly approached Day to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Holy Saint. I'm honored to meet you. If you don't mind, please allow me to introduce myself. A tight hand blocked Day from behind, protecting him. Iriel seriously reminded them, I understand that all of you are very excited to meet the Holy One, but the ceremony hasn't even started yet, and this kind of behavior is inappropriate. Once everything is finished, I believe you will have the chance to greet him. The 2 nobles immediately turned pale. Holy woman, you are right, Claudius also added. Please keep proper decorum with the Holy One before the ceremony begins, and absolutely avoid any rude behavior. Someone recognized her as the young lady from the Bella Croix family. At that moment, no one dared to make a sound anymore. Yes, sorry. However, they all shared the same question. Why was she dressed as a maid? Then Claudius stepped forward to lead the way. This way, Holy One, I will guide you outside. Day forced a smile. We're going outside anyway, she instructed. When we get there, please be prepared to say a few words of gratitude once you are ready to officially take on the duties of a saint. Day shouted in shock. You want me to give a speech? This is the first I'm hearing about this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Cleus calmly replied. Is it really that important? Hearing that, he felt bitter. So the reason they told me to impress everyone was this. She pulled out a reassuring line. Don't worry, sir. Iriel and the others chimed in together. Say whatever you want. Just be comfortable, because everyone will automatically interpret it however they want. Whatever they want to hear? Day silently lamented at this chorus. Middle-class people all think the same. Finally, he sighed and accepted. All right, then what I plan to say will be. Iriel cut him off. Holy One, smile brightly and cheer up. Good luck. Day smiled back and replied, All right then. Under the clear blue sky, hundreds gathered below Day's mansion, and he felt some pressure. Although now he felt a little better. He wondered, why are there so many people? Has the entire empire's population gathered here? Then Claudius spoke up. Holy One, please take this. He asked. What is it? She explained. It's a magical device. If you hold this, your voice will carry much farther. Hearing that, he refused. Oh, I don't need something like this. Cleis reminded him, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think it will be hard for people to hear you. As soon as she finished, Day used his own magic to cast an amplification spell. Cleis was stunned and thought, magic and Day? Then the speech began. I send my warmest greetings to everyone present here. Some citizens were confused by the phrase, warmest greetings. He continued, my name is Day, and I am the chosen successor, Holy One. God has chosen someone young and inexperienced like me to be the true Holy One, so I don't really know what to say. I'm just a normal boy who grew up in a rural part of this country, but I was still chosen to be the Holy One, and I promised to select a few of you before arriving here. That promise is to ensure the Holy Kingdom will stand at the top of this continent. Allow me to declare that promise to all the people standing on this land. I swear I will make the Holy Kingdom the strongest kingdom on the continent. Day smiled confidently to conclude. Then he extended his hand. Surely hearing a declaration from a child, especially about such important matters, might seem a bit ridiculous to you. However, something appeared behind him that shocked Oot and stunned the listeners. Day placed his hand on his chest. As long as you continue to trust and support me, I will devote all my strength to support you. A giant fireball hovered in the air, and the crowd below gasped and whispered, Is that a meteorite? A 9th-level magic circle that only top-tier mages can use. The new Holy One is an outstanding mage. Then everyone was moved and shouted in unison. Long live the Holy One! Long live! Day snapped his fingers to cancel the spell. The fireball vanished, and the crowd's cheers grew louder. Long live! Long live the Holy One! After finishing, he turned to Cleis and asked, So where do I go now? She was still a bit stunned and replied, Follow me this way. Also, if possible, please speak a little more quietly next time. The volume just now was a bit deafening. Day lamented. You're only telling me that now? At the church hall, a small platform stood in the center. Day spoke up. Is this it? Yes, Cleis confirmed. Please sit inside the circle. He obeyed and followed her instructions. When you feel mentally ready, please request an audience with God, Day repeated confusedly. Request an audience? She meant for him to lie down and think, but he didn't even know what to say. Then Raymond closed his eyes and began trying to transmit his thoughts. Should he greet first? Hello, Lord. Can you hear me? May I ask, Lord? After a while, he opened his eyes wide, surprised to realize he had fallen asleep. The one considered the Lord didn't even bother to show up. Used to sleeping in warm blankets these past few days, now lying on the hard floor, his back hurt terribly. Raymond looked around. Where's Cleis? Has she been in that same position all this time? She can't possibly not be tired, right? He sat up, continuing to sink into thought. I guess I have to wake up for Cleis, not because of my back pain. Seeing he was up, she quickly asked, Lord, did you receive an answer to your call? Raymond put on a completely believable face, pretending to have a story. Of course, his voice still echoes in my heart. Hearing his heartfelt expression, Cleis hesitated but said, That's quite impressive. Even Iriel needed a whole day and night to do that. Raymond, having committed, had to follow through with his response. Really? Cleis praised without reservation. You truly are the genuine saint. He forced a humble smile. I didn't do much, outwardly modest, but deep down Raymond was troubled should he tell her the truth. Meanwhile, deep in a dungeon, a voice echoed. The arrival of the new saint means it seems we need to adjust our plans a bit. The dark dungeon was lit by the flickering flames of a torch. The voice continued. Our enemy is the Holy Kingdom, so we must make decisions very carefully. Of course, we must wait for the right moment. Only then did the speaker's figure become visible, a cloaked man whose face was hidden, his tone grim as he concluded. However, when the time comes, we must ensure the Holy Kingdom is crushed into pieces at all costs. At the same time, elsewhere, a voice shouted in alarm. He's performing the ritual already? Another calmer voice spoke up. Why get so worked up? That's why the ceremony must be done properly. What? You said the ceremony is ready? The hot-tempered one asked. The calm voice replied, Yes. I heard Marquis Haro is also pushing for the ceremony. From another corner, a voice rang out. Father, you called me? A deep voice of a middle-aged man responded. Yes, Barris. Marquis Haro frowned, questioning. I know you've heard about the new saint, right? He thought to himself. A holy mage capable of summoning celestial statues. We need to make sure we can cooperate well with him. Haro placed his hand on his son's shoulder. This is our chance. Although we missed the opportunity with that rough saintess, if we can seize the moment and gain favor from the new saint, Barris, Haro's eldest son, smiled in reply, we can make our family's influence surpass the Holy Kingdom. He was pleased his son understood and instructed, Exactly, so make sure you build a relationship with him at that banquet. but you must treat him with utmost respect no matter his age. Remember that, he won't leave. Just make sure you don't give him a bad impression." He quickly absorbed the advice. "Yes, father." Then confidently walked away, feeling triumphant. "Of course, father, you don't need to worry. I heard he's just a puppet of the kingdom." Barris was very intrigued, wondering, how should I play with him? At the banquet, people were whispering about Raymond. "Have you heard anything about the new saint?" "Yeah, I heard clearly. That new saint is just a commoner. He's incredibly lucky to be chosen and suddenly promoted like that." "That's the gist," Barris added. "Should we teach him some basic rules?" From the Green family. Green suddenly noticed something and spoke. "That person." Barris clenched his teeth in disbelief. "That bastard. He never showed up at banquets like this before. Why is he suddenly here now?" Someone announced, "He's from the territory, visiting." Barris spoke. "Welcome to the banquet." He glanced cautiously at the greeting. He cautiously asked, "What wind blew a slacker like you here?" Rich sighed deeply. From the Magi Grellin family, Lady Saris spoke. "I didn't come to admire you, Barris," then changed her tone to him. "Are you looking for someone?" "Lord J," he asked directly. "Has the saint not arrived yet?" "Oh, Saris," she gasped. "I don't think you've met the saint yet, right?" Barris interjected. "He'll arrive soon. So why don't we wait for the saint together?" Brian spoke up after hearing this. "He must be busy with something urgent, so he hasn't arrived yet." Barris suppressed his anger and agreed. "That's right, probably so." He cursed silently in his heart. That shameless bastard. Voices came from inside the room. "Was this made just for me?" He changed into another outfit in amazement and said, "So comfortable, as if the tailor measured me personally." Cleus confirmed. "Yes, exactly as you said. I estimated your measurements the day you arrived and sent them to the tailor. This ceremonial outfit was tailored to your exact measurements, so it fits you perfectly." Hearing this, Day was even more impressed. "Can you really estimate my measurements accurately just by guessing?" Cleus humbly replied. "With enough practice, anyone can estimate like that." He smiled brightly and praised. "I knew you were talented the first time I met you, but you're even better than I thought." "Cool, Cleus." He paused a moment, then kept his indifferent expression and said, "Thank you, sir. I will lead you to the banquet. Please follow me." Day's smile was somewhat forced. He thought silently. No reaction at all. She's like a machine. Back in the luxurious banquet hall, Brian assessed, "This saint is slower than I expected." Saris agreed. I think he needs some time to prepare." Barris interjected. "By the way, have you heard anything about what happened during the ceremony?" Gran laughed and said, "I've heard, but I don't know the details." He guessed. "It seems we will hear an impressive speech from the saint." That said, Barris smugly thought, after all, he's just an ordinary person. Just then, an announcement came. "Please pay attention, everyone. The saint has arrived." The three Barris, Ryan, and Saris simultaneously looked toward the door. "He's here." Raymond walked in casually, followed by Cleus. Barris thought, "That's saint. He's a bit unexpected, completely different from what I imagined. That calm, confident demeanor, everything is perfect." Then Barris awkwardly stepped forward and said, "Hello, sir, I am Barris, the eldest son of Marquis Har." Day smiled and replied, "So you are from the Haro family. It's an honor to meet you." He clenched his hands bitterly. I can't find a single fault in him. At the same time, several others approached to greet him. "I am Gran of the Green family. I am Saris of the Marquis Grin family. Proper etiquette, pleased to meet you all." Barris gritted his teeth. "With this crowd, my plan will fail if this keeps up." Then he spoke up. "I heard the saint used to be an ordinary person, right?" Barris was determined inside. "I need to strike him to take control." Day didn't hide it. "That's right. I come from a small village in the Scythian kingdom," he continued. "So this must be your first time attending a banquet like this, right? After all, how could an ordinary person attend such a grand banquet?" Dan immediately noticed Barris's hostile attitude. "Oh, look at this guy." But he kept calm and smiled in response. "Yes, this is my first time here, as you said. You're not supposed to attend the banquet," Barris hinted mockingly. "Now that the saint is no longer ordinary, that rule doesn't apply anymore, right? Do you find the banquet here overwhelming?" Day stared at him thoughtfully. There are always people like that, never satisfied with what they have. They can't stand quietly standing in the background, so they act indifferent and get involved in political affairs to fight for status. Such despicable trash. After venting, he retorted, "It seems you think a person's value is determined by their background. Why do you think that?" Barris bluntly said, "No reason. It's just my personal taste." Day seemed to find some amusement and looked forward a bit. People like this usually share the trait of digging their own grave by babbling like that. "This is going to be interesting." Day continued the exchange. "I'm not used to this kind of life yet, So it's quite hard for me to understand everything you say, Barris responded. That's right, I forgot. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and called, Saint. Day immediately recognized. He's here. Barris was sweating but bravely mocked. You're just an ordinary person like the rest of them before. Before Day could react, someone quickly drew a sword. He was stunned. The hall instantly erupted. The sword's blade was less than 2 finger widths from Barris's neck. Luckily, Raymond quickly blocked it, or there would have been bloodshed. Barris then realized he almost met the Grim Reaper and screamed in panic. He wanted to faint right there. Day shouted loudly, What do you think you're doing? That's way too dangerous. Luckily, I stopped it with holy power, Reach said clearly. Holy One, I am deeply ashamed. I sincerely apologize for this initial impression. He kneeled on one knee to admit his fault, then gritted his teeth and added, However, I cannot allow this fool to continue being disrespectful to you. I know it's very rude, but I still can't hold back my frustration. Please forgive me. Day, confused, wondered what he was doing. Cleis spoke up at this moment. Holy One, please allow me to say a few words. What the Marquis family's man just said were all blasphemies. How dare he overstep and mock you like that? Jack chimed in. Exactly. I believe we should slit that Barris's throat and make sure his family is properly punished. We need to set an example for others as well. Barris's face turned pale. Huh? Dai calmly spoke. Ah, you're not wrong. Cleis, he ordered to summon Marquis Harrow here for me. She immediately obeyed. Understood. I will return right away. Just then, a voice rang out. No need. Iriel glanced at the man, frowning as he descended the stairs, and said, He has been watching everything from the second floor and is coming down now. Har looked embarrassed and growled, You idiot. Barris turned pale and stammered, My father. Then, without another word, he slapped his son hard across the face with a curse. You fool! Barris lay face down on the floor, holding his head. Har continued slapping him. You stupid son, how many times have I told you? How dare you disrespect the Holy One like that? Trash, talking like trash. He screamed for his life. Father, stop. This scene stunned everyone, but they all thought the same and tried to stop him. Then the two father and son knelt at Day's feet. Har even bowed his head. I sincerely beg your forgiveness. I hope the Holy One will forgive all because I failed to properly raise my son. Please forgive his rudeness. Then he turned to urge his son. Barris, what are you doing? Beg for his forgiveness. He hurriedly complied. I apologize, Holy One. The Holy One coldly spoke. Do you think that will make the Holy One forgive you? Rish, like a loyal guard, was about to draw his sword. Sir, if you wish, I can punish them immediately. The only one still calm was Day, who raised his hand to stop him. Hey, calm down. He looked down, wondering how to handle this now. Then he spoke, putting the difficult question to Marquis Harrow in this situation. What does he think is a fitting punishment for his actions? He stammered, mumbling about that. Unable to say anything, he clenched his teeth, thinking, My son Barris lost his mother when he was very young, and I feel guilty as a father who has failed his duty. I have tried not to let him live a miserable life. He must have a good life with nothing lacking. However, the promise I made. Then he frankly expressed that if you grant us grace and forgive my son for his actions as an apology and my remorse, I will renounce my title and donate my assets to the church. Day spoke. This does not resolve whether Barris should be punished or not. You must also bear responsibility for your son's wrongdoing. He looked at him, silently judging, thinking about his willingness to give up his title and donate his assets to protect his son. Only when the water is pure can sweet water flow. Then Dai loudly called Barris. He raised his face to answer. Yes. You called me. He asked, Do you realize you were wrong? He no longer acted arrogant but was honest. I have disgraced your name with my blasphemous words. Seeing Barris's attitude, Dai's heart softened. I would punish Marquis Harrow if he were as foolish as his son, but he seems quite reasonable. So punishment is unnecessary. Thinking that, he spoke, That is not your greatest sin. It is making your father kneel. I considered punishing you, but seeing the sincerity and love he has for you, I have decided to forgive. Barris was incredulous and hesitant. That meant, confirmed by Zake J's skeptical face, I forgive you, he hurriedly said. You are truly merciful. Are you really letting this go? Yes, Holy One. Har, with tears in his eyes, seeing their emotion, made Dai wonder, would it be too much if I just leave without doing anything? He smiled brightly and added, If you donate generously, as you mentioned earlier, Har will agree immediately. Yes, of course. I am more than happy to donate any amount you desire. Just let me know. Iriel had been watching silently, forcing a smile twice, thinking that the punishment was too light for such a serious blasphemy. She blushed slightly as she looked at him, although she thought he had handled it quite cleverly. Later, in the backyard, Sadal still hadn't let it go and asked, I apologize. Your Holiness, are you truly all right? You only need to say the word, and I can punish them immediately. Raymond helplessly stopped him from drawing his sword. Let it be. We don't need to go that far. Suddenly, he felt a suspicion in his heart. Thinking back now, the guy had been following him for a while, so naturally that it never felt strange at all. Raymond spoke up. I know it's a bit late, but I've never asked your name. That sentence startled Rekiel. He immediately knelt and bowed his head. I have committed a grave mistake. Raymond was extremely frustrated. No, I just want to know your name. He introduced himself. I am Che Shia of the Seitil clan. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Huh? You also have Shia in the middle of your name? What does that mean? Clias spoke up just in time. Shia is a title. The only people with the Shia title in their names are the 3 clans that have served the saint and the holy woman. Z added, it symbolizes our loyalty to you. Raymond seemed enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. But do we really need that many? I don't think I actually need 3 clans serving me. Actually, 1 is enough, Cleus said sternly. Your Holiness, this tradition has been established since ancient times. Please don't feel pressured. Just think of it as the will of heaven, Z said at that moment. If you truly think 3 clans are too many and only need 1, please choose me. I promise to do my best. Clias looked at him with a deadly expression. Raymond quickly advised, I will not force any clan to step down, so don't start fighting among yourselves. He asked further, what about the other clan? Why are there only 2 of you? Cleus explained. The remaining clan is responsible for protecting you from the shadows. Their true identity must not be known to enemies. Even we don't know who they are. However, we know they are always within the necessary distance to protect your holiness immediately. At that moment, Raymond noticed something. On a nearby tree branch, a figure dressed in black was silently sitting there. Only then did Raymond realize that the old man was right, they were close by. Now if I focus, I can see their energy emanating. He began counting. 126. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Huh? There are 7 of them besides me? Everyone had question marks above their heads. Clias inquired, Seitil, do you see anything? He was also confused. No, I don't see anything. The person hiding on the branch muttered, I know already. Even when he was young, he was an impressive archmage. The next morning, at Raymond's mansion, someone greeted him. Hello, Your Holiness, she responded. Good morning. She stood before Jiahoy, deep in thought. A memory surfaced along with someone's admonition. Wake up immediately. You are a Croach. If you can't even do this, do you think you deserve to carry the Bellacroix name? When Cleus was a child, his small hands practicing swordplay until they bled replied, I'm sorry, Father. The person she called father scolded. Those who serve the saint cannot be weak or fragile. Picking up the sword again, his small hands stained with blood. There has never been a case of 2 saints existing at the same time. I thought that once a female saint appeared, there would be no other saints. However, to serve a saint, I must try. I must endure hardships to train. I asked myself hundreds of times a day about my purpose. Yet, a few years later, as if God was answering my question, a new saint appeared. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Clias, pointing behind him at the holy woman, asked, Iriel will lead me to the next part of the ceremony. What does that mean? She seemed to smile at his pain. I already told you, the more beautiful one has the duty to guide you to the ceremony. What's so hard to understand about that? Cleus whispered. Raymond, the saint, outwardly modest, replied, If you allow me to explain, except for special occasions, only saints can enter the ceremony venue. It has nothing to do with appearance. Raymond put on a judging face and asked, Is that so? No more laughing then? Iriel stuck out her tongue, pretending to be silly. Then he was led to a lush forest, exclaiming, Ah, it's so wonderful to be outside. I didn't know there was a forest like this behind the castle. Clias spoke. Sir, this way, Iriel added. We're almost there, he asked curiously. Then what? He looked at the knights around him, thinking, Wait, with holy knights guarding this sacred area, having many guards is normal. His mind was full of question marks. In front of him now was a long staircase. Iriel explained, Sir, this is the entrance. You just need to walk up this path to the top. He felt confused. Seriously? Iriel smiled brightly and announced, Because this part of the ceremony shows your respect to the Lord, you absolutely cannot use magic to ascend. He couldn't hold back and shouted, Why do I have to do that? Under the sunset sky, he was still climbing and yelling. Wait a minute. He turned pale and asked Iriel, Wait, can we take a break? She smirked mischievously and teased, Come on, it's just the beginning. Are you already tired? Your stamina seems like it needs some improvement, huh? He was frustrated and argued, I spent all day yesterday traveling across the Holy Kingdom. You saw that, yet you still trust me. Oh, 1,000 thanks to you. The holy man panted heavily and said, If I could use mana, these steps wouldn't be anything. Iriel coldly refused. No, I already told you. Not just here. Even during the ritual you can't use mana. Understand? From now on, you have to walk on your own 2 feet. Keep climbing step by step, and you will get there. Iriel emphasized again. You cannot use mana. I'll meet you when you finish this challenge. Looking at the endless stairs, he still held a glimmer of hope to reassure himself. All right, maybe it won't take that long. Not knowing how much time had passed, he was drenched in sweat and out of breath. Finally, he arrived. He collapsed flat on the ground. What did I say earlier? This takes forever. He looked at the wooden house in front of him. Luckily, at least there was a house here, probably empty. Thankfully, it's not a dragon's lair or anything. He opened the door and went inside. I only need to live here for a week. He put his bag on the floor. Even though she said he had to show respect to the Lord, he still didn't really understand what he was supposed to do. Because Iriel said she didn't do anything the whole week. He happily concluded, so this is a vacation? Then I have to make the most of my rest while I'm here. A week will pass quickly. At that time, he couldn't foresee the challenges waiting ahead and the harsh reality he would face during his rest here. Time passed. Day reached out to pick fruit from a tree and cheerfully said, "The apples are so fresh today." He bit into a delicious apple but grimaced and muttered, "I'm getting sick of this." Then he angrily threw the apple away. "Enough. This is cruel," he shouted. He was determined not to use mana and to rely on himself for everything, from starting fires with sticks and leaves to catching fish. But they didn't even tell him exactly what to do. Okay, isn't this enough already? What else do they want? He even had to roast his own food. They said it's only for a week, but in the end, he ate with endless dissatisfaction. So, what about the past month? At least tell me what's going on, he yelled in the middle of the forest. Do they think I came here to learn how to survive in the wild or what? Holy damn it. After finishing, he sensed something unusual. Wait, this is holy power appearing, surprising him. Finally, someone answered me. Because I'm angry? Finally, Day was lifted off the ground by a source of power, a pillar of light bursting forth. He rejoiced, I have holy power now. Then he landed, but something wrong happened that made him sigh. Day's expression turned serious as he thought, my holy power is gone. What do I do now? Suddenly, the power appeared again. Ah, just kidding. It's really here. Then it disappeared again. Nothing more. Then, the holy power returned, bursting so strongly it formed a pillar of light, but just as expected, it vanished again. Day was speechless and speculated. What the hell is this? Is the Lord messing with me? Time passed. The holy power appeared again, but Day was exhausted from training. He helplessly thought, after grinding for a whole month, still no holy power. Day angrily slung his bag and gave up, going down the stairs, wiping everything away. Even if it appeared a little, it meant nothing. What's more frustrating is I can feel the air around me is fresher thanks to the holy power. My life has never been this disappointing. Truly shattered all my dreams. Can anyone help me? It felt like someone heard Raymond's thoughts. A voice cried out. Saint Iriel was surprised. Oh my God, why did you silently call out so loudly in your mind? Iriel J was deeply moved, thinking that the first person she met in this whole month, even if it was Iriel, was already very touching. Did she know I was being teased today and came to comfort me? However, in Iriel's eyes, the entire man was now completely enveloped by holy power, to the point that his figure was invisible, making her pale. Raymond still didn't understand and asked, Huh? What's wrong? She was incredulous. You mean you can't use either mana or holy power? He firmly replied, I haven't tried using holy power yet. Iriel quickly asked, Do you want to try? The ritual was already over. Raymond noticed Iriel's dress was dirty. What happened to your clothes? She forced a smile and said, I sensed a strong holy power source, so I came here in a hurry. Hearing that, he reached out his hand toward her and chanted to cleanse it. Immediately, the dress became like new. Raymond was surprised at himself. Looks like I can still use mana normally, Iriel exclaimed. Thank goodness. Then Raymond rubbed his chin and muttered, I can use mana in the air, so why can't I use holy power? Iriel smiled brightly and said, It's really unfortunate that you can't use holy power. But so what? You're still the chosen one and a great mage. If anyone dares to spread nonsense, just teach them a lesson with your magic, she added. Seemingly because of the holy power, the atmosphere around him was really pleasant, and there was a sweet scent too. Iriel moved closer to sniff, making Raymond curious. What do you mean by sweet scent? She was fascinated and described it as a warm fragrance that made people want to be near him. That one phrase helped Raymond make a decision in his heart. I think I should keep my distance from others until I can control holy power. Just then, a loud voice called out, Saint, we have come to congratulate you on passing the ritual. It was a clear voice. Caius continued, Congratulations, Saint. Saint Raymond smiled and replied to Caius and Z, You guys are here. Thank you. Z spoke up. Of course. As soon as we heard the news, we came right away. Caius added, Saint, you've worked hard. Before he finished, both of them simultaneously smelled the scent on Raymond. Then, without planning, they both showed enthusiastic expressions. Give me the bag so I can hold it. Let me hold it. Do you need anything else? Raymond was very suspicious. What's wrong with you guys? Don't come near here. He shouted fearfully, ordering them. Stop, go somewhere else, I want to go home. The tail behind kept following Raymond, making him helpless. Z naturally replied, As a member of the Tri-Tribe, I must always be by your side, everywhere and every time. Raymond was not moved, but instead raised his guard. It was really suspicious. That night, at the mansion, the library echoed with a sigh. So much. Maybe this will be useful for the current situation. One of the books and documents was placed on the table. Before becoming a saint, I promised myself one thing to make the Holy Kingdom the greatest nation. Now that I've officially become a saint, it's time to fulfill that promise. The first step is to thoroughly understand the kingdom's history and climate. Even agriculture and commerce must be traced back to their origins. To understand all of that, I have to read everything here. Raymond, adjusting his glasses, immersed himself in knowledge. His heart was full of determination to make the Holy Kingdom the greatest nation and to establish a new system. Thinking this, Raymond gathered all the nobles of the Holy Kingdom when the sun was high. Most of the nobles gathered criticized the empire for facing problems and lacking qualifications. In response to those words, Raymond suggested some adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and the trade industry. Among those proposals, the Milpa system to develop agriculture received a shower of praise from the nobles and was the first amendment approved. Milpa is an ancient Mexican farming system. The Count was the first to speak in the meeting. But Saint, among the clauses written here, what do you mean by using priests as mercenaries? Raymond smiled and replied, just a figure of speech. It's the idea of maximizing the use of our priests' resources to minimize the number of mercenaries we have to hire. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his heart. Here it comes. The next to speak was Haru. So you mean to send priests to the battlefield? Raymond confirmed. Yes, exactly. Count Rain then said. In that case, the sacrifice of the priests will lead to the collapse of our noble state. Above all, the number of people wanting to become priests will also decrease, Raymond explained. Of course, priests will only be stationed behind the front lines, as long as the front line remains stable. We can minimize the number of priest casualties. The Count still didn't skip standing up. Even so, the battlefield is still the battlefield. Har agreed as well. The Count was right, not to mention if they were attacked from both flanks, Raymond calmly explained. I understand that the battlefield is no safe place, and the ideal situation is for priests to return safely after participating in combat. I won't force them to join the battle without a clear plan. I intend to assign a cavalry unit to accompany them to the battlefield. With cavalry support, the safety of the priests can be ensured. But using priests as mercenaries is just a precautionary tactic. Even if they don't fight on the front lines, supporting and boosting soldiers' morale is enough. Witnessing the casualties and sacrifices firsthand on such a brutal battlefield, it will definitely be an extremely valuable experience for the priests. Count Ren was determined to discuss this thoroughly. I agree that priests are a necessary force in combat, but aren't there plenty of other options if we need money or prestige? Raymond crossed his arms and said, using priests as mercenaries isn't just about money and prestige. In fact, those benefits are just side effects. What we really aim for is support from other empires. He repeated the support from other empires, which was puzzling. Raymond began to explain, from the perspective of a kingdom needing the Holy Empire's support, they wouldn't do anything to endanger us. And since we're only lending them combat forces, we can demand compensation if any of our troops sent there are injured. The Count somewhat relented but still had doubts. That's true. We would gain more control by lending soldiers to other countries, but even so, isn't that too risky? Just then, someone stepped forward and said that using priests' lives as a guarantee was a good idea. Iriel smiled and raised her hand. I agree with the Holy One. Her appearance surprised everyone. The Saintess, she and Raymond had discussed countermeasures earlier. She looked over the plan analysis. It must be said that although the Holy One's ideas were excellent, there would definitely be certain risks if priests were actually used as mercenaries, Raymond asked. If so, is there a way to win the trust of the nobles? Iriel replied casually, as if it were no big deal. Simple, I'll help you. She placed her hand on the table. We don't need to earn the nobles' trust. We just need to overcome it. Iriel laughed and bargained. Money for porridge. I'll take a low price. You say, oh, most beautiful daughter of the Empire. Lady Iriel, please help me, Raymond judged with a laugh. Her sudden appearance really helped him admire her silently. Iriel's influence was truly impressive. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire noble class in this country stands behind Iriel. So if Iriel supports us this time, even if it's a bit dirty, this is the best way. I have no other choice. He patted his chest and looked toward the crowd, declaring, all right, then consider the plan finalized. If anyone has ideas to promote the Holy Empire's development, feel free to tell me. Several nobles were genuinely convinced by him. I think his idea is quite good. I agree with the Holy One. Thus, the Holy Empire gradually completed everything according to plan. To anticipate the difficulty of changing farming methods, we first applied it in a small territory, and the public did not oppose using priests as mercenaries. After receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves, many kingdoms subsequently requested priest forces as aid. And so the Holy Empire gained a considerable profit, helping to boost investment in agricultural and commercial improvements, allowing the empire to develop steadily. Raymond exhaled lightly. He placed both hands on the windowsill, looking outside, thinking to himself, to ensure smooth reforms in every sector, I need specialists for each field, and must find the right people. This will be difficult. I'll need time to think about this. At the Holy Empire's library, the librarian yawned repeatedly, and a girl approached to start a conversation, looking quite tired. The librarian eagerly stood up. Ah, my lord, you're back? She replied, yes. It's been a while, hasn't it? Just sit down. It's been 3 months already, right? The librarian replied. Yes, that seems about right. E glanced around curiously. The library is so crowded today. That's strange. It's usually not this busy. The librarian whispered that Asterion Regef has been coming here frequently for the past few days. She repeated in surprise. Asterion Regef? The librarian pointed toward Raymond, who was intently reading a book, and said, they must be captivated by his handsome face, right? Then Aya walked over and pulled out a chair opposite him. She sat down and opened with, are you Asterion Regef? He admitted it and asked, is there something you need? While wondering who she was. Why is she looking at the books I've read? Silently judging. All these books are related to medicine. Thinking that, she used it to start a conversation. Are you reading these books? Raymond asked coldly again. Yes. Do you need something? A picked up a volume and pointed at him. If you've read all of these, you must understand most of it, right? Raymond replied, of course, to a certain extent, and she brought up the topic. Then can you tell me how to treat a wound caused by a lightning sword? Raymond took off his glasses and answered, using holy light to stop the necrosis symptoms, and then treating it as usual. A probed, exactly, but do you agree with that? He bluntly answered, no. His answer intrigued her to ask further. Then how do you plan to treat the patient? E followed his idea and said, I would remove the necrotic flesh around the wound. EA looked confused. Remove it? Why? He explained. Although people think being struck by a lightning sword is like poisoning, I can't be 100% sure the consequences are the same as poisoning. If a lightning sword strikes the flesh, you don't get poisoned. Rather, the wound's edges and surrounding cells are damaged. In that case, just using holy light to stop bleeding and treating it normally won't fully cure it. It's better to cut away the damaged flesh around the wound, then treat it properly. He spoke clearly, but AA found the core term and raised a question. So what exactly are these cells you're talking about? I was startled, realizing she forgot that the concept of cells exists in this world. Without waiting for his answer, she continued, besides, those cells you mentioned can't be healed with holy light, but isn't cutting away the rotten flesh a bit too brutal? I somewhat agree with that opinion. She said it wasn't wrong, but it's the best method. Hearing this, she leaned back in her chair and concluded, as long as it cures the patient, the method doesn't really matter, right? Raymond quickly objected. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, she slammed the table, stood up, and cut him off. I completely understand your point. A reached out to Raymond and suggested, please allow me to invite you to the library. We can definitely discuss this issue more deeply there. After saying that, she switched topics. Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. My name is the head of the conservative clergy faction. That name shocked Raymond. Really? He thought incredulously. A is the head of the conservative clergy faction? Oh. So she's the chief priest? This might be our first official meeting, but I've heard many stories about you. Lee smiled warmly. If you have any questions about medicines, feel free to ask. But I wonder why a saint like you studies a field that seems ineffective. Raymond glanced at the pile of books and said, even if you say that, why do you study medicine? I thought you said it was useless. You said you study it? She gently tucked her hair aside to reveal her remaining eye. I hoped it might help improve this eye of mine, but Raymond showed no surprise at all. I see. He asked quietly. Were you born like that? She was quite surprised by his reaction. She thought to herself that he wasn't surprised after seeing it, but outwardly smiled and replied, yes, I've been like this since birth. Raymond continued to ask, can you see anything with that eye? Do you feel any pain? I don't feel pain, but I'm not blind. He hesitated a bit. Am I okay? Without hesitation, she agreed. It's fine. Go ahead. He stepped closer to examine. Oh, This is cataract. Hearing him, she asked back, what exactly is a cataract? Raymond didn't answer immediately but probed further. Although I'm not very sure. What about at night? Can you see in the dark? My eyes do seem to see a bit better around dusk, so it's definitely cataracts. If you want, I can explain more about this condition. Raymond spoke as he held the chalk and wrote on the blackboard in the room. Look this way. What I'm drawing here is a normal human eye. This is the pupil, and this is the lens. When we look at something, the lens focuses the light and makes the object clearer to our eyes. However, in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that causes the lens to become cloudy is called cataracts. He gently touched his own eye. If it's that disease, then why can't I be cured? If it's just a disease, shouldn't there be many medicines to cure it? Maybe it's because you were born with it, so what am I supposed to do when even holy magic can't heal it? He explained in a low voice. Holy magic heals damaged parts of the body. But what if your body doesn't recognize it as an injury? That could explain why it can't be healed by magic. Lai pointed to her eye and said, so is it because I can't see with my natural eyes? He immediately replied, that's only for normal people. Since you were born like this, your body doesn't realize it has a problem. Anyway, you need to have surgery on your eye to cure this disease. Surgery? How? Raymond asked with a calm expression. What? We need to dig deep into your eye. She flinched and cried out, dig? You mean my eye? That's only part of the treatment. We need to remove the cloudiness from your eye and replace it with something else. He frowned, thinking to himself that although it seems feasible to remove the cloudiness from the eye, there is no artificial lens in this world, and even if we cure the disease, it won't help if she ends up blind. Standing to the side, watching his thoughtful expression, she smiled softly and said, it's okay. There's nothing to worry about a chronic disease. I'm sure I'll find a cure soon. Raymond couldn't help but make a shocked face. If I can't cure it, even in another world, I can't cure cataracts? Allay, she said confidently. Don't worry, I'm sure I can cure you. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. You're really funny. Fine, then let's do it. I know a place I want to show you. The two of them went to another room filled with various equipment and chemicals. This is my research lab. It's the lab the Holy Kingdom built for me to study medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Really? That's right. I'm lonely here too. This is the least I can do to help someone in the same field. Raymond smiled excitedly. Thank you so much. Then Raymond began his research at the headquarters 1 month later. Let's see. This is giant blood. He took out a small tube, slowly poured it onto a glass dish below. After exposure to air for a short time, its properties were very liquid but started to harden while I was still talking. It became as solid as jelly. That's right. Blood samples from different monsters have different properties. If we can utilize this, we might make some progress. Exactly, Raymond asked quietly. But isn't it impossible to mix blood from different species? Yeah, they have different body constitutions, so they might die instantly. Oh, there's one special case unlike the others. The case of OS, because they have extremely strong adaptability, it seems okay to mix their blood with that of other species. Hearing her say that, he wondered, strong adaptability. Is there any way I can take a look at it? The scene shifted to late afternoon in the forest behind the Grand Palace. Raymond was focused on gathering some useful medicinal herbs there. After feeling he had collected enough, he slowly stood up, exhaled, that's enough for today. At that moment, he noticed some rustling and a shadow nearby. What's that? Raymond went straight to the spot and saw an ORC and a giant. Both were knocked out. They probably just fought. He quickly noticed the ORC's pained grimace. Huh? That one is still alive? It seemed he was in shock from heavy bleeding. Apparently, he fought a much bigger giant. Miraculously, he was still alive. Then he glanced toward the giant lying sprawled on the ground. Raymond couldn't help but recall the earlier words. Unlike other species, in the case of OS, because they have extremely good adaptability, it seems fine to mix their blood with that of other species. He smiled and rummaged through the bag he was carrying. This is the perfect chance to test it out. Gotta seize this opportunity. Right after, the ORC suddenly let out a cry. It looked around in confusion, and when it saw the giant beside it, it was startled. Tears welled up in its eyes as it looked at Raymond standing in front. Seeing this, he asked, You awake now? The ORC panicked and shouted, but he immediately stopped it, saying, Stop, don't move, stay still. Raymond quickly used magic to dazzle its limbs. Calm down, I don't intend to kill you. I'm saving you. You lost too much blood, so I transfused giant blood into you. I'm in a hurry. I'm not done with you yet. Then he noticed the white fluid flowing from the ORC's wound. Huh? What's that? Blood? But why is it like this? Slowly, it turned transparent, and Raymond burst out laughing with excitement. Perfect. I can do this now. The scene of the sunset sky, golden and radiant, enveloped the dense forest. This must be where I was told to come, Raymond thought as he walked. When I transfused the blood of the monster into the ORC, its color became clearer. I didn't expect mixing the blood of two different monster species to yield such a great result. If I focus on researching this, I might be able to create an artifact lens. That way, EA's cataract disease could be cured. Now I need to collect more blood from the monster Cho and Ark. Earlier, I asked where I should go if I want to study ORC and Cho species. The ORC and Cho girl softly clicked her tongue and said, "There's a small abandoned village called Geihyo near the castle outskirts. They say the forests around there often gather ORC and Cho monsters." Raymond didn't hesitate long and quickly headed to that village. Just as said, the village was completely abandoned. Everything here was dilapidated and old. He felt a bit scared looking around, especially since it was already evening, making everything look even more frightening. So this pile of ruins was once the Geihyo village. I thought she was exaggerating, but it really was abandoned. Suddenly, he noticed something. In a corner by the wall, two children were sitting leaning on each other. Were those two kids abandoned too? Raymond wondered silently. Then one of the children quickly noticed his presence. Raymond didn't avoid them, but slowly approached. "Hello. Do you want to eat this?" He took a piece of dried meat from his bag. "Take it. It's safe. No poison or anything." He said that. The girl was still cautious, but reached out to take it. Raymond smiled, thinking at least they trust me. "The only thing I can do is give these kids food and this." He continued rummaging through the bag and pulled out a small pouch. The girl opened it. Inside were shining gold and silver coins. Raymond softly said, "Take this and go to Salonia. This money is enough for you two to find a place to rest and buy food." The girl looked at him in surprise and asked, "But why would you do this? For people you've never met?" Hearing that, he laughed heartily. "Just because. No reason at all. Really, no reason." The girl frowned, not understanding his actions, but they still took the stuff and got up to leave. Raymond didn't linger either and continued exploring the village in his heart. Who would have thought that just after leaving the city, I'd see this scene? The current law can't help you. I have to investigate that child more. One day I'll bring prosperity back here to build the best version of the Holy Kingdom. Scene shifts to the next morning, warm rays of early sunlight filtering through the dense, wild forest. Raymond had been walking alone all night. Finally, he found a fairly large cave there. He slowly entered inside. Is this the Cho monster's den? Inside, a Cho monster was quietly sleeping. Raymond reminded himself to be careful, not to wake them. He tiptoed closer to it. Then, he took out a syringe from his bag, apologizing for sneaking in. "I just need to borrow a little blood." After finishing, he continued on to the ORC's habitat. "Hey!" They all turned to look when they heard his voice. "I came to ask you for a favor." The ORCs immediately showed angry faces and ran clumsily toward him. Seitil forced a smile and asked, "Aren't you going to listen to me?" He quickly used a blinding magic spell again and caught it. Seitil looked at the ORC, who was blinded, and suddenly realized, "Wait, it's you. You remember me, right? I saved you when you were on the brink of death, remember? Calm down and listen to me." He smiled and pointed to the pile of animal corpses nearby. "I just need a favor, and I'll pay you. Will you help me?" Everything was smoothly resolved, and Seitil held a vial containing their blood in his hand, saying, "Thanks to the ORCs, I was able to succeed. First, let's head back and get things organized." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed. "Huh? You're the girl I helped last night," she said with tears in her eyes, pointing ahead. "What's going on? Is something happening over there?" On the other side, the girl was being slammed hard against the wall. A large thug holding a bundle of money laughed mockingly and threatened her. "Now you see the consequences of refusing a drinking invitation and taking a drinking penalty, huh?" "Humph." The girl growled. "Give it back." "What?" "Give me my money back." The girl glared at them, and the thugs frowned at the murderous aura radiating from him. "You little bastard, what did you just say?" They raised a big club high. "You dare talk back to me? Stop." Fortunately, Seitil arrived just in time to block them. The thug shouted at him, "Who the hell are you?" He didn't answer but asked, "What are you doing?" The thug quickly snatched the club. "Humph, who are you?" Seitil silently observed around. Had he just stolen money? Not stopping there, the thugs immediately surrounded him. "Looks like you're from a rich family, huh? But rich people like you shouldn't come here alone. Let me teach you a lesson." The lead thug loudly ordered to seize him, and the whole group charged forward, but Seitil gently swung his hand, striking one thug in the face. "How could he knock that guy out with just one hit?" he asked seriously. "Keep going? Do you think things will go your way?" But the group didn't give up and attacked again. Just seconds later, all lay sprawled on the ground, dust flying everywhere. The girl hurriedly ran to hug her younger sister. Seitil stood beside them, gently asking, "Are you both okay? I'm sorry this happened. Let's go. I'll take you to a better place to rest." "I'm sorry, but that's not possible," Cleis said softly. "This is a sacred place. Only the saints and their people are allowed to stay. We can't permit children of unknown origin here." Seitil pointed at the two children and said, Even if saints are staying here, isn't this place big enough to shelter these two kids? I'm sorry, but those are the rules here. He sighed softly. What kind of harsh rules are these? I didn't know such rules existed. He smiled and said to them, anyway, don't worry. I will definitely find a place for these two kids. Then, the two children looked bewildered at the scene before them. What about this? This place should be fine, right? Before them was a spacious two-story wooden house. This would be their new home from now on. He had just bought this house. Forgot to ask their names. Seitil gently asked. Now he remembered he hadn't asked their names yet. The girl softly replied, we don't have names. No names? Well, let's see. One name. Got it, okay. How about this? You can be Chris, and your little sister will be Mary. Those are meaningful names from my hometown. The two children widened their eyes, looking at him. Seitil noticed and felt a bit embarrassed. Sounds bad? Don't like it? No, not at all. The girl couldn't hold back tears. I don't know how to say it, but I'm very grateful to you. He looked at them with a compassionate gaze. Both children said in unison, thank you. Scene changed to Dang's laboratory where he was focused on tinkering with something. A quietly called, Seitil, are you still working on that? What are you trying to do? He was still focused and replied, just wait, I'm doing all this for you. Finally, it was finished. Seitil used magic and other methods to forge a bright emerald green eye lens. She looked at it suspiciously and asked, you said it's for me, so you're still trying to heal my eyes? Are you serious about that idea? Of course. He smiled and said, I finally found a way to help you. Look at this. He took out a vial. These are the ingredients that can heal your eyes. Clay was left stunned. Can that really heal my eyes? What exactly is it? Where did you get it? This is the blood of the Cho species. The blood of Cho? How are you sure it works? Raymond slowly answered each question one by one. I mixed it with ORC blood. As you said, ORCs can adapt to anything, unlike other species. I discovered this by chance. Since an ORC's body can accept other types of blood, during that process, the blood gets purified. That's why, by injecting this blood into an ORC's body, we can create purified blood, leaving only the parts that can be modified. So you're saying that blood can heal my eyes? Exactly. However, I need you to trust me. I was still doubtful about this. Do I have to trust you? Raymond smiled softly, almost absent-mindedly, because we'll have to put it inside your eyes to heal the retina. She was stunned, shocked to the point of disbelief. What? You mean you have to operate on my cataracts? Then put that blood into my eyes? Are you really serious? But he confidently said, basically, we'll remove the damaged retina, then insert this to replace the removed part. He saw her thoughtful expression and figured she needed time to think. She had never imagined such a procedure existed. Raymond pursed his lips, thinking deeply, then suddenly bent down, surprising her enough to make her cry out in confusion. What are you doing? Do you know what it means when a holy lord bows his head? He spoke softly. I understand why you hesitate. It sounds impossible and unachievable. That's why I want you to trust me this time. Your eyes, I will take full responsibility and do everything I can to heal them. A didn't expect him to be that serious. She could feel the sincerity in every word this kid spoke, the genuine intention to heal and goodwill coming straight from his heart. She smiled and said, all right, let's do it. Anyway, I can't use this eye anymore. If there's even a small chance, I'll take it. Then Aye completely entrusted herself to Raymond. She lay still on the operating table while Raymond, dressed fully in protective gear to ensure cleanliness and safety, prepared. Now he used mana to keep her eyelids open. After cutting open the retina, I'll remove the damaged part. Once all the damaged tissue is removed, I'll replace it with an artificial retina. Although this step isn't too difficult, without the proper supporting equipment, it's still quite challenging. I have to do everything by hand. Raymond focused intensely on every detail. But who am I? I'm Raymond, the hand of God. After a while, A finally woke from her coma. She let out a soft sound, her eyes slowly opening. He heard it and gently asked, Ellie, are you awake? A looked around in confusion, then sat up. Unable to believe her eyes, she could fully see with both eyes, able to see the rays of sunlight shining brightly into the room. A couldn't hold back tears. Raymond stood beside her, smiling softly. How do you feel? Can you see clearly? How? She still felt like it was all a dream. Yes, I can see everything clearly. Please tell me this isn't a dream. Hearing that, he gently looked on. Together, they admired the morning sunlight and the white doves flying outside. Meanwhile, at the shrine, Har rushed in to report, Holy Lady, there's an emergency. A large force is advancing toward the border, clearly heading for the shrine. Iriel raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you saying? An armed force is coming here? Where are they from? How far are they? Har, panting from exhaustion, replied, This is fresh news, so I don't have details, but it seems they're not from any specific nation. The force is led by a soul summoner and an army of the undead. Scene shifts to the forest edge near the city, the sky darkening, a bright bluish-purple light illuminating the area. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Wherever they stepped, plants withered and died. This dark aura engulfed the vast forest. Just as Har said, a soul summoner led the undead army, all of them looking extremely formidable and arrogant. Attention, everyone. Tomorrow marks the start of the Holy War. Are you ready? Ready. The flags fluttered gently in the wind. Following that were passionate shouts. The vanguard knights advanced, while the guards and swordsmen took defensive positions behind them. Many lives were at stake, so prepare yourselves mentally for the battle ahead. Then the guards and knights broke into small groups to talk among themselves. I still can't believe we have to face the undead. The young guard noticed the stunned expression on the man beside him and asked, "Hey, what are you looking at?" At times like this I usually think about my family. Instead of praying, I tend to remember my family like that. I should have visited them before heading to the battlefield. I think the same. Praying is the last thing on my mind. I overheard from some officers that apparently a new saint will join us in this battle. Really? Are you talking about the one who can control the stars? Even so, it takes 4 days' journey from Salona to get here. That's right. The real question is whether we can hold out until the new saint arrives. Both looked up anxiously at the clear blue sky. Please, Lord, watch over us. The scene shifts to late afternoon. At the cathedral, Iriel furrowed her brow and sighed repeatedly. She spoke softly. The Pope has ordered the new saint to advance to the border. Yes, the order came directly from the Pope. She thought to herself about facing a force so dire that even the Pope had to summon the new saint to fight. Iriel continued, "Do we have reinforcements from neighboring countries?" Har quickly replied, "We sent out requests for aid, but it seems they'll need 4 or maybe 5 days to reach the battlefield. In that case, who will accompany the new saint?" Har frowned slightly and said the third knight, along with the holy altar and the royal guard, are already en route to the border. Iriel was stunned. Don't tell me that's the entire force over there. He just silently looked at her without answering. Iriel was now furious, slamming her hand on the table and shouting, "Is the Pope crazy? Our enemy is a necromancer from the age of magic. I bet he knows full well that's not nearly enough to fight them." The magical era from long ago was a time when magic was a major subject of study, and the entire continent flourished with magical development. However, the magic-worshipping factions brought about the collapse of that era. And the key figure behind that downfall was the King of Death. The necromancer has been resurrected. Har spoke quietly. We're not only facing an external threat, but must also watch for seeds of civil war. That's why we can't send more troops to the front lines. Iriel glared at him. And because of that, the border is essentially lost. That's why the Pope. She gritted her teeth, thinking, how dare that Pope treat God's representative like a disposable pawn? Just then, the door suddenly burst open, and a panicked voice rang out. "Holy Maiden, we've received a warning that the enemy has approached earlier than expected from the southern mountains. The Holy War has begun." Hearing this, Holy Maiden Iriel clenched her teeth and dashed outside. Har shouted loudly, "Holy Maiden Iriel doesn't care," and just ran straight out. "We can't waste time like this anymore." The scene shifts to early evening, and the horn sounds immediately. All guards and knights stood ready to fight the undead army. The enemy is coming. Battle formation, attack. They all simultaneously fired arrows toward the forest. The charging undead took the full brunt. Fully armed knights charged forward to fight them with swords. On the walls, those wielding magic quickly cast blessings. "Lord, please have mercy so our bodies can stand firm against the enemy's spears. Grant us strength to resist. Bless us." Immediately, a brilliant light radiated, enveloping the knights' bodies. "Great, I feel power surging. This makes everything easier. Maybe we can finish this before reinforcements arrive." The commander sternly reminded, "Don't let your guard down. Not all our enemies are weak. The strongest ones are just arriving." Sure enough, seconds later, white souls emerged from the undead's armor. "Damn, they're here. Advance." They also have undead swordsmen. Everyone retreated, regrouped, and before the commander could finish giving orders, a spirit appeared before him to block the way. Immediately after, a scream of agony echoed, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the others all fled quickly. But it was already too late. They were continuously wiped out by the undead and that spirit. In an instant, everything was soaked with the scent of fresh blood and screams. The necromancer leader stood calmly to the side, watching it all. He laughed loudly with delight. "It's wonderful to see humans torn apart like this. Now, my undead, don't leave a single one alive." The knights quickly realized, "Commander, something's wrong. The enemy is growing stronger. Stop and retreat to wait for reinforcements." The commander gritted his teeth, thinking, "God, have you abandoned us?" Just then, someone stammered a warning. "Commander, watch behind you." Behind him was a massive undead wielding a mace, preparing to swing. Before he could fully process the situation, a blue light suddenly appeared. The commander turned around in confusion, furrowing his brow as he looked at the bloody scene. Could this be real? Why does it really hit the crowd? He quickly rushed forward. As he moved, he recalled previous events. So, you want me to go to the border? Given the emergency, even the Pope had no other choice. From the border reports, it seemed like a suicide mission. Plus, we're dealing with a necromancer, so there are internal conflicts too. Even if we protect the border, we won't do much if caught in internal strife. It's very complicated. After hearing this, Raymond told them, relay this to the Pope. I will go and protect the border. At this moment, he was present on the bloody battlefield. Everyone was astonished to see him. Holy Saint, why are you here? Raymond didn't answer, but ordered them to immediately separate the wounded holy knights and have the priests heal them. The royal guards will protect the holy army. Thank you, sir. The commander and priests frowned at this. If they split the troops to treat the wounded, they wouldn't have enough strength to hold back the undead army. Right. We should wait for reinforcements, he whispered. It seems like we're heading into a bad situation. Huh? What do you mean? They quickly noticed the nearby undead melting away. Could it be the holy power of the saint? I knew it. This is the saint. Raymond frowned slightly, exhaling deeply as he thought. Becoming a saint and then dying, maybe dying on a mission, is part of the saint's duty. Just then, a loud scream rang out. He quickly glanced behind, and a golden light appeared, destroying the skeletal horde. Seeing the undead multiplying, Raymond thought that although he had used holy power to deal with most of them, there were too many, so he needed to handle them carefully. Fireballs, blazing red flames, shot forward, burning everything in their path. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted. In the center, the necromancer had created a shield to protect himself from the fire blast. Raymond frowned and asked him, "You look like a necromancer, don't you?" The necromancer was extremely panicked inside, thinking, "What is this? He couldn't use magic if he was a saint. This isn't the time to hesitate. I can't let my guard down." The necromancer began chanting, "Arise from the call of hell and return from the dead. Strong regret will even make death kneel." He summoned a group of skeletal swordsmen. The commander shouted, "There are many death knights," but Raymond remains calm. He quietly chanted a healing spell, and immediately a blue aura surrounded the death knights, causing them all to collapse. The necromancer was stunned by this scene. "My death knights!" He panicked and yelled, "You won't stop me, bone mage!" But in an instant, Raymond used a destruction spell to block his attack and captured him. Chains quickly bound his limbs tightly. The necromancer's eyes went wide in shock. Such terrifying power? This guy is a saint? No saint could have such strength. He must be an angel or a god. Just then, a sudden punch struck the necromancer's head. A priest couldn't hold back his anger and bitterness. "You bastard. Because of you, Gerenia, the pride of the Holy Knights, was destroyed. You will face retribution." Raymond glanced around the battlefield, the red flames still blazing on the ground, and the bodies scattered everywhere. I understood that even the dead soldiers had become the undead. Those undead were once family members of someone, their children, friends, or lovers. The least I could do was to let them rest in peace. That's why I offered the final farewell. Healing spread widely, a gentle blue light shining down from above. The soldiers and priests who had turned into undead slowly dissolved, merging with that soft light. Then raindrops slowly began to fall, gradually extinguishing the raging flames. The rain grew heavier, as if wanting to cleanse everything. The guards, swordsmen, and priests couldn't hold back their tears and sobbed aloud. Raymond bit his lip, wondering if he had been faster. Could he have saved them? Calm down. Before thinking about that, I need to deal with him first. He looked toward the blinded soul summoner. He whispered, "You talk a lot. After a lifetime of guarding the dead, aren't you afraid of reuniting with them?" But the man burst into a mad laugh, ridiculously saying, "This border isn't the end yet. We should be conquering Salonia now. Why don't you surrender?" Raymond frowned and ordered the commander, take him back to the Holy Kingdom. I need to return." He thought seriously. Just as he expected, the rebellion inside is growing. I have to hurry. Meanwhile, in the small town, screams kept echoing. The undead had invaded the residents' homes. They fled in panic everywhere. "Help me!" At that moment, a sword slash cut through, destroying one of the undead. "Oh, that's fierce. Definitely a swordsman, no joke." Pia smiled, looking around seriously. "I wondered where my holy maiden is now." White smoke continuously rose into the night sky over the town. The undead swarmed in hordes, radiating an extremely strong dark aura that suffocated their opponents. The swordsman hurriedly shouted, "Enemies are approaching. Everyone retreat." Iriel quickly used her holy sword to eliminate them. She frowned, thinking, no matter how many times I kill them, they keep coming. They're not just undead anymore. Now they're like a rogue army. Other swordsmen were also fighting relentlessly, but their numbers were heavily outmatched. Now, the options left are gradually running out. At that moment, a quiet shout rose, followed by a sharp, decisive sword strike. That single slash shattered the undead into pieces. Iriel was stunned. Sword wind. She immediately recognized Fa and the Lord too. Jack solemnly and respectfully said, "Greetings, holy maiden. I apologize for this late greeting, but I hope you understand my situation." Meanwhile, Pia smiled cheerfully and approached. "But now that I'm here, you don't have to worry anymore." She tightly held one of Iriel's arms. Not paying attention to that, Iriel asked, "Lord, what are you doing here? And what about the Holy One? What's his plan?" He immediately replied, "This is the Holy One's order." "What do you mean?" Reach suddenly pursed his lips silently. Going back a bit, he had been flicked hard on the forehead by Raymond. He frowned and said, "Where do you think you're going? Stay in Salonia for me. If you come with me, you'll only slow me down." Reich, though still dizzy, strictly followed protocol and responded. The priest tried his best not to be a burden to the Holy One, so he begged to follow him. Hearing that, Raymond sighed wearily. "Then face me. You claim you're strong enough not to slow me down, right? Then prove it to me." Reich seriously looked straight into his eyes. He mouthed in agreement. "I understand, sir." Then, as he swung his sword toward Raymond, he thought, "I deeply apologize for this, Holy One," but in a blink, Raymond easily blocked his strike. Rika's eyes widened in shock. "Sword wind?" Raymond smiled and asked, "Do you understand now?" He was completely stunned, unable to believe it. No way, even if he really controlled Swordwind, to easily block my strike with such a small sword, G seriously said again. "You need to be somewhere else. That's where you truly belong." Back to the present, Reach quietly explained to Iriel. G seriously said once again, "You need to be somewhere else. That's where you need to go." Back to the present, Reach quietly explained to Iriel. "Being by his side won't help at all. That's why I felt worried and came to support him," Lady Iriel said. Seeing Iriel's serious expression, Faye softly called out, "Miss Iriel?" But she didn't respond, thinking there's no way he doesn't understand the danger of a soul summoner. She couldn't help but blame that fool for not realizing how dire the situation really was. Iriel had no idea that Raymond had just set foot back in Salonia. What a pity. He stood watching the bloody scene around him. Here, he truly felt worried about Mary and Chris. Just then, a voice spoke up. Lord Day immediately turned around at the sound behind him. Mary was crying, clutching Chris, both kids covered in fresh blood, but Chris was lying still, motionless. "What about Mary?" Lord Day hurried toward them. "Is Mary okay? And Chris?" He reached out to check but found no pulse or signs of life. Judging by her condition, she was likely gone. Mary sobbed. "Lord, Chris has been weak since she was little. As her older sister, I should have protected her." He pressed his lips and told Mary he was wrong to bring her here. It seemed he had only caused her more pain. He apologized. The girl quickly protested. "No, that's not true. You did your best to give us a better life. It's not your fault. Even so, if I were stronger, could I have protected my sister? I want to become stronger." Raymond fell completely silent. He quietly looked at the bodies around him, and at the knight's corpse behind the two kids. The wounds weren't inflicted by a Holy Kingdom warrior. Based on nearby clues, it seemed Mary had killed him. So, the girl was talented. "If that's the case," he said quietly, "those hiding over there, show yourselves now." But only utter silence answered him. Raymond frowned, clearly annoyed. "Oh, you dare ignore me like that? 2 on the roof, 3 hiding under the tree, 1 near the fountain, and 1 following me best. Come out now." Immediately, a group of people with faces fully covered appeared. The faithless Den family's messengers respectfully greet Lord Day. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Yong, one of the 7 messengers of the Den family. From right to left, we have Hook Yong, In Yong, Song, Dui, So Yong, and Hui Yong." Raymond's face froze. Who names their kids so lazily? Hook Yong, So Yong. Setting that aside, he frowned and said, "All right, the reason I called you here is obviously to ask you to take care of this child." Hong glanced at Mary. "That girl? Yes, this kid has the talent of a natural-born assassin." She used her sharp eyes to observe the girl thoroughly. According to observations, the girl had even managed to survive after enemies swept through this area. But even so, wanting to train her as an assassin before she could finish, Raymond cut her off bluntly. "I don't intend for her to follow that path. I just want her to have the chance to develop her potential." So Young softly said, "You mean you want us to teach her those skills?" "Exactly, little. So Young really gets me." But Hong immediately refused. "No way. We've been ordered to protect you 24/7. There's no time to train anyone else." "That's true. And more importantly, some of us can't reveal our identities, because if that information leaks, it could directly or indirectly bring disaster upon you." Raymond frowned, thinking, I know it's tough, but these guys are stubborn. He quietly asked, "Even if it's my order?" As soon as he finished, all of them twitched. Raymond was amazed. "Oh, They actually reacted to a death order. He grinned. Then I order all of you. Train Mary in the essential skills of an assassin. Though reluctant, they all obediently complied. Understood. Very well. Oh, and arrange a proper funeral for the girl. Thanks to you all. He gently spoke to Mary, who sat dazed nearby. All right, Mary. Now follow them and try your best to learn. They're all trustworthy. Can you do it? The girl asked anxiously. Yes, sir. But what about you? I have to help everyone before it's too late, Lord Day said softly to reassure her. It's okay. It won't take long. Scene shifts to Iriel Blessing. She continuously uses blessings to strengthen the swordsman. Oh, what a blessing. Maybe God is on my side, she loudly proclaimed. Right now, march forward and claim victory. The side nearby felt extremely worried for her. Saintess, are you okay? I think you've used too much holy power. Iriel softly replied. The road is still very long. It's all right. Before that, Fia, can you cover the left flank for me? Of course, leave it to me, she silently thought to herself. Though she said that, it's only a temporary strategy. We still don't know how many enemy forces remain, and I can't keep blessing recklessly forever. The best I can do is just lower the enemy's morale and force them to retreat. After that, he's a 9th tier Grand Mage. He probably won't die so easily, right? She clenched one hand tightly. Wait a moment. I'm coming right now. Just then, a sword suddenly shot toward Iriel. Lost in thought, she didn't sense it in time, but Il quickly used the holy sword to block it. Immediately after, a soft laugh echoed. Pleasure to meet you, Saintess. Iriel instantly recognized the opponent. Duke Rahat. Didn't expect you to be involved in this too. A master swordsman. Duke Rahat casually smiled and said, Oh my, looks like the Saintess doesn't value my greeting much. Jay quickly stood forward to shield. Saintess, are you all right? He saw him and spoke with a mocking tone. Look who's here. Is that little duck from the Che region? Looks like you've gotten stronger since the last time we met. Reach frowned and retorted. Shut up, Duke Rahat. You should be ashamed for betraying the Lord. He laughed coldly. The Holy Kingdom is about to perish. Surely you realize that? The Holy Kingdom is too small under our superior hands. Iriel gritted her teeth, thinking as usual, this guy pisses me off. But there really isn't a chance. Even if it frustrates me, he's still a sword master. When I'm full of energy, I might not even be able to beat him, let alone when my holy power is running low like this. He's one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. Even if I charge at him, it's still hard to handle. Right after, G-Hat quietly made a suggestion. Saintess, why don't we try to rest temporarily and pull back the troops? Iriel was confused. What's his plan? Does he overestimate us? If not, did I miss some detail? Unlike Iriel's worries, the huge amount of holy power she used really helped them gain the upper hand and successfully lowered the enemy's morale. He was also scheming inside. Our troops are gradually being pushed back. Even for me now, it's very difficult to face a high-level swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It's better to retreat now and regroup. Those were exactly Gon's thoughts. Iriel was also considering the reasonable proposal. Very beneficial for our side. If we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, then let's temporarily cease fighting. G-Hat smiled hearing this. That's a wise decision. Looks like we have nothing more to say to each other then, right? Just then, another voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, you think you can just leave whenever you want? He was startled hearing the voice and looked up. Others were equally shocked. This voice can't be. Don't tell me. Raymond slowly approached them, thinking this place is a market where you come and go as you please. Lord St. Anne quietly chanted. Rockstorm, Saukinesis, it's been a while, hasn't it? My hands and feet are itching. If I lose control, up in the sky, a large fireball quickly formed. I can't guarantee your life will remain intact. While the human body can only contain one type of energy, those saints, chosen by God, have their magical energy converted into holy power, so they can no longer use magic. G-Hat, witnessing this scene, couldn't believe what was happening to this kid. Raymond casually said, Want to deny it? I'll give you some time. The fireball descended lower and lower. He swallowed a gulp of saliva and stammered, How is the battle of the representatives going? Raymond raised his brow and asked back, The representatives? G-Hat forced a smile and continued, I'm sure this will be a beneficial deal for you. If you plan to kill everyone here, I'm certain it will become a difficult problem for you in the future. But if you want to face me one-on-one to decide the winner, I just can't understand what nonsense he's spouting. What the hell? I know you were scared of that fireball. Do you still think you have a chance facing me one-on-one? Deke, standing nearby, couldn't help but interrupt. Holy One, I advise you not to listen to him. He might be trying to manipulate your mind. He sighed heavily and said, I know the best move would be to eliminate you all right here, but I admit you are quite brave. Immediately, the fireball in the sky shattered into pieces. Dake shouted in surprise, Holy One! Jiahat's eyes lit up at the sight, smiling to himself, thinking, does he really accept this? Is he stupid or what? Jiahat, right? Day taunted with one finger. Come at me, he sneered silently inside. This kid has too many openings. Looks like this is my chance. Even if he's a mage who can summon meteors, it all becomes meaningless if he can't cast spells quickly enough. With that, he swiftly moved forward, then leapt high, planning to finish him off quickly. But Day remained calm as before, using magic to create another sword and blocked his strike. Jiahat's eyes widened. Sensing the sword's energy, he immediately stepped back. His sword now had a small crack near the top. Oh, looks like your sword is still intact? Day smiled and asked, what are you planning? Or should I attack first? Jiahat thought to himself, summoning meteors, using holy power, and now even creating sword energy? Where did this monster come from? Still, he pressed forward. Both clashed relentlessly, attacking and blocking. After a while, Jiahat suddenly realized something. Huh? Wait. This kid's swordsmanship? Don't tell me. Day smiled faintly and said, I get it. Is this how you plan to fight? He jumped high, raising the sword energy. He copied my technique? Jiahat felt panic rising, realizing he had made a mistake. How could he fight an opponent like this even in a duel? Day casually asked, hey, do you know why I agreed to fight you one-on-one? When it comes to people like you who toy with others' lives, I'm sure you won't live peacefully. As he spoke, he swung a razor-sharp sword strike at him. This time, Jiahat couldn't predict the sword's direction. Not only did he copy it, but he also made it his own? Is this what they call a genius? At this moment, his leg was cut deeply. Jiahat winced in pain and knelt down. Day raised his sword forward. Satisfied? Maybe it's time to end this? Jiahat struggled to say, I lost. I surrender, please. Day showed no mercy and said coldly, a duke and a master swordsman like you, would you really abandon your pride to obey someone like me? You're the one who started that rebellion, right? And all those noble revenge attacks, too. Jiahat clenched his sword tightly as Day spoke. All I want, then swung forward. All I want is for those cowardly nobles to know that even brutal methods like this can change the Holy Kingdom. But Day easily blocked his attack. Then, Day's sword energy suddenly shattered into pieces, and another sword appeared. Jiahat was completely stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The sword was disappearing. And without wasting time, Day decisively delivered the finishing blow, beheading him. Desh, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, couldn't help but admire the unstoppable sword strike. At the same time, on the other side of the fortress wall, what are you talking about? So you're telling me that the Holy One is the #1 knight commander of the Violon Kingdom? Gman said in disbelief, summoning thousands of fireballs, destroying an entire undead legion. Standing beside him was the kingdom's top knight commander, Gaemon Klen, also skeptical, having defeated the soul summoner and saved everyone. The kingdom's second-ranked mage commander, Philia, also found it hard to believe, unable to fathom the magic within him. Is he really a soul summoner? Hario smiled and explained, as if she had seen it all. We are very grateful for your help, but everything has already been resolved. Suddenly, someone called out, Lord Hario, what's going on? We just received news from the Holy One. It seems they have defeated the rebel forces. Scene changed to Ariel's side. Can I go ahead? I still have a few things to take care of. Yes, of course, we will handle the rest. She sighed softly. It seems we have cleared most of the areas. PH smiled brightly and praised. Well done, Lord Ariel. But I wonder, from what the Holy One has done, could he be a great power sent down to the Holy Kingdom? Z frowned, hearing that, and reminded. Faye, watch your manners when speaking about the Holy One. All right. Order, if you want to hear me talk about the Holy One. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light appeared from afar. Foe shouted in surprise. What's happening? What is it? This is magic power. But where is it coming from? This atmosphere? It's so cold. Wretch gritted his teeth and warned. Holy One, be careful. That magic power is getting denser and denser. They are gathering to form something. Iriel quickly realized, it can't be. A bone dragon. The sky today is covered in a terrifying red hue. Lightning bolts of various sizes strike continuously. Meanwhile, at the cathedral, Cleis saw Day and hurriedly said, Sir, just now you cut her off before she finished speaking. Did you feel that too? We must leave quickly. Please handle what I instructed. Of course, that Maria kid. I will take good care of her. Don't worry. He glanced inside the room. The messengers will also pay attention, so there won't be any problems. Huh? The messengers? Oh, you don't know? I'll introduce you later. Yes, may you go in peace. Oleus thought to himself, messenger. Could it be referring to the scene change at Salonia? That bone dragon kept roaring wildly. Any swordsman who charged was controlled by its magic power to end their own life. Iriel was trying to use her holy power to restore the holy protection. But the situation kept worsening. There were too many of them, and divine magic was useless. Holy Maiden, we have to retreat. Before she could move, the bone dragon suddenly flew toward her. It let out a huge roar. The magic power radiating was more terrifying than ever. So strong that Iriel couldn't move. She could only stand still. This is the pressure of a dragon. I can't endure it. Fear was pressing down all over her body. I have to stay alert. But Faye quickly stood in front to shield her. Iriel's eyes widened as she felt the fear pressing on her weaken. No, it wasn't weakening, but that fear was partly borne by those two for her. Dish and Faye said simultaneously, Holy Maiden, don't worry. Living until now without facing fear when confronting a dragon is truly a blessing. Thank you both for helping me. Fear made the body immobile, as if paralyzed. Even if it's just a skeleton, it's still a dragon. Just then, a noise came from behind Faye. That sound, could it be a bone spine sneaking an attack while she wasn't paying attention? At the critical moment, luckily it was blocked and destroyed. Faye was extremely shocked. Resh, can you move again? A little bit. He struggled to kill the remaining ones, able to move, but fear prevented him from using his full strength. With the pressure effect from this dragon, the Holy Maiden already needed 2 protectors, so we can only buy time waiting for the Holy One to arrive. At least I can do this much. Reach closed his eyes tightly, regaining his spirit. He charged forward to live up to the honor of being that person's vassal. He swung sword after sword, but the monsters were truly too many. One after another came. Because he couldn't use his full power, he exposed a weakness, and the skeletons took the chance to surround him. PH shouted, What should we do? Z will die. Iriel gritted her teeth, thinking, Gods, please. No way. Even using divine power, I still can't move. In this situation, all we can do is pray for R. Then, from the pile of bones, a beam of light suddenly appeared, throwing them all aside. Jack struggled to stand up, his body now covered with various wounds. Oh my. Faye teared up and asked, Z, are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry. Wretch had to use his sword to support himself standing steady. Since becoming a senior swordsman, this is the first time I've felt this exhausted. But luckily, that long bone only spreads fear and doesn't move at all. He kept struggling to fight back, thinking maybe it was hard to move. I'm a sword genius, the youngest senior swordsman. Then suddenly, a sharp claw lunged at him from behind. He swung his sword repeatedly, but his body could no longer resist. I never expected to be this powerless. If only someone stronger than me were here. At least if I were as strong as Rahan, I still wouldn't be able to hold out. He was attacked by all 3 spine creatures at once. I have no face to face the Holy One anymore. Fresh blood kept flowing as he collapsed to the ground. I'm sorry, I can't stay by your side anymore. Suddenly, Raymond's voice rang out from behind. Rick, you've done well. He quickly used full recovery to wipe out the remaining spine creatures. Then Raymond faced the longbone directly. Is that you? Damn dragon, causing so much trouble? He was completely unfazed by its fear aura. Raymond observed carefully while casting spells to prepare an attack. His mind recalled old memories. When I was young, I read articles about dark magic, a great weapon that ended the ancient magic era. It nullified all magic under 7 circles, even 1,000-year-old undead that not even a holy sword could cut through. He looked at the monster before him with calculation. If such a powerful bone dragon appeared here, it meant another soul summoner must be nearby. Raymond's eyes glowed. I can't pinpoint their location because the bone dragon's aura blocks it, but I can deduce they're behind this. So Raymond decided, once this is settled, I'll find you. Then he softly uttered a healing spell. Instantly, a pure power surrounded the monster. The time-stopping magic was broken. Iriel was amazed. He defeated the bone dragon with just 1 healing spell. Rick stirred, moving again. The dragon's fear was erased. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed purple through his magic. It officially transformed into an upgraded version. Panic cries echoed everywhere. It was using dragon breath. Rick anxiously turned and shouted, Holy One, fall back! Before anyone could react, the monster shot straight forward, cracking the ground and throwing up rocks. Raymond remained calm, watching the cracks on the mana barrier. I didn't expect this mana shield to crack, truly a deadly weapon. He stood in front of the others, commanding the monster, but told it not to destroy the town anymore. Then, Raymond continuously chanted magic spells to attack it. Heal, heal. On the last chant, heal, a dazzling light radiated powerfully around. Raymond looked toward the newly appeared magic gate and reported, Soul summoners, I can't sense their aura. They must have fled. Meanwhile, Iriel was desperately using magic to heal Jack. Recover. No, JCK, wake up. Rick panicked. Holy Maiden, why can't he be healed by holy magic? Her expression turned serious. Dark energy in his body is rejecting the holy magic, Iriel said. Although we might still save him by continuing to channel holy energy, I don't know how much longer he can hold on like this. Hearing this, she immediately exclaimed in pain. No, Raymond is calling. Iriel, Wait! She turned back, surprised. The Holy One held scissors and cut away the clothes entangling Jack. His current condition was critical. Looking at his battered body, Rick analyzed the lower abdomen. His intestines were torn. It was a miracle he was still alive. At least his lungs were okay. Then he said determinedly, I will do my best to save him, he thought, even though this was the worst environment to do so. Then Raymond raised both hands to cast a spell, a wide area healing. He knew if he wanted to operate on him, they couldn't miss the golden hour right now. He ordered Iriel, I need you to ensure no toxins or dark energy come near me. Though still dazed, she obeyed. Understood. Seeing him prepare for surgery, Fia was panicked. The Holy One interrupted sharply to remind. Fia Iriel didn't dare to speak, while she tried to hold back tears, focusing intently. This time, Raymond concentrated on healing himself without any tools or artificial parts available, and given the current environment, he had no choice but to reconnect the damaged parts as quickly as possible. Although that was far from simple. The biggest problem was the demonic energy inside his body. If that's the case, he placed his hand with pressure over the injured area. There was no other way. Immediately after, the demonic aura surged through his fingers and burst out wildly. Raymond gritted his teeth, enduring it. Even demonic energy was just another form of magic power. He used beneficial magical attributes to heal the low-density demonic energy areas first. Once the damaged regions caused by the demonic aura shrank, he could treat the other parts. That way, he could gradually absorb the demonic energy inside Z's body. Raymond's raised hand was covered by a thick layer of irritating aura. Damn it, there's too much demonic energy. What happened to him? Inside, his body was cleaner than before. He glanced to check and prepared for the next step. All right, I'm done with this part. I successfully extracted all the demonic energy from the damaged area outward. I don't have much time left, so I'll start immediately. He resumed the healing incantation. While working, he thought, I'll reconnect the aorta to ensure the heart functions normally again. I'll also reconnect the damaged veins and restore blood flow. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, causing him to cry out. Raymond stared at his hand. Damn, this demonic energy hurts so much. He then observed Jack's expression. He looked better now. Judging by the color and texture of his lungs, it seemed he could hold on. I know a swordsman like him will get through this. Raymond chanted the healing spell, his hands glowing as he prepared to operate on the abdomen. His mind was fully focused. The small intestine was a mess, but at least it wasn't infected, and the internal organs looked stable. I can save him. Iriel stood at a distance, watching Raymond work hard to heal Chalk. In her mind, she quietly called out, Holy One, your inner self is conflicted. Honestly, at first, I didn't trust you, even tried to stop Fia. I still had doubts. I couldn't accept the methods you used to save him, but I can feel his life energy returning. Not only that, Iriel was also worried about Raymond, but the Holy One's left hand had completely turned black with blood. Will he be okay? Time passed, and after the final stitch, Raymond spoke, It's done. He staggered to stand, intending to announce, I'm finished, but the next moment, his whole body collapsed. She rushed over quickly. Holy One, Iriel hurriedly used her power to purify him. However, things were harder than she expected. The demonic energy had seeped into his bones. I need to precisely control my holy power to cleanse it. Iriel's solitary figure was extremely anxious. I can't do this alone. I wish someone with medical expertise was here. Suddenly, someone appeared. Iriel looked at the group with unfamiliar eyes. Those people, and the woman quickly ordered her subordinates. Yong's troops protect the Holy One, she spoke. Are you the Holy One's guards? Yong confirmed coldly. Yes. From now on, we request to take the Holy One to Zelonia. We hope you will return with us to continue his treatment. Iriel didn't resist and agreed. I understand. I'll meet everyone soon at the Holy One's mansion. But inwardly, she thought, although these people stand right before me, their presence is terrifying, like seeing ghosts. She responded politely, Thank you. Now I'll signal to her. Fia, handle the rest. Fia confidently reassured her. Of course. Once we finish here, I will definitely come back by your side. Iriel's eyes betrayed her worry. She softly called the Holy One. Raymond was taken back to rest on the usual luxurious white bed. In his dream, echoes rang in his ears. Sir, sir, Raymond's colleague reminded him, snapping him awake. We need to enter the operating room. What are you thinking? The surgical assistant held the medical chart, whispering, I'm sure you can rely on the monitoring chart. But before I could finish speaking, he cut me off, calmly put on his green coat, and entered the operating room. Yes, the heart surgery patient had been confirmed. As he stepped in, he was lost in thought for some reason, his spirits somewhat lowered. Surgery, monitoring charts. In a dream, Reach was dressed in modern patient clothes, the wires vaguely visible as he looked at him. This patient looked rather plain. Then he shook his head to dismiss the thought. No way to focus now. Raymond, as usual, requested surgical instruments, but instead, it was just a confusing statement. What? Surgical knife? Doctor? The two assistants performing magic looked at him with puzzled eyes. We only need to use magic. Immediately after, Raymond woke up startled, letting out a loud shout. Regaining composure and looking out the window, he blankly asked, "Is there an answer right away?" Clewood Mary. She saluted seriously. "You have awakened, Holy One." The girl teared up with joy. "Holy One, thank God, you are awake." He reached out to pat Mary's head. "Thank you." Mary, a bit reproachful, asked why he acted so recklessly. He looked at Clewood, who was trying to hold back her emotions, seeming worried for him, but she covered it up with a childish excuse. "I was afraid I'd lose my job." He was helpless. Was she really trying to act cute with me or what? Suddenly remembering something, he asked the two. Sigh, thinking back, "Where is Sig?" Mary hesitated. About him, the youngest one turned sullen and accused. "He not only failed to save you when you were in danger and caused your injury, but now he's unconscious." Seeing her about to lose her temper, he tried to soothe her. "I'm fine, so no need to blame him." Raymond propped himself on the mattress and changed the subject. "Anyway, why do you two always stab each other in the back? Can't you get along?" Feeling something on his hand, he was startled and raised it to inspect. "Wait, how can I move my arm like this? It hurts a bit, though it looks strange," she reported. The holy woman and the head pastor had treated him. He was surprised. "Really?" Cleus nodded in confirmation. "Yes, no one in this world has healing magic comparable to Lord Eus." Then she hesitated a moment before deciding to tell him, "Although it's unfortunate I have to tell you this news, there are a few things I need you to check." Raymond was curious. "A few things to check? What are they?" Cleus replied. "They're in the basement. If you want to see, follow me." The two left the room and headed to the dark dungeon. The moment she lifted the cloth, Raymond froze. She explained the presence of the item. "Apparently, one of your messengers brought it back with you," he muttered. "I can feel the energy coming from the heart of the bone dragon," Cleus explained. "Although we wrapped it in a sacred holy light membrane, it still can't fully block the evil aura spreading out. According to records, this heart was left behind where the bone dragon was defeated." Raymond turned and asked, "So why are you showing me this?" She explained. "You have been tasked to bring it to the lecture hall." He held the demonic heart, raising his voice slightly in question. "The lecture hall? Don't tell me they want me to explain how I killed the bone dragon," she confirmed firmly. "Yes, it seems some nobles don't believe your story. The Pope has ordered you to give a direct explanation of the events that occurred." A sarcastic feeling rose in Raymond's heart. "I captured the soul summoner, defeated the rebels, even beat the bone dragon. And now they want me to act like a diplomatic envoy? What is the Pope thinking?" "Finally," he ordered. Cleus took the heart and followed him. She obediently complied. "Yes, Holy One." Raymond's mind was in turmoil. It was hard to handle so many things happening one after another. The scene shifted to a grand hall for a speech, where almost everyone was present. Murmurs and chatter echoed. He defeated a soul summoner by himself. This must be a lie. Hey, this feels like a staged performance he put on. Someone stepped forward and whispered something in her ear. She responded softly, "Really? All right." Then the Archbishop stood on the podium and addressed everyone. "Now everyone, please calm down. I'm sure there are many answers you want to hear." Someone interrupted. "No, before that, Archbishop, do you really think this is possible? Not only did he defeat the bone dragon, but rumors say he also used Ma'ana." The speaker was the kingdom's Baron Bon, a noble of rank 3. Cleus calmly replied, "We also don't know the exact details of the matter. Only God knows the truth." The old man immediately showed anger and questioned, "Isn't the role of the Holy Kingdom to uncover this and explain it to the other kingdom's representatives?" Just then, the door burst open, and the person involved in the matter appeared. "Now I'm sure everyone is quite curious." Dehang stepped in and declared, "Ask whatever questions you have, and I will answer." A red-haired girl spoke first. "Then I would like to ask a question. It's an honor to meet you." "Holy One, I am Marquis Philia from the Kingdom of Gaemon. I heard that you used magic to defeat the Soul Summoner and the Bone Dragon yourself. Is that true?" He answered right to the point. "Yes." She was stunned. That was his answer. Dai Ka Khan gave the order. Now the next question. Another person had an opinion. "Your Holiness, what we need now is proof." He introduced himself. "I am Gregory from the Regent Empire. It is an honor to meet you." The woman beside him added, "I am Selena from the Res Regent Empire. Your presence is our honor, Your Holiness." Hearing that question, he glanced disdainfully. "Evidence," Gregory expressed. "Yes. We are here to help prevent any further dangers that might threaten the Holy Kingdom and this continent. The recent incidents endangered not only the Holy Kingdom but the entire continent. Don't you think we deserve proper evidence to be sure we can leave this territory in peace?" She also interjected, "Although I'm sure the captured soul summoner is sufficient proof already." Selena's mocking expression deliberately twisted his words. That alone can't prove you captured the soul summoner by yourself. Lei glanced and smiled silently, assessing the formidable sword of Region and the youngest mage princess of the Six Realms. It seems some major figures have started to act. In other words, they consider the Holy One a threat. They fear someone who defeated the Soul Summoner and the Bone Dragon alone. That's why they see this moment as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him immediately. She looked at him with amusement. So, what will you do now? Idai just sneered. He snapped back at that foolish argument. If I defeated the Immortal alone or teamed up with others, what does that have to do with your kingdoms? He was still speechless, trying to justify his envy. Gathering accurate information is not only a crucial task for our kingdom, but also for other kingdoms. If we only trust the Holy Kingdom's word, it's hard to plan the next steps. He took a step closer and repeated the word evidence. You asked for proof. Before they could react, a sword was pointed right at Gregory's throat. Is that enough evidence now? He startled and stepped back in fear. Sword wind. He's fast. So Lin saw this, but stubbornly asked again, is this the official statement from the Holy Kingdom to the Region Empire? He reached out and ordered, official statement. Interesting. Cleus, bring it to me. She carried a white cloth bundle forward. Yes, your holiness. Day decisively removed the cloth. He held the dark heart in his hand, every word like a warning to those seated here. Is this the evidence everyone needs? The dragon heart of a bone dragon. I'm sure everyone knows it's real when they see the evil energy radiating from it. She foolishly stared at that object. This really is the dragon heart of a bone dragon. Dai simply replied. If you don't believe me, then hold it. So Lin looked at the heart being held before her, but to prove he was a fraud, she grabbed it with both hands. Immediately, the heart burst out a powerful dark energy field. Her face darkened. She gasped, unable to speak. I can't breathe. This demonic energy, Dai bluntly replied. The Holy Kingdom has granted you full authority to investigate the captured soul summoner. He took back the heart from Selena's hands and continued, no matter who defeated it, the Holy Kingdom has enough power to defeat even a mighty bone dragon. Dai's expression turned fierce, and he questioned her back. And this is your attitude toward us? I just don't understand. Would you mind if I asked one more question? Is your action today the official declaration of the Region Empire against the Holy Kingdom? The two of them clung to each other in fear, not daring to utter a word. A witnessed everything and smiled. Finally, the two were forced to stand and bow respectfully. Now we conclude regarding the disrespect toward the Holy Kingdom. I, Gregory of the Region Empire, sincerely apologize. Though unwilling, she still had to admit fault. I, Selena of the Region Empire, sincerely apologize. Raymond handed over the heart pouch to the person to remind them. I hope you both understand that even a single false statement from you could lead to conflict between us. The thief clicked his tongue in annoyance and emphasized again, I don't care about your title in your kingdom, but understand that when you come here, you represent your entire kingdom. Then he turned and tapped his hip. Is that clear enough? I'm just doing my duty as ordered to come here, so please understand. Now I must return. She responded with satisfaction. Yes, thank you, Your Grace. The verbal exchange went smoothly, which made I very happy. She asked one last time, so, does anyone else have any questions? The sunlight shone brightly outside the castle, and just after escaping a headache-inducing interrogation, Day suddenly wondered if she should go meet someone. Then Cleus called him back. The Holy Grace woman used a serious tone to begin her report. As someone serving your grace, I have no objections to your kindness towards us. However, internally, those not of equal rank should keep their distance to ensure everyone is treated equally. The reason I bring this up is because I recently noticed you showing favoritism and letting him be threatened by one of her suitors, only to quickly deny it. No. Everything I did was just to check the condition of the patient I was examining. Favoritism? But inside, there was some surprise unbelievable that she wanted that much attention. Oh, Cleus added. Besides that, there's a long list of people wanting to meet you. Day was surprised. Oh, really? She honestly reported. After you left the court session, rumors started spreading. The person who had a few more questions for you was Selena, the soul summoner who captured and defeated Satil. And the saint who did all that with magic. May we ask what level your grace is at? Lei calmly answered each question. Right now, even the Holy Kingdom doesn't know what level your grace is at. However, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the Empire, we recently estimated that he is at least at the 8th mana circle or higher. The statement made in court was based on the magic day used during the baptism ceremony, and that was purely speculation. The head of the Magic Association is a 5th circle mage, and the royal magic schools of each country only have 6th circle mages. That statement left a lasting impression on those attending the court, and Selena was one of those people. She was shocked and disbelieving. It was absurd. The saint of the Holy Kingdom was not at the 5th circle, nor the human limit of the 6th circle, but the 8th circle. So she suggested that the Region Empire should spend more time in the Holy Kingdom. We want to verify the High Priest's statement. Naturally, that sparked a wave of curiosity. Other members also chimed in. If so, can the kingdom also stay longer here? The Vion Kingdom also wants to stay in the Holy Kingdom. Lei smiled, satisfied with all of that. Anyone who wishes to stay in the Holy Kingdom is welcome. Inside, Day sneered quietly. Oh, Day, you're going to be very busy soon. After hearing the report, Day held her head in frustration. Although she expected this to happen, she didn't think it would happen so suddenly. Claes reported further. The Region Empire requested a meeting with you, but if you have a preferred time to meet them, he flatly refused. No, cancel all that. We're going straight to the Duke's mansion now. She was a bit hesitant. The Holy Grace's tone was like a reminder. Although I already said this, you shouldn't show favoritism like that. Knowing that Claes misunderstood her, she corrected him. I told you it's not like that. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, and finally, the two climbed into the carriage and set off for their destination. Dan looked out the window and sighed. It seemed the mansion was quite deep inside, feeling like we were entering an elf village. Claes asked, have you ever been into an elf village before? He laughed and replied, I used to live in an elf village before coming here, a nostalgic feeling. Thinking back, Day raised her blackened hand to examine it, wondering how they were doing. The coachman turned to inform, Ma'am, she said seriously to him, we have arrived at the Duke's mansion. Let's go. The Holy Grace happily responded, Okay. The carriage door opened. The two stepped toward the castle gate. Raymond gazed in awe at the vast space. This place is so grand it reminds me of Z. Cleus followed up. Z was the one who designed the exterior of the mansion, and the interior furnishings were all already in place from the previous owner, so the current master just needed to choose. The maid was already standing politely at the gate to announce, Nga is in the bedroom. Please follow me. He thanked her and then looked at Clywood. Shall we go in? Walking down the hallway, Raymond suddenly remembered something he was still curious about. By the way, why was ZCK transferred here? If he wanted to rest and recover, staying at Salonia Castle would have been fine too, she explained as she walked. When you fainted, ZK was the one who took care of you despite being exhausted. He was a bit surprised. Z took care of me? Cleus confirmed. That's right, and besides him, she recounted Jack's frustrated scolding. How dare you touch the precious body of the Holy Saint with those ordinary hands? Do you want to die by my hand? Cleus angrily repeated. That's what he said and wouldn't let me get close to you. He said he couldn't stay by your side to care for you when you were so weak and had returned here. Though he's kind, I don't think it was necessary. Raymond felt a deep sympathy. She must really have a grudge. The maid stopped, respectfully gesturing the way. This way, sir. Though she didn't say it aloud, her expression clearly conveyed several meanings. I don't hate him. I just don't like him. I have no interest in him, Raymond thought, surrounded by 3 great families. No, maybe that's why there's so much conflict among them. His hand reached for the door handle. I can't delay this any longer. I have to hurry. He stepped inside, smiling warmly as he greeted, Jude, are you here? Seeing him arrive, he immediately startled and sat up. Holy Saint Raymond, please take care. Rest now. Your body hasn't fully healed yet. But Jude was a bit agitated, immediately throwing the blanket off the bed. Can't I? Can I do that with the Holy Saint here? He helplessly advised. I'm here to check on you. I need you to lie down so I can examine you. Hearing this, he lay back down and opened his shirt to reveal his bare chest. Really? I understand. Please look closely as if you want to go in. Raymond shyly replied. All right, thank you. Just by glancing at the wound, he was surprised. Raymond's mood instantly brightened. What? You've recovered quite well, haven't you? That's a pretty fast recovery. Is it because you're a master swordsman? He blushed and shyly replied, It's all thanks to you taking care of my wound. Cleus stood to the side, clearly annoyed by the scene, and sternly suggested, How long are you going to keep showing off your body to the Holy Saint? I suggest you put some clothes on. Jack immediately snapped back sarcastically. Why is she, Clewood, here? You're so busy. I don't think you need to be here at all. She coldly refused without even looking him in the eye. I just followed the Holy Saint here. You think I traveled all this way just to visit you? Seeing the two about to argue again, Raymond cut in. Please stop fighting. He put his hands on his hips in frustration. Why do you two always bicker? Do you plan to do this even at important moments? Cleus softened his tone and apologized. Jude, no question. He raised his voice seriously to jab at her. Yes, you're right. Holy Saint, I believe the worst people in the world are those who always argue. He finally stated the purpose of today's visit. I came to check your wound, but there's something more important. The two looked confused. Something more important? He ordered the emissaries to come out. Before Jack could see the image, a voice quickly interrupted. If you call us out like that again, there will be consequences. Holy Saint Hong appeared quickly at Raymond's summons. He thought to himself, though he couldn't sense their presence, he didn't expect them to be so close. Jude grabbed the sword beside him, alert and warning. Where do you think you are that an assassin like you dares to step in here? Suddenly, the tip of his sword was gently pushed back into its sheath. Without knowing when, Zoe had appeared right beside him and softly said, "We are not enemies. Please put your sword away." Zoe was completely caught off guard, now with another person. Though they often argued, in this dangerous situation, Cleus remained very alert, ready to strike. Even wounded, a swordmaster like Z couldn't react in time. These guys don't even think about shouting to retreat. Just then, Sa suddenly appeared from behind and grabbed her hand to restrain her. Calm down. If they were enemies, you'd be dead by now. Dee finally spoke up to calm everyone down. All right, use it again. This must be your first time seeing them, right? Let me introduce you to these two. Say hello. These people are the emissaries of the Temple Clan. Cleus was surprised. Those guys are from the Temple Clan. The emissary spoke up. Our Holy Lord wishes to know why you summoned us. Getting straight to the point. All right, no more beating around the bush. I summoned you all here for an important reason. Hong, listen carefully and please tell us. Everyone focused intensely. This is an order. From now on, all of you. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Between the two groups, there was a clear declaration to have dinner together, but everyone shared the same question in their minds. Dinner? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the atmosphere was noticeably heavier. Shouts rang out. Failed already? Do you know how meticulously I planned this? The man in the blue cloak retorted. Our identities were exposed, and the soul summoner was captured. Don't you think we should destroy the Holy Kingdom? The man in the red cloak added. There's a monster in the Holy Kingdom, and until we eliminate it, we can't touch the Holy Kingdom. The man in the yellow cloak questioned. A monster? Are you talking about the magic swordsman who defeated Coat Long? The blue cloak impatiently spoke up. What should we do now? How can we plan to fight a magic swordsman who defeated Coat Long? The red cloak's voice deepened with scheming. I think I have a plan, Holy Lord. We'll send Han to another empire. With his skill, Day quickly prepared some fragrant grilled skewers. He softly asked, Why is no one eating? Is it really that hard to swallow? They all looked a bit hesitant. Holy Lord, may I ask why you decided to hold such an event? Day smiled brightly upon hearing this, urging them to eat as he replied, I just want everyone to get to know each other so we can cooperate better in the future. Isn't forming a team about helping and compensating for each other's weaknesses? Working separately like we do now isn't very effective. Of course, you probably think this is meaningless since you're already familiar with each other, but even though it won't show immediate results, everyone will see its long-term benefits. Of course, I'll help too, Hong spoke quietly. If that's what you want, we're willing to cooperate, he quickly added. But I want this to be voluntary, not forced. If everyone feels that way, I'd rather let us stay separate like before. Just then, Z spoke firmly and clearly. The Shea family will also cooperate with everyone. Cleus looked at him suspiciously. Lord, doing that means you'll break clan tradition. You know what I mean, right? Yet he maintained the same attitude. The Che family's mission from the start has been to protect the Holy Lord. I'm just making a decision to fulfill our clan's duty. Both Hong Sa and Jock exchanged glances. Hong raised his hand to decide. We will cooperate as well. The Black family's duty is to execute the Holy Lord's orders. Regardless of our mission, the Black family will participate. Seeing this, Cleus frowned thoughtfully. Oh, this seems smoother than I expected. Now, only, she said seriously, I understand. Then the Belacroix family will join too. The Belacroix family's duty is to relay news to the Holy Lord. Our clan will fulfill this duty well and always stand by you. Jay looked at Clewood in confusion, his head full of question marks. Always stand by? She quickly noticed his hesitation and, in other words, meant marriage to him. The whole group immediately froze, including Gi. He felt extremely shocked, not understanding what was happening. Marriage? Scene shifts to the next morning at the Holy Palace. Surely you've heard about the pleas from neighboring countries, right? Iriel looked at the tired, confused expression on Day's face and raised an eyebrow, asking, What's wrong, Holy Lord? He replied wearily, Nothing. His gaze turned to the silent figure standing beside him, recalling last night a bit. After hearing the words, he couldn't help but ask if that was really a clan duty. He sneered lightly. This is why I never want to mention it, but don't worry too much. Marriage is just one of the means to fulfill the mission. It's not mandatory. Besides, I have no interest in a new Holy Lord barely 20 years old. She glanced sharply at Day. Even now, not having returned to the present, Day still couldn't help but get goosebumps recalling Cleewood's red eyes. He thought, I just remembered how she looked at me every night, that gaze of hers. Iriel frowned, unable to understand his constantly changing expression. Lord Gregory from the Regent Empire came here today to visit you. Tell him to come in. Immediately after, Gregory smiled awkwardly and stepped inside. Today, I came to meet the two holy saints. I want to apologize for my rudeness during our last meeting. Consider this a small token of my apology. What is this? A necklace? He answered in a low voice, saying that sometimes a small crystal forms at the tip of Ween's tail. However, this is very rare. This earring was made from that special crystal. Hearing this, Iriel was astonished, her mouth agape. Is this really Sin's tear? But the string is blank. Whose tear is this? She raised her eyebrow in response. Sin was a famous elf artisan from a few hundred years ago. One of the treasures she personally crafted was this pair of earrings. Although only one remains now, legend says that with magic, the other can be found. Is this a legendary treasure? Gregory smiled softly and said, Holy Saint, don't be alarmed. This is just a small token from us. But Day calmly said, Iriel, what do you think? Does it suit me? Gregory was caught off guard and confused inside. Since when? He doesn't look worried at all. He smiled brightly in reply. All right, thank you very much for the gift. Now you may leave. My guests are still lined up outside. Wait, I still have something to say. He cleared his throat and said, We from the Regent Empire came to visit you to build a friendly relationship between our two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire? Hearing this, Day thought, visit, huh? The Regent Empire is considered the strongest power in economics, military, and politics on the continent. Forming a political alliance with a nation like that surely wouldn't be a bad idea for the Holy Kingdom. Plus, there are dozens of famous medical experts thanks to their exchange of information, so their medical knowledge definitely surpasses that of the Holy Kingdom and other countries. Lord Gregory continued, We've heard many rumors about you. Holy Saint Day. Not only did you triple the farm output with new methods you researched, but you also profited by hiring surplus monks as mercenaries. Day humbly replied, Those are all the results of everyone's hard work. Of course, your influence on the Holy Kingdom has truly inspired us a lot. If you agree to come to Region to combine your methodologies with our technology, it would surely triple the economic growth of both nations. After saying this, he thought to himself, well, that's an irresistible offer, isn't it? This is basically giving you everything you want for free. Holy Saint Day, if we can catch your attention, the technology of the Regent Empire is just a small price to pay. The real treasure is this young man. After a moment of silence, Day finally spoke. Thank you very much for your offer, Lord Gregory. However, I'm sorry, but I must decline. There are still many matters waiting for me to resolve in the Holy Kingdom. These matters even involve nations with gods standing at their gates, so I have no intention of traveling to any country. Those outside hearing this all suddenly gasped. Even Gregory didn't expect this answer from him. If that's your decision, then we truly have no choice. But if there's ever an opportunity, please feel free to visit. Our empire will always welcome you. Certainly. Thank you. Clued finally spoke up and asked, You declined the invitation for the sake of the Holy Kingdom, right? Day glanced at her and said, Of course. The border between our two nations hasn't been clearly defined yet. Wouldn't it be foolish to cross over now? Even so, don't you really have anything urgent to worry about? Of course I do. Cuss smiled and ordered, Gather the nearby nobles and inform them that the Holy Saint wants to discuss something. She immediately agreed. Yes, I'll do it right away. After Cleus left, Day smiled and asked Iriel sitting beside him, And can you help me express my opinion like last time? Iriel? She replied calmly, If it's for political purposes? Okay. I'll listen to you first to review it. He slowly stood up and said, Then I intend to build a private facility to teach medicine. You mean medicine? We will establish an academy to train doctors to heal and save people's lives. Surely you've seen the battlefield situation back then. There were many wounds that couldn't be healed by holy power alone, and not everyone can use holy power. Warm morning light gently streamed through the window, slipping into the small room. A very familiar voice rang out, Very happy to meet everyone. My name is Day. I have been appointed as a professor for this academy. While I specialize in medicine, we will have a weekly special lesson on magic. Thank you all for listening. I hope we can work hard together. Everyone below unanimously agreed. Day pressed his lips, thinking silently, and wondered why there were so many people here. He didn't think this place was just for students. Surely no professor is here, right? What are they doing over there? He was right. News of Day becoming the new professor had caused a sensation. The newly appointed professor with a high-level magic circle. That professor was truly a holy saint, and rumors continued to spread. Among those stories, the one that drew the most attention was about his appearance, his bright white, silky hair and sky blue eyes, soft skin and sharp features, along with teardrop-shaped earrings and magic that created his perfect look. This is an ordinary academy for all social classes. Day's stunning appearance was more than enough to attract the attention of young students. He tapped the chalk lightly on the board. All right, focus, focus. The first lesson will be about concretizing magic. Specifically, concretizing magic is one of the factors that make a mage and is also the ultimate goal. What elements does it include? Anyone want to answer? Immediately, a student below raised their hand to answer. The fusion of mana, incantations, and certain methods when casting spells. Correct. There are 3 main elements. However, there are exceptions. Let's take the fireball spell as an example. You need to focus mana, gather what's needed for the incantation, and create friction. But what happens if you reduce the mana from 3 to 1? The student continued. The spell won't happen and the mana will be wasted. Wrong. The spell will be easier to cast and the required mana will also decrease. Until the spell is released, it's hard to tell what kind of spell it is. I can only say you'll take longer to understand it. But below, many students and professors frowned skeptically after hearing Day's words. Of course. I'm sorry, Professor, but what you said seems impossible. Day didn't say much and directly demonstrated on the spot. Let me show you an example. Look at my right hand. And immediately a red flame appeared. All the students below were amazed. He cast a spell without an incantation. I didn't see anything, not even mana movement. He really cast the spell with just one gesture. He spoke while holding chalk and writing on the board. As you've seen, what I said is completely possible and easier. I'll show you the diagram of a level 1 water element incantation spell. Here is mana before concretization, and if mana is gathered like this, no incantation or technique is even needed. If you cast spells this way, mana will blend together, making casting easier. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can try it immediately. Below, Claris, an ice element mage with a level 4 magic circle, witnessed the scene and was completely stunned. I thought it was just a theory until he mentioned it. How could he come up with this? It's just lines and circles, but it made me think of the true basic principle of this magic. At that moment, the student suddenly shouted, "It worked! I can do it without an incantation." Others shouted in unison, "I did it too. Look, it worked, it's really effective." Seeing this, Day smiled softly. I never thought I'd teach others, but I'm truly proud to see their expressions. I hope the medicine lessons will be just as effective. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through his thoughts. Professor Day. The professors present all rushed up to him. I've never attended such an amazing class. Allow me to express my respect. It's wonderful. We need to spread this information to everyone. What is the name of this theory? Day smiled awkwardly as he was bombarded with questions. The name is atomic theory. And that night, after class ended, a major event happened at the academy. Professor Claris, along with the other professors, were all shocked with their mouths wide open. He leveled up. Professor Claris became a level 5 circle mage. After realizing the truth from Raymond's lesson, he finally broke through the level 4 barrier and advanced his magic circle. Scene shifts to the next day. At dawn, Raymond was awakened by a series of loud noises outside. Why so noisy this early? Continuous knocking echoed at the door. The professor frowned and went to open it. What's going on? It's still early. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. He's awake. Outside, many students were standing there. Professor, could you repeat yesterday's lecture? I have questions about the magic theory. Can you teach magic regularly? I already requested that from the school. Raymond responded to them with a proud expression. Then he decisively shut the door, not forgetting to cast a reinforced silence lock. The students outside groaned in disappointment and called out to the professor. However, Raymond couldn't ignore the students' requests. To regain his private space, he had to increase magic classes to twice a week. He was completely exhausted. Damn it, this isn't what I planned. Meanwhile, at the small wooden house in the tree hollow, the elder smiled and asked, Chief Ira, do you want to allow the elven village's request to move in? Let them in. Ira spoke softly. However, tell them everything must be completed by next week, because a week later, I need a place after all this. Oh, a place you need? The elder just smiled without asking further. I understand. Tell Raymond that I'm still well. Hearing this, someone frowned and their face briefly flushed. When did I say I'd go to the Holy Empire? Really? You won't go there? Era was teased and became extremely shy. All right, I'll send your greetings, she thought silently. It's been nearly half a year. Although half a year is nothing to an elf, I still wonder. Raymond, every time I think of you, it feels like 1,000 years have passed. Returning to the academy where Raymond teaches, it's really crowded today. He smiled and introduced Claris. So this is Professor Claris, the ice attribute professor, who will be the assistant teacher today. The students below immediately buzzed. Professor Claris as assistant? How did someone like him become so approachable? I heard he leveled up his magic circle after Professor Raymond's class. He must be a bit different now. Clarice glared at them. The whole group fell silent, startled, thinking he was scary. Raymond slowly picked up a white chalk and reminded, "Stop chatting and focus. We'll start the second lesson." Mana is a self-balancing element because the environment is a component of the atmosphere. Mages have no choice but to use homogeneous mana. Therefore, it doesn't matter who casts or which mana type is used. What does this mean? I'll show you. Raymond smiled at Clarice. "Professor, please cast Wind Seal spell on me." Clarice was suddenly called on and froze. "What? Wind Seal? Yes. You said you'd help me, right?" "I did say that, but doing this is dangerous." The students below were confused, not understanding his intention. "A new type of self-destructing wind seal?" Raymond said firmly. "It'll be fine. If you're worried, just aim at the board next to me." Though hesitant, Clarice finally agreed. "Got it," he began chanting, transforming into a wind sword and attacking the target. The wind seal, a spherical orb, shot straight at Raymond at a cutting speed. But in a moment, he raised his hand to block it. Wind seal. Clarice's wind seal was completely stopped without causing any damage or harm. Raymond smiled and said to the students below, "Exactly. If you can determine the point of spell release and force mana to collide there, even if someone else casts the spell, you can seal it." All the students were amazed. "You can seal someone else's magic? That's unbelievable," he whispered further. "Now, let's end the class. For the remaining time, pair up and practice the sealing spell I just taught." "Huh? No way, teacher. Only you can do that." "This is an impossible task," Raymond sighed softly. "Come on. Have you forgotten what a true mage is?" He sternly shouted. "Magic is a power beyond logic. When you stop accepting new things, that's the end of a mage. Even if they lose their weapons, forgetting their destination is the ultimate taboo for a mage." Every student looked at him with eyes full of admiration. "Professor, I won't do that. I'll start practicing sealing techniques now." "Me too, sir." He smiled brightly and stepped out of the classroom. "All right, good luck, everyone." Those were the words he used to motivate others. The second class ended just like that. The sunlight still shimmered gently and softly. It slowly filtered through each window pane of the academy. Raymond yawned tiredly, long and short yawns. "It's been a while since I stayed up late. I'm exhausted, not physically, but mentally. At least I've prepared everything for my medical class." "That's great, right? Just missing participants now." "Medical arts are less popular compared to swordsmanship and magic. How can I attract people to join?" Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. Not far away, a female student was surrounded by a group of burly male students. The girl stammered, begging, "Please let me go." But the biggest guy said, "It's been 276 days since I last talked to you. Gray, I, Minos, need an answer from you." The others cheered and shouted in support. Raymond whispered to himself, "Who are these guys? Are they bothering that girl?" The girl named Greya was confused, not knowing what to do at this moment. Just then, Raymond loudly shouted, "Hey you guys, why are three guys blocking a girl's way? Don't you see she's scared?" Minos got all flustered hearing that. "Scared? Greya, I didn't mean that." Greya mustered all her courage and said, "Minos, I'm sorry. I'll be honest. You're not the type of guy I like. I can't date you." "Wait, Greya, is that you?" Minos pointed at Raymond and said, "Is it because of that guy? You're rejecting me because of him?" Raymond was stunned, frozen in place, with his slender, delicate limbs and that foolish, smooth face. "You're dumping me for that spoiled brat?" Raymond frowned angrily. "Huh? What? Is that a compliment or an insult?" Greya hesitated before replying. "Not really, but compared to you, he's better." Raymond raised his voice. "Hey, why say that? Are you just adding fuel to the fire?" Minos was completely crushed. Where did he even get a sword? "Damn it, I won't let you off. Fight me." "Huh? What's wrong? Are you scared of me?" "You should be." He threw a glove at Raymond, then loudly declared, "Ranked 30th, level 3 Sword King technique. I'll knock out a weakling like you." But just as he finished speaking, he got hit straight on the head with a wooden stick. The whole group immediately scattered and ran away. "Remember our faces." Raymond threw the wooden stick aside, muttering, "Who do you think you are, calling me a weakling? So annoying, seriously." Suddenly, other voices chimed in. "That was awesome. Are you new here?" Raymond glanced behind him. "Yeah." The other students cheered happily. He defeated Minos with just a branch. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Raymond blushed a little when praised and scratched his head. "Somehow, I've become a hero of justice." Then Greya softly said to him, "Thank you for helping me." "No problem. I hope I didn't interfere with you handling it yourself." Suddenly, he caught a scent passing by. "Huh? That smell? Is that alcohol?" Raymond couldn't help but ask curiously, "What kind of scent is that? It doesn't smell like any perfume I know." The girl was startled for a moment. "Oh, that strong smell? I'm just brewing medicine. Maybe it's the smell of the medicine." "She's brewing medicine?" He hesitated but asked more. If she's making medicine herself, she must be interested in medical arts, right? Greya quickly nodded. That's right. Actually, I'm really looking forward to the upcoming free medical class. With that class, people from the Swordsmanship Academy like me will have a chance to learn. Really? Nice to meet you. I'm also excited about that medical class. Just call me Raymond. First student already. Oh, really? Your name is the same as the new professor at the medical academy. By the way, my name is Greya. Just call me Greya. All right, nice to meet you, Greya. I'll see you in class. Okay. Saying that, they quickly said goodbye. Raymond smiled slightly, thinking that for some reason, everything seemed to be going better than he expected. Over there, right after he left, a female student ran up to Greya and asked, Rhea, what did you talk about with Professor Raymond? He looks better without his glasses. The girl was dumbfounded. Really, Professor? That's the professor? Humph, don't you know? Yeah, I didn't recognize him. What should I do? What if I mess up with the teacher? He smiled teasingly. What? Why are you worried? Don't tell me you have a crush on the teacher. But Gray just blushed and smiled quietly without saying anything. Seeing that, he froze. Huh? Really? Scene shifts to his room. Raymond wearily sat down on his familiar bed. Why can't I have even one peaceful day? But seriously, what should I say during the whole class? One problem after another, I can't keep up. Just then, another voice suddenly rang out. Saint Eel unexpectedly crawled out from under the bed, frowning. What are you doing out there? I got into trouble hiding here. Raymond was scared half to death. He shouted in panic. Huh? What are you doing down there? And what about the Holy Kingdom? Iriel replied nonchalantly. Who do you think I am? I took care of everything before coming here. Then why did you come here? Did something happen? Nothing. I just wanted to check how you're handling things at the academy and everything else. Seriously, haven't you done enough for me already? Iriel smiled and said, Honestly, you're right. I came to see you, Saint. Not Day, right? She said as she walked closer to him. Suddenly, the mark on his hand lit up. Immediately, a magic circle appeared. Era slowly stepped out from within. Raymond was stunned, mouth agape. Era, what's going on? Is there a special event today? Iriel was just as surprised as Raymond to see the appearance of Era, a high elf. What is she doing here? He silently marveled. Is that teleportation magic? Amazing. Era gently set her feet on the ground and asked in a reproachful tone, Is that all you can say? I'm here because I want to see you. Isn't that obvious? Raymond forced a smile. I'm glad to see you, but why are you with this human woman? Iriel frowned and retorted, Is there a law against me being here? While the two were bickering, Jude took out 2 cloaks and handed them over. Take these first and get ready to go. Iriel looked puzzled. Huh? Raymond chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, we're leaving the academy. He thought to himself, if I don't, and get caught with a saintess and a high elf, it'll cause a huge stir. Why can't I have even one peaceful day? Then the 3 left the academy together and went to a restaurant in town. Era looked around for a moment and softly said, It's not been long since I last came to the human village, but it seems like a lot has changed in this short time. Raymond thought, who knows how long this short time really is? Just then, a waiter approached and said, Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but is it okay if you all sit together? Behind him was a group of rather burly people. No problem, I'm fine with it. No other choice, right? Thank you. This way then? The tallest guy in the group spoke quietly. Thanks for agreeing. We've been waiting for a seat. Raymond smiled warmly. No problem. Are you 4 adventurers? He silently assessed them. Based on their mana flow, it looked like 1 mage and 3 swordsmen. The tall guy forced a smile and replied, Adventurers? Actually, we're mercenaries. The bearded man next to him said quietly, You could say that. Among the 4, 1 swordsman is a woman, she introduced softly. We are members of the Bylock Mercenary Legion. Raymond thought to himself, Bylock? I've heard of them before. Most of their members are quite experienced, and recently they've been expanding. This mercenary legion is on the rise, huh? Iriel smiled and asked them, I've heard a lot about you. What brings you to this village? Oh, about that. We received a direct mission from the Holy Kingdom. We were tasked with suppressing the resistance forces and monsters around here. Both Iriel and Raymond froze when they saw the mission paper on the table. She tried to smile diplomatically. Is that so? Impressive to get a direct request from the Holy Kingdom. He just silently glanced at her. I thought you were done with your work, but it turns out you passed it on to the mercenaries? At that moment, Ira gently said, Maybe it's because I've always lived in the forest that I'm very interested in this story. Tell me more. Everyone was dumbfounded, mouths open in awe at her stunning beauty. The mercenary group began to share their life experiences. From the stories, I gathered a lot of useful information. First, after Raymond arrived at the academy, the resistance forces and the number of monsters sharply declined. However, this only applied to the low-level monsters, while the mid-level monsters maintained their numbers. And as if someone was controlling them, they began to operate efficiently and use tactics. Gaia seriously thought it would be difficult to use her own people against such opponents, which is why she sought out the mercenary group. Iriel had considered this matter. Shortly after, outside, strong winds kept blowing in. The servers in the tavern all looked outside simultaneously, and in just moments, everything became more chaotic than ever. It was the monsters. Iriel hurriedly said, "Raymond, let's go." "Okay, I'll follow behind." The mercenary group was now standing outside, all mouths agape at the scene before them. Wens, a monster resembling a dragon, was flapping its wings and flying wildly in the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale, frozen in place. "What is this? I can't move." "Don't tell me this is fear." "Interesting." When a Wens uses fear, Ira calmly stepped forward. She raised 2 fingers. First, fear is only used to toy with the weak. Immediately, that Wens crazily charged at her, roaring loudly, but Ira remained calm, gently flicking her hand. The Wens fell from the sky, crashing straight into a nearby market stall. She frowned with disdain. "How dare you use that on a stronger opponent?" That Wens was completely enraged, roaring continuously, but in moments, Raymond used sealing magic to bind and immobilize it. Both frowned as they looked at it. "This Wens can create a spell after tasting my fear." Iriel also chimed in. "Strange. It seems like it's unconscious." "Raymond, there are still monsters over here. I'll handle them." He frowned slightly, thinking, "Still more? I underestimated this situation. There must be someone else behind this. I need to talk to that damn summoner first." Scene shifts to the dungeon where the summoner is imprisoned. A group surrounds the old man, interrogating him. "You remain silent. I appreciate your loyalty. Dark mages usually endure pain, right?" He stubbornly keeps quiet. "I can't let my grand plan be exposed so easily. There's no other way. Try using a mental spell." Serphilia, understood. "Allow me to assist. Let us read his mind, read his thoughts, read his thoughts." But the summoner just smiled calmly. "Do you really think those spells will work on me? I don't know where you found that 6th-rank dark magic user, but the low-level spells she's using are unbelievable. So, do you think I should bring the Holy Saint here for you?" He thought smugly. "Do you think I don't know what's happening outside? I've used my dark magic to learn the Holy Saint has arrived at the academy. If the Holy Saint comes here for information from me, I'll target areas he can't reach. With a monster tamer, this is possible. Then, we'll use the Merchants Guild to pressure the Holy Kingdom's economy, and soon, the Holy Kingdom will be destroyed." At that moment, Lei's voice suddenly echoed. "You want to meet the Holy Saint that badly? Perfect. I've received information that the Holy Saint is here, and it seems you're misunderstanding something. Your plans don't matter at all, don't you get it?" She smiled at him. "Your plans are just delusions." The summoner wasn't weak either and laughed back. "Then do as you wish with me. We'll see who laughs at sunset," followed by his savage laughter echoing throughout the dungeon. It was late afternoon now. The monsters had been mostly defeated by Raymond and Era. "It seems we've handled nearly all of them. So why did the monsters cause this incident? That's what we need to find out. We need to strengthen the Academy's defenses for things like this. But what should we do with these corpses?" Iriel replied immediately. "Leave it to the reinforcements. The hides can be used to make good armor." Era suddenly frowned deeply. Raymond noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Era said, "I need to talk to you privately." Now, they both went to a quiet corner. He quickly got straight to the point. "What is it?" But she even created a barrier around them to prevent sound from leaking outside. After a moment of silence, Era said seriously, "I don't know much because I've always lived in the forest. That's why I only share what I can sense." Right now, including the area you call the Academy, there are large-scale magic arrays being set up in countless places." Hearing this, Raymond was simply bewildered. "Magic arrays?" "Exactly. There's a massive magic array there. At first, the flow of mana was very weak, but now it's gradually strengthening right as the monsters were captured." He lowered his voice and asked, "What kind of magic array is that?" Ira glanced at him and said, "I think you don't know yet. I can only detect a faint trace of magic power that I can feel. But breaking an array of this scale is not easy at all. At the very least, we have to anticipate that some areas will be destroyed." Raymond didn't expect the severity to be this high. "Can we dismantle the magic array right now?" "That's almost impossible. To destroy a magic array, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the array. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the array, everything is even more difficult." He fell silent, thinking, "That's right. If the array was drawn with chalk, it would have been removed long ago. An active magic array means it's been there for a while and hasn't been erased. The size of the array is also a problem. But think about it. How is it that I can't even properly sense an anti-magic array of this level? No, not to mention removing it. I don't even know if I can stop it. We need to evacuate everyone." Immediately, Jay began preparing the evacuation order. And as soon as Pia learned about this, she calmly found a way to evacuate the citizens. Overall, the academy was divided into the North and South districts. It's best to evacuate the North district to Garen and the South district to Sulion. However, because there are many mountains between the North district and Garen, they couldn't redraw an accurate detailed map of this area. Raymond entrusted the evacuation of the North district to Pia because she's familiar with the Holy Kingdom's terrain, and he assigned Ara to protect the civilians in the South district. He looked around anxiously. Do we need to inform the people here if there's a high place? Should I climb onto the roof or somewhere else? Day, just stay right there. Immediately, a tall mountain was created right where he stood. Thanks, Ira. Then he used voice amplification magic. Everyone, evacuate to Garen immediately. The citizens all looked toward him, confused about the evacuation. What are they talking about? Oh, but this voice is the one who took off my cloak, he continued loudly. I order everyone, in the name of the Holy Kingdom, to leave here immediately. This area is dangerous. The people kept murmuring anxiously. That's the holy day, they said. What do they mean by leaving here? Day gritted his teeth and thought, we don't have time to persuade the crowd. I have no choice. He secretly created a large explosion below, causing the people to scatter in panic. An explosion! Run! Raymond kept creating explosions and shocks continuously. There was no time to explain, so this was the only way. After the area below was just a mess, he finally stopped. Phew, that should be enough, right? Then I'll leave the rest to those two and head to the outskirts. Day jumped down from above. He used his speed to rush forward. I don't know who they are, but they better not think they can get away with this smoothly. The scene shifted to the sky, now completely dark. Iriel was moving deeper into the dense forest. She wore a serious expression, urgently thinking about evacuating most of the people. The expected evacuation time was about more than 3 days. Before riots break out, we need to meet the essential food needs for the city's people. Not to mention, the North District has a longer distance and travel time, so they are more likely to face danger. In the South District, monsters or someone similar to those chasing me right now, she cautiously glanced behind. Their mana was quite strong. They had 5 people, so at least they must be supporters or even higher level. After running straight for a while, Iriel finally chose a place to stop. This is a suitable spot. She took off her cloak and looked around. Does anyone have a problem with me? Immediately, a group of masked people emerged from deep in the forest. Wow, a real noblewoman. Don't talk in front of the enemy. So what? She's about to die anyway. Iriel silently observed them. 3 young men with 2 middle-aged men standing behind. Are the middle-aged men's mana and energy levels as high as Rina's? Trouble, huh? One of them clicked his tongue softly and said, I'd rather fight alongside a holy man than a holy woman. Iriel remained calm and said, things like this happen. Even though you know who I am, if I punish you, will you tell me which kingdom is behind this? They quickly surrounded her, each holding a sharp sword in hand. Don't underestimate us. Seeing us like this, a young man couldn't help but charge forward to attack Iriel, but we've silenced countless priests who made a joke out of us like you. But in just a moment, she used magic to blow the whole group away. So ruthless. Just lie there and count stars or whatever. I'll kill you all soon. The group then screamed in fear. Save me! Just as she was about to deliver the finishing blow, suddenly another man rushed in and blocked it. Iriel quickly assessed him. The swordsmanship and flow at this level, no surprise. He's a high-level swordsman. But which kingdom sent 2 high-level swordsmen? It could be the kingdom of Lessie, but they have no reason to target me. More importantly, they can't handle a holy man, so they wouldn't do something this stupid. A dark force including soul summoners and bone dragons, and even high-level swordsmen. No time to think about this now. She took off her outer cloak and threw it aside. If they catch any slip-up from me, I'll be killed. Iriel stepped forward slowly. Compared to an ordinary sword, my holy magic has a wider combat range. I can close the distance little by little, but before she could act, the man vanished after dodging. Then he and another quickly surrounded and attacked simultaneously. Iriel didn't expect this at all. They attacked at the same time while I was focused on one side. Did they plan to lure me out of the blind spot on the other side? Is one of them ready to sacrifice themselves? And they're not low-level warriors but high-level swordsmen? But she smiled. Then Iriel shouted loudly, Holy light! Immediately, a dazzling golden light appeared, forcing both attackers to step back several paces. This was a complete misstep. In a battle against high-level swordsmen, even a small variable like this can decide the outcome. She continuously cast spells. Blessing, Holy Seal, Holy Blast, any could determine the victor. Iriel wielded holy swords in both hands, using her speed and agility to exploit an opening and slash, causing one of them to lose a hand. He dropped to his knees in pain, blood flowing steadily. Iriel said softly, You give up your life too easily, like discarding a piece of paper. He struggled to speak. You're strong. She immediately replied. Because I tried, he continued. But if, despite being strong, there are forces that render you powerless, what would you do? I'd try to negotiate or compromise. The man forced a few laughs. That's one solution. Humph. But you know that force doesn't even understand negotiation. So the only option is destruction. Even if they're stronger than you, right? Iriel smiled at him. If it were me, that would be impossible. But I know someone who can make it possible. Do you have anything else to say? The man smiled gently back. No, that's all. Then blood splattered everywhere. A life ended just like that. Iriel sighed softly. The remaining 3 men fled in that direction. No matter what, I won't lose track of them. In the forest, Frost was furious. Damn it, who would have thought that holy woman was this strong? He became panicked. Even the 2 high-level swordsmen couldn't beat her. How can we catch someone like her? His comrades nearby also looked uneasy. If we turn back now, suddenly a sound interrupted their words. No, that won't happen. Iriel appeared from nowhere, one hand on her hip, coldly intimidating. Just as I thought, you can't get far. All right, come here now, one of them spoke. I didn't think she'd arrive this fast. Iriel kept her cold expression and asked them, why didn't you quietly follow me when I was still being kind? Even if you refused, I would have taken you with me anyway. Suddenly, Frost shouted, clutching both hands, sweat beading on his face in panic. Instead of standing here to surrender, I'll let go. Then he bit down on something in his mouth. Iriel was stunned. Was he chewing on something? She only saw Frost and his comrades continuously spitting out siro, with pained expressions. She seemed to suspect something. Did they hide poison in their mouths? They used extreme measures in suicide to protect their secrets, but immediately, she cast a holy spell on the 2, healing. Iriel showed disdain for such petty tricks. Do you think you can die that easily? Obey me quietly, or I will chop off your legs and drag you along. The 2 groaned softly. One spoke up. Can you promise to release us if we come with you? She immediately crushed their hope. Do you think your current stance is still good? She said coldly. Assassinating the Holy Maiden is a crime where the perpetrators can be punished on the spot. Of course, after interrogation, you will be executed. Frost shut his eyes tightly, saying, even if we tell you everything, the Holy Kingdom can't do anything. Iriel replied, we will be the judges. You just need to honestly confess everything you know. At this moment, he was kneeling pitifully on the ground, persistently negotiating with her. If we tell you, just promise me one thing, or at least consider it. Iriel calmly answered, if you swear you only tell the truth, I will try to do that. After she spoke, his comrade panicked and shouted, you bastard, you're really going to tell them the truth? They're scared for sure. This isn't just your problem. We'll all die. Ignoring his comrade's words, Frost immediately placed his hand on his chest and swore, I, Frost, swear on my mana that I will only tell you the truth. Iriel whispered in surprise when she heard his oath. The mana oath, if the person who swore breaks it, the mana inside their body will flow backward. Indeed, what he says from now on must be the truth. He began telling her the story. The Holy Kingdom doesn't know, but our group Phroxia infiltrated the Holy Kingdom over 20 years ago. Hearing this, Iriel was surprised again. Phroxia and 20 years ago meant she pressed a hand to her face, remembering something. The great massacre of the people in the Ogre outskirts. Frost stood up and continued. So, that was the beginning. To Iriel's astonishment, he continued revealing the truth. Everyone said it was a monster attack, but that's not true. He said everything was Phroxia's doing. He recalled back then, one-eyed demons baring their teeth, capturing people, sorrowfully recounting, we are survivors, who were kidnapped during the Ogre outskirts massacre. They only chose to kidnap a few who looked strong. Frost remembered his people being crushed to death by giant serpents. He continued, the rest were thrown as bait to the monsters. He also recalled the 2 middle-aged swordsmen who seemed sympathetic. The 2 senior swordsmen earlier also seemed to have been kidnapped from other kingdoms. They took our families hostage and threatened to kill each one if we disobeyed. At this point, Frost's emotions surged and tears streamed down. They even took my younger sibling hostage. So, promise me, you will destroy Phroxia. Iriel listened to the whole story. Her expression darkened. I understand. Then leave right now. He widened his eyes in shock. What? You're letting us go? She turned her back and walked away, waving her hand casually. That's right. Whether you choose to return to your families or die alone, do as you please. While the other 2 looked at each other in confusion, Iriel spoke up. Oh, don't worry about Phroxia. I can't guarantee I'll destroy them, but I can push them to the brink of destruction. Suddenly one spoke up, making her stop. Excuse me. The first scratched his head, as if determined. I also want to tell you a few things about Phroxia. The one beside him, too. Me as well. Iriel turned back and told them. Then come with me. I'll listen to you on the way. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the academy, Raymond couldn't help but wonder inside. Strange, I don't see any magic circles, but there's definitely a magical reaction here. He looked worried. If I don't quickly break the magic circle, the magic will keep activating. He looked around the academy, gradually deducing in his mind traces of explosions, mana usage, and blood spilled on the streets. And most of all, the villagers have turned to stone. Also, strangely, no building was damaged by this chaos. It seems they deliberately prevented damage to the buildings. Raymond seemed to realize something impossible. He recalled the words that Clan Chief Era once told him. To destroy a magic array, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the array. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the array, everything is even more difficult. Gradually, he concluded it wasn't chalk or lime, but a giant magic array still wouldn't be broken. He quickly cast a holy spell, a violent distortion, creating a massive explosion. Looking at the flames before him, Raymond was certain of his guess. Just as expected, even a little bit, he could feel the dispersion of the magic array. That meant he was even more certain when he saw the giant barrier appear that this village itself was arranged as a giant magic array. Suddenly a voice echoed, "It's about to collapse! Dodge quickly!" Raymond froze. Are there still people left? He spoke toward the two who had just shouted. Everyone, all of you were ordered to evacuate. Why are people still here? The two looked at him in shock. Oh my, that's a saint. A man in blue said, It's not that we disobeyed orders, but the man in yellow beside him interrupted urgently. Everyone was turned to stone and killed, and those left behind joined in. Yes, that's right. We thought we'd turn to stone too if we evacuated, so we couldn't run ahead. Hearing that, Raymond asked, So who turned everyone to stone? The two then recounted the events. I'm not sure if you know, but there's a monster called Ghost. They usually use dark magic. When we sensed it, a few of them were already running around the village. He nodded as if understanding the problem. So, those monsters? The man in yellow forced a smile, thinking to himself, We hid to avoid disturbing the activation of the magic array. The man in yellow squinted, as if struggling internally. I can't believe some people started destroying buildings here and there. And who knew that Madman would be a holy monster? Suddenly, Raymond asked them, But why didn't you two think about catching the monsters? After all, you're both support players, right? The two men turned pale as banana leaves. He realized it. He continued with his argument. And the red blood on your clothes? That couldn't be blood from the ghost species. They don't have blood. And besides, you said you both hid inside the whole time. At this point, Raymond's voice turned cold and deadly. So you killed the warriors who tried to fight the ghosts and helped the monsters escape. And after wiping out the reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, you stayed silent inside the building, right? The man in yellow knew he couldn't deny it, and bit down on something in his mouth. If we've been found out, then we have no other choice. After that, the bodies of the two began to melt, emitting a strange aura. He was shocked. They're melting. Is that poison? Looking at the two men now, just puddles of murky liquid, Raymond's mind was in turmoil. A poison that could dissolve the body instantly. He had never heard of such a toxin before. Unbelievable that they drank poison to avoid revealing information. Who is behind all of this? He held his face with one hand, showing helplessness. Damn it, I need to figure out so many things, but there's no time for that. I have to break the magic array first. Immediately, Raymond's expression changed. Just 30% destruction of the city by violent distortion wasn't enough. He activated his mana-seeking eye. Meanwhile, he silently concluded that the villagers around here and the two who just died were probably the last ones left. Then, the magic array appeared around him. I need to end this quickly by drawing out as much mana as possible. Raymond created a blue mana sphere and threw it forward, causing an aftershock that shook the surroundings like an earthquake. Instantly, the holy barrier in front shattered into pieces and collapsed. On another side, Frost spoke up. That's how we were kidnapped by Phroxia. He followed Iriel, scratching his head awkwardly. After that, we had to go through harsh training, and I think we've done all kinds of dirty, evil work. Her face was expressionless as she listened, but inwardly, she was analyzing everything. They were at the bottom of the group, so they didn't have much intelligence. But Iriel pondered the information given. The scale of Phroxia, a rough understanding of their forces, skills, methods of intelligence gathering, and many other things. Compared to knowing nothing before, this was a pretty good result. Suddenly, Frost timidly spoke up. Sorry, holy woman, what about you? Iriel asked confusedly. He scratched his head and explained, I mean when you were little? Ah, you look like someone who grew up in a wealthy family. Hearing that, she fell into a reverie about her childhood. Recalling the past, in a peaceful house filled with sunlight, a familiar voice called out, Via, are you there? Young Iriel then smiled sweetly, holding a basket of clothes, brightly replying, Yes, I am here. In a church with many orphans on a small island of the Holy Empire, there was a beautiful girl named Iriel. With radiant pink eyes and soft, shimmering blonde hair, Iriel stood out like a crane among chickens when standing with other orphans in the church. She was like an angel with exceptional intelligence and a kind heart. One day, Iriel, do you want to explore the outside world? The outside world? Father Jobs smiled and said, you've always been curious about the village. Don't you want to explore the world beyond? Iriel replied, I am curious, but if I go, what would I do? I'd be very sad to leave my friends behind. He gently said, you're a smart girl, Iriel. I'm sure you can handle anything. I will help you. Your talent is wasted here in the church. I can see your potential. Outside, you'll have more opportunities to grow. When you find what you want to do, I'll be there to support you. Of course, you can come back anytime to visit your friends. Hearing this, the girl looked excited. Okay, then I want to go. Great, so why don't we leave today? But I haven't said goodbye to my friends yet. I'm telling you this because a very good opportunity just came up. If I don't go now, I'll miss it. Father George hurriedly urged. Now, hurry up. Iriel felt a bit confused. Okay, the girl thought silently. Father said I can come back to see my friends anytime. Then the two of them sat together in the horse carriage prepared outside. Iriel still felt very regretful. I'm so sad I didn't get to say anything to my friends. Father George chuckled softly and said, it's okay, you can write letters, right? Father said, everything will be fine, right? Just then, the girl widened her eyes, looking at the unfamiliar scenery outside through the carriage window. Huh? Father, we've passed the village already, he replied. Oh, we're heading to the harbor. The harbor? Yes, we'll board a ship to Geiheo. Geiheo is a large city, much better than this village. You'll be able to explore many places there. It was time to go. Hearing these sweet words, Iriel wondered, better than the village? I'm so curious. What kind of place is Geiheo? Then, Joe helped Iriel board the large wooden ship heading out to the open sea. The girl was extremely excited, admiring everything. Iriel, we've arrived. That's Geiheo. In front of them was a large, unfamiliar city, looking very lively and bustling. He smiled and asked, do you like it? Iriel. Iriel excitedly shouted, this is amazing. Where are we going next? The two quickly disembarked from the ship to the harbor. We need to talk a bit. Oh, Iel, take this. While speaking, Jobs poured water into a cup. Iriel held the cup to catch the water and couldn't help but ask, huh? What is this? He replied, it's tea made from holy water. Not much, but I prepared it to celebrate our new beginning here at Geiheo. The girl glanced at him. Father, George softly said, why don't we drink it then? Okay. Iriel didn't think much and calmly took a gulp. Immediately after, her head started spinning uncontrollably. Huh? Her eyes slowly closed. Her eyes are shutting. Scene shifts to 2 platinum coins. This girl has 2 coins? At least 3 coins. Fine. Iriel woke up amid noisy sounds. Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I drank the tea Father gave me. Iriel struggled to open her eyes and tried to call out, Father. Father J heard the voice and smiled, turning around. Oh, you're awake. I hope you'll have a good life here. Next to him was a large, unfamiliar man. Here, take this money. Iriel panicked and asked, is this the place Father mentioned? But before the girl could finish, he cut in. Yeah, this is the slave market, right? Father just sold you. You're a slave now. Iriel couldn't believe what she just heard. What did Father say? I thought he was taking me to a wonderful place. He said he'd help me find what I want to do until then. He laughed coldly. You're too naive. Of course I was lying. Sorry, but you're smart, so I'm sure you'll survive just fine. Impossible. Joss slowly opened the door to the room. But I will promise you one thing. Just write letters whenever you want to see your friend. He gave a somewhat crooked smile. I will send that friend here right away. Then he turned and left. The large man quickly approached Iriel, urging her to follow. Just like that, after being caught in the fire, Iriel sat still, staring at the wall for 4 days as if she had gone mad. She sat dazed like a soulless corpse. No, I was just pretending. After a while, they started to let their guard down, and after analyzing the surrounding area, I memorized every action, trait, and even the smallest habit of everyone coming in and out of this house. Then the day I was sold came. Iriel clumsily held the cross attached to her necklace. Iriel, I'm sorry. As a mother, I should have protected you. But always remember, as long as you hold this, the god Gaia will always be by your side. That's why you will never be weak. Iriel, become stronger. She clenched the cross tightly in her hand, while outside, the murmurs of the human traffickers began to rise. This girl is special merchandise, so she'll fetch a high price. Iriel frowned, thinking, it's time. Although I hesitated a lot over the past 4 days, I only have one choice. The large man, as usual, held a lantern and checked on her. That stupid priest. He only paid 3 platinum coins for this girl. This slave manager. I can't match his strength. And even if I'm lucky enough to escape, a girl like me can't outrun a big man. He saw Iriel sitting motionless, leaning against the wall, and called out, "Huh? Is she sleeping? Wake up. Is she dead or what? That's why I will make him careless and kill him to escape." She quickly pulled the cross from her neck and stabbed it straight into his throat. Back to reality. Iriel held the cross in her hand. She said coldly, "That past probably makes me a murderer." Frost forced a smile and said, "Is that so? Oh, we've arrived at the front gate of the pig boat." Immediately, Priest J knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, holy maiden." Iriel looked down without any emotion. "Long time no see, priest of the pig boat. Should we call you father?" Hearing this, sweat continuously dripped down his face, his eyes full of confusion. In that town, night fell, and a shout rang out. "That girl went this way." A man with an eye scar shouted loudly, "This time I'm sure I'll catch her." Behind him was a punk with a long scar on his cheek, showing clear ferocity. Iriel recalled those dark memories, her father selling her into slavery. Then she killed for the first time in her life, and ran away. The slave traders relentlessly chased her. Little Iriel was hiding behind a wall, clutching a rope tightly, prepared for the traffickers' pursuit. Those painful memories flooded her mind. They chased me relentlessly for months. And whenever that happened, the traffickers running ahead tripped over the rope Iriel had set. They fell forward onto shards of broken glass, screams of agony echoing. She remembered how she escaped that nightmare. "I escaped them using the same method I used the first time." Just as they writhed in pain among the broken glass, Iriel leapt out, holding a silver knife. She kept recalling, "The gravest sin taught like doctrine in the church murder." Young Iriel ruthlessly swung the knife down, reflecting on her past. "As my body became more stained with blood, the stains clung to my hair just like those crimes etched deeply into me." Young Iriel carried heavy guilt, her hair still stained with the blood of the traffickers. She was like a blind person with no escape, and unlike the traces of those crimes, they didn't fade but only grew darker. The feeling of guilt gradually faded. Her eyes darkened. "Finally, I resented the world for pushing me into this situation. An innocent soul had become empty." Little Iriel was filled with bitterness. The seaport, ships, the island city. "Damn you, Geogger, I need to kill. Why did things have to be like this?" Iriel thought back to that moment. Only despair remained. "And when I arrived, my soul had completely become that of a murderer. But heaven doesn't abandon anyone." At the moment that seemed like the end of Iriel's life, a warm light flashed. The supreme goddess appeared, reaching out her hands to little Iriel. She remembered that image. For some reason, the goddess had chosen me. In Iriel's empty eyes at that moment, a glimmer of light saving her life flickered, and it changed her murderous thoughts. Standing before that gentle light, I gradually realized how precious life truly is and how meaningless revenge can be. She continued to reflect. And that's why, even when I stared at the face of that strange man was actually the priest bowing his head. At this moment, Iriel's reality seemed to let go of the hatred in her heart. "I'm not thinking about anything at all. That's strange," she murmured, her face still showing not a trace of emotion. Elsewhere, Raymond kept tearing down building after building. "I can't just destroy it that easily." He continuously cast mana, searching out all the magic arrays laid out throughout the city, identifying their types and uncovering their purposes. Each building's magic revealed different characters. Seeing this, he confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, the city center, and even the structure, weight, and shape of the buildings all bore the mystical language of magic arrays. Comparing the mystical language of the buildings, the design of each floor formed a magic array. He continued to reason. "There must be fewer than 6 magic arrays, and I just need to stand here and pinpoint them." Suddenly, Raymond's nose started bleeding, and the mana around him dissipated. A massive magic array appeared. He was stunned, looking up at another magic tower array that left him no time to recover, as a purple energy surrounded him. They kept attacking Raymond, causing him to cry out in pain. The mana from another magic array was obstructing him. When did I stop feeling it? Wait, did they overlap each other? The magic arrays of the buildings disrupted the mana flow, and I couldn't sense this array. Raymond painfully hypothesized, could this be a type of magic array with a sealing curse? The maximum mana within an active array amplifies the sealing magic, increasing its power. Surrounded by dark mana, he still held himself steady, analyzing the situation. Above all, after using such a massive spell that caused the whole city to quake, my mana couldn't hold out any longer, so I couldn't release mana from my body while sealed. Suddenly, a dark aura spread ahead. Raymond's judgment hadn't even accounted for this scent, no way. He seemed to realize something. Wasn't this the same magic Era was hit by? Instantly, another magic array appeared right on the ground. Along with the array, endless black holes opened. Monsters with grotesque and fierce appearances emerged from those black holes, leaving Raymond stunned. Even the monsters, Could it be shocked? Even the monsters, were they summoned here too? Faced with the current situation, he felt a bit panicked and tense. I can't fight them in this state. But suddenly, a green-skinned monster swung an attack at him. At this moment, Raymond was determined if I don't stop it now, they will definitely chase after the people evacuating right now. Then he quickly cast a spell, creating a massive monosword, maybe a bit over the top, not letting that monster have a chance to touch him again. Raymond swung the sword. The monster was sliced into 100 pieces, but then he froze, the mana flowing through his body faltered, and he collapsed with a face twisted in extreme pain. It felt like his veins were being torn apart. Mana was flowing in the opposite direction. In his distracted state, where did those arrows come from? They pierced straight into his back. He fell flat on the ground, his clothes soaked in blood. Yet he forced himself to turn his head toward where the arrows came from. Did they also predict this would happen? Being attacked like this? I was too careless. I was too arrogant. The growl of a wild beast suddenly echoed, and monsters with blazing red eyes surrounded him. Was this somewhere else? The people were moving inside the city. Era stood high above, observing the group, watching supplies being delivered one after another. It seemed she was handling everything well. They moved faster than I thought. At this rate, the request I received will be fulfilled soon. So I need to get to Raymond right away. Suddenly, someone called her name in her subconscious. Era was shocked. The mark on her palm also flashed. Era immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly cast a holy spell. Raymond's life was weakening, exactly what was harming that child. She shouted for a teleportation gate and quickly flew into it herself. Seeing the monsters preparing to charge at Raymond, Era shouted for them to stop. She was filled with rage. Monsters. How dare you? In the blink of an eye, Era wiped out all the monsters. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Because she saw Raymond lying unconscious in a pool of blood, she shouted his name loudly. Raymond. Era ran quickly to him, checked his condition, and anxiously shook him awake. Raymond, are you okay? Wake up. In an instant, her face turned pale, unable to believe the scent. That haunting past rushed back. Since Ira was exposed to that scent, she could never forget the disgusting, sharp, sweet fruit smell that had trapped her for 20 years. At that time, Era fell into a deep sleep. It was the sign of a cursed spell that caused her to fall into a long slumber. Those around her were also shocked to see her like that. Purple demonic smoke still surrounded her, and now it was emitting the scent of a cursed spell. Remembering that painful memory, Era suddenly shed tears. She hugged Raymond and softly called his name. Raymond. The situation wasn't looking good because Raymond had been in a coma for a month. This news delivered a huge shock. After the news about what happened to Raymond, the kingdom's hero, spread, his supporters were very surprised. As a sign of gratitude, the kingdom held a hero's honor ceremony for him. Formal rituals were performed as Pope Ramanton praised Raymond's glorious achievements. Then, he awarded him a hero title never before given in the Holy Kingdom, the AN title. From then on, many troubles arose, because the figure symbolizing the kingdom's strength, the Holy Emperor, was currently absent. The kingdom was at risk of foreign invasion. And without wasting time, Brocasia began spreading across the kingdom. Finally, war broke out between the two sides. Iriel excitedly unleashed her moves. At this point, she joked, if it keeps going like this, won't the game just crash? She was probably very comfortable to joke like that while fiercely destroying enemies. The current situation made her a bit worried. It was already the third day, and the enemies kept attacking continuously. Even though holy magic could relieve physical fatigue, it couldn't erase the mental exhaustion for everyone. At this point, suddenly someone loudly called out for the Saintess. Iriel looked confused toward the voice. It was none other than Haro riding a horse, saying, "We're here to help." She quickly recognized Marquis Har. Then Iriel exerted all her strength to perform martial skills, defeating the enemies before her. Under her influence, countless thunderclaps struck down with loud, piercing booms. Suddenly, a figure dashed by like lightning. It was Barris fiercely swinging his sword to destroy the enemies. Iriel stared blankly at the scene before her. Ferris, Cirrus, Ran. I think they're still not mature enough, but now they've all become resilient warriors. Har, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Yeah, if the Holy Saint saw this, she'd be very pleased. Then she smiled. Yeah, that's right. Gaia needs to rest until the battle ends and then wake up afterward. Suddenly, a wounded soldier screamed in pain, and a woman approached with a smile. After all, how could a low-ranking soldier stand against a Saintess? Seeing this, Jack grew worried. The Saintess? Even Iriel was equally surprised. It was unbelievable. Rumor had it they only appeared in Selene a few days ago. Ah, I went over and noticed her face was quite beautiful. She looked chubby as a child. Oh, anything else besides that? Abu immediately laughed. That was a bit embarrassing, while she was utterly confused. How could they have arrived in Salonia so quickly? Then Iriel began analyzing the current situation. On our side, only Z and I have reached the advanced swordsman rank, despite some difficulties. Looking at the color and intensity of the aura, there's no doubt. He must be at least a mid-level advanced swordsman, otherwise we couldn't stand against him. After a moment of thought, she glanced subtly at the sound transmission. Z received the signal and turned around, surprising the two nearby. The aura charged fiercely forward. The way you two look at each other is pitiful. Iriel quickly raised her hand to cast a defensive move. Cake looked at her with disdain. You want to block my attack? Then, in the next moment, Aura unleashed a powerful strike. Try to block this one. Zoe appeared, sensing the situation was bad. Saintus, fall back quickly. But it was too late as the move was right in front of him. Then a thunderous explosion occurred. Rich, wounded, let out a soft cry of pain and thought to himself, he could do this much damage with just one attack. Then he realized the opponent was not someone to provoke. Clearly, he was far superior to us by a wide margin. He's a mid to high-level advanced swordsman. The situation is bad, so she immediately ordered, all troops, retreat, get out of here immediately. He wasn't going to let it go easily and quickly charged forward. You think I'll let you do that? Suddenly, Iriel's hand shot out in front of Aura. Then she cast a spell. Only then did he realize the holy power, the angelic light. After receiving the move, he was on high alert. Have you ever successfully dodged this power? Then, Aura was stunned by the devastation before him. Instantly, he felt all his hostility vanish. Could she have borrowed the power of the gods? Fascinating. At the camp, a voice rang out. While the 7 holy knights were defending the front, let the cavalry of Marquis Haro prepare to attack the rear. The one directing was Greya. Let the holy saints manage the actions of the holy knights. The battle will take place in the northwest forest. Seeing little Iriel's inner comment, Greya, right? She looked at Greya with satisfaction. She's an outstanding girl among the academy students volunteering for the war effort. She has a keen perspective on planning. This compensates for her lack of physical strength. After a moment of reflection, Iriel praised, that's a good plan. Let's execute it. If this action succeeds, the situation will balance out and we can manage. Then she placed her hand on the command table, ending the meeting here. Relax a bit since they don't seem ready to attack yet. Rhea obeyed. Yes, Saintess. Beside the blazing firewood, someone sighed in complaint. Z approached with curiosity. It's not too hard when a holy saint is absent, right? Iriel awkwardly replied. It's really hard. Now I understand how much he has done for us. Then she smiled and turned around. But I can't keep relying on the holy saint forever. I am also a saintess of this kingdom. Just then, someone approached. That's right, Saintess. Now is the time to repay the holy saint's generosity. Iriel was surprised by Barris's appearance, and he politely greeted. Welcome, Saintess. He curiously asked, why did you leave that comfortable chair to come here? Gran laughed and explained. What use is that comfortable chair when the war is raging? Looking at everything unfolding, she guessed this might be the result of the Holy Kingdom's restructuring plan that Day had devised. In Iriel's mind were thoughts. They are nobles who only work for personal and family interests. But now everyone is working together to pursue a common goal. I never imagined there would be a day I'd feel close to them. In the end, she described it as a strange feeling. At night in the lavish palace, at this moment, someone is performing a purification ritual. Seeing that, Cleus grew curious. How is the Holy One? After a moment of examination, Chessie turned back. Still the same. Though his mind is clear, his body remains immobile. She should stay by his side and talk to him so he won't feel lonely. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind, now I'm going. Take good care of Day. A good servant for him is also good for you. When only the two of them were left in the room, she looked sad. A person who receives the love and care of the high-ranking saints, no one else can do that but him. The Holy One gently adjusted Day's hair. And not only that, do you know how many people worry about you? So, the prayer echoed through the night. Please wake up quickly. Suddenly, his finger twitched slightly, and at the same time, a purple aura appeared from Day's arm. The stories about him are truly miraculous. The way Day absorbs mana is strange. He doesn't need to create any magic circles or any magic inside his body, but he absorbs and uses mana from the air. So there's no mana reserve inside his body at all. However, right now there are two sources of mana coexisting within him, one of which is a dragon core magic, and the other is earth-type sealed magic similar to Era's, the mana of the cursed magic circle. Day's recovery method is also different from ordinary people. The method once used to treat Tra, words themselves are the antidote, but the cursed magic still remains in the body. The main feature of that method is to simply use mana to heal the outside of the body. A series of images flashed in his mind, and he became aware of what he should do. So just like last time, I have to eliminate the cursed magic from my body. However, my mana control ability has been suppressed, so relying on my own strength alone, I can't push it out. So I started thinking about how I could move and activate mana a little to trigger the dragon technique. Now the dragon core has reacted. It's currently very confused, looking ahead. Because the magic is comfortably coexisting with the dragon core, naturally it doesn't like this at all. Because by the nature of mana, they cannot coexist in the same place. So the two clash and tear each other apart. The dragon core will expel the cursed magic. He looked at the scene before him with satisfaction, destroying the enemy from within. Then Day thought to himself, the dragon technique will win if it gets support. Right now, it's a balanced battle. But no matter how powerful the dragon magic is, my enemy has been using strong magic for decades. If the dark magic circle defeats the dragon core, I'm done for. I don't want anything unexpected to happen, so I have to act. So to prevent risks, I need to store as much mana as possible. He also realized the dangers he faced, but all the chaos inside my body will harm it. Even though I'm unconscious, Day's consciousness remains clear. I don't know who created this magic circle, but if I catch him, I'll make him pay. Outside, a voice rang out. Is Phroxia really nearby? The maid holding a tray was discussing. Except for children and the elderly, everyone else was called to enlist. The maid holding a basin added, Oli has gone to the battlefield. They can only pray and hope she stays safe. Sounds echoed on the battlefield. The 8th Cavalry Legion pulled back a bit, obeying orders. Now the 5th Magic Legion unleashed magic, each attack accompanied by piercing shouts and fireballs cutting down enemies with the wind/sword. Seeing the situation was bad, the opposing sides shouted to each other, and the 5th Magic Legion retreated. But the enemy didn't easily let them go and cast magic to knock them away. A snowstorm. The people screamed in pain and quickly realized it was magic. Seeing the situation, she ordered the soldiers to return to camp, no need to pursue. Back at the camp, the place buzzed with chatter. Today, I'm finally back. The battle was tough for everyone. Lauren, commander of the 8th Cavalry Legion, was extremely excited. Lauren, if we were with Oli and Cleus, I think we could have wiped them all out together. Loren commanded the 8th Cavalry Corps, extremely excited. Loren, if you were with her and Cleus, I think we could take them all down together. Gansia, the deputy commander of the 8th Cavalry Corps, shared the same feelings as her. Thanks to that, the soldiers' morale would be greatly boosted. We should feel especially proud for successfully defending Selen. Despite the praise, Chessie remained cold, acknowledging that everyone did well. In her mind, she was calculating, obviously, if we keep fighting like this, not only Selen but also Gariel and Salonia will be drained of strength. Chessie carefully planned, but I also have to consider variables. They are mainly stationed in Gariel. If they suddenly attack, I might not be able to hold out. I'm certain we need reinforcements. After a moment of thought, she ordered, Lauren, Garania, head to Gariel. The two of them happily obeyed the command, leading the way. At that moment, Chessie furrowed her brows, sensing something unusual. Suddenly, she turned sharply in one direction. This magical flow couldn't have awakened all at once. Looking at the ceiling, he felt immense happiness. I did it. Finally, I've awakened. His attention also focused on his left hand. Amazing, the dark magic in my left hand has completely disappeared. Just as expected, combining the two manas was a brilliant idea. Changes are happening inside my body. The dragon technique weakened the moment the curse vanished completely. He silently felt the transformation within, but now he was much weaker. The most important thing is that my whole body still can't move, but I can absorb mana from the air. Each stream of mana is healing me. I don't need as much mana as when healing Ira. This will be enough. I also can't absorb much right now. Healing. A moment later, he seriously closed his eyes. Unable to match the magic cast under normal circumstances, I have to concentrate more to avoid distractions now. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his hand. His left hand had absorbed magic before, but for some reason, it now felt light and airy. In an instant, he was stunned. And not only that, every blood vessel, every muscle cell was filled with mana. Joy quickly spread as the mana inside his body was activated. Could it be that my hand has become more familiar and sensitive to mana? Because of that, it absorbed more mana? I sensed that the mana absorption in my left hand was very strong. This enables my body to recover faster. I can achieve optimal magic casting efficiency with only a small amount of mana. Joy overwhelmed my mind. This means I've grown stronger. Just like this is enough, I will restore my entire body. The healing process was still ongoing in the room, and soon he was able to sit up. Now he was very excited because he felt light as if he were flying. His health was better than ever. Suddenly, his hand clenched tightly. It's time to return. He had never been this confident before. Now I've broken free from all limitations. In the darkness, the atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. Iriel's voice echoed through the space, explaining the current situation. The appearance of the elite swordsmen dealt us a heavy blow. They attacked the capital Salonia at midnight. It was a surprise attack. Horror was clear on her face, eyes wide, mouth open, and her eyebrows almost joined together. She shouted loudly to those behind her, "If we lose more soldiers here, it will be hard to hold the capital. But we have to find a way to escape this situation. Everyone, fall back, don't look back." Iriel clasped her hands and whispered that we must find a way to hold them off, or else the sword facing her would surely strike. He declared firmly, "Holy Lord, we will protect you and the capital. We will do whatever it takes to accomplish that." Iriel hurriedly stopped him. She yelled, "You can't do this alone. While our strongest is absent." Before Iriel could finish, ZCK shouted, "I will try." Faced with his determination, she could only sigh. He revealed his feelings. If she died here now, this battle would end. Iriel raised her hands forward, palms open. A beam of light from the sky shone down on the soldiers, making them rejoice as if they had struck gold. Holy protection, holy seal, blessings, great holy magic. This is the blessing of the Holy Maiden. Counterattack. Don't spare a single one. Iriel ran in the opposite direction from them. Her eyes were full of worry and sadness. She whispered to herself, "Everyone, don't die." Her figure flew swiftly, trailing winds that roared like screams, and the trees swayed in the direction of the wind. Reach instructed the knights behind him. "Everyone, hold your positions and don't let them break through." The knights shouted their battle cry loudly. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, sending chills down Reach's spine. His eyes widened. "Oh God, we're a bit late. Why don't I see the holy woman anywhere?" The short man, Aura, stroked his thick, braided beard. He teased the old witch beside him. "This is getting interesting, but shouldn't we be chasing after her?" The old woman glanced at the man next to her and smirked. "Ah, I'll let you decide." The middle-aged man with a few stray gray hairs under his chin replied, "I agree." Reach tightened his grip on his sword, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Sure enough, they had arrived. "We have to stop him from chasing the holy woman." He bravely charged toward the short man, raising his sword high, ready to risk everything against them. "Do you think I'll let you do that?" His sword was quickly blocked by the middle-aged man's shield, a few strands of gray beard twitching. The man laughed with excitement. "I heard you're the youngest elite swordsman on the continent, right?" His gaze looked down on him like he was an ant. "I'll take care of you." That title made Rich flinch. He wanted to deny it but couldn't find the words. "No, that's not true." The old witch, though following Aura, glanced at him with a sly look, speaking in a sinister tone. "Take it easy on him. He looks cute." "She'll run away." The two swords clashed repeatedly, flashing dazzling sparks and ringing with deafening clangs. Reach gritted his teeth and reluctantly continued fighting, sweat dripping down his face. He struggled to curse through clenched teeth. Suddenly, a savior appeared. The girl shouted, "The Fire Witch Army!" It charged toward the middle-aged man, creating a thick cloud of smoke and fire that obscured the sky. Though still a bit scared, the girl bravely shouted, "Gitch, I'll back you up, ZNG." He turned his head to look at her, mumbling, "Rhea." The smoky haze cleared to reveal the middle-aged man's figure. Surprisingly, he wasn't scratched at all after that attack. "I can't believe there are so many talents in the Holy Kingdom. Your passion annoys me a little, but I guess I can't just ignore you." Reach was horrified, realizing he was completely unharmed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, and he screamed. Behind Rhea, a figure with black hair appeared behind the girl without anyone noticing. That person's dead-eyed gaze fixed on her. She warned, "You're blocking my way, little girl." At Z's shout, the girl looked back in shock. Without hesitation, she kicked hard toward the girl, catching Gia off guard. Reach screamed, "Gree!" Her feet moved with cat-like agility, barely touching the ground before leaping into the air. With every step she took, the air seemed to tear apart. The soldiers were no longer calm. They scattered like sheep chased by a gray wolf, screaming loudly, "It's coming, run!" The sword flashed beneath her cloak. If nothing unexpected happened, they would all fall under her blade. Blood splattered everywhere amid the chaotic screams of pain. Reach was terrified, his pupils shrinking, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He calculated that our army was wiped out, with only 2 left. Facing him, the middle-aged man charged in for a direct attack. The man announced, "Young man." Sparks flew as the 2 swords clashed. "I want to face you myself." He cursed helplessly. Reek's face was tense as a drawn bowstring. He thought, "Damn it, his attacks are too strong. I have no way to defeat him." Suddenly, a snowflake appeared beside Z. The sky and earth were suddenly covered by a cold air and shimmering delicate snowflakes. He seemed to receive a signal. It was the icy field. The blue cloak fluttered in the air, then gently landed on the ground. The middle-aged man was stunned. "Is this a mage?" His voice was calm but firm. "Don't act rashly." And she spoke seriously, silently surrendering. The enemy was frozen, stiff, only able to marvel that there were still people in the Holy Kingdom who could cast this magic. Iriel flew forward, thinking she had escaped and tried not to leave any traces. Maybe this would buy some time, but her steps gradually slowed, Iriel's face darkened, and she bit her lower lip anxiously. But what am I supposed to do once I set foot in Salonia? I have no plan at all. The short guy Aura and the old witch beside him stepped out from the direction she just passed. He casually said, "What bad luck. If you had run straight ahead, maybe you could have gotten farther." A sword of light formed from her hand, and she tensed up. I expected this, but I didn't think they'd arrive so quickly. She hissed sharply, one by one. She took a stance, ready to survive against the enemy. She declared, "I swear to you, I will take down both of you one by one." The old witch seemed to ignore her, her words full of disdain. Interesting. Well, so what if that's the case? Aura and the old witch's eyes glowed fiercely like bloodthirsty predators as they lunged toward Iriel. They threatened, that is, if you can. The sound became clearer in the night. A deep red streak of blood splattered. Strangely, the owner of that blood was Aura. He stood stunned, staring at his severed arm, his chest also slashed. Meanwhile, Iriel's eyes sparkled as if she saw a falling star from the sky, as Raymond appeared like a god shielding her. He was the one who attacked Aura. Iriel cheered joyfully. The dust stirred by the magical aftershock gradually settled. Aura and the witch beside him were pushed back, while Raymond stood guarding in front of Iriel. His hand still flickered with remnants of blue light. He spoke, "Did you have fun causing trouble while I was away? That damn magic trap gave me a lot of trouble." Aura was furious but equally shocked. "Even that curse only knocked you out for 1 month." The blue light on his hand condensed as Raymond responded to Aura's words with frustration. "Only 1 month? Not the whole month? I thought I'd die from frustration." The blue orb in his hand grew larger. He said calmly, "Well, since I'm very busy, I'll kill both of you at once." The old witch looked at that power, stunned inside. This massive mana flow, I've heard about him before, but it's hard to believe he's this strong. Aura and the witch exchanged a silent signal, both lunging to grab Raymond's shoulders, surprising him. Behind Iriel, someone seemed to realize something, her mouth agape, speechless. They grabbed him tightly. "Don't tell me it's mana pressure," the witch yelled excitedly, with a smug expression as if she already saw Raymond's fate. "No matter how much mana you have in your body, you're still just human. There's no way you have more mana than 2 elite swordsmen. Die." Raymond's eyes widened, vaguely guessing they were trying to make the mana sources clash, but the mana flow of the loser would shatter. His eyes flashed blue light. He confidently calculated. However, you chose the wrong opponent. In the forest, blue light shot straight up to the sky, illuminating the whole area in an instant. At Raymond's feet lay the bodies of 2 unlucky foes. He stepped over them and spoke gently. "You should know who not to mess with before you act, right? Even until your last breath." Aura and the witch couldn't believe it. "But you're the only one who could survive." Raymond called to Iriel, snapping her out of her daze. He instructed, "We don't have time. I'll head to Gariel first. You follow me as fast as you can." She responded, "Ah, got it." The battle near Rich was nearing its end. His whole body was already covered in wounds. He panted heavily, trying to grip his sword tightly. Cleus saw Jack's condition and panicked, shouting, "Z, can you hold on a bit longer?" Before waiting for a reply, she had to create a shield to block the opponent's attack. The black-haired woman in a cloak launched continuous attacks at her. Cleese muttered spells while worrying, leading to mistakes, but she was about to lose control. "I can't stay calm anymore." Sharp ice shards appeared from the air under Cleewood's command, stabbing toward the black-haired woman. The ice spear bit into her as she gritted her teeth, silently deciding, "At all costs, we can't prolong this fight any longer." The black-haired woman dodged the ice shards flexibly, scheming inside. "That's sorceress." The big-eyed woman watched Cleus and concluded, "As expected, that's no ordinary spell." She observed her steady stance and the moves Cleewood had made, silently guessing. She dispelled one spell and immediately cast another in response. Her control over the angle, timing, and speed of casting attack spells was truly impressive. "So this is a 6th-level archmage." A scream rang out nearby, making Cluse's eyes fill with panic. On the other side, Zeech had been stabbed straight through the chest by the middle-aged man. Blood gushed from his throat along with blood spurting from the wound, making his condition more critical than ever. Z's eyes gradually lost their focus, becoming vacant. He collapsed to the ground, motionless amid the screams of his comrades. The middle-aged man drew his sword, speaking with satisfaction. "You've held out long enough. All right, then I guess it's time." He turned to look at her, his gaze radiating savage bloodlust. He smirked. "Now it's your turn, milady." Cleis didn't even have time to grieve. Her face tensed, eyebrows furrowed, teeth clenched. "Just try me," she resolved. There's no other choice. The spell she cast carried the icy chill of Proya's frost. The soldiers suddenly panicked and fled, screaming in terror. "Everyone run!" the soldier announced. "He's here!" Someone landed on the ground. The air compressed until it seemed ready to explode. Emerging from the dust and debris, A faint magical glow still clung to his body. The middle-aged man flinched and stepped back, suspicion creeping into his mind. It was that very guy. Ignoring the soldiers, he pushed through them and advanced. He had already collapsed. Blood from his body stained the ground around him. He reached out and touched his neck, deep in thought. The body had lost its warmth. Day's face darkened, emotionless. He realized the man had died about 20 minutes ago. His voice echoed, "I hear you." Day asked, "Who killed Jack?" Cleus bowed her head, full of remorse. She comforted him, "I'm very sorry. It's all because of my limited ability." He cut off Cleus's words. "No, that's a pointless question." Day's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "I declare, I will tear them to shreds." The middle-aged man warned his comrade that Day had a violent amount of mana frenzy, and the black-haired woman agreed. "That guy's dangerous. We have to avoid him. I'll open a path out." Meanwhile, the black-haired woman planned and instructed her comrade to protect the front line. Before she finished speaking, a blue blade appeared across her eye. Blood sprayed from the person beside her, freezing the middle-aged man in place. Day moved behind the middle-aged man, analyzing the angle and size of the stab wound, certain it wasn't caused by her. He turned back and questioned the man, his eyes full of killing intent. It was him. Fear overwhelmed the middle-aged man, his voice growing strained. "Is he a monster?" Red blood splattered into the air. On the ground lay the bodies of the middle-aged man and the black-haired woman. Day asked, "Can I entrust this battlefield to you?" Cleus agreed. "Yes, your holiness. I will control this place so you won't have to worry even a bit." He carefully carried Z's body, walking while saying, "Thank you. I trust you." Cleus hurriedly replied, "Thank you, sir." She looked at Day's actions, bewildered. "Your holiness, Day, what are you planning to do with Jack's body?" Magical light shone, illuminating a corner of the forest. Jack's armor was removed, and his body was carefully cleaned. His wounds had been stitched by Day. He looked down at Jack's body thoughtfully. He had tightly bound the torn spinal cord and sewn up his kidneys. But there was no way to transfuse blood, no way at all. Iriel approached and called out, "Your holiness." She desperately expressed, "Has he already passed on to the Lord?" Jay remained silent. Iriel comforted him. Her hand emitted a golden light. Unable to bear looking at him any longer, she simply suggested an alternative. He should have left in better condition. Everyone will forever remember his achievements. The warm golden light enveloped them, and something seemed to surprise Iriel, her eyes wide open. Day whispered, "We can save him." She was stunned. "How?" he said firmly. "We can save him." A sudden voice rang out. "I'm sorry, but Day, holy magic isn't omnipotent. That's obvious, but you can't resurrect someone who's dead." Another voice echoed in the dark forest. "I know that." At this moment, Day's face showed calm resolve. Blue light streams condensed in his hands into a blue-white surgical knife floating in midair. Day calmly said, "Holy magic might not save him, but I will try." As soon as he finished, the surgical knife floating in his hand swiftly slashed across the chest of the man lying on the ground. Iriel shouted to stop him. "I completely understand your feelings right now. It's hard to accept this because you care about him so much." At this moment, ZCK lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, his body covered in gruesome wounds. Uriel's voice was still loudly protesting, but this time it was different from before. Satil was truly dead. Life and death were in the hands of the Lord. Mortals could not intervene. Hearing this, Jiayingiam turned his face toward her and spoke firmly. "No. If I give up on a life that can still be saved, I won't be at peace. Even if the Lord doesn't want it, I will do everything I can to save him." Upon hearing his words, she suddenly shouted loudly. Then, Iriel continued to worry aloud. "Why would you say such forbidden words?" Then she seemed to realize something. Her eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. She pondered. "He's still determined, isn't he?" At that moment, Day sighed deeply and said, "Iriel, I can't explain everything to you right now, but just trust me." Then, he clenched the hem of his shirt tightly, thinking silently, just like back then. Next, Day seriously picked up a pair of scissors forged from his power, preparing to save Iriel, who was still watching him in surprise. Immediately, a blue light shone from his power. Iriel stood behind, observing as Day worked hard to save, his hands skillfully using threads created from his ability to stitch Satil's wound. At this moment, Iriel's inner voice kept echoing steadily. While watching him, he used that strange method to revive Jack. Iriel continued to reflect. She was certain she had felt the holy power from him. Although he used mana and spoke words that challenged devotion to the Lord, those forbidden words actually didn't cause any harm. This was truly illogical. Then she sighed and said, "All right, if there's anything I can help with, just tell me." Hearing this, Day looked at her and smiled in response. "You've done enough already, thank you." Still lying peacefully on the ground, assessing his condition, Day silently calculated that he had suffered brain death. This condition was because he hadn't been treated. But right now, just through holy magic, his body was improving as if he were alive. In his mind, the image of a heart and a clock appeared, along with calculations that began to flash non-stop. Within 4 minutes from when his heart stopped beating, I will save him. Now, let's start at this golden moment. Then, a beam of blue light was instantly slashed down, accompanied by Day's calculations appearing in his mind. First, I will cut the rib cage surrounding the heart. Everything else is normal except the heart. I wish I had an automatic defibrillator, but there's no way to get one now. Then, as if recalling something, Day's eyes widened in surprise. He thought of thunder and lightning. At this moment, the image of electric currents running through the heart appeared. Along with that, Day continued his calculations. Through steady electrical currents, the heart's activity was restored, gradually appearing from the ventricles and atria. Actually, a defibrillator is a device that delivers electric shocks, first aid for cardiac arrest victims, increasing their chances of survival. So I will use magic to do the same, to control the small electric current and direct it to the heart while synchronizing with the specific heartbeat. Then he pictured a hand tightly gripping the heart in his mind and continued silently calculating how to massage the heart with his hand to promote blood circulation. His expression immediately became tense as he continued the rescue process. He kept repeating, silently praying in his mind, "Please, please, please." Electric currents continuously flowed into the body, creating small popping sounds. At the same time, Day, beside the patient, silently prayed, starting to pump blood again. The electric currents entering the body glowed bright yellow, illuminating the dark space. The continuous electric stimulation caused the heart to beat again immediately. At this moment, both he and Iriel couldn't hide their surprise. Both looked in the same direction in astonishment. Then, Iriel stared at him blankly and asked, "Day, was that—" Before she could finish, Jay immediately called out to her, "It worked! Iriel, come quickly and heal him." Hearing this, Iriel immediately used her power to heal Jack, yet she still couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible." Golden, sparkling light from Iriel's power enveloped the still unconscious body on the ground. She continued to marvel. His condition is too... He's breathing again. Then she looked at Day standing nearby and asked him, "Day, who exactly are you? How did you do that?" Hearing this, Day replied, "I couldn't have done it alone." Then, to her surprise, he looked back at her, winked, and added, "We did it." Then Iriel seriously retorted, "Raymond, what are you talking about? There's no way I would perform dark magic." Hearing that, he immediately showed a speechless expression in response. "Hey, don't call it dark magic, it's medicine." Then their voices echoed throughout the dark forest. Raymond spoke up. "More importantly, hurry and transfer to Phroxia to help Cleewood." Iriel immediately asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Hearing her question, Raymond turned around and replied, "I need to meet the Pope." "All right then, I'll go alone." After that, he vanished instantly, leaving only a streak of light where he had stood. Iriel, hearing where he intended to go, panicked and called after Raymond. Then she anxiously muttered to herself, "I'm not sure if meeting the Pope right now is such a good idea." Elsewhere, a vast town was engulfed in flames from a fire, creating a scene of devastation. The firelight illuminated the entire sky. At that moment, a shadow stood on a cliff in the distance, looking toward the fire. He spoke, "At this rate, Gariel is finished." Then he laughed excitedly and said, "Soon, they will bring me to a safe place. As long as I hide quietly, I can survive and get what I want, just as they promised." Suddenly, Hook appeared behind the cloaked man and restrained him while he was still happily lost in his thoughts. He spoke threateningly, "Don't move." Hearing this, the cloaked man startled and turned his face around. At the same time, Hook's blade immediately swung in a silver streak. The man asked in shock, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hook's blade cut through his arm, spraying blood everywhere. The cloaked man screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, groaning, "My arm, my arm." Seeing his condition, Hook immediately said, "Now answer my question directly." The man's face twisted, tears streaming down from the pain. However, he still hadn't fully understood what was happening and silently speculated, "Damn it, what's going on? I'm sure I placed mana stones all around here, so why can't I sense his presence? Who the hell is this demon?" While he was thinking, a foot suddenly kicked him from behind, making him scream. The owner of the foot said, "I just warned you not to move." Hearing that, he only had time to think of another voice. The speaker was Hong, who still had her foot on the cloaked man, pressing him firmly to the ground. "Who is your superior?" Seeing the people standing behind, the cloaked man silently lamented, "Not just one." He sobbed and said, "Archbishop Savy." Hong's voice rang out again. "I'm asking who in Phroxia ordered you." Hearing her question, he panicked and thought, "How do they know? It seems he doesn't intend to say anything. So young." Hearing this, the girl sighed and said, "Why can't you just tell the whole truth at once? Such a troublesome person." Then, suddenly, a golden light appeared around the girl, and a gleam shone in her eyes. So said regretfully, "You see, the feeling of having your mind controlled is the worst." At that moment, a golden light also appeared on the cloaked man's forehead, identical to So's. Impossible. Is this an unorthodox interrogation method using holy magic to invade the human mind? How could this be? Even the Archbishop and the Holy One couldn't do this easily. Then, amid the pitch-black night sky, a golden light suddenly appeared. At this point, the cloaked man had fainted, white foam bubbling from his mouth, looking terrifying. At the same time, So spoke. "It's over. Most of it was useless information. All right, let's go now." After finishing, So rubbed her eyes and said to Hong, "I'll hand over the rest to you." Then Hong gave instructions. Dueok Young should carry her. Hearing this, Young Dueok immediately responded, "Yes, Hong Young." Then she turned and walked with So and Dueok, calling back, "Make sure you clean everything up here before chasing after us. We will go to the Holy One," Hong coldly thought to herself. He must have arrived at the Vatican by now. At that moment, outside a lavish palace in the Vatican, Raymond was silently contemplating. Assessing the current situation, neighboring countries had allied and formed the Phroxia Alliance. It's not a weak, newly formed force. If I only infiltrate the Holy Nation's headquarters, it won't be enough. Just relying on my influence alone, it's hard to resolve this matter. I don't want that, but in this war situation, the person with the greatest power in the Holy Kingdom is. Then Raymond spoke up and asked, "Is the Pope inside?" E saw him and was surprised, stammering a greeting to welcome His Holiness. Seeing that, Raymond remained calm and said to him, "Go in and tell the Pope that I want to see him." He silently calculated that the Pope's support was his only option. A moment later, the Pope's loud, astonished voice echoed through the hallway. "Is there a traitor in the Holy Kingdom?" In response, Raymond patiently explained everything in detail. In short, the Frung organization appeared. Actually, to be more precise, it's an alliance of neighboring kingdoms, and now it turns out our Holy Kingdom is also involved with that organization. The old man's reaction was very strong. How dare they do this under Gaia's benevolent rule? I will find them immediately. But Raymond quickly stopped the Pope. Don't. He said to just leave them be. However, the Pope disagreed. How could that be? Raymond calmly advised. You must wait. If you want to uproot the weeds completely, any action now will only make Phroxia act more cautiously. Yet the Pope vehemently opposed that idea. Impossible. I cannot let this happen. He was furious, ranting, "How can you expect a shepherd to turn a blind eye to those heretics? I, the Pope, will crush them one by one. I'm sure every citizen of G will support this. Even if it means tearing the Holy Kingdom apart, I must punish those heretics." Raymond's brows furrowed in confusion. I didn't expect him to react like that. Even a devout person. Why would he overreact so much? Raymond sighed helplessly and repeated, "Your Holiness, I must say it again. You have to leave them alone." He spoke seriously. "Please don't let your emotions control you, and use your wisdom to lead the Holy Kingdom on the right path. I've said my piece. Now I must go." The Pope's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the armrest, his face strained, grinding his teeth, cursing that insolent man in his mind as he left the room. After the conversation with the Pope, Raymond walked down the hallway deep in thought. I don't understand what the Pope is thinking anymore. His mind was tangled with worries. He focused all his attention on one issue, while the life and death of an entire kingdom was at risk. I shouldn't have told him. I can't believe someone like that is the leader of a nation. Moving on to another issue, Freya so far has 6 high-ranking swordsmen that we know of. Are there more at that level in their army? He analyzed carefully. An army like that is enough to wipe out a small or medium kingdom in an instant. If they abandon attacking the Holy Kingdom and switch to attacking another kingdom, in the worst case, they could grow so strong that I won't be able to stop them anymore. Grasping the core issue, an idea sparked in Raymond's mind. It would be great if I could predict their moves and stop them beforehand, but I need information to do that. He rubbed his chin, pondering as he walked. Maybe I should try teaming up with her. The sun set behind the mountains, and the castle glowed with dreamy twilight. Along the road flanked by forests outside the castle, riding a horse, his face was thoughtful, frowning in contemplation. Memories recalled earlier, Iriel had ordered, "Zeech, you are no longer allowed on the battlefield." He questioned fiercely. "What do you mean?" "With all respect, Holy Maiden, I am a high-ranking swordsman. Losing me would be a huge loss for our army." But she just raised her hand to cut him off. "No, actually, it's the opposite." Iriel's serious attitude analyzed the situation. "The whole army sees high-ranking swordsmen as a pillar, so you always need to be at the front line, and the enemies about to appear might be even stronger. The last battle helped us understand the army's concept. If you command, you will have to face those dangerous enemies again. I need you to rest." She emphasized each word, hinting a reminder. I'm sure you don't want the Holy Maiden to have to revive you again, right? Hit in his weak spot, Zeke stammered, speechless. He hung his head, disappointed, and managed to say 2 words. Then Iriel declared, I and the 3 tribes will handle this battle. However, she didn't leave Zeke idle and assigned him another task. So I want you to leave the battlefield and go find the Holy Maiden. That's why I ended up riding a rickety horse and setting off like this. Raymond began to recall the long time before now. Like a child, those who had high expectations called me a prodigy swordsman. I became the youngest person to earn the title of senior swordsman, a loyal subject of the Empire. My fate was destined to assist the representative of God, the Holy One. He asserted absolute loyalty without doubt. I never once questioned this faith. And every day I lived with that pride. God had chosen a new saint. Raymond recalled that fateful encounter. I met him a bit early, and he stopped my sword bare-handed. The feelings then still felt fresh. My heart suddenly raced. It was the first time I felt overwhelmed in my life. A firm thought existed from that moment. I felt I could dedicate everything to him. I wanted to serve him for my whole life and become the sword in his hand. But everything went beyond reality. His 2 hands gripping the reins trembled with excitement. Self-blame was just what I thought. Far from becoming his mirror, I became a burden to him. Tears of torment welled in his eyes. His teeth clenched not once but twice. He had to save me. Raymond whipped the reins hard and shouted. He urged the horse to speed up, still hearing the tone of self-reproach in his mind, wondering what kind of damn bodyguard he was. Up in the tower, Iriel closed the window. After standing there watching his movements, she exhaled sharply. Will he be okay like this? She furrowed her brow, thinking, I already removed the pest from the battlefield like you said. But exactly what are you planning? The old bricks were tightly built as Day stepped forward to a harsh prison cell and spoke. Long time no see? The other laughed eagerly, showing no surprise. I didn't know when you arrived, the soul summoner asked with certainty. The Holy Kingdom situation isn't good now, right? He honestly confirmed. You're right. Whether it's Phroxia or someone else, it's all a complete mess. Day made his purpose clear. So I came here to ask you a few things. The man's attitude was still a bit resistant. You think I'll obediently tell you everything? Obviously, he was not intimidated. Instead, he sneered with contempt. Of course not. You think I'd ask you for no reason? Then Day pointed out the difficulties the man's body was facing at that time. Creaking joints, declining eyesight, aging, and wrinkled skin. His hand searched inside his coat pocket, muscles wasting, teeth falling out, loss of muscle and cardiovascular function, coronary arteries, kidneys, glands, immune system, and many other organs all deteriorating simultaneously. Your body isn't what it used to be, right? If I cure you. At this point, his eyes flashed with cunning, and he pulled out a small saw. Then you won't be able to control that senselessness anymore and will tell me everything I want, right? Day's tone grew increasingly menacing. You know, I've always been curious. Between Cho and ORC, whose body is more compatible with humans, that expression made the soul summoner immediately tremble, sweat pouring like water, hastily shouting, What the hell are you planning? Wait. As for Day, a master of modern medicine, he knew countless ways to inflict pain on the body. A pitiful scream echoed throughout the dungeon. After a while, the soul summoner, with a flushed pretty face, teary eyes, and a trembling head, begged, Stop, please stop. I'll tell you, let me tell you, the true identity of Phroxia is a magical fortress. In Day's hand was also a syringe and a strange vial. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I still have many things to try, the man yelled in anger. Damn you, stripping you of the holy title is a waste. I don't care. Oh well, go ahead, keep talking. It was said to have disappeared when the magical era ended. Those were the Black Fortress, Red Fortress, Green Fortress, Gold Fortress, and Yellow Fortress. A total of 5 magical fortresses, these fortresses maintained balance and magical order among nations. However, fearing the fortresses' power would grow stronger, an allied army from the continents attacked the magical fortresses. That battle summoned the Black Fortress's Bone Dragon and the Undead, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the magical era. The soul summoner's face was as smooth as a young maiden's, mouth rushing to recount everything he knew. Then the remaining magic fortresses joined forces. They are waiting for the day they can take revenge on you. Floya still has 15 elite swordsmen and 7 level 6 mages left. And the first level 7 Grand Mage of Humanity is also sharpening his sword for revenge. He laughed loudly, extremely satisfied, firmly asserting that no matter how strong you are, you don't stand a chance against them. Dai rolled his eyes and ignored that arrogant attitude, asking further, All right, so where is their base located? The soul summoner smirked subtly and answered, The Grania mountain range. The Grania Mountains, the first mountain range across the entire continent where dwarves and goblins coexist, a neutral zone, not allied with any kingdom, also a fertile land rich with resources. However, that's also why dwarves and goblins constantly fight each other, and why humanity isn't suited to live there. Daiban pondered, it's truly hard to think of a better place for them to gather forces and build their organization away from the watchful eyes of other kingdoms. He carefully considered every plan and move, part of him wanting to unleash a meteor shower on that mountain range to solve this damn problem. But he couldn't let innocent dwarves and goblins suffer collateral damage. Then another issue popped into his mind. 15 elite swordsmen, 7 level 6 grand mages, plus the first level 7 grand mage. Things seem to be becoming clearer to Dai. His gaze deepened. I understand why the Soul Summoner is so cheerful now. With a team like that, conquering the entire continent isn't just a dream. This battle will be tougher than I thought. Suddenly, he called out to his subordinate. Hong Yang, are you there? She stood right behind and replied, present and ready for orders. He turned seriously and commanded, each of you go to neighboring countries. I want you to monitor Phroxia's activities there and report everything to me, even the smallest detail. Hong responded briefly, understood. Seeing she hadn't left yet, her face looked hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. Gaia asked curiously, is there something? Do you want to report something? Hong honestly expressed, we will obey your orders at all costs, but we also think we can assist you in battles on the front lines. He was a bit surprised. You all? She intended to explain further. Yes, the enemy has a large vanguard force, so before she finished, Dai interrupted with a very pleased attitude. You have a point, but it's okay. This situation requires us to act more efficiently and use accurate information. He especially reminded them to act before the enemy could make any surprising moves, not just to bring reinforcements to the front. A single battle at the front isn't as important as the mission you've been assigned. He turned and walked away, his laugh dark and scheming. Also, regarding the vanguard troops, we can organize some small squads to support them. Night had fallen, and the castle's window panes were brightly lit. A soft sigh echoed in the silent space. At this moment, ZK stood dazed before the luxurious royal door. Finally, I've arrived before the Holy One, but I don't know if I can face him. While he hesitated, the maid beside him reported, Your Holiness, Reach has arrived. The person inside ordered him to be admitted. The white door slowly opened, and as he stepped inside, Deesh bowed to Dai. Greetings, Your Holiness. He softly called his name in response. DCK noticed his frowning, displeased expression. Dai thought to himself, he looks really miserable, but I guess that's understandable. Then suddenly, he took a few steps forward. Reach closed his eyes tightly, a bead of sweat rolling down, showing his anxiety and readiness to be scolded. Yet, instead of a shout, there was a gentle pat on the shoulder and some advice. Come to the training ground tomorrow morning. He was surprised, the Holy One's hand clenched, somewhat misunderstanding his actions. Are you planning to kick me out? Dai immediately raised his voice, denying helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kick you out? Every word he spoke was full of encouragement and trust. I will make you someone no one can defeat, so just focus on the next 10 days, forget everything else. Your only goal is to become stronger. Dai also didn't forget to remind him of the memory of his past merit. I know how much you suffered. In that battle, to fill the gap and save everyone while I was unconscious, he affirmed with a sharp tone, causing a bewildered expression. If anyone deserves my support, it is you. Don't forget that. A bright, radiant smile along with Dai's absolute praise carried immense spiritual strength. You are my sword? He pressed his lips tightly, saying nothing, then knelt on one knee to show respect. Wretch bowed his head loyally and shouted loudly before Dai, I obey your command, my lord. The next morning, a resounding sound, inner power echoed, shaking the entire castle. Greetings, my lord. Sadal yawned, tears streaming from his eyes, still half asleep but looking at Wretch full of vitality. You came so early, the sun hasn't even risen yet. Unlike him, Wretch was extremely enthusiastic, filled with determination, shouting clearly, Yes, my lord, Chiaz, the sword of my lord cannot let its master wait. Seeing his attitude like that, Dai felt a bit helpless and thought to himself, now the pressure is twice as heavy as usual. However, he couldn't extinguish that burning will, so he immediately gave the mission. All right. First, create a sword aura like you usually do. Wretch responded quickly. I obey your command, my lord. But just as he created a blazing red sword like glowing embers, Dai spoke up to stop him. No, stop. He stepped closer to give detailed guidance. Now you must abandon your old habit. This isn't just about shaping your demon into a sword form. According to Dai, sword aura revolves around balance. Hearing this term for the first time felt new. Balance, he continued. So imagine a sword divided into 3 equal parts, the tip, the blade, and the hilt, and distribute mana evenly among all 3 parts. His hand touched Wretch's, beginning to emit a slow stream of power. Now start controlling the mana within your body to create your own sword aura. Suddenly, The sword in his hand shot out unexpected bursts of flame. Even Day couldn't hide his surprise inside. He clearly felt the power of this sword had reached a whole new level, as if the air around it was swirling toward the blade. It was hard to believe that with just a bit of balance, his aura could transform into a sword like this. After finishing the guidance, Day asked again, "All right, do you feel it now? Try again." He nodded. Yes. Wretch focused his energy, staring at the sword in his hand with the same feeling he had during previous training when he was able to do it. But it seemed the first attempt wasn't quite right. The flames and power emitted weren't as strong as before. He sighed in disappointment. It was quite difficult. Day immediately explained the result. That's because you're trying to force something invisible into a fixed ratio and hold it together. I assure you, if you succeed at this step, your sword aura will improve dramatically. Hearing that, he immediately became excited. Really? Are you serious? Day firmly demanded. 3 days of steady practice. You must master this in 3 days. Wretch was full of determination and confidence. Yes, I will do my best. Returning to Day's luxurious bedroom, he sat at the dining table, tilting his head back, recalling everything that happened this morning. I told him 3 days, but I don't expect him to train only for 3 days, because mastering aura is extremely difficult. His gaze looked out the window, through thousands of houses toward a distant place, thinking about his goal, waiting until Jack becomes strong enough so he can entrust the Holy Kingdom to him during his absence to go to Grenia. Day's lips curved slightly. Now all that's left is to wait. Suddenly, he sensed something, the flow of mana. The magic gate opened, and Era appeared. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking around. Seeing him, Day quickly stood up, excitedly calling Ira's name. She was equally moved, exclaiming, "Day." Immediately after, Ira jumped up and threw herself into his arms, embracing him tightly. Day smiled gently, stroking her hair to soothe her in his bedroom. After the emotional moment passed, Ira spoke first. "Grenia," he confirmed, and asked again, "Yes, do you know anything about that place?" She rubbed her chin and answered honestly, "I don't govern the forest there. That area is managed by another high-ranking elf clan." Hearing that answer, Day reacted strongly. His eyebrows furrowed anxiously. Things were even more complicated. Whether the plan to eliminate Phroxia is large or small in scale, there's no way people would ignore even the smallest movements. The elves are famously suspicious of foreign clans. Of course, they would be even more displeased if strangers entered their territory to fight. If I end up opposing the high-ranking fairy clans, it won't just be the fairies in the village, but also those in the neighboring regions who won't leave me alone. Raymond wanted to gather more information, so he asked, "What kind of power does that high-ranking fairy have?" Era replied, "All high-ranking fairies possess power greater than ordinary fairies, by 1 level," but she paused for a moment and smiled. "They are not on the same level as me, because I am the guardian deity of all such high-ranking fairies." He was a bit surprised. The guardian deity. Raymond connected the dots of the situation and guessed that if he became an enemy of those high-ranking fairies, even Era would be troubled. Thinking this, G expressed a cautious attitude. "I will try to avoid any conflict with the fairies." Era calmly responded, "Of course, thank you." Then she raised a finger, lightly waved to summon and open a magic door. "It's time for me to go now. Knowing you're awake puts my mind at ease." He replied politely, "Thank you for caring about me. I know it's not easy for you to find time to come here. Thank you for visiting me regularly." She smiled politely. "You helped me a lot before too. I should be the one thanking you." Raymond scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. "Come on, before you completely leave." Era stayed a bit longer to give some advice. "And don't worry too much. The fairies in Grenia are quite easygoing, so as long as you don't do anything excessive, you'll be fine." He waved goodbye, reflecting on her words, and told himself, "Easygoing, huh? Those people from Freya chose such a hateful place to establish their base. I don't think worrying will solve anything. If I go alone, something might happen to me." But suddenly Raymond remembered, feeling hopeful, wondering how Jack was doing, hoping that he had made a lot of progress in the past week. 3 days later, at the training ground, loud shouts echoed as he repeated the previous moves he was taught with his dark-circled eyes. Raymond reminded him, "This isn't what I told you to do." He immediately startled and stammered, "I sincerely apologize." Then he honestly described the feelings he experienced. "When you controlled my aura and guided my magic, it seemed like something inside me awakened. I kept thinking about that strange feeling, and it seemed like I could reach the state I had when I fought hot." Those words shocked and stunned him deeply. He could not only control aura, but had even reached the level where he could maintain the form of a sword made of aura for a period of time. G understood very well that activating mana truly awakened the senses throughout Z's body. But to be able to do this in such a short time, he truly deserved to be called the youngest genius to reach the advanced swordsman level in the Holy Kingdom. So he silently decided that this was enough. Now he could entrust him and leave. Raymond smiled comfortably and continued chatting in the same state as before. You want me to become even stronger, don't you? He didn't hesitate to answer. Yes. A blue power radiated along with Raymond's voice. Then there's one more thing needed now. He held the sword he had just formed and challenged. Are you ready to give your all to try to block my sword? Wretch was fired up. Yes, come at me anytime. He took a step back. Raymond silently observed without rushing to act, his whole body exuding a high alert aura. You underestimate me too much. When the two clashed, he sensed a difference in the jade blue aura energy. It was as if the essence of mana had been refined and purified, but he could feel the ratio of aura in his sword. It wasn't much different from his own aura. He could block it, but an unexpected incident stunned him. He smirked, a clear, mischievous smile in his eyes. This is the last lesson you have to learn, how it feels to experience it yourself. Looking at the jade sword pressing down, Wretch's eyes widened in astonishment. An undefeated sword, he hurriedly asked. Is there really no way to block it? The sword vanished with a flick of the hand as the answer. Who knows? You just figure it out until I return. He vaguely realized something. The master meant to say it straightforwardly. I'm planning to go to Phroxia's base. Upon hearing this, as if by reflex, he immediately said loudly, Then I will go with you. But he cut off that intention. No, you can't. Raymond snapped sharply at Wretch, causing him to cry out in pain. I already told you, you're the right person to replace me when I'm not here. You haven't forgotten, right? Wretch sulked, sitting quietly with a wound on his head, obediently accepting the order. Forgive me. I will protect the kingdom with my very life. What's the progress so far? He replied softly. All right, I'm counting on you. Then the conversation shifted to another topic, but you must have been training diligently. Honestly speaking, thank you for thinking that way. Since the day you taught me, I have been training nonstop ever since. Hearing that answer, he was startled in surprise, a question forming in his mind. You've been training nonstop ever since? Don't tell me I need to question you further. What about your meals? The answer was predictably straightforward. Holy Saint, you have bestowed upon me a lesson as vast as the ocean. How could I possibly stop training just to eat? That's unthinkable. That fierce spirit left him speechless. He ordered, Now I will take you to eat immediately. Follow me. He complied at once. Yes, Holy Saint. A voice echoed from inside the room. So you did as I instructed, right? Someone replied respectfully. Yes. The Holy Saint's journey was a pilgrimage, and no one was to accompany him. A unrolled a scroll full of text and exclaimed, That person had another opinion. Lord I, one more thing. She gestured to speak. The assistant reported, It seems the Heresy Investigation Council has already begun their actions. Clay raised his voice in surprise. What? She stood up abruptly, hands on the table, reacting fiercely. They acted without my permission, even though I am the head of all archbishops, he added. They said the Pope himself ordered them to act. L clenched his teeth, trembling with anger, cursing silently. That crazy old man is complicating things unnecessarily. Then she grabbed her coat and ordered, Come with me. He obediently followed, softly replying, Yes. The scene shifted to footprints, pressed into the white snow slowly being covered up. Di carried her luggage on her back, stepping through the harsh weather. Because it was so cold and she wasn't used to snow, she kept sneezing despite wearing an extra cloak, thinking to herself, I can't adapt to the weather in this snowy mountain range at all. I'm wearing moisture-retaining magical clothes, but it's still too cold. It definitely wasn't like this before, but now the weather is gradually changing. Day folded her arms and stopped, worried as the snow fell heavier. I can't see anything ahead. Should I just set up camp here? After a while, he put on gloves and sat warming himself by the fire with a satisfied expression. Seeing the fire wasn't strong enough for this weather, Dai thought, I have to make the fire burn stronger. Is there anything over there I can use? While searching for firewood, his eyes caught a strangely plump tree trunk. What kind of tree is that? It looks weird. Whatever, as long as it burns. So Dai approached to break off a branch, when suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, put that down! He was confused, not understanding what was going on. Then the tree turned around, revealing a talking face. I said put it down. Curiosity filled his mind. Is this a monster? No wonder it looks so strange. It crossed its arms arrogantly and spoke. I didn't expect to meet a human here, Dai said. I didn't expect to meet a tree spirit here either. It immediately denied. I'm not a tree spirit. I'm a dryad. Thinking of the beautiful and radiant appearance typical of dryads, he retorted, How can you lie so blatantly? The dryad was annoyed. What? You little punk. I'll show you. Then it pulled a root out from under the snow to prove it. See, even if I pull my roots out of the ground, I won't die. Day looked a bit dazed, and the dryad remained silent, not speaking, but he couldn't help but wonder. So what? The dryad turned away, hands clasped behind its back, breaking the awkwardness. Human, you possess extraordinary holy magic. Are you a deity? He thought. This is getting off topic, but still politely introduced himself. I am a holy saint. My name is Dai. It seriously requested, powerful human, can you share some of your strength with me? I need power, and if you help me, I will grant you one wish. Granting a wish to a spirit, specifically a forest spirit. The existence of dryads is valuable because they enrich the soil in the forest. If this kid really is a dryad, I'm sure the forest spirits in the Grania Mountains will also value him. And they will help me find Phroxia. No, at least they won't stand in my way. However, he wasn't in a hurry and probed further. You said power. What kind of power do you mean? The spirit of the tree repeated. Just as I said, his voice serious. He said he would make me stronger, but then skillfully declined, asking for my forgiveness, saying he didn't know how to help me grow stronger at all. Reach was a different case. The spirit of the tree was surprised by that reason. Why did his face look so downcast and sad? I need strength to return to the forest. This time, it was my turn to be surprised. The forest? That's your home? The spirit of the tree reluctantly recounted the whole story. Long ago, a group of humans set foot in the forest and devastated our woods. Their dark magic killed us slowly. Then they stripped away our power and drove us out one by one, turning us into wanderers. By chance, it caught my interest. I thought to myself, dark magic? Is he talking about the forest in the Grania range? People from Phroxia. My voice rose, my hands clenched. Isn't this an incredible coincidence? My expression lit up with excitement. Coincidentally, I'm on my way to punish those people in your forest. The spirit of the tree doubted it was true. I honestly shared, I can't make you stronger, but I can take you back to your forest. Then I cleared my throat and asked, so where can I gather firewood? Do I have to use magic to keep the fire burning? I'm tired. Seeing this, he quickly replied, wait a moment. Then the spirit of the tree decisively broke off half of his own arm, much to my shock. He threw that piece of wood into the fire. My body burns fire quite well and keeps it going for a long time. Seeing that dumbfounded face, I silently decided I had to get him back to the forest quickly. Time passed like that. The next day, I left the snowy area and arrived at a sun-drenched, dense forest. I breathed deeply and admired. Mountains should look like this. Judging by the marks on the tree trunks and the peeling bark, based on the map, I guessed I had stepped into the territory of the fairy clan. I walked while planning in my head. First, I want to talk to the high-ranking fairies. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Hey, you there, why are humans entering here? Seeing the girl in front of me, I thought, are they the guardians of this village? I stepped forward with a friendly smile. Hello, may I meet the high-ranking fairy who governs this forest? The girl and her companion firmly opposed. What did you say? Do you think we'd let a strange human into the village? He thought he could meet Chasey. I was a bit surprised. Chasey, is that the name of the high-ranking fairy here? I still tried to show goodwill, I understand. That's why I'm politely asking permission. But the other side was stubborn, bluntly saying, now get lost. That attitude gave me a headache and made me sigh. I never expected to be welcomed warmly. But talking like this, just then someone spoke up. What's all the noise about? Light footsteps approached, and the others politely called out, Chessie. I was a bit surprised by her appearance. Is that fairy Chessie? She looked like Ira, and more importantly, she seemed friendly enough to talk to me. A high-ranking fairy with a gentle personality. Chessie smiled warmly. Hello, what brings you to our village? I shyly stammered the story. Suddenly, her eyes caught a small detail. The earrings I wore looked somewhat familiar. Chessie suspected. Was she startled to recognize Cecil's eyes? Then her attitude changed immediately, her whole body radiating hostility as she stepped forward and asked harshly, Human, where did you get those earrings? I started to worry and tried to explain, these are a gift. Chessie's expression darkened, losing all dignity. A gift? Those earrings are a precious item of our village, and also a keepsake from my mother. I'll ask you again. Who gave you those earrings? I scratched my head helplessly and introduced myself. I am the Holy Duke of the Holy Kingdom of Ger, a senior swordsman from the Kingdom of Lessie who gave them to me as a diplomatic gift. I'm sure of it. After hearing that, she gritted her teeth and muttered, the Kingdom of Lessie, then immediately raised her hand, preparing to gather strength for an attack. It's clear now. No need to say more. An ally of that kingdom is also our enemy. My face showed several dark lines as I thought silently. Is this how it all begins? Right after that, a loud explosion happened along with a piercing scream. Under the fierce attack of Chessie's group, I turned and fled quickly. She lunged forward, throwing 4 winged darts. If you're running, run fast, huh? Give me back those earrings right now, I shouted over my shoulder. She rushed forward, throwing 4 winged darts. Running away, huh? You run fast, don't you? Give me back that earring right now. He turned his head and shouted. I know even if I give it to her, she'll just kill me anyway. The fairy assassin shouted angrily. Who are you calling an assassin? The foot pressing down began to emit a faint magical glow. He cursed silently. Damn it, I wanted to sneak in quietly before approaching Phroxia. Seeing Bat jump quickly and smoothly, Chessie became more cautious. This guy, she frowned. How can a human move like that? The sky was dyed red, signaling the end of the day. Green foliage layered over the beautiful sunset background, somewhere the soft sighs of day could be heard. Why those damn fairies? But except for, he rubbed his head, looking at the small stone in his hand. He had planned to ask the fairies for help to eliminate Phroxia. But unexpectedly, things fell apart just as they began. Does this earring have the ability to find the other one? Who would have guessed this would be the way to find the other earring? Clenching his fist, Day arranged his moves carefully. The plan slightly off track, but not too bad. Running through this forest all day helped him get a sense of the place. Then, the terrain slopes from high to low, near the water source and the area most suitable for humans to live. Considering other factors like distance to the fairy village and guarding against where their lair might be, Day looked into the distance, thinking he should check that direction first. It was getting quite late now. He set up a small tent, put his belongings inside, deciding to camp here. His clothes were torn in several places. Looking at the makeshift shelter, he forced a smile. I'll try to avoid harming the forest, at least as much as possible. Those fairies won't complain about this, right? Tomorrow morning, I'll go find them. The next day, Day studied the map for a while, confident his guess was right. It was still before dawn. He rolled up the map in his hand, pacing as he calculated the location of the magic fortress where they were stationed. The boundary of the fairy village and the home of the little people. I've found them all. I can sense the evil magic coming from the magic fortress. It seems they've layered multiple magic arrays for defense. Rushing an attack might get me into trouble like last time, so I need to think this through carefully. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Day was surprised to see that group of people. Fairies and a whole bunch of little people too? He hesitated, thinking they seemed to be in danger. They did chase me away, not letting me into the fairy village. But before he could react, Day rushed forward to block two fairies. I can't just stand by and watch them die. He raised his hand to summon power. Holy light shone brightly, causing the opponents to cry out. My eyes! The man angrily shouted. Who are you? But a second after the light vanished, there was no one left in front of Aura. He was confused. Where did he go? Meanwhile, the fire near Day's shelter flared up again. He gently cared. Let me check your wound now. But Depp stubbornly covered his wound, not letting him get close. Human, get lost right now. Though slightly annoyed, Day smiled playfully. You must be in a lot of pain. Then he decisively applied the herbal medicine strongly on the wound, making him gasp sharply from the sting. Don't worry, I'll heal you right away. In an instant, Depp felt different. The pain had almost disappeared. He calmly explained, there are countless herbs in the forest. I used them to make this healing medicine. Spia spoke softly and cautiously. You're quite knowledgeable. We owe you our lives. We are deeply grateful for your help. He also calmed his earlier temper, feeling appreciative. Thank you, human. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Day just smiled, not taking it to heart. It wasn't a big deal. But why are you fighting with those little people? Sevia was the one who recounted everything. This happens all the time here. It's due to territorial disputes. Recently, we discovered a mine near my village, and those little people keep eyeing that place. Her expression was heavy. They keep destroying nature recklessly. It's really serious, Depp added grimly. Day didn't argue, just thought silently that made sense. The concepts of good and evil between these two tribes are completely different. He changed to a friendly expression and said, compared to them, I prefer the care you show us. My name is Depp. She agreed and introduced herself. That simple hut shows how much you cherish nature. My name is Spia. He looked at the simple hut, mentioned and smiled awkwardly. I'm Day. He breathed a sigh of relief inside, glad he had set up the tent like that. This time it was Shaya's turn to ask, but Raymond, why did you come here? He hesitated, then probed. Do you know about a group that came here to form an army recently? Seytil interrupted casually. Of course I know. I guess they have about 150 people. Raymond's mouth opened wide in surprise. 150? He glanced suspiciously. Having to climb over icy, snowy mountains and cross 2 kingdoms to reach this mountain range. There's no way so many people could have come all the way here. Could it be that Phroxia has already taken control of the 2 kingdoms nearby? Raymond frankly explained. That army is now trying to destroy this entire continent. Both of them were shocked at the idea of destroying the whole continent. He nodded in confirmation. That's why I came here to stop them, or rather, to make them disappear. In the name of justice, what you just said is true, right? Sevia crossed her arms, disbelief written on her face, muttering about destroying the whole continent. Seytil spoke up. Can we help you with anything? The elven race will never forget any favor. You saved us. He was extremely serious. If there's anything we can do to help, we want to repay you. Seytil then made a request. So, can you two lead me into the elven village? He expressed his purpose. I want to speak with the high elves in the village. She hesitated a bit. Seitil awkwardly declined. I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to decide that, he explained. Only the elders have the right to decide whether to let other races into the village or not. Seitil clicked his tongue, regretfully, feeling disappointed. They expressed their embarrassment about this, so we offered to help. Seeing that, he didn't get tense and just said, It's pretty late. You two should head back now, or they'll get all riled up again. Sorry, we couldn't help. Seitil simply replied, Goodbye. Then he handed over a stone. Oh, right, please give this earring to Chessie. Sevia was surprised. What? Even though a bit hesitant, Seitil agreed. All right then. Watching the two leave, Seitil thought, I guess I have to give up on entering the elven village. Raymond's eyes flickered with an idea. That night, Seitil moved to a place neither too close nor too far from Phroxia's camp. Over the next 3 days, he recorded every move of Phroxia, whether daily life, culture, or the surrounding environment. Then Seitil devised a clever plan. A sly smile played on his lips as his notebook filled with symbols and writings. That morning, the sky was clear with few clouds when a timid creature appeared, sniffing around. Suddenly, it was ambushed and trapped by a wooden basket, letting out a cry, holding a bag of mice in its hands. Seitil's face showed a calculating expression. The grand castle was shrouded in darkness when a voice said, Arrange all the information we've gathered. Someone replied, Understood. Hong and the team discussed Vaughn, Glemon, and Heron. The investigation across the 3 kingdoms revealed that after successfully infiltrating, Phroxia began engaging in political activities, but their influence on the current situation was negligible. So, ultimately, the main enemy is concentrated inside the Holy Kingdom. Seitil nodded in agreement, and Huck added, Recently, there have been many internal upheavals in the Holy Kingdom, and many merchant guilds have recently transferred large amounts of capital to one place, which is not only connected to noble families, but also located in an area frequently investigated for heresy. Hong folded his arms and asked, Wasn't it said that the Pope personally manages the Heresy Investigation Council? He lowered his eyes, speaking evenly. Yes, internal investigation of the Holy Kingdom is necessary. Suddenly, he raised his hand to signal, Wait. In Yong, the girl's eyes lit up with 2 crosses, like a flash of electricity, her gaze intense as if piercing through space. I just detected a mysterious holy power source from the Vatican. It's moving outside the Vatican at a very fast speed. Hong was a bit surprised. The Vatican? How many people? The girl answered immediately. 2 or 8 people outside. Instantly, Hong switched to alert mode, ordering sternly, Everyone, chase after them. You have permission to eliminate them, but leave one alive for interrogation. Night covered the city. The fortress was silent and dark. In a warm room, Ibat Luke sighed. That Pope, he's really immature. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention. The door opened, and a group of tall, muscular, masked men stormed in. A sneered mockingly, I never allowed you here. Who sent you? Yet inside, she couldn't hide her surprise. A sneered mockingly, I never allowed you guys in here. Who sent you? But inside, he couldn't hide his surprise. They already got past the guards? One of those guys drew his sword and coldly declared, You don't need to know. Anyway, you're about to die, so just quietly say your goodbyes to this world. Archbishop, standing before the sharp sword, silent and saying nothing. At that moment, the troops kicked the door open and rushed in. She hurriedly asked with concern, Archbishop, are you all right? Ie's face was completely bewildered by this cruel scene. Who are you again? On the other side, the plotting scheme had reached its moment. He released a swarm of rats to bring back the plague. The plague is an acute infectious disease with the highest death toll in modern history. The fleas parasitic on the rats carrying the plague Bacillus pestis are the disease's transmission vector. It was a horrific epidemic that killed half the population of Asia and Europe. Meanwhile, Phroxia's sanitary conditions were extremely poor. Even with magic here, the people's living standards remained backward. This place was no different from medieval Europe. That was when he conceived an idea. A question arose. What would happen if the plague bacillus spread under such living conditions? In a world where antibiotics like penicillin did not yet exist, the only way to fight the plague was to use holy magic. He pondered based on what he had observed all this time. In Phroxia's case, the bishop's use of holy power was very low. The spread of the plague would be a minor issue. I just need to introduce the pathogen into this group of rats and wait for the fleas parasitic on the rats to spread it. His face showed extreme satisfaction. I can silently wipe out all of Phroxia. Then he decided that if that was the case, he would return to start producing medicine. The next morning, looking at the results he created, he was very satisfied. Wonderful. The slices of bread he had now showed patches of green mold. Luckily, it had quickly grown in just a short time. First, throw away all the brown mold. Next, He took a bag and put the remaining ones inside, separating the white and green mold. According to medical knowledge, the mold used to produce penicillin antibiotics is this green mold. He carefully measured every step, adding moisture to the sorted mold. And if left longer, they could easily be turned into medicinal substances to make medicine. Suddenly, he was startled by a serious problem. He realized that if he worked alone, it wouldn't be enough. One person's strength couldn't handle everything. He sighed deeply. I'm tired of the holy powers I have. I've almost purified everything already. Meanwhile, among the villagers, arguments began to break out. The Black Tower must have cast dark magic on everyone, right? Watch your words carefully. We didn't do anything. Looking at the man who was unconscious, his hands stained with black streaks, everyone was terrified. He has so many black spots, and you still deny it's from dark magic? But that's not all. Everyone had high fever and was vomiting. The conflict grew bigger, and the army was dying off. The Black Tower had nothing to do with this. He stood hidden in the forest, observing everything. Indeed, they could no longer trust each other. The side effect of this disease is causing civil war, huh? He looked indifferent. Holy magic would have no effect. It only cures the disease but does not change the infection status in the environment. Looking at the whole scene, he predicted Phroxia would collapse on its own without his intervention. However, he was still troubled by one issue. I'm a bit worried about the first level 7 Grand Mage of Humanity that the Soul Summoner mentioned. That guy will definitely cause a lot of trouble later, so I have to uproot him completely. He thought about a future scenario where, because they had many scholars from the magic era, naturally he could seize what they knew. Finally, he walked away happily, humming as he traveled through the magical forest using it. I won't need to cross snowy mountains anymore. My beloved spells, teleport and fly up to the tall spire. Rapid footsteps hurried along with urgent voices. He climbed the fortress. Stop him immediately. At all costs, don't let him get there. He proudly looked back to see no one behind. You all just keep running around. Is there anyone who can stop me? The reason he was so confident was that the plague had weakened the guard squad, making infiltration much easier. Looking at the sword-wielding people trying to block him, he guessed that all the fortress guards were high-level swordsmen. Then there must be something very important on the top floor of the fortress, right? Treasure, magical tools, spellbooks about travel. The Iron Knights from above moved down to block the way. Who are you? How did you get here? But with just a wave of his magical hand, he easily threw them aside, clearing the path for me. Do you know what I've been through? If it weren't for you, I could have lived happily already. Raymond cheerfully advanced forward. I'll take some precious things as compensation. The iron door opened. As he stepped in, tens of thousands of carefully preserved books came into view. Just as I thought, this room is filled with magic. It seems to contain every magical tool. Raymond prepared to gather items. All right, now we should start. Suddenly, he felt something underfoot. When he bent down, he discovered someone lying unconscious on the ground. Who's this? Oh my, you are? Awakened? The person slowly sat up, supporting himself with his hands. He looked dazed and asked, Who are you? I've never met you before. Raymond was briefly confused, thinking to himself, I should be the one saying that. Before he could answer, the man continued, You must be the one who released the rats to spread the plague. Feeling a strong aura from the man, Raymond was a bit surprised. This mana source, he carefully recalled, it matched the mana from the magic seal that trapped him. So much mana, that means this person. Raymond seemed to recognize his identity and calmly said, I didn't expect you to look like this. In his mind, a name surfaced. A level 7 Grand Mage, leader of Phroxia. Without beating around the bush, he directly assessed Raymond's power. You're so young and already level 7. The man squinted. You've even reached the rank of Lord? Then he calmly shared his knowledge about Raymond. You defeated Bone Dragon in an instant, broke the magical seal by weakening its soul, and you also possess knowledge enough to wipe out a city with the plague. I don't even know if you're human. How fascinating. Raymond flatly denied. I'm not a lord yet. I'm just an ordinary human. Let me ask you something. The man asked directly. After all, is Phroxia's only goal really revenge? He looked curious. Revenge? Raymond continued. I can't understand how you can use such a reason to justify these inhumane acts, the man revealed. Many want revenge, but I have no interest in that. This time Raymond was puzzled, no interest. The man coldly explained, All I want is to explore knowledge. The recent actions were just experiments and research, yet those worthless fools in the fortress thought it was revenge. Raymond's eyes showed clear disdain as he pressed further. So all the wars, the killings you caused, and all those innocent people were just tools to satisfy your curiosity? I didn't expect him to confirm that in his grand plan. It's exactly like that. They asked me, so I made a plan. Everything just repeats like that. He explained the whole process. All the experiments and research I've done aren't very meaningful, but now, having a human like you come before me is a great result. Not everything is useless. Such horrific words spoken so calmly caused a shock. What kind of crazy monster are you? The man changed his attitude, raising his hand. Now he summoned power, and a magic circle appeared on the floor. Let me show you. Raymond wasn't afraid either, shooting out iron chains. The man glanced at the iron moving toward him. You want to chain me up? That magic seal uses this spell better than you. His tone showed clear contempt. You're not even a lord, so any binding spell you want to cast on someone. But he was caught off guard, his whole body wrapped tightly in chains, his face in disbelief. I can't move. No way I was really bound by a spell? A 7th level grand mage like me, meanwhile, focused his power to declare a death sentence. I can't let you survive. In his daze, El was dazed. That means this guy. A flash of light sparked in his eyes. From outside the tower, a jade-green circle was projected. That's how Phroxia was completely destroyed, the sun slowly setting behind the pine forest. The luggage strap cried as if a burden was lifted. Finally, I'm leaving this miserable life behind. The battles and the nights spent sleeping rough have officially ended. If I go back, only medicine remains. He held the book in his hands, smiling smugly. And on the way, I conveniently picked this up as a trophy. I didn't take anything else because they were just useless spells. But this forbidden book is different. It's even protected by a sealing spell. It must contain some powerful spells, like this teleportation spell. He raised his hand, casting magic on the book's surface to examine it. Day said to dispel the seal, but nothing happened. He was puzzled. What's wrong with this? Then Day kept chanting, dispel the seal, dispel the seal, dispel the seal. The book remained motionless, Day angrily sweating with frustration. His helpless cries echoed throughout the forest. Why won't it open? Nearby, the masked group was completely wiped out by her. They came from the Moonlight Assassin Guild, the top assassin guild in the Eastern continent. It's known they accepted an assassination request from the guild leader. We've been tracking them since Vatican. Lei looked at the aftermath, piecing clues together. The Pope must be directly involved in Phroxia's recent infiltration. Hong agreed. Yes, that's right. Lei bowed his head thoughtfully. The Pope tried to assassinate me. Remember that day? She went to meet the Pope to report. Holy Father, I just learned that day you personally managed the Heresy Investigation Council. He angrily spat curses. How could the Holy Kingdom be so rotten? To this extent, instead of being God's country, I see it more like Phroxia's filthy den. The familiar scene no longer surprised I, who calmly continued speaking. I know the Holy Saint said to put this aside, but the Pope interrupted sharply as a warning. Only the Pope can decide the Holy Kingdom's future. I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever. That is the goddess's will and the sacred mission entrusted to me, the Pope. He lowered his voice, deliberately forcing A to choose sides. Archbishop, will you follow the Holy Saint's will or mine? She didn't answer but asked back. I want to ask one thing. Does that mean the Pope will ignore the Holy Saint's declaration as God's representative? At that moment, he said nothing, silently staring at I with a calculating gaze. Hong cautiously asked, This also involves the Holy Saint, right? She turned her back, looking out the window, answering, Yes. Day's reputation is growing. Even an archbishop close to Day like me is becoming a thorn in their side. Suddenly, L.A. asked, Are you the messenger, Hongyong? Her expression looked like she just thought of a plan, then spoke. I want to ask for your help with something. The bag on Day's back emitted a golden magical glow. Observing the entire living area around the tower, he concluded that Phroxia's den was completely isolated from the surroundings, but there's still a risk of the disease spreading from one thing to another. D raised his hand gently. We must be very careful in prevention efforts. The radiant light covered everywhere. According to his plan, a radius of 3 kilometers around Phroxia, it seems I've purified almost all places where the disease could spread. Dan thought to himself, sometimes holy magic is incredibly useful. Suddenly, a voice rang out. There you are. He startled and turned toward the sound. That voice. Chessie stopped in front of him, panting. Finally, I found you. Day was surprised and sneezed reflexively, immediately turning his back and walking away, silently praying he wouldn't get involved in another argument. Seeing his evasive behavior, she helplessly called after him, Wait. I want to apologize for last time, and thank you for returning the lucky charm. Chessie closed his eyes and explained everything. I heard you saved the children of our village, so I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because the Lessie kingdom kept thinking about another kingdom like theirs, returning my mother's relics, so I couldn't stay calm. She honestly said, I sincerely apologize to you, but I got pissed off when I caught a point in that confession. Those demons from that kingdom actually dared to gift me stolen goods. Then he calmed down and continued the conversation. But then why did you come looking for me? It can't be just to apologize. She seemed a bit flustered. Ah, about that. She began to recount the events. You said you're the Holy Saint, right? Actually, many children in our village have come near here. They've contracted a strange disease. Their bodies are covered with many black spots. Her voice couldn't hide her worry. We're not sure if it's some kind of special curse, but even healing magic couldn't cure it. Raymond was sweating profusely. The children in her village were facing a desperate illness, and honestly, it was urgent. Who would have guessed the elven race would come near here at this time? She crossed her arms in frustration. I'm sure this disease was caused by those humans, Raymond thought to himself. Indeed, Phroxia was spreading this disease. Even though he was the one who originally spread the pathogen, Chessie finally revealed her true purpose, pleading. Speaking of that disease, can you cure the children in our village? Raymond immediately raised his finger in agreement. Sure, I'll cure them. Seeing this, she brightened up happily. Really? Thank you so much. And so, they returned to where the elven people lived. There, nature was incredibly peaceful, with charming houses and windmills. Seeing a weak victim lying on a sickbed, Raymond began to feel the gravity of the situation. Is this thanks to healing magic? Thank goodness. The situation isn't looking good. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it's also a simple one that can be treated with antibiotics. Chessie turned away sincerely and said, Thank you for your holy magic, but if you reject that treatment method, I will prepare medicine, Raymond said. I can cure them without holy magic. I will prepare medicine. She seemed intrigued. Medicine? You mean those pills humans use? He began listing the necessary items. First, I need medicinal herbs to prepare the medicine. Suddenly, a voice called out. Svea seemed eager to help. Do you need any herbs? I'll help too. Just tell me the names, and I'll bring whatever you need. Receiving such support, Raymond was truly pleased. Great. Then I'll write a list of herbs and ask everyone to help find them. After a while, Chessie looked at the items laid out on the table with some doubt. Can you really make medicine from these herbs? He confirmed confidently. Yeah, actually, to be precise, these aren't exactly herbs. They're charcoal, canola oil, white vinegar, and lime water. Raymond picked up a bag. I'll turn them into medicine. She cautiously looked at the contents. Isn't that? Chessie was stunned. Moldy bread? Understanding her confusion, he reassured her. I won't use it as is. Then, Raymond began the medicine preparation process. First, I soak the bread in water to soften it, then filter the mixture. Next, I add canola oil and mix it all together. He explained the principle. Impurities dissolve in the canola oil, while the medicinal components dissolve in the water. After filtering this mixture, it's almost medicine. Chessie watched every skilled move attentively, listening to Raymond's explanation. We need to repeat these steps several more times. Then add sterilized charcoal to absorb impurities. After that, pour the mixture into a funnel. Use clean water to wash away water-soluble impurities. CIA and Depp watched him curiously. Then we add acidic vinegar to remove alkaline impurities. Finally, we pour in lime water. This is an alkaline solution. Only such pure medicine can repel the disease. This solution is the cure. Raymond held a syringe, dipping the tip into a bowl of water. Now he was full of confidence. Let's go test the medicine. Just like that, he injected antibiotics into the patients and then went around purifying the whole village. 3 days later, the previously sick boy couldn't hide his amazement at his body's change. I've fully recovered. My fever's gone. Chessie stood nearby, equally excited, unable to believe the medicine worked without holy magic. Seeing the patient get better, Raymond was happy too. He instructed, I prepared the medicine, so no one needs injections anymore. So remember to take it once daily for the next 3 days. His help made her deeply grateful. Thank you. You've been incredibly kind to help us wholeheartedly. I know the elven race lives secluded lives, but this time has helped me understand a lot. He smiled modestly in return. Come on. You don't have to say that. Deep down, it was very clear to me why the actions of the past few days happened. I was just cleaning up the mess I caused. Chessie came up with an idea that we should throw a party for our savior, Day. The boy who recovered also agreed. Good idea, Chessie? Not really. Day quickly spoke up to stop it, saying, Don't do that. Both of them turned back and looked at him pleadingly. Why was Raymond stammering and speechless? It was just that his face showed streaks of helplessness, so he had to find a reason to refuse the party. I don't have much time left. I must return to the Holy Kingdom immediately. The two could only sigh with regret. Really? That's a shame. In the end, even though the plague spread everywhere, those days saved still survived. The next day, in the mountains covered with thick snow, a sneeze echoed. He pulled his coat tighter to cross each stretch of road, muttering that he couldn't believe he had to cross these snowy mountains again. Raymond silently cursed. Damn it, those Phroxia bastards ended up not helping at all. How can a holy sanctuary like that not have a single teleportation spell? Suddenly, a thick forested spirit called his name and bowed to him. Thank you. Because of you, I can return to the forest. Seeing its fresh appearance, Raymond praised. Your horns have grown a lot, the spirit said. I can feel my power gradually returning, so I want to give you a gift to thank you. But he only noticed one difference. The spirit's tone had changed. Has it lost its mind? Before he could say anything, a branch on it snapped. The spirit handed him a long horn from its head and solemnly declared, only once in a spirit's lifetime, I will give you my strongest branch. Raymond hesitated a bit. It was indeed a rare item. Thank you. Holding the wooden horn, he thought he should give it to Jack, since he only saw it as an ordinary branch anyway. A scream rang out. The entire village was blazing fiercely. Calls for help echoed one after another. Save me. But it seemed the killers wouldn't let go. He exclaimed, men or women, children or elders, kill them all. This town is full of demons. He grabbed an iron mace and charged at a woman holding a child. The mother begged, please spare us. Just let my child live, he arrogantly said. You heretics! You opened the city gates to let Phroxia in and colluded with them, didn't you? The mother shouted back. No, we never did such things. The child beside her trembled and whimpered. Mom! The enraged man swung the iron mace high into the air. If you still dare to lie now, take death as your punishment. Suddenly a stopping sound came from behind, and someone stepped forward laughing loudly. I just returned from the Holy Kingdom. What the hell is going on here? Day stepped forward with a confused face. At first I thought you were robbers, but you're not. Who are you? Hearing him, the man's face darkened. Who's this ragged bastard down here? You bastard. How dare you forget your place? How dare you show attitude to the council's investigator? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth. Forget my place? I didn't expect. A beam of light appeared, and Day's people also radiated a brilliant golden light. He muttered, looks like you're the one who doesn't know your place. His body emitted a strange light, a miraculous holy spell, dazzling light that made the furious killer kneel down. No way. You're the holy saint, he quietly asked. Which group are you from? The man replied, the Investigation Council. He frowned. The Investigation Council. So that means the damn culprit behind this insane order is the Pope? Before he could think further, the mother also knelt down. They shouted loudly, Holy Saint, she's crying. By God, we haven't done anything. But those people started slaughtering us. They accused us just because we're heretics. Other villagers also clasped their hands one by one. That's right, Holy Saint, please. Please stop this. If you keep going like this, we'll all die. The voices echoed. Holy Saint, please save us. He closed his eyes. Now we can only trust you, at least for the children. He was still thinking and then replied, Don't worry. I promise on my honor, I will definitely resolve this. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this. Thank you, Holy Saint, we are deeply grateful. He turned to the killer and said, You heard me, right? In the name of the Holy One, I order a retreat. The other replied, But we have orders from the Lord to obey the Pope, so we can't just act on our own hastily. He answered, You're not wrong. You can't disobey the Pope's orders. He added, Then here's the deal, he said sternly. If you obey the Pope, you'll die by my hand right here. The other trembled. We will follow your orders. Your Holiness, the Inquisition Council has been informed to obey my orders and cease all activities, he commanded further, also telling the Inquisition Council, If they don't obey me, I will tear them all apart, including you. Quickly retreat and regroup in Salonia. His eyes now burned fiercely. I must quickly stop this madness. Looking at the chaotic scene, he wondered why every time he completed a dangerous mission and returned, the Holy Kingdom always had a pile of trouble. Nightfall descended, and inside the castle, Rhea spoke to the Holy Woman. The Inquisition Council is becoming more brutal. Our family has tried to pressure them, but the Inquisition Council is an independent religious institution of the Vatican, so nothing works. The Holy Woman lowered her face and replied, I am the same. I can't act on my own will. Even a small mistake, and the Inquisition Council's arrow will pierce straight through me. Suddenly, a voice startled Gia. How dare you come here? How dare you come here to beg? Get lost, she sensed the source of that holy magic. Raymond appeared, and the guard outside hurriedly said, I'm sorry, sir. You look strange today, he replied. Yeah, I'm just a ragged beggar here to plead. The holy woman was delighted to see Raymond and shouted, You're back, he answered. Ah, El. I was a bit late because I had to stay and clean up everything. She replied, I understand. Come inside. At this moment, he ruffled his clothes. A ragged beggar. Huh? Can he come in? The guard panicked. Your Holiness, my crime is truly worthy of death. Going inside, Raymond immediately asked about Phroxia's situation. They won't be able to keep attacking us anymore. If any of them survive, we won't worry, he emphasized. More importantly, I heard the Pope is managing the Inquisition Council, right? At this point, the Holy Kingdom will be sealed off, she replied after hearing this. After slaughtering their own people, Other nations will also seal off the Holy Kingdom. When faith wavers, neighboring countries will see this as a good omen. The Holy Kingdom's influence on the continent will decline. He softly added, "That's right. So this is why I need your help with this," she asked. "What is it?" He said, "The inquisitors of the Heretic Inquisition Council are still here, right? Order them to withdraw the entire Inquisition Council." She was confused. "Do you know what you're saying?" He remained firm. "I do. I've thought it through carefully. Just pass down my orders." She responded, "HJ is following the Pope's orders. What the hell are you trying to do?" He slammed his hand on the table, then stood up, forcing them to take responsibility. At the Vatican Inquisition Council headquarters, an announcement echoed, summoning the entire Inquisition Council. A member scowled and turned around. "What is this? How dare you?" Everyone panicked when they saw Raymond. "Your Holiness," he said clearly and loudly. "Who is the head of the Inquisition Council?" "I am," a voice echoed, and he walked forward calmly. "Greetings, Your Holiness. I am Dios, Chief Inquisitor of the Inquisition Council." He asked further, "What wind brought you here so suddenly?" Without notice, no further words, Raymond went straight to the point. "An order. I want all inquisitors of the Heretic Inquisition Council to gather in Salonia immediately." Dios frowned and replied, "Please forgive me, Your Holiness. This is an order executed within 1 month, issued under the seal of the Lord Father." He spoke softly. "So you won't obey my order?" He laughed. "Yes, this is beyond my power." At this moment, Raymond was furious, radiating a powerful energy. He was terrified of this insane holy magic. Everyone was scared, feeling like their bodies were about to explode. The proud Raymond asked again, "Have you changed your mind?" He shouted. "Stop it. Doing this won't change the Pope's orders." "Your Holiness, do you really think you can oppose the Pope?" He said coldly. "Call it opposition if you want." He was angry. "I'm only doing what benefits the people. Because this is the duty of the Holy One, a position granted to me by the people and God." His gaze grew even colder. "I will give you 1 week to call each of them back to Salonia. If they don't comply, I'll swing my hand and shoot a spark at the ceiling. If it makes a big hole, I'll smash the rest too. Got it?" The guy panicked and quickly replied, "I will follow your orders." He looked up, thinking, now the only thing left is for him to look straight into the main hall, where the Pope is seated. The Pope walked straight into the hall. He met the Pope and asked, "You've already created a mess." The Pope rubbed his chin and answered, "A mess? I, the Pope, am only punishing heretics." He coldly questioned, "Punishing heretics? That's ridiculous. Slaughtering innocent people without trial, just claiming it's punishment for heresy?" He frowned and asked back, "Trial? Why should I do that?" "Why?" He patted his chest. "I am the Pope. My word is the law of the Holy Kingdom, the will of God." He still refused to back down. "Look at you babbling nonsense so confidently. Be honest. That's not the real reason, is it? Before coming here, I infiltrated a village you were investigating." Hearing this, he clenched his fists and asked, "What are you implying?" He replied, "No matter how much I think about it, I cannot comprehend your faith." He criticized, "You use your faith to justify massacring innocent people. You must be covering something up." Hearing this, he shouted madly, "How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you use lies to belittle me?" He ordered, "Guards, pin the holy man down before me immediately." He gritted his teeth. "So this is what you're planning to do, huh?" He swung and created a burst of power, but a voice shouted, "Wait." The door was flung open. Huan stepped in. "No need to stain your hands." "Holy man," he thought. She gently handed out a royal decree and said, "At this moment, Pope Gore will be arrested and tried for heresy." He shouted, "Arrest me. Ridiculous? What are you waiting for? Arrest those rebels now." She held out the paper and said, "It's useless, Your Holiness. This is the construction agreement for the Academy buildings. All the projects were contracted to Phroxia, and the Holy Kingdom has received 1,800 silver coins in compensation." She added, "If those buildings don't meet standards or they break the law, I assure you the Holy Kingdom cannot question them. These are the terms written in the agreement." He grimaced angrily. "Where did you get this from?" She sneered. "I have some powerful friends helping me. And this is an official document stamped by the Pope. So, don't make excuses anymore," she shouted loudly. "Now all of you, seize the Pope and imprison him." The soldiers obeyed in unison. The Pope was stunned. "Don't be foolish," he protested. "I am the sovereign of this kingdom, the Pope chosen by God. Anyone who disobeys me disobeys God." He went mad. "With divine power granted to me, I will punish everyone," he shouted, swinging his fist. What a bunch of trash. Afterwards, Pope Gore was imprisoned. In the dungeon, his voice echoed, "God will never abandon me. You must hold a trial for me." It seemed this mess was about to end. A long night passed. The sky brightened, but right now, the Golden Land was still unsettled. Archbishops and nobles were competing for the papal seat. A loud voice said, "I want you to become pope." She was surprised. He explained, she wasn't part of any faction and was the most powerful among the archbishops. She was stunned. He continued, "You will also bring a fresh breeze to this tainted position as the first female pope ever." She quickly replied, "I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm capable." The holy woman smiled. "You worry too much. Here is the list of those wanting to claim the papal seat." She looked at it with wide eyes and mouth agape. "What the hell? These trash want to be pope too?" She gritted her teeth fiercely, then decisively said, "Fine, no worries. I will become pope." With strong support from the holy man and the holy woman, Ile became the first female pope of the Holy Kingdom. They happily congratulated her. In the hall, in a small room, the holy woman was working. Day stepped in and exclaimed, "So much work for you." He carried a cup of tea. She sighed and replied, "Nothing new, thank you." He thought to himself, "Can't believe she jumped right back to work. Such a workaholic." She sighed and replied, "Nothing new, thank you." He thought to himself, "I can't believe she went back to work immediately. Such a workaholic." She silently picked up the glass and gulped it down. He was puzzled. That tea is really hot. He watched her and thought to himself, just think about it. Iriel has always helped me. After returning to the Holy Kingdom, countless times, Iriel's hands emitted a faint golden light. She looked dazed as she purified, then stretched and said, "Magic is truly miraculous. But holy magic can't help me stop feeling exhausted." He quickly replied, "If you need more help, just tell me." What could she do with him feeling helpless? Did he eat something strange today? Why is he suddenly being so nice to me? He spoke softly. "I'm helping you, and you're causing trouble?" She was suspicious. "Don't tell me you like me or something." He suddenly lost his words, so she quickly covered it up. "Just kidding, you're doing this to thank me because I always help you." He pondered, like a ghost, while she kept talking nonstop. "But if you do like me, it's not surprising. A beautiful woman like me helps both physically and mentally." He smiled gently, then stepped forward to pat her head. She was right, thank you. Her face flushed bright red. She snapped, "What are you doing? Do you think I'm a kid? I'm older than you. Actually over 50 years older." She widened her eyes, then spoke, "Oh right. I almost forgot these things while busy working. If we start now, we'll be in trouble." She added, "Raymond, now is not the time for you to act like this." He asked, "What's going on? Is something important happening today?" Suddenly, both were shocked and shouted together. The banquet celebrating the Pope's inauguration, night had fallen. Raymond put on a serious outfit and said, "Great, it's not too late to start now." From behind came an announcement, "His Holiness has arrived." He turned coldly and told him to come in. "Ja, enter His Holiness." He looked at Dee's appearance and said, "You look great." Dee smiled and replied, "Thank you. But why are you here? Where is everyone?" Dekaka replied, "I heard the war ended, but you still have many things to handle. So I came today to work for you." He answered, all right, I have a gift for you." Ja was surprised. "A gift for me?" He presented something. Ja was curious. He explained, "These don't look very valuable." But before I could finish, His Holiness's voice rang out. "It's Sia," crying softly with tears. "The first gift you gave me. I'm so touched. I will treasure it like a family heirloom in the Che clan." He thought he didn't even need to convince him this was a fairy branch. Then he asked, "Oh, right. Have you figured out how to block my sword yet?" Rich replied, "Yes, I found a way." Raymond was surprised. "You found a way?" Remembering the past, a sword fight was happening. Ja was still struggling. "I can block swords," he struggled. "But I can't block this sword," Dee asked. "Have you really found a way to block the sword?" Dekaka answered, "If it's the sword you showed me attacking yourself the other day, I'm sure I can block it." He thought, "You really are a genius." Da was eager. "I'll prove it to you soon." He was helpless. Where is he looking? At the banquet, the holy woman was stunning. Rhea beside her spoke. As expected, all the families came to the banquet to celebrate the Pope's inauguration. She replied, "I knew it." Then she turned to look behind. "I don't think I've met these people before." Rhea said they were a diplomatic delegation from the Hohun Kingdom. She added, "When we borrowed reinforcements, they didn't help. Now they come." Yeah, their clear goal is to gently approach and re-establish relations between the two countries. Hearing a voice from afar, she excitedly called out loudly, "Raymond." He smiled and said she arrived early. Then no more meeting. She gently bowed her head. "Gria test. Greetings, Your Holiness." He continued, "I heard you contributed a lot in the recent war." The holy woman beside him smiled and replied, "Yes." She also decided to help me with the Holy Kingdom's future work. Dee complained, "What a great honor." Raymond immediately asked, "So you're not going back to the academy?" He added, "Probably just tough at the start, right?" He thought of a future medical student. Rhea, standing nearby, grinned widely. But if you dream of a medical institute, I will definitely make time to study. Raymond was delighted. Really? She replied. Yes. I'm looking forward to it. Professor Dai. Suddenly a group approached and spoke. Your Holiness. Respected one. He spoke. Yoi from the Hohun Kingdom. Greetings, Your Holiness. He thought about the Holy Kingdom being in danger. They didn't show themselves at all. Yet now they dare to boldly come here and start a conversation with us. Then he said coldly, Nice to meet you. The guy from earlier gushed, It's truly an honor for us to meet all the heroes who stood against Phroxia to protect the continent. He waved his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. If you have something to say, just say it straight. The holy woman spoke, I'm sure you realize that people who just stand by and watch without helping, like you, aren't welcome here. Isn't that right? We're willing to listen because you traveled all this way to be here, he began. I'll speak up. Currently, trade activities between the Kingdom of Heron and the Holy Kingdom have been temporarily suspended due to the war. He explained further, but according to the trade agreement, as a friendly kingdom, we should be the only kingdom allowed to import grain from the Holy Kingdom. Not stopping there, he continued, so we came to request the restoration of trade activities. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, Shut that filthy mouth of yours. You think just because you have a mouth, you're allowed to spout nonsense like that? Get the hell out now. They looked stunned at the harsh words. At this moment, the holy woman whispered, You heard that. This is the Holy Kingdom stance. You traveled all this way, but now you should leave. He still didn't give up, questioning, Are you trying to cancel the trade agreement between the two kingdoms now? It seems you haven't considered the possible consequences for the Holy Kingdom's diplomacy. You can't just unilaterally cancel the agreement. Day said with a cold smile. The Kingdom of Heron depends entirely on trade, but now they're facing difficulties. I'm sure the goddess would want us to help our neighboring kingdom. He smiled brightly, hearing that. Indeed, only the hero, the savior of this continent, could understand the reasoning fully. Before he could celebrate, a voice doubled in volume rang out. He laughed excitedly. Import grain at double the price. Hearing that, he was surprised. It was ridiculous. You will too. He crossed his arms and replied, Don't tell me you intend to break the agreement. Then he continued, As a friendly kingdom, that's not very polite of you. He smiled wryly. You don't want to become the Holy Kingdom's enemy, do you? At this moment, the Pope appeared and said, It's wonderful that both kingdoms can ease their burdens. What could be better than today? Everyone shouted together. Your Eminence, Holy Pope. Then she added, Come on, let's put these complicated matters aside. I hope everyone can continue to enjoy today's feast. Everyone cheered loudly, and they began to enjoy the party. The atmosphere was lively. Outside, Day was standing with the goddess. She asked, I once thought this battle would never end, but somehow, it has ended. He smiled. You knew that. Then he explained, But are you sure you'll be worried when I return to the academy? She answered, Of course, I can manage everything here on my own. Then she laughed and emphasized, You just arrived at the Holy Kingdom, yet you've already gone through so many hardships. Now it's time to do what you want. He smiled brightly. Sometimes I'll meet her and ask for help with paperwork. That would be great, she replied coldly. Ah, it depends on you. At the devastated stronghold of Phroxia, an eye opened with shock. He wondered if he was dead. He sat up, unable to believe there were mages stronger than a corpse like himself. He thought, his mana pierced through his heart in an instant. He recalled that scene, then held his chest. It was a huge, pure mana source. He praised its beauty. He pondered, that must be the root of all magic. He looked up. From this moment on, I will seek that person. In the ruined space, someone sat dazed. Oh, my lord. After the battle ended, the academy started calling students back to classes. Perhaps due to war consequences, many students couldn't return. But when news came that the Holy Saint, also the kingdom's hero, had returned to the academy and started holding free medical classes, students from all over the country gradually returned. At the board, someone held chalk and spoke. All right then, that person was Day. Let's start today's lesson. He explained that today's class would focus on this topic. He taught passionately. During the war, we often saw bishops working on healing, but it's not only bishops who can save patients from death's grip, he added. In the recent battle, some of you experienced or witnessed it. I analyzed the situation with the bishops, the priests, and even our Holy One couldn't cure all illnesses. The students were stunned, even doubting the Holy One, so those people were surely doomed to die. Suddenly, a loud bang hit the board. But if you study at the medical academy, all of you can do it, he emphasized clearly. Starting today, the medical academy will begin accepting students and will focus on treating diseases and external wounds, wounds that even the bishops cannot heal. The academy became livelier because of his words, so if you want to study, just come to the academy and enroll. Up on the podium, he seemed to blend in. From now on, all external bodily wounds will be called external wounds. A student asked, "Before we begin today's lesson, I have a question. Why were many soldiers saved in battle but later died from very minor wounds? Is it because the church didn't have enough staff to treat those minor wounds?" He immediately responded, "That's a reasonable thought, but why do you think they died from such minor wounds? Those definitely weren't severe injuries," he explained excitedly. "It's because the external wounds got infected," he continued. "Around us, there are millions of microorganisms we cannot see. For example, on the palm of the student sitting in the front row who just answered the question. The girl behind also spoke up. He said there are creatures called microorganisms living everywhere, right?" "That's right," the girl said. "But right now, I can't sense any of those creatures around me." He explained that because these organisms are so tiny, you can't see them or even sense them with mana. The students were surprised. "What kind of demons are these microorganisms? How do you know about them?" "We need proof to believe." He rested his chin thoughtfully. "Proof, huh?" He began giving examples. "If you leave bread at room temperature for a long time, it will mold, right? If I say mold is also a type of microorganism, does that make it easier to understand?" He explained their characteristics. Microorganisms have very distinct traits. They are divided into microalgae, microbes, bacteria, yeasts, and many others. He clarified further. Even corpse decomposition is caused by microorganisms. He pointed at the board. When microorganisms infect an external wound, it can lead to severe inflammatory reactions, or what's called sepsis. He gave another example. That's why many died in the recent battle from very minor wounds. But you can't give up on treatment or amputate limbs just because the wound is small. A student asked, "Then what should we do?" He enthusiastically instructed, "As long as the external wound is properly disinfected, there's nothing to worry about. Disinfection means killing microorganisms to prevent wound infection." He analyzed, "Most people have had the flu. Maybe you all know. If the flu is too severe, you could die. In this world, it's a disease similar to the common cold." A student asked, "Are you saying the flu is also caused by microorganisms?" He laughed and replied, "Not exactly by microorganisms. This disease is caused by a virus. We'll talk more about viruses later." He returned to the topic. "We can prevent the flu by proper disinfection. The disinfection method is very simple." He emphasized washing hands. "If you wash your hands regularly, you can prevent this disease. The same goes for wounds. Just using a little water to clean the wound is effective." A student was curious. Just clean the wound with water? He gave an example. Housewives who do laundry often are proof, because they rarely catch the flu. After all, their hands come into contact with water very frequently. A student spoke up. "Professor, may I ask a question?" He answered, "Sure, what do you want to ask?" The student asked, "Then how do you explain the magic of the dark mages? They use dark energy, not microorganisms." He considered this a very good question. He began to explain, "If the disease is caused by a dark mage, it won't just appear out of nowhere. More accurately, magic only creates a favorable environment for microorganisms to grow." He continued, "We're getting a bit off topic. Now let's talk about suddenly, the bell rang. Time's up, but I've only skimmed through a few things. The first lesson is always the most important." He worried and thought, "Just a brief introduction like this, how can I capture the students' attention?" The classroom was in an uproar as applause rang out. "Thank you, Professor. Professor Raymond, your lectures are always this interesting. Today's lecture was truly amazing." He was completely surprised. After Raymond's lecture on medical freedom, along with the hand-washing craze among the students, lectures on medical freedom became increasingly popular. At the same time, the Medical Institute was officially established. Thanks to the Institute's fame, the number of students registering surged dramatically. Raymond was extremely excited and thrilled. "Wonderful, now everything is really starting." The sky cleared up, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. He was here, and he could feel it very clearly that someone was thinking about how he had traced the faint trail of mana to get here. He assessed Raymond's rank. He thought Raymond had connections with the kingdom of Lessie, but the Holy Nation and the Academy were a surprise. He was very determined and wanted to meet Raymond immediately. But if he thought he had already killed his enemy, and that enemy suddenly appeared right in front of him again, wouldn't that be quite rude? He could sense that the other person might feel insulted. Even this corpse had thoughts about others. He pondered how he could meet Raymond again without making him feel offended. He analyzed that these humans all dressed alike, which must be the academy uniform. Then he came up with an idea. He stepped into the academy. Now that he was dressed like an academy student, that should be enough. Crazy. Of course, there was no way he was that thoughtful. There were 3 types of students in the academy. Some carried swords, some wore cloaks, and another special group wore blue and white uniforms. For some reason, this corpse chose the blue uniform of a long-haired student who was wearing a cloak. It was a beautifully elegant outfit. Suddenly, A voice called out from behind. Hey, are you a new student? The young man Lich looked at them, wondering. Were they in the same class? He answered. Yes. The female student was surprised. Really? No wonder. He's so handsome. There's no way we didn't notice him before. Two female students asked Han LC. Do you know your way around yet? You know, class is about to start, right? L was really laid back. I don't know the way yet. The female student was delighted. Then come with us. We'll take you to the lecture hall. The other girl reminded him. Maybe it's not necessary. Today is a practical session. You said you needed a group of 3, right? Then, perfect. The other student yawned, unable to believe they were going to dissect a whole pig today. So scary, Lich asked again, sounding silly. We're going to dissect a pig? Is that some kind of dark magic? The two female students burst out laughing. You look like that, and you like to joke around, huh? When studying medicine, understanding the internal organs of the body is very important. L was thoughtful. Medicine? He sneered inwardly. That used to be a trend in the age of magic. That method was nowhere near as effective as magic, so it quickly disappeared. Does the Holy Nations Academy teach such useless things? Suddenly, a tall, fierce-looking student brushed past and bumped into the short-haired girl. He angrily shouted, What the hell? Can't you watch where you're going? The short-haired student was timid and scared. I'm sorry. L felt oddly indignant on her behalf. Wasn't he the one who bumped into her? The braided-haired student was helpless. He was really protective of his friends. She softly explained to him about the fierce expression of that young man. The medical institute had just been established. Most students were commoners, while the sword and magic students mostly came from noble families, so they felt insulted having to study alongside commoners like us. But let's just ignore it. He waved his hand. How rude. Hey, let's go. We're about to be late for the practical session. Lai's calm attitude made the two female students nervous. The aggressive guy strode toward L. You guys just apologized and still plan to leave like that? L found it really annoying. Didn't she already apologize to you? The student growled. That's not enough. At least she should kneel down. L understood and revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, the aggressive guy was pulled down to the ground by an invisible force. Lich's eyes darkened. Like this? He looked down at the brat. You dare to be arrogant just because of your lucky social status? You're truly a disgusting lowlife like no other. The pressure from L nearly crushed the student. He commanded, From now on, you are an ORC. The previously fierce student now looked unconscious. He was stunned as he accepted the curse from Lich. He ordered, From now on, you are an ORC. The trainee who was fierce earlier now looked unconscious. He stared blankly as he accepted the curse from the Lich. You're going to go into the forest, build a village, and wade through the mud. Luckily for him, Lich was only joking a little. The trainee ran headlong, shouting loudly. Lich burst out laughing. Finally, you've returned to your true nature. After finishing everything, Lich called over two female trainees who were still confused, not understanding what was going on. Come on, take me to the laboratory. The girl with the braid quickly responded. All right, let's go. In front of them now were tools all too familiar to medical trainees. But what Lich cared about was that after this class ended, he would go find the great saint. Suddenly, Day opened the door and stepped in. Is everyone ready? L stared at him without blinking, surprised to meet him here, but he wasn't mentally prepared yet. Jay immediately recognized the different individual in today's class. Wait, you. He placed his hand on L's shoulder and asked in a threatening tone, You remember me, don't you? L was quite surprised. Gao glared, ready to cast a spell. Come on, you have to remember who I am, right? It's me. Do you know who I am? L hesitated. He quickly turned away to avoid Day's gaze. I don't know you. The immoral answer made Day furious. A beam of light shot from his hand that could pierce through anything. Don't know me? Nonsense. Luckily, Lich dodged in time. Day was still angry. You bastard. I don't know how you came back to life, but I'll crush you into 6 billion pieces so you can never resurrect again. Lich was sweating profusely, begging. 6 billion? Are you really planning to kill me that way? Great saint, please listen to me. Day was generous. All right, I'll give you 3 seconds. L panicked. How can I make it in time? First, I never intended to attack you. I only came here to support you. The great saint was skeptical. How can I trust you? Lich looked at Day with teary eyes. Lower-level mages are always like this. It's our duty to show utmost respect to higher-level mages. Day bluntly dismissed it. Lich clung to his leg. I'm serious. Please believe me. Day thought it over. Now that Freya had fallen, there was no way he came here to surrender his life like that. It seemed he really didn't intend to attack. But Day moved his fingers, and chains appeared from nowhere, wrapping around Lich. Day's voice rang out sharply as he turned away. You stay right there until this class is over. L noticed Day had calmed down and brightened up. At your command, sir. No matter what happens, I won't move. Day's voice echoed through the practice room. All right, ignore him. Let's start practice from lesson 1 to lesson 5. After a while, L gritted his teeth, feeling annoyed. He was fed up with the fools in front of him. Earlier, he was curious how good they were, but watching them practice was just pathetic. L interrupted a pair practicing nearby. Are you guys butchering meat? Do you think you're chopping meat? Then why not just use a hammer? Suddenly, Day appeared in front of him again. Do you know how to dissect a pig? L was confident. That's my specialty. The great saint snapped his fingers, creating light. Then go ahead and try. You know what will happen if you do something stupid, right? L bowed respectfully. That will never happen. I'll use my skills to prove my loyalty to you. He glanced at the butcher's knife. Those idiots, I'm here. L showed clear professionalism. Every move decisive, and the blood flow perfectly controlled. After the surgery, he was excited. This is the right way. L confidently awaited praise from the great saint. Honestly, Day had to admit, your skills are really good, enough to teach others. That was an excellent operation. Lich blushed shyly. Great saint, it's just normal for me. Day asked him again. I know you said you came here to support me, right? L quickly replied, yes, please give someone like me, who still has many flaws, a chance. The great saint stroked his chin and smiled knowingly. I understand. You know I just assigned you a task. Scene changed to the Holy Palace. Someone asked permission. Professor Day, may I come in? Day immediately opened the door. Yes. What's the matter? The messenger handed him a carefully tied scroll from his homeland. Day was a bit surprised. He looked at the letter with a bad premonition. The messenger finished. Your home sent you a letter. The Holy Kingdom's scenery is peaceful under the sun, but somewhere inside this palace, it's extremely dark. Holy woman Rachiel collapsed on a pile of documents, her face pale, utterly exhausted. I can't do this anymore. A young lady was running back and forth, organizing documents anxiously. Saintess, leave the rest to me. You should take a break for 2 or 3 hours. You haven't slept at all. Iriel was still pushing herself, but she recalled the moment she looked up at Raymond. I promised to finish everything before Raymond returns. She then pumped herself up with motivation. When letting him go, she was very confident. She had already accomplished more than an average person, but Iriel's eyes suddenly grew indifferent. Just like at the Grand Saint's office, Raymond read a newly delivered letter. The Grand Saint used magic to burn the letter slightly to reveal the hidden content. The letter stated that the Kingdom of Lessie was the most powerful empire on this continent. The mighty king ruling there was Lord Georger Lessie, who was currently seriously ill and had summoned someone to heal him. The letter also emphasized that Raymond was the saint chosen by God, possessing the ability to heal every disease in the world. It was a rare honor in this world. Raymond was sweating nervously, thinking about the terrible outcome. If he couldn't cure the king's illness, Lesian would think the Holy Kingdom didn't want to heal their kingdom, which would immediately fracture the relationship between the two kingdoms. He was deep in thought. It wasn't that he couldn't heal the king, but this was probably not a simple matter. Raymond was almost like a puppet in the hands of royal politics, and he was still very worried. Healing him was different from healing other patients, so he felt powerless. Raymond walked down the hallway, thinking as he went. So first, at the academy, Raymond appointed Lich as an honorary professor. When he walked around, everyone had to bow and greet the professor, but Lich seemed somewhat introverted. When you're out of class, don't talk to me. He sighed. The Grand Saint had requested this, so he had no other choice. Lich cried, thinking about his true goal, but he wanted to explore the academic world through the Grand Saint's perspective. The student hesitated, still unwilling to leave. Lich gave him a deadly glare. I think I told you. Once you're out of class, don't talk to me. The student trembled. Professor Raymond is looking for you. Before the student could finish, Lich dashed off to find the Grand Saint. He was panting. You're looking for me? Raymond cheerfully introduced. You're here. Greet him. Due to a mistake, Jay's voice and Z's appearance didn't quite match. Z glared fiercely at Lich. This is Z. He'll watch over you while I'm away. Their eyes sparked with fire as Lich tried to stay calm. Watch over me? Also, what do you mean by, while you're away? What are you talking about? Raymond handed him a scroll and explained, I will be away from the academy for a while. Take this. He patiently instructed, writing almost all the lessons on the scroll. Study these on your own first. When you fully understand these lessons, you can teach them to the students while I'm gone. Lich looked at the scroll filled with text and groaned. What? I came here to support you. A cold voice cut in. You dare talk back? Raising his voice. Do you know how much the Grand Saint values this academy? You should be grateful he trusted you with such an important task. Don't you get it yet? Lich was bitter being lectured. How do you behave? Who do you think you are to interfere in this? Z boldly announced, I am the head of the J family, one of the 3 families serving the Holy Saint. I am Chase L, mocking you. And yet, a nameless nobody like you dares to serve the Holy Saint? A nameless nobody calls me that? Are you a level 7 mage, master of the black platform like you? Lich retorted. I'm also a swordsman, a high-level swordsman. Raymond frowned. sensing bad vibes from these two. Lich turned to Raymond, his expression changing completely. Grand Saint, I will complete the mission you entrusted to me excellently and earn your trust without needing this low-life creature to watch over me. Z also sweetly said, Don't worry, Grand Saint. Rest assured on your journey. I will watch this cunning bastard closely and won't miss any of his actions. After speaking, the two immediately started bickering like fire and water. Why do you talk so much? Wait until the Grand Saint leaves, then I'll be the one telling you that. Raymond regretted it. He shouldn't have put these two together. The sunset bathed the entire holy building in red. Raymond opened the Saintess Iriel's room door. Iriel was asleep on her desk. Raymond looked at her just as he thought she said she could handle everything, but it was probably very tough. He gently brushed the lock of hair off the holy woman's face. Right after returning to the Holy Kingdom, I started a lot of tasks. The war had just ended at that time. Things would definitely not be the same as before. He glanced over the piles of documents spread from one table to another. Suddenly, Iriel startled awake. Oh no, did I fall asleep? Day's voice sounded beside her. Are you awake? She immediately sat up. Day just smiled warmly. You've been working hard lately. Thank you. Iriel hurriedly felt around the empty table. The rolls of paper are here. Day replied. I've already handled those things. Don't worry. Iriel stared blankly at Day. Wow, the documents have been sorted and neatly arranged. Iriel couldn't believe her eyes. He finished all that so quickly? She anxiously ran over. You're lying. It takes me at least a whole week to do that. You didn't just do it half-heartedly, did you? Day shrugged. If you want, you can check. Iriel quickly unrolled a paper. Her face froze. Everything was perfect. Day teased, I wish I could help you more, but I don't have much time. Iriel was speechless. There really wasn't much left to help with. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Sir, the maid reported. Your luggage has been prepared, Great Saint. Day's voice sounded regretful. Is it already time? In the Lessie Kingdom, dusk was falling. The night seemed to swallow the magnificent castle whole, along with worries about the political situation. At this rate, if the king dies, there will be big trouble. In the room where King Georger lay unconscious, the third Prince Gen of Lessie Kingdom was whispering to someone. He was kneeling by the bedside, apparently no longer hoping for his father's recovery. He confessed to the king, even though he couldn't hear, and it seemed this time they only craved the position their father had long protected. He touched the motionless king's hand. I have requested the Holy Kingdom to send the Great Saint here. Father needs to wake up quickly and take control of the kingdom once again. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. You should leave. After all, Father needs rest. The third prince turned his head, changing expression. I was about to leave anyway. You're the one taking care of Father. I just stopped by because I felt bad leaving you to handle everything alone. This person was the second prince of Lessie Kingdom, his face still showing no emotion. Don't worry. From now on, just let me handle everything concerning Father. Gaia didn't say much. Fine, I'm leaving now. The door closed after the third prince left. Still speaking, I will let you live, so please. He looked at the pitch-black sky through the window, muttering, Don't get involved in this dirty war, little brother. The next morning in Lessie Kingdom, Day appeared fresh in holy robes with a special cross-embroidered cloak of the Great Saint. I have arrived. The castle glittered in the dawn light. Day was overwhelmed. The mightiest empire on this continent was truly vast. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. Welcome to Lessie. A polite gray-bearded man bowed. Greetings, Great Saint. I am Count Oba, your host. Day returned the greeting. Thank you. I am the Great Saint. My name is Day. Oba was cautious. The journey was long. You must be tired. So, even if you have many questions, just rest assured. All right then, let's go, he asked Han. We don't have much time, right? Oba immediately led the way. Thank you for understanding. Please, this way. The Count led Day to a luxurious room, but there was no guard outside the door. We have arrived. Please enter. Thank you. Opening the door, Day was quite surprised. This smell, a foul odor emanated from the bed, filling the entire room. Day wondered, even if they had to keep the king's illness a secret, did they really not bathe him all this time? He approached the sickbed where the king lay unconscious. Let's see, check the king's condition. Day rubbed the king's arm. He immediately guessed the muscles were stiff and rigid, joints locked. It was definitely because he hadn't moved for a very long time. Day looked at the king lying still on the sickbed. The muscles were so stiff that he couldn't relax any part of the king's body. However, muscle stiffness alone was not enough to make an accurate diagnosis. He worried there were many causes for muscle stiffness, like congenital dystonia. Wait, the king is old, so it can't be that syndrome. The real issue is his consciousness. Day analyzed that an acute illness had impaired the patient's awareness. The foolish poet was half conscious, barely conscious at all. How long would it take before consciousness disorders set in? Raymond observed Yorger's pupils. The recovery was happening in reverse order. Moreover, I don't even know which consciousness disorder the king is suffering from. I can't just diagnose it casually. Raymond pondered. Pain in the lower back from overexertion or muscle injury usually doesn't cause consciousness disorders, so either there's a complication or His Majesty lost consciousness for some reason. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Is that a bruise? Raymond quickly lifted the king's shirt to check and found more bruises like that. Don't tell me he scanned him from head to toe. And there were many other bruises around his abdomen as well. Raymond narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, his gaze filled with sympathy for the patient. The next day, Raymond again considered the symptoms. The king might have been in shock for a long time due to internal bleeding, and since all his muscles were stiff, he suspected the muscles were also injured. He imagined the king's battered body, but those bruises were far more dangerous than just muscle stiffness, definitely caused by some external trauma. Raymond sighed, not wanting to get tangled in a mess. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Great Sage, are you inside? Raymond peeked through the door. Who's there? The second prince bowed respectfully. I am Luc Desson, second prince of the Lessie Kingdom. Raymond tried to recall the second prince. He snorted, then introduced himself. I am the Great Sage. Why have you come here? Luke said. I heard you visited the king last night. He inquired. How is the king's current condition? Raymond gave a brief summary. Nothing certain yet. I can only say the treatment will take a long time. Luke was relaxed. No problem. However long it takes, as long as he recovers, that's what matters most. But then his expression changed. The king's illness isn't caused by poison, right? Raymond calmly replied. Definitely not. Seeing Luke's attitude soften, that's a relief. Then I understand. I entrust the entire care of the king's illness to you. I am very grateful. I must take my leave now. Watching Luke's departing figure, Raymond reflected, poisoning. Well, that worry makes sense. He felt restless, thinking he should return and devise a treatment plan. But a voice stopped him. Oh, I almost forgot. The woman with cheek-length hair and a flashy fan approached Raymond. I want to be the first to welcome you here, she spoke excitedly. Welcome, Great Sage. I am the third princess, Luciella Leylasan. Raymond began to lose patience. I'm busy, and they keep coming one after another. Can't they come all at once? But out of politeness, he still responded. I understand. I am Great Sage Raymond. You're curious about the king's health, right? Luciella confirmed. Yes, and more. She boldly used her fan to stroke Raymond. Should I admit I'm more curious about you? She smiled slyly. You're as handsome as everyone says. Raymond couldn't understand kids these days. What the hell is this kid doing? Me? He shrugged and walked away. Is that so? If you don't mind, I'm busy with some things, Luciella interrupted. I was just joking. Did I offend you? Am I being annoying? Raymond was blunt. Yes. Luciella seemed shocked, like a bucket of cold water was dumped on her. She snapped back. You just said that. Raymond didn't deny it. Honestly, yes, she was bothering him. He didn't politely brush her off but told her straight. If you have nothing else, don't come looking for me. I'm busy enough with the king's treatment. The door slammed, striking at Luciella's pride. She was stunned. I'm a princess of this kingdom. How dare he ignore me? Furious, she gritted her teeth. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Luciella stormed off, unaware that the entire conversation had been overheard by Raymond. She signaled to Hong Hong Waiong, who would surely cause trouble for the Great Sage. Should we deal with her first? Someone asked. Should we wait until she tries something? Another said. He already told her not to come again. Hong agreed. You're right. Let her go. We just need to guard carefully and wait. Hong gave a decisive signal. But Raymond carefully read the signs. Just wholeheartedly guard and wait. Hong gave a decisive signal. But brother carefully read the signs. If anyone in the Lessie royal family truly conspires or tries to harm the great saint, her gaze darkens, and even her sign language radiates deadly intent, we will eliminate them immediately. Raymond walked through his thoughts. The Empire had sent a formal invitation to the Holy Kingdom, inviting the great saint himself to come here. He searched through every possible method. It must be something very important for them to invite a great saint. Perhaps they had tried one or two different approaches already. Surely, they also used holy magic. Raymond opened the king's chamber door with determination, but without holy magic, they couldn't cure his illness. That means the king's condition isn't just a few external wounds or internal injuries. Muscle strains or lower back pain can be healed by holy magic, so the answer must be an immune system disease. He concluded it was stiff person syndrome, recalling the symptoms, an autoimmune disease. Stiff person syndrome is a disorder of the immune system causing abnormal muscle stiffness. He compared it to before. Even when he treated the Duchess's illness, holy magic alone couldn't cure it, so it's understandable why no one in this kingdom can cure the king's disease. Things got complicated again. The question now is why he lost consciousness and why his muscles are so stiff. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Why are there fresh bruises on the king's clothes just recently?" He guessed the stiffness was due to muscle strain, which should be treated carefully because muscle spasms and cramps can easily cause tears or bruises. But even so, this was too much. He was certain someone had tried to massage these stiff muscles. According to the medical knowledge he had, this would cause muscle damage, internal bleeding, and shock, leading to loss of consciousness. Raymond quickly used magic to lock the door, creating an isolated space. "I need to perform abdominal surgery to stop the bleeding." Then he used purification magic on the entire room. "I have to remove the control of holy magic to prevent infection." Raymond's surgery began with a straight incision on the king's body. He reassured, "It will hurt a bit when he wakes up." Looking at the internal organs, Raymond felt a bit relieved. No peritonitis, and thankfully, no severe bleeding. He quickly stopped the bleeding and began suturing the wound. Just a few stitches were enough. Because the muscles were so stiff, the king had an intestinal blockage. Though this was only a temporary measure, I need to pay more attention to this issue. Raymond sighed. The emergency is under control for now. The problem must be stiff person syndrome. His muscle fibers still can't relax, and it won't be easy. The scene shifted to what seemed like a secret underground chamber, where a deep voice spoke. "Hong Yong." The report presented indeed involves disputes around the royal ruler. Currently, the head of the succession line is the great prince Gelesian, followed by the second prince. The third princess, Luciella Gelesian, supports the great prince, and the great princess supports the second prince. Hong asked for more information about the others. Sa explained that the rest aren't as prominent as the great and second princes. Although the second princess is a level 6 grand mage, she seems uninterested in the throne succession. He added this as well. It seems the fourth prince has already died, which was a bit surprising. "He's dead?" Yang rationalized. "Did he become a sacrifice in the power struggle?" Ga continued the report. "Yes." Then even the fourth and fifth princes, who were close to him, eventually joined this power struggle. It seems they suspect the culprit is a royal family member. Given the current situation, it's likely the work of either the great prince or the second prince. Hong turned to, "So, has the third princess made any moves?" So reported. "Not yet. We have planned to monitor her along with the great prince." Yang looked at Hook. "Hook Yang, I'll assign this task to you." Hook agreed. "Understood." Hong and Yang assigned, "You will stay here with So Yang. The others will return to the Holy Kingdom." So looked worried. "Just the two of us?" Yang explained. "Yes, because what the Great Saint needs now is information and danger detection. The Great Saint's safety will now be entrusted to one person. In special cases, two people have the authority to act independently." Hook responded. "Understood." Then, everyone without a mission must return immediately, leaving only Yang's voice echoing. "Hook Yang, dig deeper into the royal family. There are still many things we haven't uncovered yet." Hook clearly obeyed the order, as he also took responsibility. "I will continue to monitor the princess. From now on, we will report here every evening." Yang's voice was satisfied. "All right, split up and go." By this time, the entire castle had sunk deep into the night. The next morning, something was reported to Raymond. He was a bit surprised. "What now?" The informant said, "Yes, members of the royal family are waiting for you in the Great Hall." Raymond pondered. "It's about time, but quite unexpected." He was also pleased, thinking we should seize this chance to get acquainted with them. Raymond replied to the maid, "All right, let's go." The maid went ahead to lead the way. She stopped at the door, bowed her head for Raymond to enter. "Please go this way." Inside, in the room, there was a long table where all the princesses and princes had gathered. Raymond was also tired of the king. There were 7 of them. It seemed the king had a very strong endurance. He scanned for familiar faces. I saw a few familiar faces, including that young princess. Actually, one princess had also visited the Holy Kingdom before. Raymond suddenly realized something, but those people made him uncomfortable. They invited me here, but what the hell are they planning to do? According to social etiquette among nobles, the person of lower rank must greet the person of higher rank first. Raymond immediately changed his gaze from gentle to sharp. Whether princess or prince, their rank is one level below the saintly lord. Raymond felt like he was being outmaneuvered, yet they didn't follow these social rules. "Are they trying to test me or openly insult me?" Raymond spoke first. "Oh my God." His voice was deep but loud enough for everyone in the room to hear every word even common dogs know to greet when meeting someone. The fourth prince and third princess immediately stood up. "How dare you speak such nonsense? So rude." Raymond frowned. "Do you think I wanted to come here?" He turned and left decisively, ignoring the anger of these arrogant people. "If this is your attitude, then there's no need to meet anymore." Walking away, Raymond worried. Their behavior made him concerned about the Lessie royal family's education methods. He thought again about the king's illness, focusing on the matter at hand. Their attitude had nothing to do with saving the king's life. Who needs medicine for treatment? Do they have Roman chamomile? Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Raymond wondered, who is it? He was surprised when the second princess bowed and saluted. Greetings, saintly lord. I am Selena Jess, the second princess of the Lessie Empire, she apologized. I regret what just happened in the Great Hall. I sincerely apologize to you. Selena hesitated. I have a few things to discuss with you. Would you mind if I come in to talk for a moment? Raymond was a bit shocked by what had happened in the Great Hall. He asked if that incident was a psychological battle for the throne. Selena confirmed. Yes, she explained. This is a serious matter concerning which faction will bow to you first. Raymond rubbed his chin. It was exactly like what he heard from the failed informant. Selena promised, I take responsibility on their behalf and apologize to you. I will wholeheartedly assist you on behalf of the royal family. Raymond's tone softened. If you say so. Selena was still worried. Thank you. I know we were rude earlier, but please continue treating the king. Raymond reassured. Don't worry, I will continue treating him anyway. Selena bowed in thanks, showing sincerity. From now on, if you need me to do anything while I'm not here, just call me freely. After finishing, Selena left. Raymond was somewhat satisfied. At least this princess made such a promise to him, but he was still annoyed with the others. I'll think about what to do with the rest later. For now, I have to prepare to treat the king. His motto was that kindness can be forgotten, but hatred must be remembered. A few days later, on the table was a small bouquet of Roman chamomile. Raymond breathed a sigh of relief. At first, I was ahead, but I didn't expect finding these herbs to be so difficult. He was very happy to see it. I finally found it after 4 hours. I happened to find Roman chamomile on the way back. Truly a miracle. He magically wrapped the bouquet. Raymond rolled up his sleeves. All right, let's start preparing the medicine. After grinding the dried herbs finely, we can squeeze the pulp to extract the concentrated medicine. Then add water to roll them into pills. The antioxidants in the blueberry will be concentrated like a pill. Once these substances are boiled, some antioxidants will disappear, but plenty of vitamin C will remain, which will reduce the king's cortisol levels. He was preparing the medicine while thinking, now he needs to address the internal bleeding. The king's shock syndrome might also lessen. This treatment method will help him relax and also enable him to move. Now I can start physical therapy, he thought. If he wakes up, I'll give him the medicine right away. The king lay on the sickbed looking very frail. He slightly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat unfamiliar. Suddenly, pain surged all over his body, feeling as if his entire body was being crushed. His consciousness began to return. Have I been lying here all this time? He couldn't even speak. The door quietly opened. Raymond stepped in holding medicine and water. But it wasn't surprising because he had anticipated this. You're awake. The king couldn't speak yet, only looked with his eyes. Who is this? I've never met him before. Raymond understood the king must be quite confused upon waking. He introduced himself. I am Jay, the great saint from the Holy Kingdom. I was invited here. The king felt a bit reassured. So, it's him. I've heard about him before. Raymond put the pill into the glass of water he just took and explained to the king. This is a type of medicine similar to what mercenary troops often use. He fed the king the medicine while informing him of the schedule. From now on, you need to take this medicine 4 times a day. I will bring the medicine to you every morning, noon, evening, and before bedtime. The king was surprised. You don't use holy magic? Now I can only trust him. He is a great saint after all. As Raymond fed the king spoonfuls of medicine, he was lost in thought. This is a natural herbal medicine, so it might be a bit less effective, but it won't have any side effects. His expression was serious, but after finishing the medicine, he cleansed the king with purification magic. The king's body felt more comfortable now, but Raymond still had doubts. It was strange. He didn't mind caring for the king, but he couldn't understand why. There were countless servants working here. There's no way no one came to care for the king. Surely someone must have forbidden them from entering. Raymond started reasoning again. Even if the crown prince did it, it wouldn't make sense. He's already first in the line of succession. But if the culprit is the second prince, that would be too reckless, right? Raymond couldn't help but suspect. If the second prince is involved in the king's internal bleeding and controlling the servants' access, he wouldn't escape execution. Raymond suddenly slapped his own cheek. Enough. Stop thinking. He refocused. The only thing he needed to care about now was curing the king. Who would succeed, the king had nothing to do with him. The king looked at him skeptically. He just slapped himself. Raymond looked back at the king with bright, confident eyes. I will cure you. The king was a bit worried. Is it really okay to trust him? Time quickly passed. 1 week later, Raymond walked through the palace corridor, still thinking about the king's condition. During this time, the king had recovered a lot. He still couldn't speak, but at least he could move his head and slowly chew food. Raymond was relieved. As expected, the king's recovery rate was increasing. So if I increase the medicine dosage, his muscles will relax faster. He planned to gradually increase the dosage now. Suddenly, Raymond sensed a killing intent approaching from behind. He immediately became alert to the assassination target. Raymond quickly identified an assassination attempt. Were they targeting the king? But sensing the opponent's killing intent, he realized clearly, no, it seemed they were aiming at him. Raymond lowered his voice and called, "So Yong." The girl immediately sprang from her hiding spot. "Yes, great saint," he ordered to eliminate all of them. "Leave only one alive, I beg you, sir." So Young's voice was clear and sharp. "Yes, great saint." Despite her small figure, she was a top fighter. The corridor echoed with the enemy's screams as So silently took down each one. After finishing, she brought one captive as Raymond instructed. "Well done, So Young." Then Raymond used magic to blind him. The assassin lay still, blinded. Raymond ordered him, "From now on, if what I ask is true, blink once. If false, blink twice." "Were you sent here by the royal family?" The assassin blinked once. Raymond continued questioning. "So you are a trained assassin, huh?" Suddenly, Shia interrupted, her eyes lighting up as a golden glow appeared before her. "Your Highness, I will handle this." Immediately, the golden light dazzled the entire castle. The next day, the castle that was peaceful until now suddenly lost its calm. An explosion shook the entire palace. Raymond stepped forward, raising his voice. "Hand over Princess Seytil immediately, or you will surely die." His hand was already charged with mana for a second blast. He threatened angrily, "I will blow up this entire castle if you don't comply." Amid the chaos, thick smoke billowed as a soldier hurriedly asked about the situation. "What's going on, Your Highness?" Raymond was still stubbornly searching for the hidden culprit, demanding, "Bring Princess Seytil here." The soldier reported, "The princess is currently dining." "Dining?" Raymond snapped, and he raised his hand to cast a spell in agreement. "Right. The royal princess's meal must be prioritized." The flames flared up instantly. The soldier panicked. "Please stop, sir. I will bring the princess here immediately." "What the hell is all this noise?" "Your Highness! Your Highness!" they asked. "What are you doing?" Raymond looked furious. "Someone lay next to me last night. Is the Empire's hospitality expressed through a plot to assassinate a distinguished guest?" The chamber was shocked. Assassination? It seemed unbelievable. "Is that true?" Raymond was irritated. "Do you two think I would do this for no reason?" The crown prince fell silent, then suddenly bowed deeply. "I sincerely apologize, Your Highness." "Not only that," Jude added firmly, "your apology won't just be empty words. The royal family, including myself, will participate in investigating the culprit." The royal steward panicked. "Crown Prince, even if Your Highness says so, there's no need to bow yet. The details of the assassination are still unknown." Raymond spoke sternly. "Enough. Whoever the culprit is, this assassination happened within the royal family. As a prince of the empire, it is my responsibility to take charge of this case." The second prince also bowed. "I apologize for causing this trouble. I will accept any punishment for my negligence that put Your Highness in danger." Raymond thought carefully. The first time they met, he completely underestimated him. "Now, do you want to prove you are truly a prince?" He remained firm, handing over a long scroll. "Whatever it takes, just bring Princess Seytil here. She is the culprit I am looking for." Everyone was shocked. This was undeniable evidence. "The handwriting is Luciella's. This is clearly an assassination order." The second prince immediately summoned Princess Seytil. "Bring Luciella here quickly. Tell the princess I will not tolerate any delay, even momentary." Raymond sneered as he listened to the servants scramble. "Yes, Your Highness." Luciella struggled as she was dragged in. "Let me go! How dare you do this to me?" "Luciella, is it true you tried to harm His Highness?" The accusations were harsh. "You repay kindness with betrayal? Are you truly insane?" Luciella still refused to admit guilt. "What are you talking about? How could I try to harm His Highness?" She shrugged, denying everything. Raymond presented the evidence. "This paper is yours. Take it." Luciella glanced at it and immediately panicked. "Where did he get this?" "Hook Trong and So Yan helped me get it." Luciella made excuses. "I did not write this order. Someone must have forged my handwriting." Raymond questioned. "Who?" She was speechless. "Just because I might overlook some things, you think you can fool me?" He exerted a heavy pressure on everything. Even the chamber was shocked by the terrifying amount of mana. "Is it true he fought against a soul summoner?" Everyone whispered. Raymond's voice lost its gentleness and became heavy. "So, Leslie's intention isn't to help, but to wage war against the Holy Kingdom?" Gaia quickly intervened. "Your Highness, I think you're jumping to conclusions. Leslie never wanted to confront the Holy Kingdom." Raymond frowned. "Am I jumping to conclusions?" He named one of Leslie's princesses who had plotted to assassinate an important figure of the Holy Kingdom. "And yet people say Leslie doesn't want war?" Gaia looked at Princess Seytil and shouted, "If you have anything to say, ask Your Highness for forgiveness immediately." Luciella stubbornly replied, "Hey, there are many soldiers here." "Oh, How could a princess like you bow down here? Before she could finish, she was slapped hard. Jia looked at her with a deadly gaze. You know, I taught you not to feel ashamed. Then he turned and pleaded, Great Saint, once again, please accept my sincere apology for what happened. Jia suggested we hope to negotiate to resolve this matter. Why don't we all gather and discuss it together? Day agreed. Negotiate. Fine. He ordered to summon all princes and princesses to the hall immediately. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add another jab. Day pointed his finger ominously. But if you all keep the same attitude as last time, this won't end just like that. Then, the entire royal family gathered in the Great Hall. After hearing the whole story, the others apologized to Day, even if just superficially. Day accepted their apologies and began talking about compensation for the dangers he had faced. Day requested two forms of compensation. Diplomatic relations between the Lesian Empire and the Victory Kingdom tightened, along with active trade activities between the two kingdoms. This agreement could potentially double the city-state's revenue from its current trade relationship with Lesian. For Lesi, this was not a losing proposal either. Of course, there was a condition that 65% of non-profitable revenue would be paid to the Holy Kingdom. But the Empire still accepted the agreements under the name of compensation. After the negotiation, Day laughed heartily. The results exceeded expectations. Should we thank the third princess? He suddenly remembered. Now it's time to check if the king's body can move. I should go see how he's doing. The palace was as quiet as usual. The king was trying to stretch despite the pain. His body still ached, bruises turning yellow, about to heal. The king was grateful, but thanks to those medicines, he could move a little now. The door quietly opened. Day stepped in and praised. You're recovering better than I thought. Can you talk now? The king whispered, Thank you. Day cheerfully said, Don't mention it. Let me check your condition today. Try moving. Day glanced at the bruises. Those bruises took longer to fade than I thought, but it's okay, still fine. After trying to move, the king got tired and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, King Yorger of Lasan was gradually regaining consciousness. In a daze, a shadow sat beside the king's sickbed. Father. Yorger was confused but hadn't remembered who it was yet. That voice suddenly knelt down. I'm sorry, father, then fiercely struck the king's body. Yorger hadn't fully recovered. What the hell? The voice was full of pain. I'm sorry, father. The person kept hitting hard. Apologies mixed with blows continuously. Father, I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry. The king's body couldn't hold on anymore. He slowly slipped into a coma. Why? Why? The person showed no sign of stopping, their hand emitting magical light. Father, they struck one last powerful blow. 2 streams of sorrowful tears ran down the cheeks. Please never forgive me. At the Lesi Empire's request, Day set off to treat their king, who was in critical condition. Finally, he realized the king had locked-in syndrome, but there was an unresolved mystery. Strange bruises were found on his body. This was definitely the act of someone close. However, Day remained focused on treating the king right now. Meanwhile, the 7 faithful envoys had launched an internal investigation to ensure Day's safety. It was discovered that there was a tense power struggle within the Lesi imperial family during such a conflict where Prince Jay initially gained the upper hand. It was confirmed that they did not hesitate to kill their own siblings. After a series of events, when the king regained consciousness, someone came to visit his chamber. Apologies mixed with sounds of beating. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. A few days later, the princesses and princes dressed in black ceremonial robes gathered on the lawn where the master of ceremonies spoke. We will now begin. In the center of the lawn was a coffin. The master of ceremonies began. A memorial service for Prince Yan Lesian, the 5th prince of the Lesian Empire. Jay couldn't believe the news. This is insane. He paced back and forth in the room with Hook and So, always when nothing was happening, but it had to be when he was here. So spoke up, Great Saint D. Ni. So, did you discover something? So, report. Yes. The first to act was Crown Prince Raymond. Quite surprising. The princess gave a clearer account of that bloody battle. It started with him secretly attacking the policies and actions of the 5th prince to damage the 5th prince's reputation. Cornered, the 5th prince tried to send assassins to poison the 1st prince and Crown Prince Raymond. In response, the 1st prince and Crown Prince Raymond increased their vigilance and began hiring assassins to kill members of the royal family. This went on for a week, and early this morning, the 5th prince's guards were found dead in front of the mansion gate, and the prince himself was found dead, with a clean puncture wound in his neck. Curious, who killed the 5th prince? So, what does the investigation say? All family members have alibis, but after verification, Prince G and Crown Prince Raymond were not where they claimed to be. Raymond suspects fake alibis? He speculates that no assassin organization in Lysian could silently take down so many royal guards and then slip into the prince's bedroom like that. The only person who can move freely in the palace without raising suspicion must be someone everyone knows. Prince Trace, From the moment I saw him, his mana was astonishing. Not yet at the advanced swordsman level, but close. Crown Prince Raymond has a high chance of acting independently. Raymond orders, So, Yong and Hook Yong, I need you two to do some extra work. They respond, Yes, Your Highness. Yes, Your Highness. He instructs them to gather more information about the power struggle within the royal family. Focus on corruption or anything that could tarnish the royal family's name. So, and Hook obeyed immediately. Raymond emphasized, the dirtier, the better. Right after the fifth prince's death, the king is still struggling with treatment. He endures the pain to sit up. Raymond is excited. Very good. He pushes the king down to rest. Okay. Joger tries to say something, but his words are all vague. Raymond responds, I understand what you're saying, but you need to repeat it. He feels genuinely relieved. It seems the anthocin in the medicine is working. The muscle stiffness has improved significantly. I was worried the ingredient might have different effects in this world, but luckily, it works the same. Raymond is startled. He senses movement. Someone's here, so he immediately puts the king to sleep. The third prince opens the door and steps in. You're here? He's friendly. Hello, Your Majesty. How have you been lately? Raymond is polite. I'm fine, thanks to you. He glances at the king. The king is sound asleep. Raymond asks, I heard about the fifth prince. I heard he had an accident. Jiu turns away evasively. The royal family feels ashamed. Raymond probes, did it happen during a carriage ride? Jiu gives a brief explanation. I think it was a pack of W-ven. I heard some nearby villages were attacked too. Raymond considers the logic. There is indeed a W-ven nest behind the empire. The fifth prince left the palace for a change of scenery and was attacked by W-ven at the perfect moment. Raymond suspects that's the story they agreed on. The reason is ridiculous, disgusting even. By the way, how's the king? Raymond calms himself. He'll wake up soon. Jiu sounds happy. Is that so? That's great news. He promises. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. I'll help as much as I can. Raymond teases. I'd be happy if you could bring peace. Jiu raises an eyebrow. Peace? He chuckles. Of course, that will come naturally. Then Jiu entrusts Raymond. Then please take care of the king. Raymond replies. No worries. Before leaving, Jiu emphasizes, Your Highness, don't dig too deep into the royal family's affairs. Raymond silently sneers. That sounds like he's planning something. He smiles lightly, the smile slowly distorting, his eyes full of contempt. No way, you bastard. Peace won't just come naturally. I'll make you all have peace. A few days later, Raymond stands with arms crossed. Everything is going as planned. By now, Hook and So have completed their mission. Your Highness, we've gathered information on the royal family's dirty dealings. Raymond is grateful. Thank you for your hard work. He holds up a scroll. Looking at the documents, he can't help but curse. These bastards, they're crazy. The Merchant Guild bribed the first prince to give them economic monopoly, while the second prince is involved with his brother's wife. He even ignores countless dirty acts of his brother. Raymond turns to call Hook, Dong, So, and Yong. The Eastern Thon replied, Yes, Your Holiness, as you commanded. You requested to return this to the rightful owner, worried they might not try to eliminate the threat, right? Huh? Raymond explained, No. They wouldn't dare act recklessly, because that would mean a mysterious person they don't know has already discovered their fatal weakness. I'm confident. Before they act, I will cure the king. Suddenly a voice called him, Your Holiness. The king, dressed neatly, stood before him, looking excited. You can dress yourself now. Impressive. Joger felt grateful. All thanks to you, Your Holiness. He asked about the situation, and I heard the family is in chaos while I was bedridden. Raymond confirmed. Yes. As you heard, it's quite a mess. Jer lowered his voice. Is that so? He turned to fix his outfit. Then I have to meet my children. The king was worried. Will you stand by me when I meet my children? Raymond was suddenly a bit confused by the question. Huh? Me? Joger explained, his tone somewhat yielding. You treated my wounds and even refused the reward I offered. Your character, patriotism, and selflessness. To honor you, since you saved me, anything is acceptable. He had no idea what was on his mind, which was that I don't want to owe you and then get a stomachache. Well, speaking of which, his expression was a bit awkward. Compared to that, I've raised my children poorly. He smiled frankly. You really didn't raise them well. Now is the time to discipline them. His tone was hesitant and troubled. It's because I raised them poorly, leaving them without a mother's love, so they turned out spoiled. But even if I scold them, will they obediently listen? Raymond hesitated a bit. He smiled confidently. I think I can help you. They quickly moved to the main hall. A falsely joyful voice rang out. Finally, Your Majesty has recovered. Below, the royal family was congratulating the king. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your full recovery. The Grand Prince's wife frowned hesitantly, but glanced at Raymond sitting right next to the king. Why is your holiness sitting there? Jogar explained. I asked him to be here. His expression was serious. He worked hard so I could fully recover. On the contrary, he suddenly lowered his voice. You have committed an unforgivable act. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Grand Prince's wife stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about. Jogar sighed deeply, covering half his face with his hand. I'm talking about the death of the fifth prince. His mood was indescribably disappointed. His death was concealed as an accident, but I know the reason is because you fought among yourselves. Selena's face turned pale. That, Jer continued to blame. How could you kill your own siblings? Didn't I tell you to always love each other? He blurted out. It's unbelievable that these are the princesses and princes of Lisan. Raymond clicked his tongue mockingly. Are you so power-hungry that you've abandoned your humanity? You're no different from beasts. This provoked their pride. Gia frowned, showing displeasure. You've crossed the line. The Grand Prince's wife acted noble. How dare you disrespect a royal family member in front of them? Raymond exhaled sharply. I'm not surprised by these guys. You're so sheltered you don't understand how this world really works, right? His words were clearly arrogant. So what are you going to do? Challenge me? You think you can beat me? Of course not. You know that well. The two others were speechless, but he continued. Here, this is the evidence of your wrongdoing. This is the king. Georg's eyes widened as he looked at the young man. The stolen scrolls had been returned. So he was the one who always, Raymond calmly presented. Your Majesty, you should also look at this. He carefully detailed. It contains the entire process where the fifth prince was falsely accused, harmed, and ultimately killed. Jogar squinted in pain, unable to believe the royal family had degenerated this far. Raymond added, however, the second Princess Selena is an exception. She did nothing wrong and was not involved in any scandal. Selena closed her eyes, her face tense like a drawn bowstring. Jogar became increasingly devastated, unable to believe it. How is this possible? The guilty ones are panicking. Well, he's known for being straightforward. 1 + 1 = 2. Everyone except Selena will be under house arrest for 3 years. The punishment was immediately imposed. No one had the right to object. If you don't want to comply, then leave the royal family. Now go. Both princes are hard to accept. Watching their figures leave, Raymond felt satisfied. If they lived quietly as if dead for 3 years, they wouldn't see the succession, and all chances to succeed would vanish. Serves them right. Jogar suddenly called out to the second prince. Don't you have anything to say to me? His deep, somber eyes were filled with sorrow. Why did you do this? He was sincere. I just want to understand why you did it. So don't worry, just answer. As if exhaling deeply, the next information was truly unexpected, which stunned the third prince. The third prince? He repeated. Yes, I want the third prince to succeed. At that time, I could see it and only thought of the Empire's benefit. But the third prince is different. His physique might be weak, but he cares deeply for the people and can control the ministers. He will become a wise king. Saying this, he clenched his fists. But whether it was the first or fifth prince, they all went mad with the power the throne brought. If so, how could the third prince become emperor? Hidden behind a noble facade was a cold-blooded nature. I think this is the best way to eliminate candidates who bring disgrace to the empire, instead of leaving the throne to those who tear each other apart. Hearing this, Georgia was even more impressed. So that's why you attacked me? Then continuing, the succession war is about to begin. After the war, the successor is usually decided. Your Majesty, you intend to choose the first prince as crown prince, right? Suddenly, Jogar felt tired. So you attacked your own father just to prevent that. His tone was resolute. Please punish me severely. I'm ready to accept the consequences of my actions. He sighed deeply. I understand. This is partly my fault. He didn't want to see his son's face anymore. But that doesn't mean I will forgive you. We will discuss this matter later. Now, go. Obediently. Yes, Your Majesty. After the door closed, there was a long sigh. Jogar was annoyed. He seemed to find everything ridiculous. What a headache. I thought they had all grown up, but it turns out they're still just kids. Raymond smiled. Parents always think that about their children. He seriously reminded, from now on you have to watch over them closely, even though you have confined them. Jogar chuckled. You're right. It's embarrassing to see things like this. In truth, in his heart, he respected this young man, this kid, more than usual. His expression was unusually serious. Can you be sure this will never happen again? No. Right? Thinking so, Jor smiled kindly. He might be young, but his thoughts were very mature. At first, I thought he was a bit rude, but he's youthful and interesting in his own way. Along with what he's shown all these days and his unbeatable strength, I don't want to send him to the Holy Kingdom at all. He smiled softly. If this happens again, his mood suddenly changed. Jogar smiled brightly. Then I want the Holy Kingdom to send him to me, met with his indifferent expression. He was still cheerful. I'm just kidding. Don't worry too much. Raymond laughed along. Lucky. Silently, he gritted his teeth at the old man. Jor moved on to another topic. By the way, the saint politely replied. Yes. Suddenly, he mentioned Selena. What do you think of the second princess? The second princess? Raymond carefully evaluated. Among his siblings, she was the best. More importantly, she has great determination, so if she takes on something, she will see it through with the same resolve as at the start. The king smiled mysteriously. I misspoke. I mean, do you want her to become your bride? Raymond flatly refused. I have no intention of marrying, and she doesn't want to either, but I appreciate your offer. Joger's face lost its joy. I understand. What a pity. He directly asked the saint, so do you want to participate in the succession war? Raymond was surprised to receive the invitation. A martial arts festival? The king of that kingdom was generous in his invitation. The empire here holds a grand martial arts and military skills tournament every 3 years. Of course, the rewards for the winner are very generous. Raymond was somewhat interested. A martial arts festival. In the long cultural history of the Lessie Empire, countless competitions have been held. The types and rules of competition are very diverse, from major events like swordsmanship and magic contests to smaller events like academics, debates, and even archery. I'm curious, can I participate in all of them? Georgia was stunned. He needs to be reminded of the rules. All of them? According to the rules, you can only participate in a maximum of 3 events. Furthermore, in the swordsmanship contest, you can only use sword techniques, and in the magic contest, otherwise you'll be disqualified immediately. Even so, he still has a certain amount of trust in Raymond. The event will be held in 2 weeks. Usually, contestants go through elimination rounds across numerous regions to reach the finals. But if you participate, I'll arrange for you to go straight to the final round. He smiled gently, sipping his tea. Sounds good. If that's the case, I'll join both the swordsmanship and magic contests. The king was delighted to hear that. Really? He was eager to get started right away. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Meanwhile, rest and prepare thoroughly. His mouth twitched at the king's hurried pace. Yes, thank you, sir. His expression stiffened slightly, feeling like the king was pushing him into the competition. But the prize sounded decent, so it should be fun. And this doesn't sound too bad. So anyway, I think it's time to check out the situation in the Holy Kingdom. Gaia relaxed a bit. All right, now let's contact them, right? In front of him was a crystal orb, a magical device that allows users to communicate via image through a pair of crystal orbs by transferring mana. I left one behind, so he should answer. He was so happy he almost cried when he received it. The orb flickered into active mode after he placed his hand on it, and a familiar face appeared. Is that you, Saytil? Long time no see. Raymond was surprised. He remembered Jack's worn face. How do you have this crystal orb? I clearly left it with Jack. Iriel answered matter-of-factly. What do you mean, why? Because I asked for it. Of course, I'm very familiar with how she operates. Anyway, I was able to heal the Emperor, just as expected. I knew you could handle this. He asked about the situation. So, how are things over there? Iriel sighed. Well, it's the usual. The Academy has some, that smell means trouble, he urged anxiously. You say you know what that means? Don't tell me it's that person. Iriel immediately denied it. No, there's no big problem. I heard he's respected by the students and doing well in class. He was suspicious. It couldn't just stop there. Really. So, what's the problem? Iriel recounted with a worried expression. It seems he's starting conflicts with other academies. He said things like, their standards are too low or something. Raymond was also reassured about him. But I have another more exhausting issue. Looks like I'll have to return later than planned. Iriel looked puzzled. But you said the Emperor's treatment was finished. He hesitated. About that, she could guess. I heard the struggle for the throne has intensified, but I didn't think it was this bad. She tried to reassure, well, since you're involved and have handled everything smoothly, just relax. Because of the relationship between the Holy Kingdom and the Les Empire, he nodded in agreement. That's right. I think so too. Iriel suddenly remembered something. By the way, I have something to tell you. Did you know you've been in the Holy Kingdom for almost a year? Time flies so fast, he marveled. Has it really been that long? Iriel giggled. Time really flies. When you return, you'll have to visit countless kingdoms soon. You've almost gotten used to being a saint. Now it's time to start activities as your role as a saint. The bright expression on his face stiffened. Are you seriously telling me everything I've done so far was just schedule adjustments? She didn't hesitate to answer. Yes, exactly. You should spend as much time resting in the Empire as possible. Her voice was cheerful. Anyway, no matter what happens, I'm still here in the Holy Kingdom. Raymond didn't want to hear more. He reached out and ended the communication. All right, goodbye. Just thinking about it made him want to puke. Start activities, huh? 2 weeks later, a festive atmosphere enveloped the kingdom. Raymond was led outside by Princess Selena, who seemed infected by the lively mood. Wow, just as expected from the Empire. I can't believe they use magical devices to light up the sky. Selena joked with a smile. Did that really surprise you so much? I mean, you're a magician yourself. Raymond still naively adjusted. Magical devices feel different, you see. That made Selena burst out laughing. Hearing her chuckle, Raymond thought he had said something wrong or funny. She quickly corrected herself. Sorry. I was just remembering the first time I met you. Thinking back on my first impression of you still gives me chills. To be honest, back then I found you quite scary, she explained. But not anymore. Of course. Raymond laughed playfully. Yeah, that's right. After all, you even took me around to explore yourself. Selena cleared her throat, taking on the role of guide. That's where the swordsmanship competition will be held, and right next to it is a larger arena for the magic contest. It's pretty spacious. Raymond suddenly noticed a hidden corner. What's going on over there? It even looks nicer than a dog kennel, Selena replied. That's the archery arena. Her tone sounded uncertain. Archery used to be quite popular in the Empire. Not many spectators came to watch, and even fewer participated. The fact that it hasn't been shut down yet is truly a miracle, he agreed. That made sense. Who would want to compete when the arena is in such a state? Selena led the way again. Holy One, the elimination matches are about to start. Raymond spoke clearly and confidently. All right, let's go in. At the center of the arena, two competitors stood with very different statures. They quickly showcased their strength. Both were left speechless watching their duel. In the end, the one who stood firm on the battlefield was the tall, slender man. Watching the entire match took almost a whole day. Selena was curious about his thoughts. What do you think about today's competition? Raymond honestly gave his opinion. They're both at a pretty high level. It looks like this tournament will be extremely exciting. Suddenly, melodious music reached his ears. What's that music? Selena noticed his interest. That's the bard singing. Would you like to listen for a bit? The Holy One didn't hesitate to agree. Sure, we still have some time before dinner. His gaze suddenly froze, falling on the musical instrument the bard was playing. He blurted out, a violin? Even Selena didn't recognize it. You know that instrument? Raymond seemed lost in memories. It reminded me of a similar instrument. Seeing it brought back many memories. He gently closed his eyes to enjoy. It truly was a beautiful performance. I feel a bit nostalgic. The music brought a peaceful atmosphere after the festival day. After a moment, the bard stopped singing and spoke. Thank you, everyone. Selena was also moved. It was indeed a wonderful performance. Wasn't it? He nodded in agreement. The bard suddenly approached the two. Excuse me, Selena wondered. What's the matter? Earlier, when you saw my instrument, the girl looked straight at Raymond with curiosity and anticipation. You called it a violin, right? Raymond didn't hesitate to admit. Yes, that's right. She looked down at the instrument case. How do you know that name? Raymond had some guesses. This girl knows the name of an instrument from Earth? Could she be? Still, he covered up with, I think I saw it in a book before. The bard's eyes widened. An arrow appeared in her gaze. Even Raymond was startled by the lie, the eye of justice. He guessed her identity. Is she an elf? Not a half-elf? Half-elves are children of human and elf couples. With no other choice, Raymond sighed and set a condition. I promise I'll answer honestly, but first tell me where you got this instrument and how you learned to play it. The girl didn't hesitate to explain. This instrument is a family heirloom left by my grandmother. She made it and passed it down to her descendants, and she was the one who taught us how to play it. Raymond considered internally, crafting such an instrument in a world where similar items don't exist is impossible. This time, the girl spoke again. Your turn. She raised the instrument case. I'll ask you the same questions. How do you know this instrument and its name? Raymond looked thoughtful, his eyes drifting aside. I've seen people play this instrument before, I asked, and they told me it's called a violin. That's all I remember. The bard was silent for a moment to verify with her eye of justice. Raymond was quietly pleased. Basically, that's not a lie. My music teacher did teach me about the violin. Of course, the result was clear. The girl sighed and spoke honestly, also politely apologizing. I'm sorry for the rude questions earlier. I thought you might know something. Raymond quickly waved his hand. It's my fault too. I apologize. He pretended to be curious. Can you tell me about your grandmother? After finishing the song, he nodded sharply. All right. Where should I start? She began. My grandmother was the kind of person people often called eccentric, but at the same time, she was talented and admirable. She had many ideas beyond imagination. One day, she created something called a bicycle. I was amazed to see her ride that bike so naturally. It was eye-opening. A bicycle too? The man said. The violin and the bicycle. She was just like me. The singer suddenly clapped. The girl mentioned again. Oh, I remember a few things my grandmother once said. We don't come from this world. That's how my curiosity about her world was born. Now I'm looking for someone who knows more than I do. Right. You said you once saw someone play an instrument like this. Can you explain more? His face was dazed. Actually, I don't clearly remember how it was or where they lived. Seeing that, the girl smiled regretfully. Looks like you're just like me. It's time for me to go now. It was nice meeting someone who also knows about this instrument like you. It's also a pleasure to meet the princess. Selena responded gently. Yeah, thanks for your performance just now. The girl smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars. I believe we will meet again. The twilight of the Ta dawn settled over the bustling market. Princess Selena smiled. You seem very happy. Did you enjoy our conversation just now? Day casually replied. Really? His gaze followed the silhouette of the singing girl as she left. Realizing he wasn't the only one, it felt strange, but he suddenly felt lighthearted. His eyes gently closed. The loneliness inside him eased a bit, but that didn't matter. He knew the truth. What mattered was the life he had right now. Time to head back. The last day of the festival still greeted with the usual familiar hellos. Holy One, how are you? Day answered briefly, but not badly. Joger was cheerful since early morning. That's good to hear. Today is the last day, so there will probably be many spectators. I hope so too. Have you remembered the rules in the competition rounds? Day recalled the competition rules. Oh, you mean the team matches? The first 3 matches are one-on-one duels. Then the team matches come. 4 teams, each with 5 members arranged randomly. These are the rules for the final sword fight. He thought about it. He remembered everyone saying communication and coordination were the 2 key factors in this match. He couldn't linger too long, so Georgia cheered him on. Good luck. He waved goodbye to him. Yes, I'll go ahead. He walked down the hallway and met the guide inside. If you're ready, please follow this way. The man suddenly noticed him. In a restrained tone, he asked, Where's your sword? Day suddenly remembered. I forgot to bring my sword again. He looked around. A wooden stick caught his eye. He casually picked it up under the guide's embarrassed gaze. Just use this, then, the referee's voice echoed. Everyone, get ready for the match. Your opponent is an aura player named Horus. Amid the cheers, Day calmly stepped onto the arena. As soon as he appeared, Horus's eyebrows jumped. This guy, he saw Day's actions as an insult. Are you looking down on me? Where's your sword? Day put on a pitiful face. This is my sword. It's a family heirloom. He mumbled more about his parents, then how they passed it down to him. Horus was immediately affected. He felt deeply guilty. I was careless. I apologize for my thoughtless words, and that means the deception worked. The referee reminded the rules again. Remember, if anyone lands a critical hit or is found intending to kill the opponent, they will be immediately disqualified. Day felt a bit relieved. He really thought it was over. He needed to prepare some things for the next match. The referee waved his hand down to signal the start. Day's figure flashed like lightning, then vanished. Horus panicked, not knowing Day was right behind him. Where did he go? Day just swung the stick once, sending Horus flying straight into the blue sky. The entire audience gasped. The referee quickly reacted. You win. Day placed the stick behind his neck and smiled softly. That was easy. Just now I was hiding and observing. They were a bit shaken. Isn't that our technique? Indeed. Holy.